Blue Star, Cloud City. Ferocious beasts rampage, and our human race has retreated to half of the territory. Life and death, survival and extinction, all depend on martial arts. A majestic voice echoed across the playground of Cloud City Martial Arts University. The principal stood on the high platform, his expression solemn, his gaze sharp as a blade. He was dressed in a black martial arts uniform, his posture upright like a pine tree, exuding a faint yet powerful aura. Today, you freshmen will awaken your talents here and embark on the journey of martial arts. Talent is the cornerstone of a warrior and the turning point of destiny. I hope you will not waste your youth and will honor both your family and country. Zhang Yi stood quietly among the crowd, listening. Black hair, black eyes, and a delicate face. He is a transmigrator. Since childhood, he has traveled to this world called Blue Star. This place is highly similar to Earth from his previous life, with the only difference being martial arts. Decades ago, endless ferocious beasts surged out from abyssal rifts, devouring the land and sky. Humanity retreated step by step, and their living space was compressed to less than half. Martial arts emerged as humanity's only hope. Therefore, martial arts reigned supreme. Zhang Yi's parents were both renowned martial arts masters. To protect their homeland, they perished together on the battlefield resisting the beast tide. Thus, Zhang Yi became an orphan. Fortunately, he still had a childhood sweetheart, a girl who grew up with him, Ding Ruanqi. Brother Yi, what do you think? What level of talent will we awaken? Beside him, a soft and melodious voice sounded. Ding Ruanqi, dressed in a white dress, which outlined her graceful figure. Her skin was fairer than snow, her features as delicate as a painting, with a pair of bright, watery eyes. The young girl gently held Zhang Yi's arm, her coquettish words filled with longing for the future. I don't know either. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. However, my Ruanqi is so beautiful, her talent must be exceptional. Hee, Brother Yi always knows how to make me happy. Ding Ruanqi smiled radiantly, her eyes curved like crescent moons. By the way, Brother Yi, my dad said that after the talent awakening today, he will agree to us. Her voice grew softer, and a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. What? Zhang Yi was slightly stunned. He liked Ding Ruanqi. They had grown up together, childhood sweethearts, mutually in love. He said that we are all adults now, and since we already have a marriage agreement, this kind of thing can completely be decided by ourselves. There was a hint of shyness in Ding Ruanqi's voice, mixed with a touch of sweetness. Zhang Yi nodded gently and held her hand tightly. In this life, he had no family or relatives. Ding Ruanqi was the most important person to him. Some things naturally fall into place. Wow, look, isn't that Zhang Yi and Ding Ruanqi? Zhang Yi is the top genius of our Yun city this year. He was already at Martial Disciple level 9 when he enrolled. Ding Ruanqi is amazing too. I heard she's about to break through to Martial Disciple level 8. I heard they had a marriage agreement long ago, and they'll get married directly when they reach the right age. So jealous. If only I had such a beautiful girlfriend. Ah, the two school beauties in our school, Su Yuli is too much of an ice queen, and Ding Ruanqi is already taken. What a pity. Around them, waves of envious chatter surged like a tide. Zhang Yi and Ding Ruanqi were undoubtedly the center of attention. One was a young genius, basking in glory. The other was a stunning beauty, captivating and enchanting. Oomph, what's so great about them? They just got lucky, that's all. A discordant voice suddenly rang out, full of strong acidity and jealousy. Chen Jin, the eldest young master of the Chen family in Yun City, a typical playboy. He was tall and fairly handsome, though his brows carried a hint of gloom and arrogance. He was a fervent pursuer of Ding Ruanqi, or rather, a clingy and persistent admirer. Even though he knew that Ding Ruanqi was already taken, he still harbored ill intentions and frequently harassed her. However, he was wary of Zhang Yi's strength and never dared to go too far. Just wait, once I awaken my S-level talent, I'll make sure that pretty boy Zhang Yi pays. Chen Jin gritted his teeth, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. He secretly vowed to surpass Zhang Yi in the talent awakening and win back his goddess. Silence. The principal's stern shout interrupted everyone's discussions. The talent awakening ceremony begins now. Talent is the foundation of martial arts, determining your limits and your future. I hope all of you can awaken powerful talents, become pillars of the human race, and protect our homeland. His voice was sonorous and powerful, resonating with conviction. Now, students, please enter the awakening chamber in order according to your student numbers. The students lined up in a long queue and entered the awakening room one by one. The awakening room is a special room built by the academy specifically for students to awaken their talents, designed to maximize their potential. Li Ziming, Grade C talent, Iron Arm. Wang Chang, Grade D talent, Bull Strength. Zhao Qianxian, Grade C talent, Swift as the Wind and Lightning. The teacher in charge of the awakening continuously announced names and talent levels. Most people's talents were Grade C and D, and the occasional appearance of a Grade B would cause a small commotion. After all, a Grade B talent was already considered very exceptional. Next, Ding Ruanqi. Finally, it was Ding Ruanqi's turn. She took a deep breath, calming her excitement, and stepped into the awakening chamber. All eyes were focused on her. Everyone wanted to know what kind of talent this beauty could awaken. Chen Jin clenched his fists nervously, silently praying in his heart. After a moment, the door to the awakening chamber slowly opened. Ding Ruanqi, Grade A talent, Undying Karma Fire. The teacher's voice carried a hint of barely concealed shock. Grade A. The crowd erupted. Everyone was stunned by this result. A Grade A talent is already an extremely rare existence, enough to make Ding Ruanqi a highly sought-after prospect for major institutions. Her future path can be described as smooth sailing, with the hope of reaching the legendary state of unity between heaven and man in this lifetime. As expected of my goddess, she actually awakened an A-level talent. That's amazing. Chen jumped up excitedly, cheering loudly, as if he himself had awakened an A-level talent. Ding Ruanqi slowly walked out of the awakening room, her face showing unabashed pride. She walked up to Zhang Yi, took his arm, and smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Brother Yi, am I super amazing? Very amazing. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile and praised her. Next, Zhang Yi. The teacher's voice rang out again, drawing everyone's attention to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, the #1 genius of Zhang City, a prodigy who entered school as a 9th-rank martial apprentice. What kind of talent will he awaken this time? Everyone held their breath, watching intently. Zhang Yi slowly stood up. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yi walked into the awakening room. This was a completely sealed room, devoid of any light, with only a giant crystal ball placed in the center. Place your hand on the crystal ball, relax your mind, and guide the energy within your body to resonate with the crystal ball. A gentle voice echoed in the room, guiding Zhang Yi. Following the instructions, Zhang Yi gently placed his hand on the crystal ball. A cool sensation emanated from the crystal ball, bringing him a refreshing feeling. He closed his eyes and began to channel the energy within his body. He could clearly feel faint streams of energy slowly flowing through his meridians, like trickling streams. Under his guidance, these energies began to converge and gradually grow stronger. The crystal ball started to emit a faint glow, becoming brighter and more dazzling. Awakening begins. That gentle voice sounded again. Zhang Yi felt that the surging energy, like a flood breaking through a dam, shattered some invisible shackle and entered an entirely new realm. His body seemed to transform into a bottomless pit, frantically devouring all the energy around it. The brilliance of the crystal ball grew increasingly intense, illuminating the entire room. Even those outside the room could feel the powerful energy fluctuations. What is going on? What a powerful energy fluctuation. Could it be an S-level talent? Impossible. S-level talent is something that only exists in legends. Everyone was shocked by this astonishing phenomenon and speculated about Zhang Yi's talent level. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and his talent was displayed on the crystal ball. SSS-level talent, Eternal Devour. When the large words SSS-level talent, Eternal Devour clearly appeared before his eyes, Zhang Yi's heart couldn't help but race a few beats. SSS level. On Blue Star, talent levels range from low to high as follows: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SS. Between each major level, there exists a chasm-like gap. What kind of concept is this? An S-level talent is already extremely rare, 1 in 10,000, enough to make its possessor a super genius sought after by all major powers. Their future achievements are limitless, and reaching the realm of the martial god is almost guaranteed. And as for SS-level talents, they exist only in legends. Every possessor is a legendary figure in the history of humanity, without exception a dominant presence of their era. The martial saint realm is not out of reach. As for SSS level, in the recorded history of Blue Star, it has never appeared. It must be understood that the level of talent determines how far one can go on the path of martial arts. In the martial disciple realm, a person's talent has not yet fully manifested, and some individuals have even achieved perfection without awakening their talent, such as Zhang Yi, so its impact is not significant. Therefore, most people, as long as they possess sufficient perseverance, put in enough effort, and are willing to work hard, can cultivate up to the 9th level of martial disciple. This is not a difficult task, it is merely a matter of time. However, starting from advancing from martial disciple to martial artist, the situation becomes completely different. Martial apprentices are merely at the entry stage of martial arts, undergoing initial tempering of the body and basic application of strength. Martial artists, on the other hand, have truly stepped into the realm of martial arts, beginning to perceive the forces of heaven and earth and mastering even greater power. This step is a qualitative leap. It is also a significant dividing line. It completely distinguishes mediocre individuals with average talent from martial arts geniuses with infinite potential. The superiority or inferiority of talent begins to truly reveal its power at this moment. Low-level talents, such as F and E grades, will face tremendous obstacles when breaking through the martial artist realm. Those with such talents often need to put in several times, or even dozens of times, the effort of ordinary people to possibly break through this barrier and successfully advance as martial artists. Moreover, even if they manage to break through by luck, their cultivation speed will still lag far behind those with higher talent. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will retreat. Falling behind by one step means falling behind step by step. In the realms beyond martial artists, the gap in talent will be further magnified. It can be said that transitioning from a martial apprentice to a martial artist is both a selection process and a reshuffling. Talent determines whether you can continue continue to stay at the table and also decides your position at the table. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited emotions. He slowly raised his hand, focusing his thoughts. In the palm of his hand, a pitch-black vortex slowly emerged. This vortex, only the size of a fingernail, exuded an aura that made one's heart tremble. Eternal devouring. This talent is truly powerful. Zhang Yi murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He could clearly feel that this tiny black hole possessed an incredibly terrifying devouring power, capable of consuming all energy and even matter. Moreover, as his strength increased, this devouring power would also continuously grow stronger, without end. This is the true essence of endless devouring. Infinite strengthening, no limits. Truly worthy of an SSS-level talent, absolutely extraordinary. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. With this talent, his future martial path would be smooth sailing. The martial arts levels on Blue Star, ranked from low to high, are Martial Apprentice, Martial Artist, Martial Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Unity of Heaven and Man, Martial God, Martial Saint. Martial Saint? Perhaps he can go even further. He will surpass everything. Just as Zhang Yi was immersed in joy, an abrupt voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected. System binding in progress. Zhang Yi was stunned. Oh, double blessings. Not only awakened an SSS talent, but also got a system? Isn't the future path invincible? Congratulations to the host. The loser counterattack system has been successfully bound. Zhang Yi? He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Loser comeback system? What the heck? Who is the loser? Me. Tonzi, come here. What do you mean by what you said? Host information binding complete. Name, Zhang Yi. Cultivation, Martial Disciple 9th stage. Talent, Grade F, Trash. Age, 19. You awakened a Grade F Trash talent, mocked by everyone. In your despair, even your childhood sweetheart girlfriend gradually grew distant from you. Zhang Yi? He stared at the lines of introduction on the system interface, lost in thought. Wait, what's going on? F-level talent? Trash? Tonzi, what nonsense are you talking about? He instinctively looked at the crystal ball. On it, the words SSS-level talent, Eternal Devour were still clearly displayed, shining brilliantly and radiating boundless light. He tried to activate his talent again. In the palm of his hand, the pitch-black vortex reappeared, emanating a heart-palpitating devouring power. That's right, it's an SSS-level talent, guaranteed to be genuine. Come on, Tonzi, open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. You call this an F-level talent? Zhang Yi shouted in his heart. He stretched out his hand, pointing at the black hole in his palm, wishing he could drag the system out and rub it against the ground. What annoyed him the most wasn't the system saying he awakened an F-level trash talent, but the system claiming his girlfriend was also becoming indifferent towards him. Indifferent? My foot. What's wrong with you, system? You awakened an F-level trash talent, mocked by everyone, and in your moment of despair, even your childhood sweetheart girlfriend gradually became indifferent towards you. The cold voice of the system rang out again, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, like a merciless repeating machine. Zhang Yi, is this system deaf? Or does it have a problem with its brain? Why are you so rebellious? Completely ignoring what people say. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. Forget it, I won't stoop to the level of a stupid system. Anyway, awakening an SSS-level talent is an ironclad fact, and no one can change it. As for this system, just pretend it doesn't exist. Whatever happens, happens. However, just as Zhang Yi was about to ignore the system and walk out of the awakening room, a sudden anomaly occurred. Ding! Detected discrepancy between actual situation and system detection, initiating correction. Correcting. The system's cold voice rang out once again. Zhang Yi sneered coldly in his heart. Not bad, at least you finally realized your mistake. Acknowledging and correcting mistakes is the greatest virtue. You'll still be my good Tonzi in the future. Correction completed. However, the next moment, the smile on his face froze. He noticed with astonishment that the writing on the crystal ball began to blur and distort, as if an invisible giant hand was forcibly erasing it. The large characters SSS-level talent, Eternal Devour, flickered violently and then transformed into another set of words. Grade F talent, Gluttony. So it turns out the correction you mentioned isn't about changing your system's description, but altering reality. You're the one who's wrong, aren't you? What kind of bullshit system are you? Can't you just go back and get yourself remade? At least fix either your brain, your eyes, or your ears before coming out again. Zhang Yi could feel a surge of fury rushing straight to the top of his head, nearly making smoke come out of his 7 orifices in anger. He hurriedly examined his own body, carefully inspecting himself. Fortunately, the powerful devouring force within his body had not disappeared. With a stretch of his hand, he could still summon the black hole. It turns out the system only modified the display on the crystal ball and didn't actually change his talent. What a blatant attempt to deceive oneself. A false alarm. Almost got screwed over by this stupid system. Zhang Yi let out a long sigh of relief, secretly feeling fortunate. At the same time, he was completely speechless about this system. This was simply the most ridiculous system in history, bar none. He decided that from now on, he would absolutely absolutely ignore this system, treat it like air, and completely disregard it. On the playground, the atmosphere was momentarily stifling. Whispers, like the faint chirping of insects, spread through the crowd and reached everyone's ears. What's going on? Why hasn't Jang come out yet? Yeah, there was such a strong energy fluctuation just now. I thought he had awakened an S-level talent. Could something have gone wrong? Don't talk nonsense. The awakening room is the safest place in the academy. What could possibly go wrong? The students whispered among themselves, discussing animatedly, their eyes all focused on the tightly closed door of the awakening room, filled with curiosity. Pretending to be mysterious. Chen snorted coldly. Maybe he failed to awaken and turned into a useless person, too ashamed to show up. He was eager for Jang to have an accident. That way, he would have the chance to take advantage of the situation and steal Ding Ruanqi. Ding Ruanqi stood among the crowd, her brows furrowed, her face full of worry. Brother Yi, please don't let anything happen to you. She clenched her hands tightly, silently praying in her heart. She and Jiang Yi grew up together, childhood friends with a deep bond. She believed in Jiang Yi's strength and talent. However, this long wait made her feel uneasy. Inside the awakening room, the teacher in charge of the awakening looked at the crystal ball in front of them, their face full of disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed several times before making sure he wasn't mistaken. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, his voice trembling. F-grade talent. Gluttony. This result was completely beyond his expectations. You should know, Jiang Yi is the top genius of this year's Yun City, already at Martial Disciple 9th stage upon enrollment, and hailed as the prodigy most likely to break the record of Yun City Martial Arts University. How could someone like this only awaken an F-level talent? F-level talent is the worst kind of talent, practically no different from having no talent at all. People with this kind of talent are almost impossible to break through the warrior realm. For their entire lives, they can only remain at the apprentice stage. This must be a mistake somewhere. The teacher, unwilling to accept it, checked the crystal ball once again. After confirming there was no error, he slowly opened the door to the awakening room. Jiang Yi, F-level talent, gluttony. His voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, spread across the entire playground. Though not loud, it exploded in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. The entire playground instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the result, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, wearing expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. What? F-level talent? Did I hear that right? Jiang Yi is supposed to be the #1 genius. How could this happen? This is impossible. Could it be that there's an issue with the awakening chamber? After a brief silence, the playground erupted with deafening chatter, like a boiling pot of oil suddenly exploding. Chen could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, laughing so hard he bent over and back, with tears almost streaming down his face. Jiang Yi, you finally have your day. He pointed at the door of the awakening room, shouting triumphantly. F-level talent, trash. You're nothing but a complete waste. Ha 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 ha. Still want to compete with me for Ruanqi? Are you even worthy? The pride and joy in his heart were simply beyond words. Ding Ruanqi's face instantly turned pale, as if all the color had been drained away. She stood there in a daze, her body trembling slightly, her face full of disappointment. At that moment, the door of the awakening room slowly opened. Jiang Yi walked out. His expression was calm, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation, but his gaze was deeper and sharper than ever, like an unsheathed sword, radiating its sharp edge. The playground fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Yi. There was confusion, shock, regret, and sympathy. More of it is schadenfreude and sarcastic ridicule. Look, that's Jiang Yi, once the #1 genius, now a worthless nobody. An F-level talent, how ridiculous. He still had the nerve to call himself a genius. What a disgrace. From now on, he'll be the laughingstock of our school. Jiang Yi immediately understood the situation at a glance. The crystal ball was altered by the dumb X system to show an F-level talent, and this group of people must have found out. But he didn't care at all. Having lived 2 lives, he had long seen through the fickleness of human relationships and the warmth and coldness of the world. He only cares about himself, only about the people he loves. He possesses a genuine SSS talent and has enough strength to be proud, completely unconcerned about these people. He quickly walked toward Ding Ruanqi, wanting to explain to her what had happened during the awakening. Although he cannot reveal the existence of the system, he believes that Ding Ruanqi will surely understand and support him. Ruanqi, Jiang Yi had just started speaking when Ding Ruanqi coldly interrupted him. Let's break up. Her voice was icy and resolute, like the frost of a bitter winter, devoid of any emotion. Jiang Yi froze. He stared blankly at Ding Ruanqi. He couldn't believe that these words had actually come out of Ding Ruanqi's mouth. Ruanqi, what did you say? Ding Ruanqi's gaze was cold and distant, as if looking at a stranger. I said, let's break up. She repeated it, her tone even more resolute. Jiang Yi, you and I were never from the same world. My Ding family needs a strong alliance, but you are destined to be a useless person in this life, unable to give me the future I want. She took out a piece of paper from her bosom, with 2 names written on it. It was the marriage contract between Jiang Yi and Ding Ruanqi. Today, in front of everyone, this marriage contract is hereby annulled. called. Ding Ruanqi's palm ignited a ball of flame. This flame was no ordinary fire, it was her awakened A-level talent eternal karma flame. Under the scorching of the eternal karma flame, the marriage contract symbolizing their bond instantly turned to ashes, drifting away with the wind. Zhang Yi stared blankly at the scene. He never dreamed that the woman he deeply loved could be so heartless, so cold. From childhood to adulthood, he and Ding Ruanqi grew up together, played together, and cultivated together. He had always regarded Ding Ruanqi as the most important person in his life, protecting her, taking care of her, and even sacrificing his own cultivation time to help her improve her strength. He thought their relationship was unbreakable, capable of withstanding any test. But reality gave him a harsh slap. Trash, you're not worthy of me. The cold voice rang out again, each word striking Zhang Yi like a hammer. Zhang Yi finally came to his senses. He laughed, a laugh tinged with desolation and self-mockery. So, this is you. He looked at Ding Ruanqi, his eyes filled only with disappointment. An accident allowed him to see someone clearly, and that's not too bad. A burst of murmurs came from the surroundings. How pitiful, Zhang Yi, the ultimate simp, ended up with nothing in the end. Ding Ruanqi is really shameless. Zhang Yi sacrificed so much for her. I heard Zhang Yi was seriously injured multiple times while saving Ding Ruanqi, even nearly losing his life. For Ding Ruanqi, Zhang Yi even slowed down his own cultivation speed. Otherwise, how could Ding Ruanqi possibly break through to the 7th stage of martial disciple so quickly? These discussions naturally reached Ding Ruanqi's ears, making her feel a wave of irritation and restlessness. She shouted angrily. That was all Zhang Yi's choice. I didn't force him. Moreover, he's a useless F-level talent who probably won't even break through to become a martial artist in this lifetime. He might as well give up early to avoid going mad and dying suddenly. In that case, I'm the one who saved him. He should be grateful to me instead. Shut up. Zhang Yi quietly watched Ding Ruanqi's performance, his eyes devoid of any lingering attachment. Awakening indoors, another flash of light flickered. The teacher in charge of the awakening showed a look of surprise on their face. Chen Jin, grade A talent, berserk battle body. Grade A. Another grade A talent. The students suddenly became excited. What day is it today? At Yun City Martial Arts University, A-level talents are appearing one after another as if they cost nothing. Chen Jin walked out with a face full of joy, head held high and chest out. He basked in the envious gazes around him, feeling as if he were floating. Grade A talent. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I, Chen Jin, am no ordinary person. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, utterly elated. Although it wasn't as rare and dazzling as Ding Ruanqi's grade A talent Undying Karma Flame from earlier, the berserk battle physique was still a top-tier combat talent. Once awakened, it would grant physical strength far surpassing peers, growing stronger with each battle, with limitless potential. When his gaze shifted to the mess in the center of the field and the resolute figure of Ding Ruanqi, his heart stirred even more. Broke up? Zhang Yi and Ding Ruanqi broke up? Chen Jin's mind buzzed. A surge of ecstasy welled up in his heart, almost overwhelming him. Opportunity. His chance has come. He quickly walked to Ding Ruanqi's side, unable to suppress his excitement, and said, Ruanqi, what's going on? You and Zhang Yi. Ding Ruanqi was in a low mood. Hearing Chen Jin's voice, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she replied coldly, it's none of your business. Chen Jin, however, paid no attention to her coldness. Instead, he became even more attentive, as the instincts of a sycophant were deeply ingrained in his bones. Ruanqi, don't be like this. If there's anything bothering you, you can tell me. As he spoke, he carefully observed Ding Ruanqi's expression, already having a vague guess in his heart. It must be because Zhang Yi awakened a trash talent, and Ding Ruanqi broke up with him. He seemed oblivious to Ding Ruanqi's indifference, leaned forward on his own, and mocked Zhang Yi. Oh my, isn't this our former genius Jang? What happened? Awakened an F-level talent, hit too hard, and now you can't even speak? TSK, how pitiful. Back then, Zhang Yi, you were so glorious entering school as a 9th rank martial apprentice, the #1 genius of Cloud City. And now, F-grade talent, trash. Utter trash. He paused deliberately, raising his voice to attract more attention from those around him, and continued to mock. I thought Zhang Yi was so impressive, but it turns out you're just mediocre. If your talent is lacking, it's lacking. No amount of effort will change that. Unlike me, born a genius. A-grade talent, berserk battle physique, destined to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. Ruanqi, look, I've awakened an A-grade talent. My future is limitless. Unlike certain worthless individuals who can only wallow in the mud, never able to rise. Ding Ruanqi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Although she found Chen Jin's words somewhat pleasing, her face still maintained an air of composure and indifference. She heard him mocking Zhang Yi and unexpectedly felt a faint sense of pleasure in her heart. The boy who once shone brightly in her eyes now seemed like a dust-covered pearl, dim and dull, even somewhat unpleasant to look at. Chen Jin grew even more smug. He turned to Ding Ruanqi and said boastfully, Ruanshi, don't bother with someone like him, a useless person like that will only drag you down. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you. I've awakened an A-grade talent, the Berserk Battle Body, and I will definitely become a strong figure in the future. I'll protect you well. Ding Ruanshi glanced at him, her expression still indifferent, revealing no emotion. Chen, your talent is decent. However, it's too early to talk about this now. The road ahead is still long. If you really want to prove yourself, then take real action. If you perform well enough, perhaps, I might consider giving you a chance. Really? Chen was overjoyed, nodding and bowing repeatedly. Rest assured, Goddess Ruanshi, I, Chen, will definitely not let you down. Unlike some useless trash who only drags you down. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll live the high life and rise above everyone else in the future. He smugly turned to Zhang Yi again and taunted, Zhang Yi, did you hear that? Goddess Ruanshi doesn't care about you anymore. Trash like you isn't worthy of her. If you know what's good for you, get lost and stop being an eyesore here. Faced with Chen Jin's incessant buzzing like a fly, Zhang Yi remained silent. His gaze was calm as water, as still as an ancient well. He simply stood there quietly, eerily calm, making it impossible to discern what he was thinking. It wasn't that he truly wanted to let this idiot jump around in front of him, but rather because just moments ago, the sound of the system echoed in his mind again. You awaken an F-level trash talent, mocked by everyone, disheartened, and at the same time, your childhood sweetheart girlfriend gradually grows distant. The familiar panel popped up again. However, this time, there was finally some new follow-up. Your girlfriend proposed breaking up with you and publicly tore up your engagement contract. At that moment, a clown suddenly appeared. Zhang Yi was almost speechless. This system, it was like it was dead just now, and now it's all fired up? So you managed to boldly claim to be the prophet and succeeded. Now you're here to take credit, huh? Ding! You really seized the opportunity. And now you're feeling disheartened? Does Zhang Yi seem like the kind of person who would feel disheartened over a lousy talent? Not to mention that what he awakened is fundamentally not an F-level talent. Ding! Issuing the underdog counterattack mission. Increase your strength, defeat the clown in front of you within a month, and avenge today's humiliation. Mission reward, grade 9 Great Rejuvenation Pill ×1. A month? Zhang Yi almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Does this system have some misunderstanding about his strength? Dealing with this kind of opponent would take a month? He could crush him with just one finger right now. However, when he saw the task reward, his eyes lit up slightly. Grade 9 Great Rejuvenation Pill. This is indeed a good item. The Grade 9 Great Rejuvenation Pill has extremely potent medicinal effects. Even for masters at the Grandmaster level, it is a rare healing elixir, reputed to instantly heal all injuries and bring someone back from the brink of death as long as they still have a breath left. Although he can't use it now, it's always good to be prepared. Keeping it is ultimately beneficial. Zhang Yi's indifference only made Chen even more furious, feeling that he had been greatly insulted. Why are you pretending to be deep? Trash is just trash. You still dare to show attitude in front of me? Or is it, you don't even dare to speak anymore? Chen stepped closer to Zhang Yi, becoming increasingly sharp and sarcastic. What, struck dumb? Well, from a genius to a worthless nobody, that kind of fall is something most people really can't handle. But this is your fate. Who told you to awaken such a garbage talent? Ha ha ha. Evil thoughts arose, and relying on his awaken A-level talent, he felt his strength had greatly increased, emboldening him. He suddenly reached out his hand, intending to shove Zhang Yi to show him who's boss and to display his masculinity in front of Ding Ruanshi. However, he found that he couldn't move Zhang Yi an inch. Zhang Yi's body stood as if rooted to the ground, completely motionless. No matter how hard Chen tried, he couldn't budge him. Chen was momentarily stunned, a trace of astonishment flashing across his face. Impossible. He was now an A-level gifted warrior, his strength several times greater than before. How could he fail to even push an F-level talent waste? Chen immediately felt a bit embarrassed. Unwilling to accept this, he let out an angry roar, his inner energy surging as the power of his Berserk Battle Body talent began to activate. He pushed again with all his might. A surge of violent power instantly coursed through the entire body, muscles bulging, veins protruding, and strength skyrocketing. However, Zhang Yi's body remained as immovable as a rock, while Chen himself, due to exerting too much force, slightly wavered. At this moment, Chen expression completely changed, shifting from smugness to shock and then to anger. Furious and humiliated, he was about to resort to force to teach this useless person a lesson. Zhang Yi, you worthless trash, today I'll show you just how insurmountable the gap in talent is. Chen roared, clenching his fist, ready to smash it toward Zhang Yi's face. However, before his fist could swing, his vision blurred. Zhang Yi moved. Fast. Too fast. Chen suddenly felt his vision go black. Before he could react, his wrist was seized in a vice-like grip. An overwhelming force shot up from his leg, making his calf go numb and his knee buckle. In an instant, he lost all balance. A clear, sickening crack echoed as his joints twisted out of place. Chen let out a blood-curdling scream, his body dropping helplessly to the ground. Zhang Yi drove his foot into Chen back, ruthlessly pinning him to the floor, his cheek pressed tightly against the cold ground ground in utter humiliation. Another dull thud sounded as Chen Jin's face slammed into the floor, sending stars spinning before his eyes. Blood gushed from his nose, and he was left completely dazed. The surrounding students gasped in shock, all stunned by the sudden turn of events before their eyes. Just moments ago, the arrogant and overbearing Chen Jin, who acted as if he was invincible, was so easily pinned to the ground by Jiang Yi, completely powerless to fight back. Ah, Jiang Yi, how dare you hit me? Chen Jin struggled to get up but was firmly suppressed by Jiang Yi, unable to move. Crack! Jiang Yi sneered coldly, looking down at him with icy eyes, as if he were gazing at an insignificant ant. I'm just a bit untalented. It's not like I've gotten weaker. Where does your confidence come from? Awakening an A-level talent, and you dare to challenge me? He had completely given up on explaining his talent. Fine, let them think I've awakened some trash F-level talent. Chen Jin was overwhelmed by Jiang Yi's imposing aura, and the arrogance in his heart was instantly extinguished by more than half. But he still refused to admit defeat, shouting with a false bravado, You dare hit me. I am the eldest young master of the Chen family. You're finished. I'm telling you, you're completely finished. From now on, the Chen family will never let you go. From now on? Jiang Yi sneered. Heh, that's a matter for the future. Right now, kneel before me. Before the voice faded, Jiang Yi's elbow suddenly thrust downward. Another bone-grinding sound that made one's teeth ache echoed. Chen Jin could no longer bear it and fell to his knees heavily, causing a dull thud on the ground. The entire venue instantly fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Jiang Yi's thunderous methods. Just moments ago, the arrogant and domineering Chen Jin, who seemed invincible, was so easily subdued by Jiang Yi, even forced to kneel on the ground. Only then did they suddenly remember that the Jiang Yi before them, despite awakening an F-level talent, was still a solid 9th-rank martial apprentice. He was once the top freshman at Yun Chinshu Martial Arts University, showcasing strength far beyond his peers upon enrollment, and had even experienced battles with ferocious beasts outside the city. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Even with poor talent, the foundation remains. Crack! It's not something Chen Jin, who has just awakened an A-level talent and hasn't fully mastered his power, can compare to. Plop! Jiang Yi's strength is still not to be underestimated. Ding Ruanqi's expression instantly turned extremely grim. She hadn't expected that Jiang Yi would be so audacious, directly hitting Chen Jin in front of so many people. Chen Jin had just publicly expressed his goodwill toward her, only to be beaten by Jiang Yi moments later, kneeling and begging for mercy. This was practically a public slap in her face. Jiang Yi, are you crazy? Ding Ruanqi angrily reprimanded. This is a school. No matter how upset you are about awakening a useless talent, you can't just hit people. Let go of Chen Jin right now. Jiang Yi slowly turned his head, coldly staring at Ding Ruanqi. Upset? Why would I be upset? An F-level talent, that's nothing to be upset about. He laughed, a laugh that was somewhat cold, somewhat mocking, and somewhat relieved. He released his grip on Chen Jin, stood up, and shook his hand. Chen Jin felt as if he had been granted amnesty, scrambling awkwardly to get up from the ground. But his legs ached, and it seemed he wouldn't be able to stand up anytime soon. He had no choice but to clutch his aching neck, glaring at Jiang Yi with venomous eyes, wishing he could tear him apart. But he didn't dare. Seeing Jiang Yi let go of Chen Jin, Ding Ruanqi's face showed a hint of smugness, her tone growing even more sharp and sarcastic. Jiang Yi, at least you know your place. For the sake of what we once had, I'll give you a chance. From now on, don't ever appear in front of me again, and I might con. Before she could finish her sentence, a crisp slap echoed through the whole room. Ding Ruanqi's voice abruptly stopped, and a bright red slap mark instantly appeared on her face. Her fair cheek swelled visibly, and even a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She froze, covering her face, staring at Jiang Yi in disbelief. You dare hit me? Ding Ruanqi's voice trembled. That's right, I'm talking about you. You just said I hit him because I was upset about awakening a useless talent. Let me tell you, that's not the reason. Jiang Yi looked at her calmly. Now, not only am I going to hit him, I'm going to hit you too. As he spoke, he raised his fist again and, without hesitation, swung it toward Ding Ruanqi's abdomen. Smack! A dull thud sounded, and Ding Ruanqi let out a painful groan, her body curling up like a shrimp. Her face instantly turned pale, and large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. She could no longer stand, clutching her stomach as she painfully fell to her knees. Her delicate body trembled slightly, unable even to cry out. The strength of a 7th-stage martial apprentice was utterly powerless before Jiang Yi, unable to even manage basic self-defense. Jiang Yi's 9th-stage martial apprentice level was honed through numerous battles with fierce beasts outside the city. Far from being comparable to these greenhouse flowers, he looked down at Ding Ruanqi, who was kneeling on the ground, with only faint disappointment. What a pity, it took so long to realize that you turned out to be this kind of person. He sighed, but it seemed as if he had unloaded a heavy burden, and his heart felt much lighter. Satisfied. Damn, that felt awesome. If Ding Ruanqi hadn't voluntarily jumped out asking for a beating, he normally wouldn't bother hitting a woman. Since she loves jumping so much, Jiang Yi naturally decided to oblige her. He turned around, no longer looking at the two clowns behind him, and strode straight toward the exit of the sports field. Just as he turned around, the system's notification exclamation sound appeared once again. After a month of arduous training, you have finally overcome the immense obstacles brought by your F-level talent, unleashing astonishing potential. Through relentless practice day and night, sacrificing sleep and rest, you have mastered the foundational techniques to perfection, forcibly elevating your strength to a terrifying level. In the end, with your formidable strength and unwavering determination, you defeated a powerful enemy, achieved this crucial victory, cleansed your previous humiliation, and completed a magnificent comeback. Congratulations to the host for completing the loser's comeback mission. Reward issued. Grade 9 Great Rejuvenation Pill ×1. Please check in the system space. Zhang Yi. He listened to the system's utterly flawed battle report, feeling speechless inside. A whole month of arduous training? A thrilling and intense battle? Winning with weakness over strength? It's clearly just a matter of one kick, yet they insist on forcing drama, creating such a long and cringeworthy storyline. Forget it, can't be bothered to argue with this idiotic system. Anyway, as long as the reward is in hand, that's all that matters. Chen and Ding Ruanqi knelt together, their eyes filled with venomous hatred and malice, staring fixedly at Zhang Yi's back. At this moment, the voice of the teacher in charge of awakening rang out again, unable to hide his excitement and shock. Su Yuli, S-level talent, heavenly heart mystical art. The appearance of an S-level talent was like a sudden thunderclap, completely igniting the martial arts university's field in Cloud City. If Zhang Yi's awakening of an F-level talent and the subsequent farce were just minor ripples, then Su Yuli's S-level talent was a magnitude 12 earthquake, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. S-level. It's really S-level. Did I hear that right? My god. S-level talent. A once-in-a-lifetime event. I actually witnessed an S-level talent with my own eyes. Heavenly heart mystical art? Just the name sounds so grand. This name, this aura, it's definitely a divine talent. Su Yuli. It's Su Yuli, my ice-cold goddess. She usually seems so aloof, but who would have thought she's a hidden, peerless genius? It's over. It's over. I'm completely smitten. A goddess with S-level talent. Who can resist that? I want to confess. I want to pursue Su Yuli. Give it a rest. S-level talent. Do you even deserve it? Her future goal is to become a martial god or martial saint, and you might not even break through as a martial artist. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The goddess is too dazzling. She feels even more out of reach now. Envy, jealousy, and hate. Why isn't the S-level talent mine? If it were me, I'd take off right here and now. Just as the crowd was going wild over the S-level talent, Zhang Yi, who had already reached the edge of the playground, paused slightly in his steps. S-level talent, heavenly heart mystical method. He softly repeated the name. He hadn't expected that Yun City Martial Arts University would produce such outstanding talents this time. Even after his own awakening of an SSS-level talent, another S-level talent had emerged. You should know, in previous years at Yunqing Martial Arts University, having even one A-grade talent was considered a stroke of incredible luck. No wonder Chen was so carried away earlier, thinking he was invincible after awakening an A-grade talent. In past years, an A-grade talent was indeed enough to make him a prominent figure at the school. However, this time, he messed with the wrong person. Shaking his head, Zhang Yi continued walking toward the school gates. He wasn't very familiar with Su Yuli, so whatever level of talent Su Yuli awakened had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi returned home, his footsteps echoed in the empty room, making it seem particularly desolate. This was the place he had earned over the years through frugality, risking his life to hunt ferocious beasts, and exchanging beast cores stained with blood and sweat for a place to call home. Although after crossing into this world called Blue Star, he became an orphan with no one to rely on, the memories and experiences of his previous life made him far more mature and resilient than his peers. From a young age, he understood that in this world where humans and fierce beasts compete for survival space, weakness and dependence are fatal poisons. He began training early, honing his body into a sharp blade, and at an age when his peers were still clinging to their parents, he had forcibly advanced his martial cultivation to the 9th rank of martial disciple. It's just that. Thinking of Ding Ruanqi, Zhang Yi's gaze dimmed for a moment, and a self-mocking bitter smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. After all these years, he had been wrong about someone all along, mistakenly entrusting his true heart, only to end up had women. Zhang Yi murmured softly. He walked to the sofa, plopped down, and sank his whole body into the soft cushions. Habitually turning on the TV, the familiar noise immediately filled the entire room. This sound could dispel some of the loneliness, making this cold home feel a bit more lively. Sunlight filtered through the beige curtains, casting dappled shadows on the wooden floor. Zhang Yi raised his wrist and tapped it lightly twice. A pale blue virtual light screen popped out from the silver terminal on his wrist, hovering in front of him. This was the crystallization of Blue Star technology, known as the personal terminal, which every Blue Star human wears from birth, almost becoming a part of their body. For hundreds of years, the war between humans and fierce beasts has never ceased. The two sides are evenly matched, with neither able to completely annihilate the other. After humanity found itself completely unable to compete with the path of martial arts in terms of technological armament, it simply shifted the focus of the technology tree back to civilian and entertainment industries. The personal terminal was a product born under this backdrop. In addition to basic communication and entertainment functions, the personal terminal also features a simulated combat function developed only in recent years, which is highly praised by martial artists. It can scan the user's physical data and achieve a 100% replication in the virtual world, allowing the user to battle ferocious beasts in the virtual realm. The most important thing is that even if you are defeated in the virtual world, you won't actually die. This greatly reduces the risks of martial artists training and allows humanity to accumulate a wealth of valuable experience in combating ferocious beasts. Buzz. The simulated combat supports both single-player mode and online multiplayer matchmaking. As Zhang Yi just opened the terminal, an avatar of a two-dimensional anime girl with blue twin tails and sparkling big eyes popped up, with the ID name Lilu. Logging in? Concise and straightforward 2 words. Zhang Yi looked at the screen and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This Lilu was the teammate he encountered during his first attempt at multiplayer matching after struggling multiple times in solo mode. Lilu, a person of few words but great skill, has an exceptionally compatible fighting style with Zhang Yi. When the two work together, 1 + 1 is greater than 2, invincible wherever they go. Since then, they have become a fixed duo, fighting side by side in simulated battles and earning a formidable reputation. Zhang Yi opened their chat window, and all he saw were extremely concise conversations. Logging in? Go. Play around? Let's play. Not a single word was wasted, no small talk, and certainly no exchange about real-life matters. The two knew nothing about each other's real identities, yet they forged a deep bond of camaraderie in the virtual world, becoming brothers who could entrust their lives to one another. The only thing Zhang Yi could confirm was that this Lilu, like him, had not awakened any talents during the previous matched battles. In other words, their age would not be older than his. Faced with his good brother's invitation, if it were any other day, Zhang Yi would definitely respond without hesitation and then charge into the simulated battlefield with Lilu. But today, he simply couldn't muster any interest. Right now, he wanted more to head outside the city and have a real fight with those damned ferocious beasts. Only the sight of real blood and the sound of roars could make him forget today's events. Moreover, he also wanted to quickly test the practical effects of his new talent Eternal Devour to see how much enhancement absorbing the power of ferocious beasts would bring to himself. Zhang Yi did not reply for a long time, but the message showed as read. Leela seemed to have noticed something and sent another simple question mark. Immediately after, a giant anime-style cute girl sticker popped up, occupying the entire chat box. He rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. His good brother was great in every way, except for being too into the anime world. Not only did he use anime-style cute girl avatars, but he also likes sending these adorable emoji packs. Every time he chats with him, Zhang Yi feels it's hard to keep his composure. Just thinking about the image on the other side of the screen, Zhang Yi can't help but shiver, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. As for why he's so certain about Li Li's gender, first of all, it's Li Li's combat style. Zhang Yi prided himself on being ruthless enough in virtual combat, striking mercilessly with every move aimed to kill, showing no leniency at all. But compared to Li Lu, he was practically a gentle little lamb. On the virtual battlefield, Li Lu was downright brutal, like a humanoid meat grinder. Severed limbs flew everywhere, and the scenes of blood and gore made even Zhang Yi's scalp tingle. He even suspected whether this guy had some kind of special fetish. Secondly, it's Lyle's personality. Whether it was the decisive and ruthless demeanor displayed in virtual combat or the concise and straightforward style during daily chats, Zhang Yi found it hard to believe that the person behind the screen was really a beautiful girl. Finally, and most importantly, Zhang Yi is a transmigrator, and in his previous life on the internet, what kind of monsters and ghosts hadn't he seen? He's encountered too many netizens like this. Without thinking further, Zhang Yi sighed and typed in the chat box, "Got some things to deal with in real life, don't feel like logging in today." The other side replied almost instantly, "Okay." Still so straightforward and concise, sparing with words. Zhang Yi stared at the ceiling, his gaze somewhat vacant. Moments later, a miniature black vortex slowly emerged in the palm of his right hand. This was the talent he awakened today, Eternal Devour. He got up and walked to an old cabinet, pulled open a drawer, and rummaged out a beast core the size of an egg, its surface covered with cracks. This was left over from when he had hunted ferocious beasts before. Its quality wasn't great, but it was better than nothing. Zhang Yi held the beast core in his palm. The black hole slowly rotated, and an invisible suction force surged from his palm, enveloping the beast core. Crack, crack. The beast core shattered and disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming into a stream of pure energy that was completely devoured by the black hole. Zhang Yi closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within his body. He could clearly feel that his physical attributes were improving in all aspects: muscles, bones, meridians, all were becoming stronger under the nourishment of this energy. Even his perception had grown slightly stronger. It really works. Zhang Yi opened his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing in them. Originally, after reaching the 9th level of martial disciple, Zhang Yi's cultivation speed had noticeably slowed down. Breaking through to the martial artist realm would require a significant amount of time and effort. His initial plan was to awaken his talent first and then use its power to break through the bottleneck in one go. It now seems that with the talent of Eternal Devour, he can completely rely on devouring beast cores to enhance his strength, which is much faster than simply cultivating. Originally, his path to becoming stronger could also rely on that silly system, but on the way back, no matter how Zhang Yi tried to summon the system, it didn't respond. Zhang Yi had no idea what this thing was actually for. If it weren't for the fact that the system space could still be opened and the 9-grade Great Rejuvenation Pill was still there, Zhang Yi would have suspected that the system automatically uninstalled itself after completing the first task. No matter how you look at it, this thing must have been bound to the wrong person, right? So now, is there a useless nobody quietly breaking down in an unnoticed corner, waiting for a cheat ability? Looks like I need to figure out a way to save some money and make a trip outside the city. Zhang Yi touched his chin and muttered to himself. In order to buy those flashy and impractical gifts for that ungrateful Ding Ruanxi, he had almost spent all his savings. Now, the money he had left wasn't even enough to leave the city. Since those damned ferocious beasts descended upon Blue Star, humanity's living space had been mercilessly compressed and divided. The once bustling metropolises scattered across the globe have now become isolated cities, like chess pieces scattered on a board, cut off from one another, gazing at each other from afar. Outside the cities lies the paradise of ferocious beasts, a forbidden zone of death. Endless wilderness, dense forests, treacherous mountains, all are occupied by various powerful and savage beasts. There, they breed and thrive, expanding their clans, constantly coveting the human cities. Each city is guarded by one or several peerless experts who have reached the realm of unity between heaven and man. With their immense power, they maintain the protective formation that envelopes the entire city. This formation serves as humanity's last line of defense, shielding the city from the invasion of ferocious beasts and isolating ordinary people from the outside world. Therefore, the only way to leave the city is through the teleportation arrays within. These teleportation arrays were not set up arbitrarily but were painstakingly established by generations of experts at great cost, learning through countless bloody lessons. Moreover, teleportation arrays cannot be used arbitrarily. For safety reasons, the teleportation arrays in each city are only connected to a few fixed teleportation points. These teleportation points are located in different areas around the city, and even in different cities, one can teleport to the same places on Blue Star. After hundreds of years of exploration and battles, humanity's sages have gained very detailed knowledge about the distribution, strength, and danger levels of the beasts around these teleportation points. They have named these areas in detail and classified their danger levels based on the situation of ferocious beasts in different regions. The information about the teleportation points and surrounding areas has been meticulously documented, becoming a mandatory lesson for every warrior before leaving the city. For this reason, the cost of using the teleportation array to leave the city is not cheap. For Zhang Yi, going outside the city not only allows him to hunt ferocious beasts and obtain beast cores to strengthen himself through devouring, but also enables him to sell the beast cores for money. He urgently needs some start-up capital. At this moment, his personal terminal suddenly vibrated and a new message popped up. It was sent by Li Lu. Did something happen during today's talent awakening? Zhang Yi was slightly stunned, a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Li Lu to guess the general reason for his bad mood so quickly, and that it was related to today's awakening of talents. Is he so familiar with the day when freshmen awaken their talents? Could it be he is too? Zhang Yi didn't hesitate and directly typed in the chat box, "Did you also awaken your talent today?" The other side replied almost instantly, "Yes." Immediately after, another message came through, "Is the awakened talent really trash?" Zhang Yi looked at the screen, couldn't help but smile, and replied, "Not really. It's because of some other reasons." Li Lu was silent for a moment, then sent a message, "Understood." Zhang Yi's heart stirred. He hadn't thought about it before, but Li Lu, like him, was also a freshman participating in this year's awakening ceremony. It's really rare to meet someone so similar to myself online. A bosom friend afar brings distant lands near. Although the two had never met in person, the tacit understanding and trust built in the virtual world brought Zhang Yi a touch of warmth. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that their bond was forged through years of real-life combat and they were life-and-death comrades, Zhang Yi might have suspected the other party of trying to trick him into going to northern Myanmar. At that moment, Leela sent another message, making Zhang Yi's eyes widen instantly. "How about going outside the city to hunt real fierce beasts to let off some steam?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a surge of indescribable joy welling up in his heart. Unexpectedly, Li Lu even thought of this just like him. He was about to reply, but hesitated. He really wanted to go outside the city now, but the problem was, he was broke. Before he could figure out how to respond, Li Lu sent a message first. "I'll treat." Zhang Yi looked at these three words, his eyes instantly lit up. "Good brother." Zhang Yi replied excitedly. "Call me daddy." Li Lu replied instantly. Li Lu immediately sent another message, "Pick a location. How about Bonchime Cargo Port?" Zhang Yi saw the four words Bonchime Cargo Port, and information about the place quickly surfaced in his mind. mind. Bonechime Cargo Port, before the arrival of the ferocious beasts, was once one of the most bustling trade ports on Blue Star. It was brightly lit day and night, with goods from all over the world converging and transiting here, serving as the lifeline of Blue Star's economy. However, with the arrival of the ferocious beasts, this once glorious port was completely reduced to ruins and occupied by the beasts. However, it is precisely because Bone Ring Cargo Port is highly industrialized that, apart from reinforced concrete and cold mechanical equipment, there is nothing to attract powerful beasts. Therefore, the beasts lurking there are mostly weak ones, and even third-tier beasts are rarely seen. For martial apprentices who have yet to step into the realm of martial artists, this is practically a natural training ground. It allows them to hone their combat skills, accumulate practical experience, and avoid the risk of encountering overly powerful enemies that could endanger their lives. Jiang Yi had visited the Bone Hull Cargo Port multiple times to hunt fierce beasts, and he was thoroughly familiar with the terrain, the distribution of the beasts, and even some hidden safe spots. This guy actually picked a pretty reliable spot. Jiang Yi nodded to himself silently. Although he had never met Ryle offline before or fought together in real life, this guy really gave him a sense of reassurance. He replied with a single word in the chat box, "Okay." Leela quickly sent another message, "I'll wait for you at the teleportation array exit at 1 p.m. Then, a red envelope icon appeared in the chat box. Jiang Yi's spirits lifted as soon as he saw the red envelope, and he clicked on it without hesitation. Upon closer inspection, the amount in the red envelope was neither too much nor too little, just enough to cover the teleportation fee to Bone Hull Cargo Port and the associated handling charges. This guy even calculated this. Jiang Yi couldn't help but grin. He thought for a moment and typed in the chat box, "Love you," along with a flying kiss emoji. The reply came almost instantly. A huge, disgusted-looking anime girl sticker filled the entire chat box. Jiang Yi looked at the meme and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yunqing, Transmission Hall. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and adjusted the strap of his backpack on his shoulder. The air was filled with the peculiar, slightly scorched smell unique to teleportation arrays. He stretched his somewhat stiff neck and glanced at his personal terminal. The time was about right. The teleportation hall in Cloud City was bustling with people, lively and crowded. Warriors moved either hurriedly or gathered in small groups, conversing in low voices. The air was filled with the sounds of various equipment rubbing against each other and a faint scent of sweat. Jiang Yi stood in the queue, slowly moving forward. A casual glance ahead, not far away, a figure both familiar and unfamiliar caught the eye. Su Yuli, the undisputed campus belle of Yun City Martial Arts University, an ice-cold beauty. That cool and otherworldly demeanor, even in this bustling teleportation hall, stood out like a crane among chickens. Jiang Yi was not familiar with her. To be precise, in the entire Yun City Martial Arts University, the number of people who could exchange a few words with Su Yuli could be counted on one hand. The only connection between the two was probably that they were both freshmen in the martial arts department and had attended a few of the same general classes. As for private interactions, that has never happened before. Before leaving school today, Jiang Yi learned that she had awakened an S-level talent. Thinking about it, Su Yuli must have experienced quite a few things at school after he left. Even the principal was probably alarmed. "Do you want to go up and say hello?" Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment in his heart. After all, the two could be considered classmates. But soon, he dismissed the idea. Su Yuli's icy aura that kept people at a distance was truly intimidating. Forget it, better to avoid trouble than to invite embarrassment. Jiang Yi silently shifted his gaze, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Su Yuli was at the front of the line, and it was soon her turn. She walked gracefully toward the teleportation array, her tall figure and cool demeanor drawing the attention of many around her. The staff responsible for the teleportation was a middle-aged man. He looked up and routinely asked, "Where to?" "Bone Cry Cargo Port." Su Yuli's voice was cold, like an icy spring flowing. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. Bone Ring Cargo Port, isn't that exactly where he was going? Is she also going there to farm monsters? He couldn't help but perk up his ears, carefully listening to the commotion over there. Su Yuli presented her credentials, and the man skillfully operated the system, verifying the information. Destination confirmed, Bonechime Cargo Port. Reason for leaving the city, training, correct? Cloud City Martial Arts University, Combat Support Department, freshman. Su Yuli. The man read out her name and confirmed it again, identity verified. Pay the teleportation fee, and you can proceed. Su Yuli opened her personal terminal, scanned the code to make the payment, her movements clean and efficient. Afterward, she stepped into the teleportation array, and with a dazzling flash of light, her figure instantly disappeared. Jiang Yi stood in place, feeling somewhat conflicted. Unexpectedly, this aloof school beauty also chose Bone Cry Cargo Port as her training location. Finally, it was Jiang Yi's turn. "Where to?" asked the middle-aged man, still without lifting his head. "Bone Ring Cargo Port." Purpose of leaving the city? Experience. Identification. Jiang Yi handed over his documents. The man glanced at them. Cloud City Martial Arts University, Beast Countermeasure Department, freshman. Jiang Yi? The uncle quickly operated on the system, inputting information while saying, "First time leaving the city?" "Yes." "No," Zhang Yi replied. He was already very familiar with the process of leaving the city. "Oh, it's good to have experience." The uncle nodded. According to the regulations, first-time departures require the purchase of city exit insurance, just in case. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Mandatory? Previously, he didn't worry much about money, so he wasn't very attentive to it. But now, after all, he's poor, so he saves wherever he can. "Yes, this is a mandatory rule of the alliance," the uncle explained. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and accepted it. A physical examination is still required to confirm whether your health condition is suitable for leaving the city. The man pointed to the testing device nearby. Zhang Yi walked over and extended his arm into the cold metal ring. Moments later, the device emitted a beep and a green light lit up. "Your health condition is good and meets the standards for leaving the city. Finally, pay the teleportation fee." The man gestured for Zhang Yi to scan the code for payment. Zhang Yi opened his personal terminal. The money in the red envelope given by Li Lu was just enough to cover the teleportation fee and various miscellaneous charges. "Yes." Beep payment successful. Zhang Yi stepped into the teleportation array and the familiar dizziness swept over him. A flash of light passed and he found himself in a completely different world. The teleportation array exit at Bone Ring Cargo Port was an abandoned warehouse. The air was filled with a heavy smell of rust and decay, mixed with the salty stench of the sea breeze, making one feel waves of nausea. The crumbling walls were covered with moss and cracks, and the ground was littered with various discarded mechanical parts and construction debris. Sunlight filtered through the damaged roof, casting mottled light and shadows, adding to the eerie and desolate atmosphere. Zhang Yi looked around, searching for Li Li's figure. No one. Where is everyone? Wait. Not far away, in the corner of the warehouse, stood a person. That figure. Su Yuli? Zhang Yi could hardly believe his eyes. How is this possible? This is the only teleportation array exit at the Bone Cry Cargo Port. Apart from Su Yuli, there was no one else. The time has already passed. Excluding the possibility that Li Lu is late, the only remaining possibility is, could it be Li Lu is actually Su Yuli? My online buddy is actually the ice-cold campus beauty? Zhang Yi's mind went completely blank. This thought felt utterly absurd to him. He instinctively took a step forward and walked toward Su Yuli. Heavy footsteps echoed particularly clearly in the silent warehouse. Su Yuli slowly turned around. It was still that cold, frost-like expression. Zhang Yi felt his heart almost leap into his throat. He nervously swallowed and tentatively asked, Are you Lyle? Su Yuli did not deny it. She nodded slightly, which was considered an acknowledgement. Are you the Lord of the Night? She spoke slowly, her cool voice echoing in the empty warehouse. At that moment, Zhang Yi felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Awkward, unparalleled embarrassment. It's practically the ultimate scene of social death. Being called by your online username offline. And such a shameful username at that. What's even more fatal is that the other party is the aloof campus belle, Su Yuli. Zhang Yi only felt a rush of blood surge to his head, his cheeks instantly turning bright red. He started coughing uncontrollably, trying to hide his embarrassment. Cough, 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 cough. Even after living 2 lifetimes, at this moment, he truly couldn't keep his composure. Could we change the way you address me? Zhang Yi spoke with difficulty, his voice trembling slightly. He would rather face a ferocious beast directly. Su Yuli raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she found the scene before her quite amusing. But she still maintained her expressionless demeanor and said indifferently, Lord of the Night, it's fine. He felt like he wanted to die. Zhang Yi felt like he was about to suffocate. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you are? Zhang Yi stammered. He really couldn't bring himself to say the 3 words Su Yuli, let alone the nickname Iceberg School Belle that he secretly mocked in his heart. This was even more unbearable than facing 10 ferocious beasts directly. Usually, when he came here, a beast tide would appear within a few minutes of waiting at the teleportation array's exit. Why was it so quiet today? Su Yuli tilted her head in confusion, her cold gaze falling on Zhang Yi. Then, following Zhang Yi's line of sight, she lowered her head to look at herself. The light in the dilapidated warehouse was dim, and her white school uniform jacket was stained with some dust, with the once immaculate hem of her skirt now slightly creased. Other than that, there seemed to be nothing amiss. Su Yuli raised her head and looked at Zhang Yi in confusion, her clear eyes filled with questions. Me? What's wrong? She asked softly, her voice still carrying that emotionless chill. Zhang Yi opened his mouth but found himself unable to utter a single word. Su Yuli looked at Zhang Yi's hesitant and conflicted expression, which seemed on the verge of collapse, and finally understood something. She raised her eyebrows slightly, but the gesture was fleeting, so quick it felt like an illusion. You never asked me, Su Yuli said calmly. Besides, you never told me about your matters. We're even. This can even things out? Alright, in a certain sense, it really does even out. He silently sighed in his heart and accepted his fate. Su Yuli looked at him, thought of something, and suddenly asked, about the talent, is it really unaffected? Zhang Yi remained silent. He knew what Su Yuli was referring to. When he awakened his talent in the morning, Su Yuli must have been present as well. Presumably, Apparently, she, like everyone else, thought he had awakened an F-level talent. Zhang Yi scratched his head, sighed, and said, "There's a bit of a discrepancy. Actually, the talent isn't F-level, it's SSS-level." He felt it was better to explain this kind of thing clearly to his teammates. After all, they were about to face ferocious beasts together, entrusting their lives to one another. He cannot let his concealment affect his teammates' judgment of the situation. However, he was somewhat unsure how to bypass the system's existence to explain this matter. Unexpectedly, to Zhang Yi's surprise, Su Yuli did not show any signs of shock or doubt. She simply nodded lightly and calmly said, "Understood." Then just like before, "You take the lead, I'll assist." Zhang Yi was stunned. She accepted it just like that? He had originally prepared a whole bunch of explanations, but ended up not using a single word. However, this is also good, saving him a lot of trouble. "All right." Zhang Yi nodded, feeling much more relieved. "It's just..." Zhang Yi looked at the girl in front of him, expressionless and as cold as frost, and couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart. Is she really Lyle? Thinking about their interaction when they met online, isn't this contrast way too big? The two were silent, and the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. "That, Su, Li Lu, classmate," he stammered as he spoke, only to realize he had no idea how to address the other person. Calling her Su Yuli? Too distant. Calling her Li Lu? Feels a bit strange. Calling her classmate? That doesn't seem quite right either. Su Yuli quietly looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Yuli," Zhang Yi hesitated before speaking, suggesting, "Can we stop using online names to address each other from now on?" The title Lord of the Night, when spoken by Su Yuli in real life, was simply too embarrassing. He felt like his toes could dig out a castle inside his shoes. Su Yuli stopped organizing her equipment upon hearing this, raised her head, and looked at Zhang Yi. Her gaze remained indifferent, but it seemed to carry a hint of amusement. "What should I call you?" she asked calmly, her tone devoid of any emotion. "Just call me by my name," Zhang Yi quickly replied. "Zhang Yi." Jang is in river, Yi is in night sky. Su Yuli did not answer immediately, she just quietly looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. He instinctively touched his nose, his eyes darting around uneasily. Just as Zhang Yi was about to speak again, unable to hold back, Su Yuli finally spoke. "Call me Dad and let me hear it." Zhang Yi almost choked on his own saliva. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open. You freaking." He could hardly believe his ears. Su Yuli looked at Zhang Yi's exasperated expression, tilted her head slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a faint smile with a hint of provocation. Although the smile was subtle, it was indeed a smile. It was completely different from her usual icy demeanor. This moment made Zhang Yi feel as if he had returned to the days when the two of them played duo matches online. At that time, Leela didn't talk much, but occasionally, she would use a seemingly calm yet actually teasing tone to leave him speechless. It's just that back then, they were separated by a screen, and he couldn't see Li's expression. But now, he was standing right in front of Su Yuli, clearly catching that fleeting smile on her face. "Good boy, don't make a fuss." Zhang Yi finally felt relieved. He decided not to dwell on the issue of titles for now and focus on solving the immediate predicament. "What do we do now?" he asked. Su Yuli's gaze passed over him and toward the depths of the warehouse, and she said calmly, "Let's leave here first. This place is not safe." Zhang Yi nodded. He had also sensed the eerie atmosphere around him. The air seemed to be filled with a dangerous aura, making people uneasy. Based on Zhang Yi's past experiences coming here, it was likely that many ferocious beasts were already lying in ambush nearby. "Are you familiar with this place?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask. Su Yuli shook her head. "Not familiar. The first time here." Zhang Yi, "Then you chose here?" "Luckily, I'm familiar with it." "Then we..." Zhang Yi wanted to say something more, but Su Yuli interrupted him. "Don't talk, follow me." After speaking, she took the lead and walked toward the depths of the warehouse. Zhang Yi had no choice but to follow helplessly. The two walked one after the other through the ruins filled with unknown dangers. Zhang Yi's heart was momentarily filled with mixed emotions. There were quite a few shocking events today that challenged his worldview. He originally thought that the nonsensical, idiotic system was already the pinnacle. Unexpectedly, one expert after another emerged from the awakening chamber. The two walked through the dilapidated warehouse, and the surroundings grew increasingly quiet, so quiet it was a bit terrifying. Only the faint sound of gravel and rubble under their feet could be heard. Zhang Yi heightened his vigilance, sensing that something was secretly watching them. "Be careful," he said to Su Yuli, although he was very confident in Su Yuli's strength, which had been tested online. But after all, it was her first time coming to a place like this, so it was better to give her a reminder. Su Yuli did not respond, but her pace clearly slowed down. A rustling sound came from the ruins ahead, growing closer and clearer. Zhang Yi and Su Yuli stopped in their tracks at the same time, their eyes fixed intently on the direction the sound was coming from. "Something is coming out." Rustle, rustle. The faint sounds grew increasingly clear, as if countless claws were scratching the ground, making one's scalp tingle. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from the ruins. It was a large rat, about the length of a forearm, its body covered in a layer of rust-stained coarse fur, resembling a suit of rusty iron armor. Its pair of crimson eyes glimmered with ferocity, sharp teeth exposed, dripping with viscous liquid, emitting a nauseating stench. Rust rat. Jang's heart tightened. He was familiar with this creature. Although it was just the most common first-tier ferocious beast, the troublesome nature of the rust rat definitely ranked high among beasts of the same tier. They not only possess sharp claws and fangs, but their highly corrosive saliva is also impossible to guard against. Once it comes into contact, even a minor scratch will quickly fester and expand, causing unbearable pain. Suddenly. Moreover, rust rats always appear in groups, rarely acting alone. Squeak, squeak. Sure enough, after the first rusted rat appeared, the second, the third. More and more rusted rats emerged from the shadows, their red eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty light in the dim warehouse, encircling the two of them. Their numbers are considerable. Su Yuli's voice remained cold and unperturbed. Let me give it a try first. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and flexed his wrists. Previously, when he came here alone, he already had extensive experience dealing with rust rats. Moreover, during online duo matches, he and Leela had killed quite a few of these rats. At that time, they had already developed a perfect strategy for dealing with rust rats. He remembered that Leela could always accurately predict the rust rat's attacks and respond in advance. And what he needed to do was seize the opportunity created by Li Lu and deliver a fatal blow to the rusted rat. Go! Almost at the moment Zhang Yi dashed out, Su Yuli's voice rang out, brief yet powerful. Zhang Yi moved swiftly, his body slightly crouched, executing a side slide to narrowly evade the pounce of the first rusted rat. The claws of the rusted rat scratched fiercely at the ground, leaving several deep gouges on the hard cement surface, which sizzled with the sound of corrosion. Zhang Yi did not pause for a moment. Taking advantage of his momentum, he turned his body and moved to the side of the rusted rat. Now, he heard Li Lu whispering in his ear. Su Yuli made her move. A faint blue light flashed, accurately striking the head of the rust rat. Although it didn't cause direct damage, it slightly disrupted the rust rat's movements. This was the moment Zhang Yi had been waiting for. A glint flashed in his eyes, his right fist clenched tightly, and a strong stream of energy gathered on his fist, faintly emitting a black glow. Zhang Yi let out a low shout and fiercely punched the rusted rat's eye socket. The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. The rusted rat let out a piercing scream, its body twitched a few times, and then collapsed limply to the ground. Zhang Yi let out a long breath, feeling a surge of exhilaration in his heart. Sure enough, just like online, although it was their first offline meeting, the seamless cooperation had already been practiced countless times. He turned his head to look at Su Yuli, and his previously tense mood relaxed quite a bit. Looks like there's no difference between real combat and online battles. Shut up and focus. Su Yuli's response was still icy cold, without any trace of emotion. However, Zhang Yi caught a subtle hint of admiration in her cool, clear eyes. Zhang Yi scratched his head. Before he could think further, more rust rats had already roared and pounced on him. Squeak, squeak. The piercing cries rose and fell, with at least a dozen rust rats launching attacks simultaneously from all directions. Left side. Zhang Yi shouted loudly, reminding Su Yuli to stay alert. Su Yuli's response was still concise, but her movements were not the least bit slow. Die. A pale blue light flashed once again, accurately striking a few rust rats attempting to launch a sneak attack from the left. Crack. Zhang Yi was responsible for the front lines. He moved like an agile cheetah, weaving through the swarm of rats, constantly dodging the attacks of the rusted rats. The sound of bones cracking and the wails of the rusted rats echoed continuously. 1, 2, 3. More and more rust rats fell to the ground, turning into white light and disappearing. Su Yuli's support was perfectly timed. She could always create excellent attack opportunities for Zhang Yi at critical moments or resolve deadly crises. The coordination between the two became increasingly seamless and fluid. They were born to fight side by side like this. Finally, the last rust rat had its head smashed by Zhang Yi's punch. Zhang Yi exhaled deeply once again, feeling completely refreshed. The warehouse returned to silence, with only the scattered mouse corpses on the ground proving what had just happened. The air was filled with a faint scent of blood and a corrosive odor. Zhang Yi walked over to the mouse corpses, squatted down, and began to examine them carefully. The shells of the rust rats, 3 intact pieces, 5 damaged ones. These can be used to make armor or shields. Although they're only tier 1 materials, they are durable and offer some resistance to corrosive attacks. The market price for intact ones is about 5,000 credit points each, and the damaged ones can still sell for around 2,000. Alright, he counted while skillfully assessing the value of these materials, clearly very familiar with them. And these, the teeth of rust rats, a total of 27, fairly intact. These can be used to craft weapon blades or ground into powder for medicine, which works well for treating some external injuries. Each one can sell for about 1,000 credit points. Zhang Yi continued searching and dug out a pigeon egg-sized, grayish-white crystal with a pitted surface from a pile of rubble. Oh, a beast core actually dropped. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. This is a first-tier rust rat beast core, containing a small amount of energy. It can be used to enchant equipment or directly absorbed to enhance cultivation. However, the energy in a first-tier beast core is too limited, limited, and direct absorption would be somewhat wasteful. Generally, it's used for low-tier warriors to train. This one is of decent quality and can sell for at least 15,000 credit points. Zhang set the beast core aside separately. This thing is as good as hard currency and will sell easily. At worst, he could absorb it himself. After all, he has an SSS grade talent that can strengthen him. He finished counting all the spoils and already had a rough estimate in his mind. Shells, teeth plus beast cores, the total value is roughly around 80,000 credit points. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at Su Yuli. Same old rule, 50-50 split, you pick first. Su Yuli stood quietly to the side, watching Zhang Yi skillfully handle the spoils, a faint trace of surprise flashing in her cold eyes. She hadn't expected him to have such a thorough understanding of these beast materials, almost like an experienced hunter. No need, you choose first, Su Yuli said indifferently. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhang Yi smiled. Without hesitation, he directly picked up the beast core of the first-tier rusted rat. I'll take this beast core. Su Yuli nodded, indicating no objection. Zhang Yi picked out a few pieces of high-quality shells and 10 teeth, which roughly amounted to half the value. The rest was left for Su Yuli. After all, the most useful thing for him here was actually this beast core. The beast core contained the purest energy, unlike other parts, which required him to use his talent to decompose them into pure energy before absorbing. These materials, you can sell them or use them yourself, Zhang Yi said. As for him, he planned to devour all the spoils of war with his new talent at home in one go after returning to the city this time, to see if he could break through to the warrior realm in one stroke. Su Yuli didn't say anything, just silently put away the remaining materials. By the way, you've really never been here before? Zhang Yi casually asked while tidying up his spoils of war. I haven't been here before. Su Yuli's answer was still brief. Then you. Zhang Yi hesitated to speak. Su Yuli noticed his confusion and casually added, I've been to other places. This time, I just picked randomly. I see. Zhang Yi suddenly understood. He said it himself, Su Yuli's combat skills and awareness are nothing like those of a novice venturing out of the city for the first time. Many aspects of real combat cannot be perfectly simulated in a terminal. Now it seems that although she hasn't been here before, she must have experienced plenty of real combat elsewhere. At this moment, Zhang Yi finally understood why Lyle always seemed so at ease online. Just as Zhang Yi was secretly sighing, a familiar, hair-raising voice suddenly echoed in his mind. You were just heartlessly abandoned by your girlfriend, and now you're being coldly treated by the icy campus spell. Your life has hit rock bottom, truly a tale to make listeners weep and onlookers shed tears. Mission for the underdog's comeback. Make the icy campus spell Su Yuli take the initiative to kiss you. Mission reward, S-rank martial skill heaven-splitting force. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This lousy system, it really is haunting him endlessly. What does ruthlessly abandoned by his girlfriend mean? What does being coldly treated by the iceberg school beauty mean? What kind of nonsense is this? Zhang Yi was so angry he wanted to curse. But S-class martial skill heaven-splitting force? Although Zhang Yi had never heard of this martial skill, since it is an S-class skill, its power is undoubtedly exceptional. This reward, he was indeed a bit tempted. But, let Su Yuli take the initiative to kiss him? Zhang Yi secretly glanced at Su Yuli. She still had that icy and aloof demeanor, exuding an aura that warned strangers to stay away. What a lousy system. Zhang Yi couldn't help but mutter under his breath. In both his lifetimes, he had never seen such an absurd system. However, the temptation of an S-rank martial skill was simply too great. Zhang Yi was deeply entangled in his thoughts. What did you say? Su Yuli suddenly turned her head to look at Zhang Yi, a hint of confusion flashing in her cold eyes. No, nothing. Zhang Yi quickly waved his hand, trying to cover up. I was just thinking about what we should do next. Su Yuli gave him a deep look, somewhat skeptical, but did not press further. She cast her gaze toward the depths of the warehouse again and said indifferently, keep going deeper. Oh, okay. Zhang Yi responded absent-mindedly, his mind still preoccupied with that task. The two of them, one in front and one behind, continued walking deeper into the warehouse. The further they went, the dimmer the light became. The air was filled with a stale, damp smell, mixed with a faint scent of rusted metal, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Zhang Yi gently shook his head, temporarily casting aside the unreliable system task from his mind. That task was just too absurd, asking Su Yuli to take the initiative to kiss him? Just thinking about it felt ridiculous. For now, focusing on exploration was more important. The heavy sound of metal scraping echoed through the empty warehouse, particularly grating. Zhang Yi and Su Yuli worked together to push open a massive storeroom door, its hinges protesting with a teeth-grinding screech from years of disuse. A long-sealed, dusty smell rushed out, making them cough uncontrollably. Ugh, cough cough. Zhang Yi waved his hand to disperse the dust in front of him. Appearing before the two was a more spacious warehouse, where dozens of massive containers were neatly stacked. The surfaces of these containers were covered in rust, with some even damaged, exposing the goods inside. On the sides of the containers were faded markings markings from the old civilization era, faintly recognizable as belonging to a certain port company. There's cargo. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed. Su Yuli looked around, her gaze sweeping over the worn-out containers, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Zhang Yi walked up to a container that seemed relatively intact, grabbed the latch with both hands, and forcefully pried the door open. The door hinge let out a crisp crack, as if it could break at any moment. Inside the container, rows of black electronic devices were neatly arranged. Su Yuli walked closer and discovered that these were old-era computers. There were bulky monitors, square-shaped mainframes, and some things that looked like servers. This is... Su Yuli picked up a dusty old monitor with some confusion. Electronic products from the old civilization, Zhang Yi explained. Back then, these things were quite valuable. A single computer could cost an ordinary person 1 or 2 months' salary. He shrugged and said helplessly, but now, everyone has terminals, and the materials inside are no longer applicable to today's technology. Apart from recycling some scrap metal, they're basically useless. Su Yuli carefully examined the old monitor in her hands, which was covered in scratches and stains, and the screen had already aged and turned yellow. She gently shook her head and said flatly, the energy isn't compatible, and the technology is far too outdated. Exactly, Zhang Yi agreed. These things might have been treasures during the old civilization, but in our era, they're just a pile of scrap metal. Squeak. The two continued searching and opened several more containers one after another. Some containers were empty, some held rusty mechanical parts, and others were actually filled with weapons. Su Yuli picked up an antique-style firearm from one of the containers and examined it carefully. The gun's body was already corroded, and the trigger was jammed, rendering it completely unusable. These firearms are useless now, Zhang Yi said. The gunpowder has long been damp and unusable. Even if they could be used, their power is too weak to pose any threat to the ferocious beasts. They continued searching. Finally, in a container, they discovered some special alloy materials. These alloy materials had a dull silvery gray appearance. Although there were some rust marks on the surface, their tough texture could still be felt. This is not bad. Zhang Yi picked up a piece of alloy material, weighed it in his hand, and said, we can sell this on the black market. Many people use it to make weapons or armor. Su Yuli nodded in agreement. In another container, they discovered some high-strength fiber materials. These materials are in rolls, with a deep color and a very tough texture to the touch. This one works too, Zhang Yi said. It can be used to make armor or some special equipment. The two began collecting valuable materials. Due to limited storage space, they could only select the best-looking and most valuable materials to pack. That's about it, let's go. Zhang Yi clapped his hands, signaling Su Yuli that they could leave. The two prepared to continue deeper, searching for an exit or seeing if they could find more valuable relics. Zhang Yi led the way in front, while Su Yuli followed closely behind. Be careful. Zhang Yi suddenly stopped and lowered his voice, saying, there's something ahead. Su Yuli was taken aback. She didn't sense anything unusual. What is it? A second-tier ferocious beast. Zhang Yi's voice became serious. It's not far ahead. I encountered it the last time I was here. Su Yuli stopped in her tracks, her gaze sharp as she stared straight at Zhang Yi. Her cold eyes carried a hint of confusion. You've been here before? Yeah, I've come here solo a few times before. Zhang Yi answered casually, not noticing the subtle change in Su Yuli's tone. Is there a problem? Su Yuli narrowed her eyes. Why didn't you say it earlier? Zhang Yi scratched his head and said innocently, you didn't ask me. The air suddenly became quiet. The boomerang came back. Su Yuli did not speak. She just quietly stared at Zhang Yi. Her gaze made Zhang Yi feel a bit guilty, as if he had done something wrong. This subtle atmosphere did not last long. Su Yuli was the first to look away and said lightly, let's go. Zhang Yi felt relieved and quickly followed her. The two of them lightened their steps, moving through the dim and mysterious warehouse. Even their breathing was deliberately subdued, almost inaudible, for fear of disturbing the dangers lurking in the darkness. In the narrow passage, Zhang Yi closely followed behind Su Yuli. The distance was so close that Zhang Yi could clearly catch a faint, delicate fragrance. This scent, faint yet unmistakably lingering at the tip of his nose, was refreshing and soothing. It wasn't the rich fragrance of flowers, nor the smell of any artificial perfume. Su Yuli hadn't worn makeup today, and based on Zhang Yi's understanding of her, she definitely wasn't someone who would use perfume. So, could this be her natural scent? Zhang Yi's heart stirred slightly, feeling a bit puzzled and inexplicably restless. Now was not the time to think about such things. Crunch, crunch. A faint yet distinct sound suddenly came from ahead, like something hard being chewed and crushed, sounding particularly jarring in this silent environment. The two stopped almost simultaneously, exchanged a glance, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. They slowed their steps even more cautiously, gradually approaching the direction of the sound. Turning around a corner piled high with clutter, the scene before them suddenly opened up. It was a warehouse much larger than the previous ones, and in the middle of the open space stood a massive, ferocious beast. That was a second-tier ferocious beast, the steel-splitting mantis shrimp. It stood over 2 meters tall, its entire body covered in a dark green shell that shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the dim light. The most striking striking feature was its pair of massive, razor-sharp forelimbs, resembling two meticulously polished sides, gleaming with a chilling edge. At this moment, the steel-splitting mantis shrimp was fully engrossed in its meal. Its prey is a first-tier ferocious beast, the toxic miasma mist spider. In front of the steel-splitting mantis shrimp, the toxic miasma mist spider appeared so insignificant and fragile, completely powerless to resist. It should be noted that the tier of a ferocious beast represents an absolute gap in strength. For the vast majority of martial practitioners, even those who have trained to the 9th tier, facing a first-tier ferocious beast requires caution and teamwork to have a chance of victory. And second-tier ferocious beasts are like an insurmountable chasm, standing between martial apprentices and martial artists. Their physical attributes, attack power, and defense far surpass those of first-tier ferocious beasts. Even more terrifying, some second-tier ferocious beasts possess special abilities capable of instantly killing any unprepared martial apprentice. A lone 9th-tier martial apprentice has almost no chance of victory against a second-tier ferocious beast, and even escaping is extremely difficult. But Jiang Yi is different. Over the years, he had lost count of how many second-tier ferocious beasts he had hunted. The steel-splitting mantis shrimp swung its sharp sides, effortlessly slicing the poisonous miasma spider into two. Dark green liquid splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a pungent stench. No! Su Yuli's gaze instantly sharpened, and she quickly signaled to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi immediately understood. This was a tactic they had rehearsed countless times online before. Countless days and nights of duo matches had already forged an indescribable tacit understanding between them. Su Yuli was responsible for attracting the attention of the steel-splitting mantis shrimp, while Jiang Yi was in charge of sneaking up from behind to deliver a fatal blow. Su Yuli quietly moved to the side of the warehouse and picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. She aimed at a metal container in the distance and forcefully hurled the stone. The stone cut through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. The stone slammed hard against the container, producing a loud noise that echoed through the empty warehouse, deafeningly loud. The steel-cracking mantis shrimp's feeding was interrupted, and it immediately became alert, whipping its head around, its compound eyes gleaming with a fierce light. It wasn't fooled by the stone but directly spotted Su Yuli standing not far away. The steel-cracking mantis shrimp let out a sharp, piercing screech, its warning cry. It's now! Jiang Yi shot out from the shadows like an arrow leaving the bowstring. His speed reached its peak, almost turning into a blur, like a leopard ready to strike, pouncing on its prey. His target was the back of the steel mantis shrimp's neck. That is its weakest point of defense. However, the reaction speed of the split steel mantis shrimp far exceeded Jiang Yi's expectations. It actually sensed the threat from behind at the critical moment. The mantis's body suddenly twisted, and its massive scythe swung with lightning speed. A cold gleam flashed by, heading straight for Jiang Yi's waist. Jiang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, and a strong sense of danger instantly swept through his entire body. Too fast. The speed of the side swing was so quick that he couldn't completely dodge it in time. He could only rely on his combat instincts, forcibly twisting his body in an attempt to avoid the vital spot. The sharp sickle brushed past the edge of his clothes, tearing a long slit in his combat uniform, even leaving a faint chill on his skin. A narrow escape. Jiang Yi's sneak attack failed, and the steel mantis shrimp wasted no time, immediately closing in. Whoosh! Its massive sides, carrying a suffocating gust of wind pressure, wildly swung toward Jiang Yi. Swish! 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 The sides tore through the air, emitting piercing shrieks, their fierce assault leaving Jiang Yi with no escape route. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Jiang Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened. He did not retreat but advanced. In a situation where everyone thought it was impossible, he made a move so bold it bordered on madness. He extended both hands and directly grabbed the razor-sharp scythe of the split steel mantis shrimp. A crisp sound rang out, standing out distinctly amidst the intense battle. Precise. Firm. Jiang Yi's hands, like two iron clamps, tightly gripped the scythe wielded by the split steel mantis shrimp. The split steel mantis shrimp's movement suddenly froze, and an incredulous glint flashed in its massive compound eyes. It had never seen a human who dared to catch its scythe barehanded. You must know, this pair of scythes has undergone countless tempering and polishing, making them incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Swish! Even the hardest rocks and steel can be easily cut by them. This human before it. How dare he? The split steel mantis shrimp snapped back to its senses, instinctively trying to pull back its scythe. Click! It exerted force, then more force. It let out a low growl, its entire body trembling as it tried to wrest the scythe from Jiang Yi's grasp. However, unmoved, Jiang Yi's hands were like two immovable mountains, firmly clamping down on the side-like claws of the steel-splitting mantis shrimp. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't budge them an inch. This was an absolute crush in terms of sheer power. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth slightly curved, forming a faint mocking smile. He looked at the split steel mantis shrimp struggling futilely in front of him and casually said. The split steel mantis shrimp was completely enraged. It felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. It let out a furious roar, and the scythe it had been using to keep its balance suddenly swung up, slashing toward Jiang Yi's head with blinding speed. The scythe sliced through the air, bringing with it a cold, sharp, deadly gleam vowing to cut Zhang Yi in half. Faced with this lethal strike, Zhang Yi's gaze remained calm as ever, without a hint of panic. He released one hand from the steel-splitting mantis shrimp, then reached out directly. Another crisp sound echoed. Zhang Yi's other hand, in the same manner, precisely and firmly grasped the other side of the steel-cracking mantis shrimp. Now, both sides of the steel-cracking mantis shrimp were firmly under Zhang Yi's control. The steel-cracking mantis shrimp was plunged into utter despair. It struggled frantically, twisting its massive body, letting out a feeble wail. Hiss! Its once proud weapon had now become its shackle. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He suddenly exerted force with both hands. Two crisp cracking sounds echoed in the empty warehouse, exceptionally piercing. The pair of incredibly hard and razor-sharp sides of the steel mantis shrimp were forcibly broken by Zhang Yi. Crushing, Zhang Yi casually threw the two broken halves of the scythe to the ground, producing a clanging sound. He stepped forward, closing in on the steel-cracking mantis shrimp that had lost all ability to resist. He slowly raised his right fist, using no fancy techniques or unnecessary movements, just pure power concentrated in his fist. Then, he struck with a single punch. This punch landed squarely on the head of the steel-cracking mantis shrimp. There was no suspense. That's it? The hard head of the steel-cracking mantis shrimp instantly shattered under Zhang Yi's powerful and forceful punch. Dark green liquid, mixed with fragments of the shell, splattered everywhere. Its massive body, as if all its bones had been removed, collapsed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. One strike. Instant kill. Zhang Yi slowly withdrew his fist, gently blew out a breath, and even his breathing remained perfectly steady. Smack! He turned his head and looked at Su Yuli, who was standing nearby still in a supportive stance, and grinned. Stop showing off. Su Yuli's cold voice rang out. She walked slowly to Zhang Yi's side, looked him up and down, and only after confirming that he was uninjured did she speak lightly. Zhang Yi touched his nose and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Just now, he was indeed a bit, well, carried away. The main thing was that this steel mantis shrimp was weaker than he had imagined, while the boost from his awakened SSS talent was stronger than he had expected. Su Yuli said nothing more, walked to the corpse of the split steel mantis shrimp, and began inspecting the spoils. Zhang Yi quickly followed. Compared to the previous rust rats, the corpse of this tier 2 ferocious beast, the split steel mantis shrimp, was clearly much more valuable. The shell of the split steel mantis shrimp, 6 intact pieces, 2 damaged ones. This thing is much harder than the shell of the rust rat, with stronger defense and a higher price. The intact ones can sell for at least 15,000 credits each, and the damaged ones can go for around 5,000. Zhang Yi skillfully assessed the value of these materials. And these sides, although broken, their special material allows them to be reforged or used to craft the blades of other weapons. A pair can sell for 20,000 credit points. Well, the beast core is quite intact. Zhang Yi found a chicken egg-sized, smooth, dark green crystal from the head of the steel-cracking mantis shrimp. The beast core of a second-tier steel-cracking mantis shrimp contains much more energy than a first-tier beast core and is also more valuable. This one is in good condition and can sell for at least 50,000 credit points. The total value is roughly around 180,000 credit points. Zhang Yi looked up at Su Yuli. Same old rules, 50-50 split. You pick first. Su Yuli remained unreserved. I want the shells. Zhang Yi nodded and handed 6 intact shells and 2 damaged shells to Su Yuli. The value of these shells had already exceeded half of the total value. Then the rest is mine, Zhang Yi said. The two had just finished dividing the spoils and were about to move on when Su Yuli suddenly stopped in her tracks. What is this? She asked, pointing to a corner next to the corpse of the cracked steel mantis shrimp, where a mushroom was growing. It was a very strange mushroom. Its entire body was a bizarre purplish-black color, with the cap covered in dense black spots, emitting a faint, indescribable odor. Zhang Yi also noticed this mushroom. Mutant mushroom? He frowned, somewhat uncertain. Can it be eaten? Su Yuli asked. I don't know. Zhang Yi shook his head. I've never seen this kind of mushroom, and it's not recorded in the guide. However, generally speaking, the more vibrant the color of a mushroom, the more toxic it is. He paused and added, this purple-black mushroom, it's best not to try it lightly. Su Yuli glanced at him and said indifferently, coward. Zhang Yi immediately bristled. Who's a coward? This is caution. Do you understand caution? Su Yuli maintained her aloof demeanor, slightly raising her chin and casually saying, boring. Zhang Yi choked for a moment and rolled his eyes. Trying to provoke me, huh? Do you think I'm a child? Zhang Yi doesn't fall for provocation. That doesn't mean he takes the loss silently. Su Yuli, let me tell you, this color screams deadly poison. One bite and you might ascend on the spot, your soul leaving your body, and then you'll see the black and white impermanence coming to fetch you. By then, a bowl of mangpo's soup, and you'll reincarnate as a pig in your next life. Su Yuli glanced at him expressionlessly. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and continued, really, I'm telling you, the prettier something is, the more dangerous it is. Mushrooms are the same. Look at how flamboyant it looks. It must be poisonous. It might even be a slow-acting poison. You eat it today and feel fine, but tomorrow you start bleeding from all 7 orifices, and the day after that, you drop dead. The death would be absolutely horrific. Su Yuli's lips twitched twitched slightly, as if she wanted to laugh, but she ultimately held it back. She glanced at Zhang Yi indifferently and uttered 2 words, childish. Zhang Yi chuckled, knowing full well she hadn't been scared at all. He shrugged and continued, alright, no more jokes. But seriously, this mushroom's origin is unknown, so it's best not to touch it. What if it's actually poisonous? Su Yuli suddenly countered with a question, are you scared? Ha! Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned, not expecting Su Yuli to say something like that, especially with a hint of provocation. He immediately puffed out his chest, scared? Me, scared of a mushroom? What a joke! I, Zhang Yi, fear nothing and no one. A mere mushroom? It's nothing. Su Yuli glanced at him indifferently, really? I don't believe you. Zhang Yi felt a bit guilty under her gaze, but he refused to admit defeat. Ahem, I just think there's no need to take risks, that's all. Dare to eat it? Su Yuli suddenly asked. For some reason, even from her expressionless face, Zhang Yi could sense a hint of provocation. Forget it if you don't dare. I don't dare? Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, raised an eyebrow with a smile, leaned closer to Su Yuli, and lowered his voice, speaking with a hint of teasing, I'm doing this for your own good, you know? The effects of this mushroom are unclear. Think about it, the two of us, a man and a woman alone, in this empty warehouse. If we eat this thing and something, ahem, indescribable happens, what would we do then? Su Yuli calmly glanced at him, her gaze as tranquil as a lake, showing no trace of emotional fluctuation. It's not entirely out of the question, she said lightly. Zhang Yi was suddenly choked, his smile froze on his face, and the corner of his eye twitched slightly. He had originally just wanted to tease Su Yuli to lighten the mood, but unexpectedly, he touched his nose, let out 2 dry laughs, and quickly waved his hand. Ahem, just kidding, just kidding. This mushroom clearly doesn't look like anything good. With such a strange color, it must be poisonous. We'd better not eat it recklessly. He quickly changed the subject, pointing at the mushroom and saying, look at this color, so dark it's almost black, definitely extremely poisonous. What normal mushroom grows like this? Su Yuli snorted coldly, still a coward. Zhang Yi looked into Su Yuli's clear, water-like eyes, and an inexplicable impulse suddenly surged in his heart. If you dare to eat it, I'll dare to eat it. He blurted out almost without thinking, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately regretted it. What is this? Acting out of spite? Whose child is this? So childish? Su Yuli did not speak, she just looked deeply at Zhang Yi. Then, under Zhang Yi's shocked gaze, she actually walked up to the mutated mushroom, bent down, stretched out her slender, fair fingers, and gently pinched the base of the mushroom. With a swish, she directly pulled the purple-black mutated mushroom out of the ground. Hey, you! Zhang Yi was startled and instinctively wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. Su Yuli showed no hesitation and directly put the mutated mushroom, still covered in soil, into her mouth. Took a bite, chewed, swallowed. The entire movement was completed in one go, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Zhang Yi was dumbfounded, completely stunned by Su Yuli's sudden action. This woman is way too fierce. You're crazy, Zhang Yi subconsciously said, but before he could finish, he abruptly stopped. Because Su Yuli was completely fine. Her complexion was normal, her breathing steady, and her gaze clear, showing no signs of poisoning at all. Who? Su Yuli gently wiped the corner of her mouth. She spoke calmly, the talent I awakened is Heavenly Heart Mystical Art. S rank. Zhang Yi did know about this, but he didn't know the specific use of Su Yuli's talent. Heavenly Heart Mystical Art can transform the intangible into the tangible and the tangible into the intangible. Simply put, it allows me to change the form of energy's existence based on my own will. She paused for a moment and continued, toxins, in essence, are also a form of energy. I can use the Heavenly Heart technique to decompose and transform toxins into substances harmless to the body, or even directly absorb them. Zhang Yi listened in stunned silence, finally understanding why Su Yuli dared to eat the mutated mushroom directly. Truly worthy of an S-level talent. He couldn't help but exclaim, this ability is simply defying the heavens. To freely alter energy forms, doesn't this mean that all martial techniques can be freely edited or even recombined in your hands, yet still perform at 100% efficiency? You could even create entirely new martial techniques based on your needs. Su Yuli did not deny it, she simply nodded lightly. She handed the mushroom in her hand to Zhang Yi. It was the part left after she had taken a bite. Eat it, she said calmly, her tone devoid of any emotion. Zhang Yi looked at the purple-black mushroom, which still had Su Yuli's faint traces of saliva. He felt his throat a bit dry, and his heart was unexpectedly a little nervous. At this moment, what he was thinking was, does an indirect kiss count as a kiss? This life has been ruined by that damn system. What's wrong? Su Yuli slightly raised her eyebrows, a glimmer flashing in her cold eyes. Disgusted because I've eaten it? She paused for a moment and added, or, are you afraid to eat it? Provocation. This is definitely provocation. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. Isn't it just eating a mushroom? What's the big deal? Who wouldn't dare to eat it? He snatched the mushroom from Su Yuli's hand, stuffed it directly into his mouth, and began chewing in big bites. Then, gulp, and it was swallowed. A true man keeps his word and must never back down in front of a woman. The mushroom entered his stomach, and Zhang Yi immediately activated his SSS-level talent Eternal Devour. A strange energy instantly spread throughout his body, like a warm current flowing through his limbs. Zhang Yi could clearly feel that some subtle changes were happening to his body. The most noticeable was the increase in poison resistance and mental resistance. Although the improvement wasn't significant, it was indeed a tangible enhancement. This thing really is toxic. Obviously, an indirect kiss doesn't count as a real kiss. At least Zhang Yi's underdog counterattack mission wasn't completed. The damp sea breeze carried the metallic tang unique to rust, rustling the strands of hair on Zhang Yi's forehead. He reached out and pressed the rust-covered iron door, feeling the rough texture in his palm as dark red iron flakes fell off with a rustling sound. The long-neglected warehouse door emitted a grating noise that set one's teeth on edge. As the girl's white dress brushed past the threshold, 3 bone spikes suddenly pierced through the air. Sound waves stirred up ripples visible to the naked eye in the air. 3 pale bats crashed into the blue barrier, their bony wings shattering inch by inch, turning into powder that drifted down. Bone screech bats. Su Yuli's cold voice rang out, her dark pupils reflecting the dense scarlet dots in the distance. Southeast 37, northwest 52. Zhang Yi followed her gaze. On the open ground outside the warehouse, nearly 100 bat-like ferocious beasts were hanging upside down on the rusty crane, their scarlet eyes appearing particularly eerie under the dim sky. The bone spurs on the edges of their wings glimmered with a metallic sheen, and unsettling low growls emanated from their throats. The number is a bit too much. Normally, there shouldn't be so many gathered here, but just a bunch of easy targets. Zhang Yi's lips curved slightly as he flexed his wrist. Dealing with first-tier ferocious beasts had long become routine. Su Yuli didn't say much, her figure had already moved. The cyan sound blades and blue light intertwined in the air, precisely shredding the incoming bone bats. Zhang Yi spun around and struck down 3 bone bats attempting to launch a sneak attack, suddenly feeling warm breath on the back of his neck. Left side. Su Yuli's voice sounded almost right next to his ear, the scent of blood lingering at the tip of his nose. Zhang Yi instinctively jumped and delivered a sidekick, the crisp sound of bone wings breaking perfectly overlapping with the beast's wail. The battle ended quickly. When the last piece of bone fragment fell to the ground, Zhang Yi shook his numb wrist. Moonlight pierced through the clouds, shining on the scattered bone fragments and reflecting a ghostly phosphorescence. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, soon dispersed by the sea breeze. Let me see. Materials, bone wings, beast core. Zhang Yi crouched down, skillfully dissecting the beast's corpse and separating the valuable parts. Still 50-50, he said without looking up. Su Yuli nodded slightly, glanced at the materials in Zhang Yi's hand, and expressed her agreement. She spoke little but was highly efficient, silently storing her share of the spoils into her storage space. The two quickly cleaned up the battlefield and continued forward. The sea breeze suddenly turned violent. The two looked up at the same time. The sky, which had just been at dusk, was now churning with clouds as dark as asphalt. A certain sickly sweetness of decay mingled with the salty sea breeze, and a muffled sound of waves crashing against the shore came from afar, resembling a giant beast beating a drum beneath the sea. The port was deathly silent, even the cries of seagulls had vanished. Only the howling sea wind remained, carrying the unsettling sound of the tide. Something's wrong. Zhang Yi pressed his suddenly throbbing temple. The rusted steel frame of the port crane swayed in the wind, casting twisted shadows. A faint scent of rust lingered in the air, not the rust of the warehouse, but something deeper, more violent. Su Yuli's skirt hem was lifted by the fierce wind as she softly spoke, the sound of the tide. Indeed, it's not right. Amid the rising and falling sound of the tide, there was a faint gnawing noise. Zhang Yi's pupils contracted sharply, and a certain blood-red dusk from his memory suddenly flashed before his eyes, waves stained red with rust, schools of fish gnawing on steel plates, and those that crawled out from the rusty water. It's the rust tide. He stopped in his tracks, his expression grave. Su Yuli's steps also paused for a moment. She looked at him, her gaze questioning. A unique phenomenon of bone resonance port, Zhang Yi explained. Low-level ferocious beasts are affected by some kind of magnetic field interference, becoming agitated and attacking collectively. Su Yuli frowned slightly. The atmosphere at the port was indeed unusual, oppressive, restless, like the calm before a storm. This place is no longer safe. Zhang Yi glanced around. The abandoned warehouses, rusted machinery, and deserted streets all exuded a sense of danger. Return to the city. Su Yuli spoke concisely, making a direct decision. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the two bulging storage spaces. The harvest from this exploration was indeed abundant. Various materials and beast cores filled the space, exceeding expectations. Let's explore for a little while longer. Zhang Yi was still somewhat greedy. See if there's anything good, then we'll leave. Su Yuli did not object, merely following silently behind him, continuing forward. After walking a few steps, Su Yuli suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Zhang Yi. Do you have something to say? She spoke, her tone affirmative, not a question but a statement. The sea breeze, carrying rust fragments, swept between the two of them. He had indeed been somewhat distracted along the way, with thoughts of the S-rank martial skill from the mission constantly swirling in his mind. Su Yuli's sharp intuition always allowed her to easily notice his unusual behavior. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Yi mumbled, hesitating slightly. How should he explain? The system's matters are too bizarre to comprehend. Speak, Su Yuli urged again, her tone still calm. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. S-level martial arts are crucial for their upcoming exploration, especially with the rust tide approaching. Enhancing his strength was also to better ensure Su Yuli's safety. That's right. He gave himself a very reasonable excuse. At least it was enough to convince himself. Zhang Yi stammered, have a martial skill. That requires very special conditions. Su Yuli quietly looked at him, her gaze clear and calm, without the slightest ripple. Can you, just? Zhang Yi mustered up the courage and finally spoke, kiss me. The air seemed to freeze. After saying it, Zhang Yi himself felt it was a bit absurd. But the words had been spoken, and there was no taking them back. He nervously stared at Su Yuli, waiting for her reaction, feeling uneasy in his heart. Su Yuli showed no change in expression, still maintaining her cold demeanor, though her gaze seemed deeper, as if she were pondering something. Zhang Yi felt his scalp tingle under her gaze and stammered as he tried to explain. It's not that, what you're thinking. It's the condition for the martial technique. Really, there's an S-level martial skill, very powerful, but, before the words were finished, Su Yuli moved. It wasn't words, but actions. She slightly tilted her head, her movements crisp and decisive. Soft lips, carrying a hint of coolness, instantly pressed against Zhang Yi's lips. Zhang Yi's mind went blank, all words stuck in his throat, and even his breathing halted. A soft touch, a cool temperature, very light, very fleeting, like a dragonfly skimming the water, a touch, and then gone. Su Yuli took a step back, as if she had just completed a simple and ordinary task. Her cold gaze returned to Zhang Yi's face, waiting for his next instructions. Zhang Yi's brain only then slowly restarted. The blankness of that moment just now had almost deprived him of the ability to think. He raised his hand, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing his lips. There seemed to be a trace of coolness lingering there, yet it felt so unreal, like a dream. Zhang Yi opened his mouth, only to find his voice a bit hoarse, unsure of what to say. He wanted to ask Su Yuli why she was so direct, wanted to ask if she had misunderstood something, wanted to explain that he was actually doing it for martial arts. However, when the words reached his lips, he felt that everything seemed pale and powerless. Su Yuli's gaze was too calm, so calm that it made him feel that his earlier nervousness and panic were somewhat unnecessary. Just as Zhang Yi was at a loss for words, a familiar mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Host, you actually succeeded. It startled me. What kind of noise is that? Back then, the ice-cold school beauty Su Yuli was so aloof, so unattainable. She was like the cold moon high in the heavens, distant and proud, keeping everyone at arm's length. And you, host, you were just a loser who awakened an F-level talent. Everyone thought you were a toad lusting after swan meat. Everyone mocked your overestimation of your abilities. Even this system once doubted whether you could truly accomplish this nearly impossible task. Congratulations to the host for completing the underdog counterattack mission. Reward issued, S-level martial skill heaven-splitting force. The system's voice continued to speak on its own, completely ignoring Zhang Yi's complex emotions at the moment. Zhang Yi's mouth twitched slightly, wanting to complain about the system's thought process, but immediately afterward, a massive stream of information surged into his mind, instantly occupying all his thoughts. Countless images flashed rapidly before his eyes. Fist shadows like mountains, palm winds splitting stones, force penetrating the body, shattering the void. A blurry figure was practicing a set of fierce and domineering fist techniques amidst the chaos. Zhang Yi seemed to be in another dimension, personally experiencing the trajectory of that power, with his blood and energy surging in response. S-rank martial technique, heaven-splitting force. It was merely a demonstration in his mind, yet it allowed him to feel the power and terror of this martial technique. This was absolutely incomparable to the low-level martial techniques he had learned before. As the stream of information gradually subsided, Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes. He instinctively clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, an infinite potential waiting to erupt. Is it done? Su Yuli's voice rang out again, breaking Zhang Yi's contemplation. Or do you want to continue? Zhang Yi snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Su Yuli, his gaze complicated. He didn't know how Su Yuli felt about that kiss just now. It's done. Zhang Yi nodded, trying hard to suppress the flutter in his heart, and said nonchalantly, thank you. Su Yuli did not respond to his thanks, merely giving a faint hum before turning around and continuing to walk forward. Zhang Yi followed behind her, his mood somewhat complicated. With the S-rank martial skill in hand, his strength had been greatly enhanced, which should have been something to celebrate. However, that kiss just now had left an indelible ripple in his heart. He couldn't help wanting to break the silence and say something, but he didn't know how to start. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment but couldn't help saying, actually, that was my first kiss. He and Ding Ruanqi had grown up as childhood sweethearts, but in reality, they had only gone as far as hugging and holding hands. Su Yuli's footsteps paused slightly but quickly returned to normal as she continued walking forward. Zhang Yi felt a bit disappointed, but he wasn't surprised. Su Yuli was just that kind of person. Just when Zhang Yi Yi thought Su Yuli wouldn't respond. A cold and clear voice suddenly came from ahead. It was soft and faint, yet it reached his ears distinctly. So do I. The sound was very faint, almost carried away by the sea breeze, but Jiang Yi heard it clearly. The damp sea breeze suddenly became thick and sticky. Jiang Yi staggered slightly. He stared intently at the tips of Su Yuli's hair lifted by the sea breeze, and in a daze, he seemed to see her jade-like earlobes faintly tinged with a subtle blush. His Adam's apple moved as he tried to say something, but the distant rusted crane suddenly emitted a piercing sound of metal twisting. Su Yuli had already turned and walked toward the container ruins. As her skirt swept past the scattered phosphorescence on the ground, she suddenly spoke, so slow. Jiang Yi froze, unable to react. Su Yuli was concise and straightforward, talking, doing things, all so slow. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. Was she complaining about his hesitation just now? He scratched his head and said helplessly, "It's just that I." Su Yuli glanced at him. Now, online, it's different. Jiang Yi was stunned for 2 seconds before reacting. This left him even more speechless. In the simulated battle? What was he like in the simulated battle? For the sake of team efficiency, he naturally gave instructions as concisely and quickly as possible to strive for victory. But can this be the same as real-life situations? Besides, he had never seen her real appearance online. Who would know through a screen that the close buddy he chatted with every day was actually the aloof campus belle? These words were stuck in his throat, and in the end, Jiang Yi still didn't say them. Su Yuli suddenly turned around, looking at Jiang Yi, her cold gaze becoming serious. "If you want to repay what just happened, then call me Dad." The cold voice was devoid of any emotion. Jiang Yi looked at the eyelashes so close at hand, and for a moment, his CPU seemed to short-circuit. What? The air seemed to freeze. The howling sea breeze and the sound of waves crashing against the shore became distant and blurred. Online, Su Yuli used her blood-stained fingertip to carve 2 marks on the container. "You owe me 27 times. Years of memories flashed through her mind. Jiang Yi naturally recalled the interactions between the two of them since they first met. "No," his voice cracked. "Those don't count. That was during dungeon runs. I don't care." Su Yuli tilted her head, her blood-stained fingertip suddenly pressing against his Adam's apple. "Now, repay the debt." The sea breeze carried a scent of rust, swirling between the two of them. Su Yuli did not urge him further, simply watching Jiang Yi quietly, his conflicted expression reflected in her dark pupils. "Don't want to call out?" Su Yuli spoke, her voice still cold and clear. Jiang Yi opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but didn't know where to start. "Silence. Don't call me." Su Yuli paused, then added, "And from now on, don't dawdle." She lowered her gaze. "Trust me, just be straightforward." A few simple words. Jiang Yi looked at her, a surge of complex emotions rising in his heart. He knew Su Yuli was right. In this kind of situation, being overly sentimental would only make things worse. He took a deep breath, suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, and said, "All right. One word, neat and decisive." Su Yuli raised her head, glanced at him, said nothing, and turned to continue walking forward. Jiang Yi followed behind her, remained silent for a while, and finally couldn't help but speak. "Actually, I never thought that, after knowing each other online for so long." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "It would turn out to be you, Su Yuli. That, such a beautiful young girl." Su Yuli did not turn around, nor did she pause her steps. She responded softly, seemingly unsurprised. "Good taste." Jiang Yi was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. He quickly took a few steps forward to walk side by side with Su Yuli. "Yes, of course, you do have a good eye." Dark clouds churned in the leaden sky, and the rusted gantry cranes at the port resembled the gnawed skeletons of giant beasts, creaking and groaning in the salty sea breeze. Jiang Yi stepped on the ground covered with broken shells, the soles of his boots making a faint cracking sound as they crushed the dark red rust. The two walked side by side along the road in the port, the atmosphere much more relaxed than before. Some words, once spoken, instead lifted the burden from the heart. The two had fought side by side on the edge of life and death, perfectly in sync, without the slightest grudge over past events. This trust was forged through countless perilous situations. A mass of black shadow, wrapped in a stench-filled wave, surged forward. Jiang Yi reacted swiftly, throwing a punch in reverse. The force of the punch rippled through the air, directly shattering the shadow. Magnetic scale fish, a tier 1 ferocious beast. Its scales are magnetic and can interfere with electronic devices. Jiang Yi casually remarked about the attacking creature, with a hint of disdain. This level of ferocious beast poses no threat to him. Su Yuli nodded slightly without speaking. She had always been like this, as cold as an iceberg and sparing with her words. The two continued forward and soon arrived at a fork in the road. Squish! 3 roads lead to different directions, with a rust-covered signpost standing at the intersection, its lettering long since blurred and illegible. Classic 3-way choice. Su Yuli stopped in her tracks, crossed her arms, and leaned against a rusty container, turning to look at Jiang Yi. "So, tell me, tour guide Jang." After all, Jiang Yi had been here before. She had always trusted Jiang Ye's judgment, especially in such unfamiliar surroundings. Jiang Yi looked around, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the 3 paths as he recalled past experiences. "I I've walked 2 of these 3 paths. Zhang Yi pointed to the path on the left, where mechanical wreckage could be faintly seen among the hanging vines, and said, this one leads to the loading and unloading core area. It's mostly filled with first-tier ferocious beasts, not much to gain here. But it's safe, so newcomers trying their luck usually choose this path. He paused for a moment and added, a few years ago, when I was at the 5th stage of martial apprentice, I could walk through this path with ease. Now, I could probably clear it with my eyes closed. Su Yuli responded with a soft indicating her understanding. Zhang Yi pointed to the middle path again. This path leads to the underground storage area, which is filled with poisonous miasma and is much more dangerous than the first path. Although I've been there a few times, I've only wandered around the outskirts and dared not go deeper. If you encounter a second-tier ferocious beast, you have to run immediately. He scratched his head, recalling some unpleasant memories. I once came here with a martial apprentice squad. That was my first time facing a second-tier ferocious beast, and the result. He fell silent for a moment. Su Yuli immediately understood what he meant. Total annihilation? Yeah. Zhang Yi nodded, but then smiled and added, however, with the strength of the 2 of us, if we encounter a lone second-tier fierce beast, we might be able to give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we'll just run. Who doesn't know the strategy of retreating is the best option? Su Yuli still responded with a simple Zhang Yi took a deep breath, pointed to the road on the right, and his expression became serious. As for this road, I haven't been there. A piercing screech of twisting metal echoed from the dense fog at the end of the road, and the shadow of some giant creature flickered in and out of view. He paused for a moment, his voice dropping a few tones. I only know that this road leads deep into the docks. I've tried to go in a few times, but the terrifying aura emanating from inside always scared me away. There's probably a large number of second-tier ferocious beasts, and maybe even. Zhang Yi didn't finish his sentence, but Su Yuli already understood what he meant. During the rust tide, it's bound to be even more dangerous there. Zhang Yi added, listen to you. Su Yuli spoke, her voice still cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Zhang Yi heard this and grinned, revealing a few white teeth. Su, the great campus beauty, trusts me so much, I'm truly flattered. So, shall we check out the 3rd path? He deliberately paused. How about it? Dare to try. Don't say I didn't give you a choice. Su Yuli raised her eyes, her cold gaze fixed on Zhang Yi, with not the slightest ripple in her pupils. The girl suddenly reached out and grabbed his clothes, their noses almost touching. In her eyes danced that familiar bloodthirsty madness Zhang Yi knew so well. Who's scared? Su Yuli slowly spoke, her voice still flat. Who's the sun? The salty sea breeze carried the fragrance of her hair. Zhang Yi's Adam's apple bobbed as he chuckled. Then just wait to call me dad. Just don't know the 28th time. Zhang Yi and Su Yuli walked side by side into the 3rd path. The road was unexpectedly narrow, flanked by towering metal walls, rusted and seemingly on the verge of collapse. Beneath their feet was an uneven stone-paved road, and with every step, the sound of cracking stones could be heard. The air was filled with a heavy smell of rust, even more pungent than outside, mixed with a hint of decay, like the stench of dead fish. Zhang Yi used a branch to lift the dangling cable, with web-like blue arcs of electricity dancing at the tip of the blade. Visibility here was less than 5 meters, and every step startled the fluorescent mayflies hidden in the rust. These fingernail-sized creatures burst into phosphorescent flames, weaving a ghostly green halo around the 2 of them. Su Yuli suddenly grabbed his wrist. The girl's fingertips were cold as she stopped the branch in front of a corroded mark, a clear bite mark, with edges glowing an eerie silver blue. Second-tier ferocious beast. She lightly touched the bite mark. The bite force is extremely terrifying. The 2 moved forward in silence. Apart from the sound of their footsteps, the surroundings were deathly still. They walked for a long time, but nothing happened. No ferocious beasts, no traps, not even a single mouse. This eerie calmness, instead, made people feel even more uneasy. Something's not right. Zhang Yi frowned and stopped in his tracks. Su Yuli also stopped, turned to look at him, and waited for his explanation. It's too quiet here. Zhang Yi looked around, his expression grave. So quiet that it's a bit excessive. Su Yuli didn't speak, but her tense body showed that she agreed with Zhang Yi's judgment. Suddenly, Zhang Yi pulled out a white bone rod from his arms. The rod was about a foot long and covered with strange patterns. It was previously taken from a sonic bone bat. Its unique material could sense certain special sound wave frequencies. The bone stick emitted a low humming sound, very faint, but in the silent environment, it seemed exceptionally clear. As Zhang Yi continuously adjusted the frequency and force of his tapping, the humming sound of the bone stick also changed, sometimes high, sometimes low, sometimes slow, sometimes urgent. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of the bone staff reached a peak, and the entire staff began to tremble violently. At the same time, a circular entrance, about the height of a person, slowly emerged on the metal wall in front of them. The interior of the entrance was pitch black, with no end in sight. A hidden path. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with excitement. This bone staff is indeed useful. It was just a special technique he had learned during his previous explorations. Su Yuli's gaze remained cold, but upon closer observation, one could notice her pupils slightly contracting, clearly startled by this sudden change. Zhang Yi was about to step forward when he suddenly felt a chill down his back. A pair of cold eyes was secretly watching them from the shadows. He abruptly turned around and looked behind him. Nothingness. Only the howling sea breeze and the faint sound of waves in the distance. Su Yuli noticed Jiang Yi's unusual behavior and asked, "I feel like someone is watching us." Jiang Yi frowned, a bit uncertain. Su Yuli tilted her head slightly, closed her eyes, and sensed her surroundings. After a moment, she opened her eyes and shook her head. Jiang Yi didn't speak, but once again looked around, his eyes full of vigilance. His intuition has always been accurate, and this feeling of being watched is definitely not an illusion. Something's wrong. Jiang Yi muttered softly, "There's definitely something off about this place." But then he thought for a moment and grinned. However, the bigger the waves, the pricier the fish. The more dangerous it is, the more it proves there's something good here. What happened? He turned to look at Su Yuli, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let's go. Let's check it out." He took the lead and stepped into the hidden entrance. Su Yuli said nothing and followed closely behind. The two disappeared into the darkness, one after the other. No, the interior of the cave was not completely dark. The walls were embedded with some unknown minerals that emitted a faint blue glow, barely illuminating the path. The air was filled with a damp, chilly aura, mixed with a faint scent of blood. "Be careful," Jiang Yi reminded in a low voice, his words echoing in the narrow passage. Su Yuli nodded slightly, her steps becoming even lighter. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound rang out by her ear. "Incoming! As fast as lightning! No time to react at all." At the critical moment, a pale blue light shield appeared in front of Su Yuli, barely blocking the attack. The light shield trembled violently, almost shattering. Su Yuli let out a muffled groan, her face turning slightly pale. The attack flashed by, so fast that even after images couldn't be captured, making it impossible to see what it was. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted sharply. He couldn't even tell which direction the attack came from. "Careful! It's still here!" Su Yuli's cold voice rang out, tinged with urgency. "Too fast!" Before the words had even fallen, another sharp gust of wind sounded. This time, the target of the attack was Su Yuli's back. A cold glint flashed in Su Yuli's eyes. Instead of dodging, she stepped forward to meet it head-on. She actually wants to trade injury for injury. Another dull thud sounded, and Su Yuli's back took a solid hit, causing her body to lunge forward abruptly. But at the same time, she seized the opportunity and fiercely kicked backward with her right foot. A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed as the attacker was sent flying by Su Yuli's kick, slamming hard against the wall. A dent instantly appeared on the wall, with rubble flying everywhere. Hiss! Jiang Yi took a sharp breath, feeling pain on Su Yuli's behalf. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. But this kind of Su Yuli, he was even more accustomed to. In virtual combat, when fighting side by side online, Su Yuli has always had this style, fearless in fighting with her life. Su Yuli did not speak, merely breathing lightly, her eyes exceptionally bright, even faintly excited. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks, a sign of the passion for battle, the long-lost thrill. From the hollow in the wall came the sound of heavy breathing. Immediately, a crimson eye slowly emerged from the darkness, exuding a bloodthirsty glow. The eye was as large as a fist, with murky whites and a vertical pupil, resembling some kind of nocturnal creature. It was a rabbit's head. A name instantly flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. He had only seen the introduction of this creature in the Ferocious Beast Compendium, second tier Ferocious Beast, the Red Fong Frenzy Rabbit. The Red Fong Frenzy Rabbit is known for its speed, swift attacks, and bloodthirsty nature. Their heads are as hard as iron, and their teeth are incredibly sharp, capable of easily biting through steel. Even more terrifying is their extremely strong regenerative ability. As long as the injury isn't fatal, they can recover in a short period of time. From a hollow in the wall, a furry head slowly emerged. The head was as large as a basketball, with a pair of long ears, the tips of which were adorned with tufts of black fur. Its eyes were crimson, its nose twitched, revealing two massive front teeth which were stained with traces of blood. It bared its teeth, emitting a low growl from its throat, as if in a show of defiance or preparing for the next attack. Without any warning, the Red Fong Mad Rabbit launched another attack. It shot out from the wall like a cannonball, reaching an extreme speed and creating a piercing sound as it tore through the air. Target, Su Yuli. Good timing. Su Yuli shouted sharply, advancing instead of retreating, and charged toward the Red Fong Mad Rabbit. The Red Fong Mad Rabbit's head slammed fiercely into Su Yuli's blue light shield. The blue light shield trembled violently, emitting cracking sounds, as if it could shatter at any moment. But Su Yuli did not back down. She gritted her teeth and forcefully withstood the blow. Su Yuli's eyes flashed with a cold light, her right hand clenched into a fist, and she punched out fiercely. Her fist was covered with a thick layer of frost, smashing heavily onto the head of the Red Fong Mad Rabbit. Another crisp sound of bones shattering echoed. The head of the Red Fong Mad Rabbit was dented by Su Yuli's punch, blood splattering everywhere. The Crimson Fong Rabbit let out a piercing scream and was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall once again. This time, it didn't launch an attack immediately but lay on the ground, its body trembling slightly. Great opportunity. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. He knew this was a perfect chance to strike. Die. He stomped his foot, and his body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. His speed was also very fast, but compared to the Red Fong Mad Rabbit, it was still a notch slower. air. However, Zhang Yi did not intend to compete with the Red Fang Mad Rabbit in speed. His target was the wall. He leaped high into the air and punched toward the dent in the wall created by the Red Fang Mad Rabbit's collision. A loud bang echoed as the dent on the wall instantly expanded several times, with rubble flying and dust filling the air. The Red Fang Mad Rabbit let out another miserable scream. Although it was fast and ferocious in its attacks, it had a fatal weakness: it had poor eyesight. With the dust swirling around, the Red Fang Mad Rabbit couldn't locate its opponent for the moment. This move could be described as extremely insidious. Zhang Yi held his breath, suppressing his aura to the lowest level. The Crimson Fang Mad Rabbit was glancing around, its scarlet eyes appearing particularly eerie amidst the smoke and dust. It had no idea that danger was already so close at hand. Even closer, a cold glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He suddenly exerted force, tightly clenching his right fist, and like a cannonball, fiercely struck toward the side of the Red Fang Mad Rabbit's waist. That was the weakest point in the Red Fang Mad Rabbit's defense. A muffled sound echoed as Zhang Yi's fist landed squarely on the body of the red-toothed frenzied rabbit. The red-toothed frenzied rabbit let out a piercing scream, its body flying out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall. This time, it didn't struggle anymore but collapsed directly to the ground, its body convulsing continuously as blood gushed from its mouth and nose, staining the floor red. Got it! Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. He knew that the Red Fang Mad Rabbit possessed extremely strong regenerative abilities. If it wasn't completely dealt with, it would recover quickly. Zhang Yi's figure flickered as he charged toward the Red Fang Mad Rabbit once again. Strike while it's weak, take its life. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. The Red Fang Mad Rabbit, which had been lying limp on the ground, suddenly kicked its legs fiercely, its body shooting backward like an arrow leaving the bow. It was actually pretending. Oomph, trying to escape? Not that easy. Zhang Yi let out a cold snort, exerted force with his feet, and pursued relentlessly. Su Yuli also reacted. She didn't speak, merely following silently behind Zhang Yi. The two of them, one in front and one behind, chased in the direction where the Red Fang Mad Rabbit had fled. The Scarlet Fang Mad Rabbit was incredibly fast, darting left and right in the narrow passage. Zhang Yi and Su Yuli chased closely behind, but they could never catch up to it. As they continued the chase, the passage suddenly widened. The two arrived at a vast open area. On the open ground, the light was dim, with only a few unknown minerals emitting a faint blue glow, barely illuminating the surroundings. The figure of the Red Fang Mad Rabbit had vanished. Zhang Yi and Su Yuli stopped in their tracks and looked around. The open ground was empty, with only a few massive rocks scattered here and there, making the place appear particularly desolate. Zhang Yi's heart rang with alarm. He felt a strong sense of crisis, as if something terrifying was secretly watching them. Trap, Su Yuli said succinctly. The first tier and second tier ferocious beasts they had dealt with before basically had no intelligence, relying purely on survival instincts to hunt. They had never considered that the ferocious beast they were dealing with might have a brain. But that shouldn't be possible. A second-tier ferocious beast couldn't possibly have the intelligence to play tricks like luring the enemy deeper, unless. Zhang Yi and Su Yuli stood back to back, feeling each other's body heat and heartbeat, their hearts filled with vigilance. Zhang Yi's heartbeat sounded particularly clear in the silent open space. Something's wrong. Su Yuli's heartbeat was equally clear. Both could feel each other's tension and unease. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps came from the darkness, breaking the silence of the clearing. Immediately, a heavy panting sound arose. Something enormous was approaching. Zhang Yi and Su Yuli's bodies instantly tensed up. They slowly turned around, looking in the direction the sound was coming from. In the darkness, a group of ferocious beasts slowly emerged. A dozen or so crimson fang rabbits, their scarlet eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light in the dark, bared their teeth and let out low growls from their throats, step by step closing in on Zhang Yi and Su Yuli. Behind these crimson fang rabbits, a colossal figure slowly appeared. It was a massive rhinoceros, standing over 5 meters tall and more than 8 meters long, its entire body covered in a thick black keratin layer as hard as steel. Its head bore a massive single horn, with roaring flames burning atop it, radiating a scorching aura. Furnace Iron Rhinoceros, a Tier 3 fierce beast. Beside the Furnace Iron Rhinoceros were two slightly smaller ones, which appeared to be its offspring. The appearance of the Furnace Iron Rhinoceros seemed to freeze the air. Zhang Yi looked at the colossal creature, his throat moving slightly as he spoke dryly. This is over the top. Su Yuli still showed no expression, only narrowing her eyes slightly as she stared at the Furnace Iron Rhinoceros, unnervingly calm. Tier 3. Obviously, even a blind person could see that. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, then grinned with a hint of self-mockery. Looks like we're getting roasted this time. Su Yuli glanced at him, her lips seemed to move slightly, as if she was smiling, but the smile didn't fully emerge. Who roasts whom? That's not certain yet, she said calmly, her cool voice carrying a strong sense of battle readiness. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, his mood relaxing instead. He liked Su Yuli's confidence and fierceness. Well said. Just a few lumps of iron, watch me break off all their horns. He was speaking harsh words while secretly assessing the situation. 3 blazing furnace iron rhinos, one of which was an adult third-tier ferocious beast, while the other 2 cubs were estimated to have peak second-tier strength, along with about a dozen second-tier red fang frenzied rabbits. This lineup was indeed a bit tricky. That was a third-tier ferocious beast. This is not something those first or second-tier creatures can compare to. A third-tier ferocious beast already possesses considerable intelligence. Think about the escape route of that red fang frenzy rabbit just now, and then look at the lineup in front of you. This is no coincidence. It's clearly a carefully planned trap to lure the enemy in. This clearing is the grave prepared for them. When ordinary martial apprentices encounter a third-tier ferocious beast, there's only one word: run. Not running means a dead end. Even someone like Zhang, who grew up licking blood off the blade and hunting ferocious beasts, would have to avoid third-tier beasts from afar, not daring to entertain even the slightest thought of confrontation. The blazing furnace iron rhino has tough skin, immense strength, is surrounded by flames, and its attack power is utterly terrifying. With just his and Su Yuli's current strength, under normal circumstances, it would definitely be a near-death situation. But Zhang Ye's eyes gradually lit up, with an excited gleam flickering in them. It's different now. He is no longer the same as before. The newly awakened SSS talent constantly strengthens his body, granting him a physique and power that surpass those of the same level. There's also the system-rewarded S-grade martial skill, Heaven-Splitting Force, which is immensely powerful. Not to mention, he also carries a grade 9 Great Rejuvenation Pill, which is enough to save his life in a critical moment. These are his trump cards, the confidence that allows him to face third-tier fierce beasts. Allocation? Su Yuli went straight to the point, skipping all the nonsense. That's exactly what I had in mind. Zhang Yi nodded. He knew Su Yuli's fighting style and trusted her strength. He took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Those 3, leave them to me. Su Yuli tilted her head slightly, her cold gaze falling on Zhang Yi's face, carrying a hint of doubt. Can you do it? Don't worry. Zhang Yi grinned, patted his chest, full of confidence. When have you ever seen me brag? This time, I guarantee you'll get to eat roasted rhino meat. Su Yuli stared at him for a few seconds. She didn't question him further, just nodded and chose to trust him unconditionally. This was a tacit understanding between them that required no words. Red Fang Frenzy Rabbit. Su Yuli's cold voice rang out again as she took the initiative to take on the task. I'll hold it off for 2 minutes. That's enough, Zhang Yi said without hesitation, equally confident in Su Yuli's abilities. 2 minutes is enough for me to deal with them. The 2 exchanged another glance. No more words were needed. Everything was understood without being said. Then it's settled. I'll deal with those 3 and come help you. Zhang Yi chuckled. Su Yuli responded sparingly, her single word conveying affirmation and confidence. Don't die. Handle it yourself. If you can help me hold them off, great. If not, just take care of yourself first. Prioritize yourself, Su Yuli added. She naturally understood that only by both surviving could they fight better. Understood. Zhang Yi grinned and gave Su Yuli's shoulder a firm pat. Don't worry, I actually quite enjoy grilled rhino meat. Su Yuli didn't respond, merely nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging his joke. The 2 exchanged a glance. No words were needed. They both understood each other's intentions and determination. Shall we begin? Zhang Yi asked in a low voice, eager to give it a try. Su Yuli slightly nodded, her cold gaze locked onto the group of red fawn wild rabbits. Her slender figure moved slightly, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, instantly charging toward the rabbit group. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi took a deep breath, like a sharp sword unsheathed, directly targeting the 3 blazing furnace iron rhinos. Within the dark and damp passage, the air was filled with a faint earthy smell and the unique icy chill emanating from deep within the rocks. The adult furnace iron rhinoceros, with a body as massive as a small mountain, had a crimson keratinous shell that radiated an unsettling heat, resembling red-hot steel. Its enormous horns, in particular, were like 2 curved blades, glinting with a metallic sheen, striking fear into anyone who merely glanced at them. Its lantern-sized eyes were filled with mockery and disdain, as if it were gazing at 2 insignificant ants. The furnace iron rhinoceros suddenly let out a thunderous roar, the sound waves spreading like a tangible force, carrying a scorching heat as they fiercely struck Zhang Yi, who was charging forward. Zhang Yi felt a heavy pressure on his chest, as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding heavy truck. His body was uncontrollably flung backward, his feet carving 2 deep grooves into the ground before he barely managed to steady himself. He stared intently at the colossal creature before him, fury rising in his heart. The strength of this furnace iron rhinoceros far exceeded his expectations. Just a single roar had left him in such a sorry state, and this was when the opponent hadn't even seriously attacked yet. Damn it! That beast is toying with us on purpose. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, feeling the undisguised mockery in the eyes of the furnace iron rhinoceros. The opponent wasn't in a hurry to kill them but was instead savoring the thrill of a cat-and-mouse game, watching its prey struggle in despair. It seemed to find this amusing. The furnace iron rhinoceros indeed relished this feeling of being in in complete control. As one of the overlords of the Bone Chime cargo port, it hadn't encountered a worthy human in a long time. These two humans who intruded into its territory were pitifully weak, yet they struggled desperately. This contrast amused it greatly. It raised its massive head and blew out a blast of scorching breath through its nose, signaling the two cubs beside it to go and play with the humans. Don't kill them right away, play with them slowly. The two cubs let out excited low growls. Although their bodies were a size smaller than an adult furnace iron rhinoceros, they were still covered in knotted muscles, brimming with explosive power. They couldn't wait to show off their strength and perform well in front of their father. The two cubs moved their sturdy limbs, like two small moving mountains, with heavy footsteps, charging toward Zhang Yi. The ground trembled under their run, and gravel scattered. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the surging blood and energy within his body. He knew that now was not the time to retreat. Once they retreated, only death awaited them. He held his breath and focused, his gaze tightly locked on the cub charging at the forefront. Even a cub was not something that could be easily dealt with. Their strength and speed far surpassed ordinary second-tier ferocious beasts, even approaching the level of some weaker third-tier ones. Zhang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted as two cubs charged forward like two heavy tanks. The first cub arrived first, its massive horns slicing through the air with a sharp whooshing sound, fiercely aiming at Zhang Yi's waist. Zhang Yi narrowly dodged the frontal impact of the horns by sidestepping, but the sharp tip still grazed his side, instantly tearing through his sturdy clothing. That was close. Zhang Yi's heart tightened, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. The strength and speed of this cub are terrifying. A slight mistake could result in being directly knocked away. After dodging the attack of the first cub, the second cub followed closely behind. It opened its gaping maw, revealing jagged, razor-sharp teeth, and lunged at Zhang Yi's neck. Beast! Zhang Yi roared angrily, his body suddenly lowering as he narrowly avoided the cub's gaping maw. At the same time, his right leg suddenly exerted force, whipping fiercely against the cub's jaw like a lash. A dull thud sounded, and the cub's head jerked sharply to the side, its massive body involuntarily swaying slightly. However, the defensive power of the furnace iron rhinoceros was truly astonishing. Zhang Yi's full-force strike only caused the cub to sway slightly, without inflicting any substantial damage. It's here! Hissed so tough. The cub, feeling the pain, had an even fiercer glint in its eyes. It let out a furious roar, and its massive hoof stomped down hard toward Zhang Yi. The ground shook violently, debris flying everywhere. Zhang Yi quickly leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the cub's stomp. A deep hoofprint was left on the ground. Zhang Yi's figure flickered as he retreated, creating some distance between himself and the two cubs. Seeing this, the two cubs became even more excited. They let out excited roars and, with massive strides, chased after Zhang Yi once again. The cubs roared excitedly, treating Zhang Yi as an amusing prey they wanted to play with thoroughly. Zhang Yi heard the cubs roar, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. After showing weakness for so long, they've finally taken the bait. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. When you two brats distance yourselves from the big one. He suddenly came to an abrupt stop, no longer retreating, but instead charged toward one of the cubs. I'll start with you, Zhang Yi roared, unleashing all his strength in an instant. His muscles tensed like steel, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. The target he chose was the cub he had just kicked in the jaw. This cub seemed to be even more reckless than the other. Zhang Yi pushed off with his feet, causing the ground to crack instantly. His body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow, reaching in extreme speed. Whoosh! The cub was clearly unprepared for Zhang Yi's sudden counterattack. It froze for a moment, then let out an angry roar and charged toward Zhang Yi. Good timing. Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed sharply. His figure flickered as he dodged the cub's frontal assault and moved to its side. Take this punch! Zhang Yi roared furiously, his right fist gathering immense power. With a whistling sound, he struck fiercely at the cub's waist and abdomen. A dull thud echoed, as deafening as the beating of a drum. The massive body of the cub trembled violently, letting out a painful roar. Although Zhang Yi's punch couldn't inflict a fatal injury on the hardened shell of the blazing furnace iron rhinoceros, the immense impact still caused the cub to feel a sharp pain. Seizing the advantage, Zhang Yi struck again with another punch. The cub obviously did not expect that this tiny human before it could unleash such immense power. Seeing this, the other cub instantly became furious. It let out an angry roar and charged at Zhang Yi, intending to help its companion out of trouble. Zhang Yi sneered coldly. He had anticipated this long ago, so how could he possibly give the other cub a chance to launch a sneak attack? He stomped his foot fiercely, disappearing from the spot in an instant to dodge the charge of another cub. At the same time, he used the momentum to turn around and launched an even fiercer attack on the cub he had suppressed. Fall for me! Zhang Yi roared, channeling all his strength into his right fist, which erupted like a volcanic explosion. Zhang Yi's punch, gathering all his strength, struck fiercely on the cub's spine. Again! The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible, and the cub's previously violent movements instantly froze. Its massive body seemed to lose all support, collapsing with a thunderous crash and hitting the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Zhang Yi's 5 fingers hooked onto the cub's horn like claws, sparks of metal clashing bursting between between his fingers. He suddenly twisted his waist, his entire body spinning like a top 3 times, using the centrifugal force to hurl the giant rhino fiercely against the cave wall. The rock wall cracked like a spider web, with rubble tumbling down. The cub was just about to struggle to its feet when it saw Zhang stepping into the air, his entire body surrounded by a storm of energy. His right fist lit up with a dazzling golden glow, carving a vacuum trail through the air as it struck. The force of the punch slammed into the cub's throat, shattering the crimson scales instantly. With a bone-cracking sound that made one's teeth ache, the cub's lantern-sized eyes bulged out, and dark golden blood gushed like a fountain from its 7 orifices. Its massive body convulsed and collapsed to the ground, causing the surrounding 100 meters of earth to sink 3 inches. The cub let out one final wail, its limbs twitching a few times before falling completely silent. A clean and swift kill. The other cub, watching helplessly as its companion fell while trying to save it, was momentarily enraged. It let out an even more furious roar, charging madly toward Zhang Yi. "Now, it's your turn." Zhang Yi's eyes were icy cold as he fearlessly stepped forward to meet it. Another piercing scream echoed as Zhang Yi seized an opening and delivered a fierce whip kick to the cub's neck. Another crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and the cub's massive body once again crashed to the ground. Zhang Yi slowly approached. The rhinoceros sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Zhang Yi, instinctively feeling fear and involuntarily retreating a few steps. The adult furnace iron rhinoceros, which had been watching coldly all along, finally couldn't hold back any longer. A thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder in the narrow passage, making eardrums buzz and blood surge. A violent gust of air swept out like a hurricane, causing the stone walls on both sides of the passage to tremble, with countless fragments of rock falling down. The adult furnace iron rhinoceros was completely enraged. Originally, it was merely watching with amusement as the cubs played around with the humans, but it never expected that this tiny human would be so ruthless, not only injuring its cubs but even killing one of them right in front of it. This was blatant provocation, a direct challenge to its dominance. Rage erupted within it like a volcano, its crimson shell seeming to glow even brighter, and the surrounding air began to distort. The entire cave suddenly shook violently. A lava fireball with a diameter of 10 zhang formed between its horns, the terrifying heat causing the air to ripple. The surrounding rock walls began to melt, and crimson magma gushed out through the cracks. Zhang Yi, however, revealed a cold smile amidst the world-destroying pressure. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and charged straight at the last cub. The iron rhinoceros of the burning furnace grew even more furious at the sight, and the fireball exploded into a rain of fire scattering across the sky. Only getting serious now? Too late. He formed his 5 fingers into a claw and plunged them into the cub's skull, pouring immense true energy into the beast's head through its meridians. The scales covering the cub's entire body suddenly emitted an eerie red glow, followed by a thunderous explosion. Just as the fiery rain was about to touch Zhang Yi's hair, a deep, dark fissure suddenly opened in the palm of his hand. It was a darkness deeper than eternal night. Eternal Devour. The crack in the palm suddenly expanded into a massive vortex spanning hundreds of feet. Countless burning meteors abruptly froze in mid-air, like fireflies caught in an invisible web. The entire rain of fire began to fall in reverse, surging toward the abyssal vortex that devoured everything. The world-ending flames spewed by the furnace iron rhinoceros struggled wildly at the edge of the vortex, but as soon as this energy touched the vortex's boundary, it was torn into crimson threads of light. The adult fierce beast, both furious and shocked, discovered that its connection with the rain of fire was being forcibly severed. The flames containing its essence blood had unexpectedly become nourishment for the enemy at this moment. The violet energy was completely absorbed by Zhang Yi's eternal devour, not harming him in the slightest. The adult incinerator iron rhinoceros went completely berserk. Its massive body suddenly moved, like a shifting mountain, charging madly toward Zhang Yi. Boom! The ground shook violently under its charge, with rubble flying and dust billowing. Wherever it passed, all obstacles were crushed into powder, and cracks even began to appear on the stone walls on both sides of the passage. The space was scorched with charred cracks, the cave ceiling collapsed with a roar, and countless tons of massive boulders vaporized into crimson mist before even hitting the ground. This is the true power of a Tier 3 ferocious beast, completely on a different level compared to those 2 cubs from earlier. Between a martial apprentice and a third-rank ferocious beast, there is an insurmountable chasm. Too powerful. This kind of strength is simply beyond human resistance. However, Zhang Yi's eyes showed no trace of fear. Instead, they burned with intense battle intent. Amidst the vast red glow, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. All the clamor of the outside world drifted far away from him. His consciousness sank into his body, sensing the surging, tsunami-like power within. All the acupoints in his body lit up with starlight, while the chi si in his dantian churned into a galactic vortex. When the iron rhinoceros of the incinerator charged forward with a torrent of molten lava, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. In his pupils, a vast nebula was reflected. The power within Zhang Yi's body completely boiled over at this moment. This is S-rank martial arts. Sky-splitting force. Zhang Yi murmured softly, his His voice wasn't loud, yet it reverberated through the surrounding air. He slowly raised his right fist, and an indescribable, terrifying power began to gather upon it. The air around his fist started to twist violently, and faint, visible cracks in space even began to appear. The adult iron rhinoceros furnace had already charged forward, its massive horns like two curved blades, tearing through the air with a piercing screech as it fiercely rammed toward Zhang Yi. Just as the horns were about to touch Zhang Yi's body, Zhang Yi moved. He suddenly stepped forward, his right fist like a blade slicing through chaos, carrying an earth-shattering and terrifying force as he ferociously struck out. The moment the fist touched the rhinoceros horn, the entire space eerily fell into absolute silence. A deafening explosion, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering. A dazzling white light engulfed the world, and the shockwave swept across the 8 directions in a ring. Zhang Yi's fist collided fiercely with the horn of the iron rhinoceros of the burning furnace. There was no imagined splatter of flesh and blood, no crisp sound of bones breaking. At the center of the collision, the space twisted and collapsed, forming a brief vacuum zone. The violet energy spread in all directions like a tsunami. The stone walls on both sides of the passage could no longer withstand such a terrifying force and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Countless massive rocks rained down like a storm. The entire passage was completely destroyed by this punch, a punch to split the heavens. The deafening roar still echoed through the passage. As if the sky were collapsing and the earth caving in, the entire space began to shake violently. Large chunks of rock overhead started to peel off, with debris raining down like a storm, and dust filling the air. The adult furnace iron rhinoceros, with its massive body resembling a small mountain, stood rigidly in place, completely motionless. Its crimson-colored keratin shell was now covered with countless cracks, resembling shattered porcelain. From within the cracks, faint dark red light glimmered. With a deep, thunderous sound, the enormous body of the furnace iron rhinoceros collapsed to the ground like a crumbling mountain, causing the earth to tremble. One punch, just one punch. The heaven-splitting force is actually this terrifying. Amidst the dust, Zhang Yi slowly walked out, patting the dust off his body. The timing was neither more nor less, exactly 2 minutes. Easy. A third-tier ferocious beast is nothing special. Zhang Yi couldn't help but grin, feeling a surge of pride. Easy my ass. Zhang Yi, you dead man. If you were any later, I'd be collecting your corpse. Just as Zhang Yi was basking in the joy of victory, an angry girl's sharp scream instantly pulled him back to reality. Su Yuli. Zhang Yi suddenly woke up, only to remember that Su Yuli was still being besieged by the Red Fong mad rabbits. The battle just now was too intense, and for a moment, he actually forgot about her. Snap, snap, damn, I almost forgot. Zhang Yi cursed inwardly and quickly rushed in Su Yuli's direction. As he ran, he shouted loudly, I'm coming, I'll help right away. When he arrived, the scene before him made him gasp in shock. He saw Su Yuli's graceful figure completely surrounded by a dense swarm of red fong rabbits. Those rabbits had blood-red eyes, sharp teeth, and were frantically biting at her, creating an extremely perilous scene. Su Yuli was clearly exhausted, her dress torn and stained with blood, indistinguishable whether it was hers or the rabbit's. Get lost! Su Yuli roared angrily, her palm fiercely piercing through a rabbit's skull, blood splattering and staining her cheeks red. Her movements had become sluggish, and her body bore numerous wounds, with blood continuously seeping out, a horrifying sight. Yuli, I'm here! Zhang Yi roared, charging into the group of rabbits like a tiger descending the mountain. He threw a punch, unleashing the power of the mountain-splitting force. The violent strength swept out like a hurricane, instantly blasting 3 red-toothed rabbits nearby into the air. They slammed hard against the wall, the sound of their bones shattering clearly audible. The remaining rabbits, seeing the overlord blazing furnace iron rhino being instantly killed and witnessing Zhang Yi's ferocity, were already scared out of their wits. How could they dare to continue fighting? Screaming, they scattered in all directions and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Su Yuli finally let out a sigh of relief. Her delicate body softened as she leaned weakly against the wall, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. She was covered in blood, her dress torn, and her once exquisite face stained with blood and dirt. Yet even so, her cold demeanor and unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. Instead, it added a touch of wildness and poignant charm. Give me a hand. Su Yuli's voice was somewhat weak. Zhang Yi hurriedly walked over and carefully helped Su Yuli up. The girl's delicate and soft body almost completely leaned against him, carrying a faint scent of blood mixed with her unique fragrance. Don't move, let me rest for a bit, Su Yuli said softly, showing a rare moment of vulnerability. The two leaned silently against each other in the dim, damp passage, feeling each other's body warmth. 2 minutes later, Su Yuli moved slightly and pulled away from Zhang Yi. A faint blue glow appeared on her body. The once gruesome wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her torn dress gradually returned to its original state. After a moment, the blue light dissipated, and Su Yuli returned to her previous cold and aloof demeanor. Zhang Yi looked at Su Yuli's transformation and once again marveled at the strength and convenience of her talent. Unfortunately, this ability could only utilize her own energy and couldn't absorb external energy. Compared to his own eternal devour, it was still slightly inferior. I'll go tally up the gains. Zhang Yi spoke to Su Yuli, breaking the silence between them. Su Yuli nodded without speaking, merely signaling with her eyes for him to carry on. Zhang Yi walked over to the corpse of the furnace iron rhinoceros. First, he dragged the 3 furnace iron rhinoceros corpses, along with the 7 or 8 red fang wild rabbit corpses on the ground, and piled them together into a small hill. His movements were very skilled, and soon, the corpses of the ferocious beasts were disassembled into piles of materials. Zhang Yi crouched down and began carefully counting this time's spoils of war. The air was filled with a strong scent of blood, but for a warrior who had long walked the edge of life and death, this smell was not repulsive. Instead, it carried a hint of the joy of harvest. First were the 3 furnace iron rhinos. The corpse of an adult furnace iron rhino was the largest and most valuable. Zhang Yi skillfully peeled off its hard, steel-like keratin shell, revealing the muscle tissue beneath that resembled a red-hot branding iron. Wow, the skin of this adult rhino is definitely top-tier material for crafting advanced defensive armor. Zhang Yi marveled. The furnace rhino hide is exceptionally tough, fire-resistant, and heat-proof, making it a core material for advanced defensive equipment. A complete adult rhino hide can fetch at least 1 million, or even tens of millions of credit points on the black market. You should know that in the lower district, the monthly living expenses for an average family are only a few hundred credit points. Next is the incinerator rhino horn. The scimitar-like horn of an adult incinerator iron rhino glimmers with a metallic sheen, feeling heavy and cold to the touch. This thing is quite valuable, conservatively estimated to sell for 1 million credit points. The meat of the furnace iron rhino is firm and packed with abundant energy and vitality. Although its texture is slightly coarse, with special cooking methods, it can become an excellent food for martial artists to replenish their vitality. The meat of an adult rhino weighs several thousand pounds, and on the black market, a single pound can sell for tens of thousands of credit points. Just the rhino meat alone can bring in millions of credit points in revenue. The value of materials from the calves is slightly lower, but still not to be underestimated. Apart from these regular materials, what excited Zhang Yi the most was, of course, the beast cores. He carefully extracted the beast cores from the skulls of the 3 furnace iron rhinos. The beast cores of adult furnace iron rhinos are crimson red, resembling burning flames, radiating scorching energy waves. Holding them in hand feels warm. This was unmistakably a genuine Tier 3 beast core. Its value is simply immeasurable. Tier 3 beast core. This is incredible. Truly incredible. Zhang Yi was so excited that his hands were trembling slightly. A Tier 3 beast core, in a small place like Cloud City, is practically a strategic level resource. If taken to the auction house, it would definitely fetch an astronomical price. Conservatively estimated, a single Tier 3 beast core could buy a luxurious villa in the upper district of Cloud City. Zhang Yi struggled in the lower district for 10 years, constantly hunting Tier 1 beasts, all just to settle down in the lower district. But now, a single beast core is enough for him to establish himself in the upper district. The beast cores of the 2 cubs are Tier 2, orange-red in color, with slightly weaker energy fluctuations, but still quite valuable. After tallying up the gains from the furnace iron rhino, Zhang Yi turned to the corpse of the red fang frenzy rabbit. The value of the red fang frenzy rabbit is relatively low, but small amounts add up, and it can still bring a decent income. Roughly estimating all the gains, just these alone are higher than the combined gains of the 2 of them on this trip. Sure enough, fortune comes from taking risks. This doesn't even account for the potential value of the Tier 3 beast core. If the Tier 3 beast core can fetch a higher price, the total income might even. For a martial artist at the warrior level, this is completely an astronomical figure. Getting rich overnight is nothing more than this. A massive fortune that he had never seen since childhood was now right in front of him. Zhang Ye's heart surged with excitement, and even his breathing became rapid. He looked at Su Yuli, who was leaning against the wall, and excitedly said, "Still 50-50? Su Yuli's cold gaze swept over the spoils on the ground. She shook her head and calmly said, "The rabbit, 50-50. The rhino, it's yours." Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, looking at Su Yuli with some surprise. According to their previous practice, they had always split all the spoils 50-50, and this time shouldn't have been an exception, especially since the expenses for his trip to Bonehull cargo port were all covered by Su Yuli, and during the battle just now, Su Yuli was clearly injured, while he was almost completely unharmed, lively, and energetic. Now, with such valuable items split off from the furnace iron rhino all going to him, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy about it. This doesn't seem right, does it? Zhang Yi scratched his head, speaking somewhat awkwardly. "This time, we managed to win smoothly thanks to you holding off those rabbits, and you even got injured." A faint ripple passed through Su Yuli's cold eyes. Her words remained concise but her attitude firm. "The rhino, you killed. The rabbits, I handled. Fair." She paused for a moment and continued, "If it weren't for you, I might already be dead. The rhino beast core is rightfully yours." Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment. He knew Su Yuli's personality. Once she made a decision, it was hard to change. Su Yuli continued, "We've been working together for so long, always splitting 50-50. This time is a special situation, so it deserves special treatment. If we set a precedent this time, it might lead to conflicts over distribution in the future, which would be more trouble than it's worth. Her words were brief, yet every sentence was reasonable. Su Yuli looked at Jiang Yi and added, feeling guilty? Jiang Yi looked at her and nodded. Su Yuli, call me dad. Jiang Yi's face darkened. This can't be let go? Su Yuli shrugged. Unwilling? Change. Jiang Yi, as if granted amnesty, said, change? Sure, I'll go through fire and water, no matter what. Su Yuli, be my dog. Su Yuli tilted her head, looking at Jiang Yi's shocked expression, and said, when chatting on the terminal, don't you often send pictures saying you want to be someone's dog? I can't? She pointed at herself. Jiang Yi broke down, that's different, online. Su Yuli frowned slightly, forget it. Noted down, 28 times. Jiang Yi was completely speechless. Alright, let's do as you say. Jiang Yi finally nodded and accepted Su Yuli's allocation plan. I'll take all the beast cores from the rabbits, and the rest of the materials are yours. Jiang Yi pointed at the red fawn wild rabbit corpses on the ground and said to Su Yuli, although the beast cores were extremely valuable, the other materials combined were also worth a lot. Moreover, materials like beast hides and meat had more uses for Su Yuli besides just being sold. Su Yuli nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. She didn't have much attachment to material things. As long as the distribution was fair and reasonable, she wouldn't mind. Thus, the two began dividing the spoils. Soon, the mountain of spoils was completely divided. The storage space for the two was just enough to be filled. Let's go, this place is about to collapse. We need to leave quickly, Su Yuli said calmly, heading deeper into the passage first. Jiang Yi nodded and followed. The vibrations in the passage grew increasingly intense, and fragments of rock from the ceiling rained down like a storm. No longer holding back, the two pushed their speed to the limit, their figures darting through the narrow passage like arrows leaving the bowstring. Behind them, rocks were collapsing continuously, accompanied by an ever-approaching roar. Death was closing in step by step. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, the cave's exit within reach. Jiang Yi's heart leaped with joy, and he accelerated once more, rushing out of the cave first. The outside world was still the dim and damp Bone Cry cargo port, with the air filled with an unrelenting stench of mold and decay. The rust tide had ended. From the depths of the distant ruins, faint low growls of ferocious beasts could be heard, sounding particularly eerie in the silence. However, after the battle with the iron rhinoceros of the furnace, these remaining low-level ferocious beasts are no longer a threat. Jiang Yi glanced back at Su Yuli, who was following closely behind. Without a moment's pause, the two quickened their pace, racing toward the direction of the dilapidated warehouse in their memory. On the desolate streets, apart from the occasional roars of ferocious beasts, there was only the howling cold wind sweeping through. They passed by some abandoned buildings, occasionally encountering scattered groups of low-level ferocious beasts, and even ran into other adventurers who had come to the area. But whether it was ferocious beasts or adventurers, upon seeing Jiang Yi and Su Yuli covered in blood and exuding a murderous aura, they avoided them as if they'd seen a ghost, fearing trouble might come their way. At this moment, the lingering aura of their battle with a third-tier ferocious beast still clung to them. That bloody scent and oppressive presence were enough to intimidate most low-tier creatures. The dilapidated warehouse finally appeared in their line of sight. Jiang Yi walked up to the iron door, took a deep breath, and forcefully pushed open the heavy iron door. The creaking sound of friction echoed in the empty warehouse, startling a cloud of dust. The interior of the warehouse was dimly lit, with only a few faint rays of light streaming through the holes in the roof, barely illuminating the scene inside. In the open center of the warehouse, a circular magic array flickered faintly, emitting a weak glow. It was the target of their journey, the teleportation array. Jiang Yi walked up to the array and swiftly took out a Tier 1 beast core from his backpack. This counts as a toll fee. He embedded the beast core into the groove at the center of the magic array. With a soft click, the beast core fit perfectly. The magic array immediately lit up with a faint glow, its lines seeming to come alive as they began to flow slowly, and energy started surging within the array. Jiang Yi walked to the center of the magic array and stood still. Su Yuli followed closely and stepped onto the magic array. The light of the magic array instantly intensified, enveloping the two of them. A low humming sound echoed in the warehouse, the space began to distort, and the surroundings became blurry. A strong sense of dizziness struck, as if the world were spinning. I don't know how much time had passed, but the dizziness gradually subsided, and the scene before my eyes became clear again. When Jiang Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different world. No longer the dark and damp, desolate and dilapidated Bone Ring cargo port. Instead, it was a vast space filled with dazzling lights and bustling crowds. Bright lights illuminated every corner. The air was fresh, carrying faint energy fluctuations, warm and comfortable. Various sophisticated instruments were in operation, guards in uniform patrolled the area, and everything was filled with order. Cloud City. They are back. The two stepped out of the teleportation array, and immediately two uniformed guards approached them. Routine inspection, please cooperate. The guards spoke in a formal tone, their faces expressionless, their sharp eyes scanning Jiang Yi and Su Yuli, especially Jiang Yi, whose body reeked of blood and whose clothes were in tatters. Jiang Yi and Su Yuli cooperated fully, skillfully completing identity verification verification and undergoing item scanning. When the guard retrieved a crystal-clear Tier 3 beast core from Zhang storage space, a look of obvious surprise flashed in his eyes. A Tier 3 beast core. This was an invaluable treasure worth a fortune. Being able to return alive from the perilous Bone Hull cargo port with a Tier 3 beast core is no small feat. But the inspection results were all normal. The two individuals' identities were clean, and the items they carried complied with the regulations of Cloud City. Inspection complete, you may pass. The guard put away the instrument, his attitude softened considerably, and there was a hint of reverence in his gaze toward the two. Stepping out of the teleportation hall, moonlight fell upon him. It was noon when he arrived, but now it was late at night. Zhang Yi felt a long-lost sense of comfort and relaxation. At the entrance of the teleportation hall, the crowd bustled, footsteps hurried, and everyone was rushing toward their own goals. The two stopped in their tracks and turned to look at each other simultaneously. This was their first true offline meeting. The codenames from the internet and the avatars from virtual battles had now all transformed into real flesh and blood. Under the moonlight, Su Yuli still maintained her cold and indifferent demeanor. Graceful as a flower reflected in water, her movements resembled the wind caressing the willow. She stood there, isolated from the world, cold and supremely elegant. Her features were as exquisite as if meticulously painted, her brows like distant mountains tinged with mist, her eyes like autumn waters rippling gently. The clarity in her gaze carried a sense of aloofness that kept others at a distance, yet inadvertently revealed a trace of fatigue after battle, like green hills shrouded in misty rain, adding a touch of hazy allure. The bridge of her nose is high and delicate like jade, perfectly accentuating the three-dimensional contours of her face. Her lips are thin and rosy, resembling flower buds about to bloom on branches in early spring. A few strands of hair fall from beside her ears, gently swaying with the breeze, further highlighting her slender, fair neck. Although she had gone through a fierce battle, her dress had already returned to its original state. However, upon closer inspection, one could still spot some subtle damage marks left by the fight. A brief silence spread between the two, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Thanks. Su Yuli was the first to break the silence, her voice still cool, concise, and carrying that familiar sense of detachment. Thanks for what? Zhang Yi smiled. We just helped each other, that's all. Besides, I should be thanking you for helping me make a fortune. The beast cores, they're packed. Su Yuli pointed to Zhang Yi's storage bracelet as a reminder. Yeah, they're packed. Zhang Yi nodded. Your share should be enough to buy a lot of good stuff, right? Su Yuli shook her head slightly, sparing her words. Enough. Still such a concise answer, but Zhang Yi was already accustomed to her style. This time was really dangerous. Zhang Yi restrained his smile and looked at Su Yuli seriously, saying, be more careful in situations like this in the future. Su Yuli responded softly, paused, and her cold gaze seemed to carry a hint of warmth as she added, you too. Don't worry, I'm tough as nails. Zhang Yi patted his chest and grinned, showing a confident smile. Su Yuli looked at his smile, and her cold lips seemed to curve up slightly, though the movement was so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Pleasure working with you. Su Yuli extended her hand, her fair and slender little hand so adorable. Zhang Yi grasped her hand without hesitation. The touch was icy cold, yet unexpectedly soft. Pleasure working with you. A brief handshake, quickly withdrawn. Su Yuli retracted her hand and naturally placed it behind her back. I'm leaving. Su Yuli turned around and walked away. She stepped forward, blending into the bustling crowd, her cold and distant figure quickly disappearing from sight. Zhang Yi stood in place, watching her leave. The moonlight spilled over him, bringing a unique sense of comfort. The journey to Bone Ring cargo port had finally come to an end. Dangerous, thrilling, but also immensely rewarding. His collaboration with Su Yuli became even closer. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He turned and walked toward the direction of the lower city. Late at night, the abandoned industrial area on the outskirts of Cloud City was shrouded in heavy darkness. Only sporadic neon lights and dim streetlights flickered among the dilapidated factory buildings and twisted pipelines, barely outlining the dark corners of this city. This is the black market. Martial artists need resources for cultivation. Beast materials are the most important and direct resources. Beast cores, bones, blood, fur, internal organs. Even certain special glands contain immense energy, which can be used to create potions, forge weapons, and aid in cultivation. However, obtaining materials from ferocious beasts is extremely dangerous. Resource allocation often favors the strong. For lower-level warriors, as well as those without connections or backing, acquiring sufficient resources is exceedingly difficult. On the other hand, the handling of ferocious beast materials is also extremely specialized. Different ferocious beasts and different parts require entirely different processing methods. A slight mistake can destroy the medicinal properties of the materials or even cause danger. Ordinary warriors neither have the time nor the skills to meticulously handle these materials. Demand gives rise to markets. Danger gives rise to exorbitant profits. Taboos give rise to secrecy. Thus, the black market came into being. The air was filled with a mixture of various smells, the strong scent of blood, the pungent odor of rusted metal, the decay of wood, and the mysterious mysterious aroma of unknown chemicals. Various sounds echoed in the darkness, the deep voices of vendors, the coarse haggling, the hum of machinery, and faint growls of beasts mixed with human whispers. Deep in the black market, in a relatively secluded corner, Old Dao was seeing off a customer who had just completed a transaction. "Old Dao, your prices are really outrageous." A burly warrior dressed in black combat gear stuffed a sealed metal box into his backpack while grumbling with a grin. Inside the metal box was a broken, blood-streaked giant horn, its surface covered with intricate patterns and emitting a faint glow. Old Dao chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The scar on his face, stretching from the corner of his left eye to his lower right jaw, twisted with his smile, making him look even more menacing. He was short and stocky, his shiny bald head reflecting a faint light under the dim illumination. "Hey, I say, buddy, this is fresh stuff just brought in from the wilderness desert outside the city. Why don't you try going out of the city yourself?" This was exchanged with lives. The burly warrior snorted, clearly aware of the black market's rules. All right, you win. Come find me next time you have good stuff." With that, he turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the sound of heavy footsteps echoing in the alley. Old Dao watched the burly man leave, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a shrewd and vigilant expression. He casually stuffed a few crumpled bills into the pouch at his waist, then dragged out a shabby iron cage from under the stall. Inside the cage were several squeaking gray-furred rats. Skillfully, he used an iron rod to pick up one of the rats and tossed it into a larger cage nearby. Inside the cage, a crimson snake as thick as an arm suddenly raised its head and swallowed the rat in one gulp. Eat, fatten up, only then will your venom sac be valuable." Old Dao muttered to himself, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. At that moment, faint footsteps could be heard. Old Dao suddenly raised his head, his gaze sweeping toward the newcomer like a blade. A young man stood in front of the stall. His gaze was sharp, like an unsheathed sword, glinting coldly in the dimness of the black market. "Young man, what do you need?" Old Dao's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with caution. He sized up the young man from head to toe, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The young man stood still in front of the stall, his gaze sweeping over the various materials from ferocious beasts displayed on the table: fangs, sharp claws, bones, fur, and those organs soaked in unknown liquids. Finally, his gaze settled on Old Dao's face. Old Dao felt a bit uneasy under the young man's scrutiny and began to carefully size him up again. Under the dim light, the young man's face gradually became clear. "You are." Lao Dao's voice suddenly became a bit shaky, and his eyes revealed surprise. "You are Zhang Yi?" He finally recognized this young man. The once youthful face had now become mature and resolute. Those clear eyes were now as deep as an ancient well, impossible to fathom. "Zhang Yi, long time no see. I heard you got into Yun Chinshu Martial Arts University?" Old Dao's voice rose by 8 octaves. He remembered this young man, who used to be a regular here, a generous and sharp-eyed young hunter. Zhang Yi nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Old Dao, long time no see. Business is still booming as always." "Ha, thanks to you, I used to make quite a bit of money off you." Old Dao burst into hearty laughter, the scar on his face trembling along with it. He patted his bald head and warmly greeted, "So, what brings you to the black market today? Got some business? Or just passing by to visit an old friend?" The black market, a place that cannot see the light of day, is nevertheless the most frequented spot for hunters like Zhang Yi. The prices here naturally cannot compare to official channels, especially when passing through middlemen like Old Dao, who will ruthlessly skim off a layer of profit. However, it wins in convenience. It wins in the words fast and saving. There's no need to classify the materials stripped from the beasts like those novice hunters, no need to run around like a headless chicken looking for buyers, and certainly no need to waste precious time understanding the ever-changing market trends. For someone like Zhang Yi, who frequently hunts outside the city and always returns with a full load, selling the prey in bulk to someone like Old Dao is undoubtedly the most time-saving and effortless choice. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Yi, who was strapped for cash after his first hunt years ago, established a connection with Old Dao. Later, Zhang Yi gained a foothold in the lower city, bought a house, saved enough for marriage, secured a stable future, and his life fell into place. He gradually bid farewell to the days of licking blood off the blade and living in constant uncertainty. Fate plays tricks on people. Who would have thought that years later, Zhang Yi would once again appear in Old Dao's shop? After years apart, Old Dao hasn't changed much. He still has those shifty eyes and a sly, cunning demeanor, though the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seem deeper, and there's a faint hint of balding on his head. "Zhang Yi, don't just stand there. Come in, come in." The moment Old Dao saw Zhang Yi, his greasy, wrinkled face instantly lit up with a smile so genuine, it was as if he'd seen his own father. He greeted him warmly, and while doing so, he reached under the counter to pull out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, took one out, and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi waved his hand, indicating that he didn't smoke, and sat directly on an old, worn-out sofa in the shop, crossing his legs. "It's been years, Old Dao, and you're still the same. Haven't changed a bit." "Ha ha, can't help it. In our line of work, if you're thin-skinned, how can you make a living?" Old Dao rubbed his hands, but his eyes never left Zhang Yi. "Alright, Old Dao, cut the nonsense. I went out of town today and got my my hands on some good stuff. Naturally, you were the first person I thought of. Zhang Yi didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The moment old Dao heard the words good stuff, his eyes lit up instantly. Regarding Zhang Yi's strength, he has a deep understanding of it. At an age when others were still whining to their parents for pocket money, Zhang Yi already dared to venture out of the city alone to hunt fierce beasts. This guy, even when he was just a young lad back then, dared to hunt outside the city alone, and every time he returned with quite a haul. It's worth noting that back then, Zhang Yi was only a 5th-rank martial apprentice. He often managed to bring back a pile of first-tier ferocious beast corpses, and occasionally even materials from second-tier ferocious beasts. What the hell kind of concept is this? You have to know, even now, how many of those university students idling away at Yun City Martial Arts University at the martial disciple level would dare to leave the city, let alone deal with those ferocious beasts? I'm afraid even a few random mutant creatures could scare those greenhouse flowers out of their wits, crying and screaming for their parents. Brother Zhang Yi, you are truly too generous. Old Dao rubbed his hands excitedly, his smile growing even brighter. Quick, let me see what good stuff you've got. Zhang Yi didn't waste words with him. With a thought, a faint glow flashed across the storage bracelet on his wrist. Immediately, everything except the beast cores poured out of the storage space with a whoosh. A large pile of ferocious beast bones, pelts, claws, and fangs. Various materials from ferocious beasts instantly piled up into a small mountain in the cramped shop, exuding a strong scent of blood and the unique stench of wild animals. To Zhang Yi, these things were of extremely low value. Rather than going through the trouble of dealing with these scraps, it was far more practical to directly use his talent to devour beast cores. It would be better to sell everything to old Dao in one go, exchange it for some money, and later use it to purchase materials for crafting spirit weapons or to scour the black market for rare martial arts manuals. At first, old Dao was all smiles, but when he saw the mountain of ferocious beast materials, he was completely dumbfounded. His already sharp, gleaming little eyes widened even further, almost popping out of their sockets. His mouth gaped so wide it could fit a fist. Holy crap! Old Dao stammered out a curse, unable to find any other words to describe his feelings at the moment. This much? Zhang Yi, did you raid the lair of some ferocious beasts? He felt like his brain was a bit overwhelmed. This is way too much, damn it. How many fierce beasts must have been killed for this? Robbing the lair of fierce beasts? Not quite. Zhang Yi shrugged and said nonchalantly, just lucky. Good luck? Old Dao's mouth twitched a few times, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, you call this good luck? However, despite his complaints, old Dao felt more excitement and thrill in his heart. With so many beast materials, if he could take them all, he would make a huge profit again. Old Dao subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling his throat a bit dry. He composed himself, trying hard to calm down. Impressive, Zhang Yi. Old Dao gave a thumbs up and sincerely praised, kid, you're getting more and more amazing. Alright, stop flattering me. Zhang Yi waved his hand, hurry up and inspect the goods. I'm still waiting to head back. Got it. Old Dao immediately focused and began carefully examining the beast materials. He occasionally touched this piece of bone, occasionally examined that fur, muttering incessantly, this is top quality material. The texture, the appearance, it will definitely fetch a good price. Watching Lao Dao's greedy demeanor, Zhang Yi couldn't help but secretly laugh to himself. This guy really can't change his nature, always acting like a money grubber. However, this was precisely the reason Zhang Yi chose him. Dealing with someone like this is simple, straightforward, and doesn't require much effort. Judging by the integrity of this rusted rat's fur and the calcification of this howling bone bat's bones. Brother Zhang Yi, you went to Bonchime cargo port this time, didn't you? Old Dao examined the beast materials while analyzing them with his professional eye. He even sniffed them, trying to discern more information from their scent. Zhang Yi nodded, his thoughts drifting back to Bonchime cargo port. Besides these beast materials, he had also helped himself to a few other things. With a thought, a pile of items poured out of the storage space with a crash. This time, it wasn't ferocious beast materials but rather some supplies from the old civilization era and some unknown special alloys. These items could fetch a good price on the black market. Although they weren't as valuable as ferocious beast materials, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Old Dao, take a look at these too. If you can take them, collect them all together, Zhang Yi said, pointing at the pile of miscellaneous items. No problem. Old Dao nodded repeatedly, his eyes almost squinting into slits from laughter. For him, as long as it was something that could make money, he would never turn it down. However, he still gave a reminder, brother Zhang Yi, these relics of the old civilization aren't as valuable as the materials from fierce beasts, you should keep that in mind. Of course I know. Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. He wasn't foolish, how could he not understand the value of these things? Old Dao said no more, lowered his head, and began carefully counting the materials from the ferocious beasts. As he flipped through them, he used a pen to record in a worn notebook, muttering to himself. First tier ferocious beast twisting vine fern's rhizome, still fairly intact, could fetch a good price. First tier ferocious beast poisonous miasma spider's eggs, this stuff is a bit tricky to handle, but it's worth some money. First tier magnetic scale fish's fish bones. This one looks pretty good. Suddenly, old Dao's voice paused, and his gaze fell on two massive pincers. These two pincers were as tall as half a person, with a dark metallic sheen throughout, their edges razor-sharp, glinting with a chilling light. This is... Old Dao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. He reached out to touch the massive pincers and carefully observed them for a while. Yo-ho! Brother Jiang Yi, you're impressive. This is the claw blade of a second-tier ferocious beast, the steel-splitting mantis shrimp. This thing is a treasure, top-notch material for forging weapons. Old Dao suddenly raised his head, looking at Jiang Yi with astonishment. His recording motion paused for a moment, then he lowered his head to take several more glances, even rubbing his eyes with his hand. You brat, you even managed to take down a second-tier ferocious beast this time? And got a pair of intact claw blades? Old Dao's voice was almost distorted. Zhang Yi simply smiled without saying a word. Old Dao took a deep breath, calmed his excited emotions, and continued recording in his notebook. In addition to those pincers, there were also quite a few severed limbs of the cracked steel mantis shrimp. Although these parts weren't as valuable as the pincers, they could still fetch a decent price. TSK, it's been a few years, and brother Zhang Yi, you've become more and more impressive. Old Dao couldn't help but exclaim as he recorded, I remember back in the day, when you first brought back materials from a tier 2 ferocious beast, you were covered in wounds, drenched in blood, and almost unrecognizable. But now, TSK, looking at how relaxed you are, it seems like you didn't even lose a single hair, huh? As old Dao spoke, he couldn't help but size up Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, have you already advanced to a warrior? Why do I feel like you're different from before? Zhang Yi shook his head and said calmly, still one step away. Oh, still one step away. How about some medicine? I have top quality body tempering pills here, guaranteed to help you break through immediately. Old Dao perked up upon hearing this and began promoting his goods. He pulled out a small porcelain bottle from under the counter and said mysteriously, this is my prized possession. I don't show it to just anyone. Zhang Yi glanced at the small porcelain bottle, shook his head, and refused without hesitation. No need, I don't need such things. The reason he stayed in the martial disciple realm for such a long time was partly because he was held back by that woman, Ding Ruanxi. On the other hand, and most importantly, he had been constantly honing his foundation, striving to break through in the most perfect state. Taking medicine? What a joke. Old Dao, seeing Zhang Yi's firm attitude, no longer insisted. He just clicked his tongue twice, feeling a bit regretful. He continued to lower his head, flipping through the materials of the fierce beasts. This is the fang of a blood fang frenzy rabbit? And this is the fur of a blood fang frenzy rabbit? Brother Zhang Yi, you even took down a blood fang frenzy rabbit? Old Dao's voice once again turned to surprise. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Yi. The blood fang frenzy rabbit is not easy to deal with. It's fast, powerful, and extremely cunning. You actually managed to take it down without a scratch? Old Dao carefully examined Zhang Yi again, discovering that he truly didn't have a single injury on him, not even a tear in his clothes. This is simply unbelievable. This kid is truly a monster. Old Dao secretly sighed in his heart. Old Dao was indeed experienced and quick-handed. In no time, he had already cleaned up more than half of the beast materials, which were like a small mountain. The remaining materials were no longer as chaotic as they were at the beginning. Only one type was left. This final type of material looked like it came from some kind of large ferocious beast, and there was quite a lot of it. Old Dao looked at the quantity recorded in his notebook and his heart grew increasingly shocked. This kid had practically slaughtered every ferocious beast commonly found in Bonehull cargo port. Is this damn thing for hunting or for stocking up? He lowered his head and carefully examined the remaining materials. The surface of these materials was somewhat rough, hard to the touch, and still a bit warm? Why is it still a bit warm? The beast has been dead for so long, and it's already been dissected. How is it still emitting heat? Old Dao scratched his head in confusion. He leaned in closer, carefully examining the materials. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, his body stiffened instantly, and a look of terror appeared on his face. This texture, this pattern, this damn thing is... Old Dao's voice began to tremble as he stammered. The hide of a tier 3 ferocious beast, the furnace iron rhino, and so many other parts as well. Zhang Yi still had that calm and composed demeanor, the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a faint, elusive smile. Old Dao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He continued to go through those materials, growing more and more alarmed, more and more shocked as he read. These materials were indeed from a complete blazing furnace iron rhinoceros. Moreover, judging from the size of the bones, the texture of the fur, and some subtle features, this was definitely just freshly disassembled. This kid, he really hunted a complete furnace iron rhinoceros? Is he human or a ghost? Forget about martial apprentices, even those low-level martial artists who have just been promoted and whose foundations are still unstable would only end up being crushed in front of a ferocious beast like the furnace iron rhinoceros, with its tough hide and immense strength. According to official statistics, the number of warriors who die at the hands of the furnace iron rhinoceros every year is countless, and the mortality rate remains consistently high. Even among third-tier ferocious beasts, the furnace iron rhinoceros is definitely considered one of the best, a presence that strikes fear into people's hearts. No, that's not right. Old Dao's eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at the materials of the furnace iron rhinoceros. He discovered that the materials of these furnace iron rhinos did not come from the same beast. From the size, color, and some subtle differences, these materials came from at least 3 different furnace iron rhinos. Among them, 2 were smaller in size and should be immature cubs. But even as cubs, they were still genuine peak second-tier existences. This kid, how on earth did he do it? Old Dao felt his head buzzing. He suddenly plopped down on the ground, holding his head in his hands, rubbing it repeatedly. He simply couldn't figure out how a martial apprentice managed to hunt 3 furnace iron rhinos, especially when 2 of them were second-tier peak juveniles. This was simply absurd. Zhang Yi looked at Lao Dao's despondent appearance and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He had long anticipated that Lao Dao would react this way. Lao Dao, hurry up, I still have to go to school tomorrow, Zhang Yi urged indifferently. Oh, okay. Only then did Lao Dao snap out of it as if waking from a dream. He quickly got up from the ground and began frantically organizing the materials for the iron rhinoceros furnace. He was calculating while pondering in his mind how much money he could make this time. Finally, after a long round of calculations, old Dao arrived at an astronomical figure that even shocked himself: exactly 90,280,000 credit points. That's right. This number was several times higher than the total transaction amount Zhang Yi had accumulated with him over the years. So this is a ferocious beast hunter. In this era where ferocious beasts descend and dangers lurk everywhere, humanity, in order to survive and develop, has long abandoned the cumbersome monetary systems of the past and adopted a simpler, more direct, and universally accepted currency across the entire planet: credit points. Ordinary people work hard for a month, exhausting themselves, and the salary they receive might only amount to a few thousand credit points, barely enough to make ends meet. However, for ferocious beast hunters like Zhang Yi, even hunting the most ordinary first-tier ferocious beast yields earnings far exceeding the monthly salary of an average person, and those higher-level ferocious beasts are even more ridiculously valuable. The materials from just a few second-tier ferocious beasts are enough to allow an ordinary family to achieve financial freedom instantly and live a life without worries. As for third-tier ferocious beasts, they are practically a moving mountain of gold. Every part of its body is worth a fortune, enough to drive countless people mad. Precisely because of this, the profession of beast hunters, though fraught with danger and challenges, still attracts countless individuals to risk their lives for the high rewards. Old Dao looked at Zhang Yi, took a deep breath, and then gritted his teeth, making a decision that even he felt was painful. Brother Zhang Yi, we've known each other for quite some time. After all these years, your first deal has given me such a big surprise. Here's the thing, I'll be generous for once today and give you a special price. Old Dao forced a smile and said, I'll offer you everything here at a 20% markup. How about that? Fair enough, right? Oh, a 20% premium? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a faintly amused smile appearing on his face. Of course, he knew that old Dao's so-called premium still had a significant profit margin. Moreover, that profit margin was definitely not small. After all, these merchants in the black market are all ruthless profiteers who would eat you alive without leaving a trace. Trying to get money out of their pockets is practically harder than reaching the heavens. But this kind of proactive profit-sharing behavior was truly the first time Zhang Yi had ever seen in all these years. With just a little thought, Zhang Yi understood old Dao's intention. This old fellow must have taken a liking to his abilities and wants to invest early to build a good relationship with him. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly and was about to say something. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound echoed in Zhang Yi's mind. "Fu, why is this damn system here again?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart, feeling his temples throbbing violently. Welcome to the black market, a place teeming with chaos, where the strong prey on the weak. This is the center of underground trade, filled with both opportunities and dangers. You are a martial apprentice who has just embarked on the path of martial arts, carrying precious beast materials obtained through arduous hunting, hoping to exchange them for some cultivation resources in the black market. However, the cruelty of the black market far exceeds your imagination. Those cunning merchants see through your naivety and weakness at a glance. Like sharks smelling blood, they swarm around you, wantonly devaluing your goods and attempting to dismiss you with an outrageously low price. They mock your strength, question the authenticity of your materials, and even threaten you with words, making you feel the coldness and injustice of this world. Your dignity is trampled, your efforts are denied, and your heart is filled with anger and unwillingness. Mission released: underdogs come back. Never back down. Confront the malicious price cutting of the black market merchants, hold firm to the original price of your goods, and never yield. Completion reward: 1 F-grade spirit weapon. Damn it. Zhang Yi let out a silent cry of pain in his heart, feeling a deep sense of exhaustion wash over him. He practically wanted to drag this lousy system out, give it a brutal beating, and then flush it down the toilet. Usually, when nothing's happening, it acts like it's dead, not even making a peep. Now that I finally managed to negotiate a price with old Dao, and I'm about to make a fortune, you just have to jump out and mess things up. Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Welcome to the black market where dragons and snakes mingle, and the weak are prey to the strong? Opportunities and dangers? Cunning old merchants? Are you writing a novel for me here? Zhang Yi roared in his heart, wishing he could curse the ancestors of this lousy system for 18 generations. Never bow down? Stick to the original price? Stick to your sister. Old Dao, that sly old fox, voluntarily offering a 20% premium. This is already unheard of. Do I want the premium or the original price? Huh? Are you crazy? Zhang Yi could already imagine the expression on old Dao's face when he told him not to overcharge later. But the problem is, the reward for that F-grade spiritual weapon is just too tempting. You must know, ever since ferocious beasts descended 100 years ago, the technological trajectory of Blue Star has completely deviated. Hot weapons have almost become mere fire sticks in the face of those thick-skinned, immensely powerful beasts. Except for large-scale weapons of mass destruction, which can pose some threat to low-level beasts, they are nothing more than tickles to high-level beasts, especially those with special abilities. As a result, cold weapons began to experience a revival. Low-level martial artists can infuse their inner energy into cold weapons to enhance their power. However, ordinary cold weapons are ultimately too fragile. Ding! During battles with ferocious beasts, weapons often break or chip. Not to mention those high-level ferocious beasts, whose bones and fur are even harder than steel. Ordinary cold weapons might even end up chipping themselves when striking them. Thus, spiritual weapons came into being. The so-called spiritual weapons are weapons crafted using various special materials and through unique processes. These weapons are not only sturdier and sharper than ordinary cold weapons but can also better channel the power of warriors. Some advanced spiritual weapons even possess special abilities. Even an F-grade spiritual weapon, the lowest grade, is a rare treasure for someone like Zhang Yi, a martial apprentice. Let alone martial apprentices, even among the warriors of Cloud City, how many can actually own a spiritual weapon? The value of a spiritual weapon alone already matches the total amount Zhang Yi gained this time. With it, Zhang Yi's strength would definitely improve significantly, and he would have more confidence when facing fierce beasts. Zhang Yi looked at the task in front of him, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, "Old Dao, this price." Old Dao thought Zhang Yi was dissatisfied with the 20% markup price, and his face immediately showed a pained expression. He then said with difficulty, "Ah, Zhang Yi, my dear brother, this is already my limit. You know, business is tough these days, competition is fierce, and I really can't." He paused, gritted his teeth, and said, "How about this? For the sake of our many years of friendship, I'll add a bit more for you. At most I'll give you a 30% markup. This is really a losing deal." "Zhang Yi, my dear brother, you can't make things harder for me. We've been friends for so many years, don't you agree?" Zhang Yi looked at old Dao's heartbroken expression and felt speechless. "You're not losing a damn thing," he cursed inwardly. He's not stupid. How could he not see through old Dao's little scheme? Even if calculated with a 30% premium, old Dao could resell these items and still make at least a 50% profit. This old guy really thinks he's found a sucker. Zhang Yi's face instantly darkened, and he said coldly, "Old Dao, that's not what I meant. What I want is the original price." The original price? Old Dao was stunned for a moment, not understanding Zhang Yi's meaning. "Brother Zhang Yi, what are you saying? The original price? Are you saying you want to settle according to the price I sold it for? How is that possible?" Old Dao fell silent for a moment, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "Brother Zhang Yi, you're joking with me, right? The rules of the black market, you know them well. There's no such thing as settling according to the selling price. This isn't in line with the rules." But after all, he was a seasoned businessman. Which is lighter and which is heavier, he could tell with just a thought. In just a few breaths, old Dao made his decision. He paused for a moment, then added, "However, since brother Zhang Yi, you've put it this way, how about this? Let's just say you're consigning these items with me. Whatever price they sell for, I'll give you every penny, no less. How's that? Brotherly enough, right?" Zhang Yi still wore a dark expression, shook his head, and firmly said, "Old Dao, that's not what I meant. What I want is the original price." Old Dao's brows furrowed tightly. He felt he was increasingly unable to understand Zhang Yi's words. What exactly is this kid trying to do? "Brother Zhang Yi, could you explain more clearly? I really don't understand what you mean," Old Dao asked with a puzzled expression. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said word by word, "Old Dao, what I mean is, just go with the number you calculated earlier, 90,280,000 credit points, not a penny more. That's the price." "What?" Old Dao was completely dumbfounded. He widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and looked utterly incredulous. "Not a penny more? Zhang Yi, my brother, what do you mean by this?" Zhang Yi looked at old Dao's ghost-like expression and said calmly, "Old Dao, I'm not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. The price you offered is already very fair. I can't ask for more. Old Dao's facial features were almost scrunched into a ball. He simply couldn't understand Jiang Ye's way of thinking. Nowadays, is there really anyone who thinks money is too much? Today's Blue Planet, although credit points are not in short supply for martial artists, they are still a valuable resource. Even if credit points are not used directly, they can be exchanged for energy crystals, which are hard currency with great benefits for martial arts cultivation. Could it be that this kid doesn't want to owe him a favor? Wants to draw a clear line with him? Impossible. Old Dao has been mingling in the black market for many years. What kind of people hasn't he seen? He considers himself quite good at judging people. Although Jiang Ye's strength is ridiculously powerful, he is definitely not the kind of pedantic or rigid person. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out the meaning behind Jiang Ye's actions. This is truly unbelievable. However, regardless of Jiang Ye's intentions, this was all benefit and no harm for him. Lao Dao, a free advantage he had no reason to refuse. Jiang Yi, my dear brother, you really leave me at a loss for words. Old Dao shook his head with a wry smile. Since you're so insistent, then I'll do as you say. Jiang Yi nodded and said, the same card. Got it. Old Dao responded, skillfully opening the personal terminal on his arm, entering Jiang Ye's card number, and transferring 90,280,000 credit points. A crisp notification sound came from Jiang Ye's personal terminal, showing a deposit of 90,280,000 credit points. Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction, stood up, and turned to walk out. Brother Jiang Yi, take care. Remember to come back to me if you have good stuff in the future. Old Dao called out enthusiastically from behind. Jiang Yi waved his hand without turning back, which counted as a response. Old Dao watched Jiang Ye's departing figure, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by an expression of confusion and puzzlement. This kid, what on earth is he thinking? Truly, impossible to figure out. Old Dao muttered to himself. Jiang Yi walked out of Old Dao's shop, and the system's notification sound immediately rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the Never Bow Down mission. Faced with the silver tongue and relentless pressure of the black market merchant, you showed no fear, demonstrating extraordinary courage and determination. You saw through the merchant's deceitful tricks and unmasked his hypocritical facade. With resolute and powerful words, you refuted his unreasonable demands. Through your actions, you proved that even the most insignificant ant can possess the strength to shake a mighty tree. Under your overwhelming presence, the merchant finally lowered his arrogant head, forced to acknowledge your strength and value. He was completely convinced by you, willingly agreeing to trade at the price you proposed. Through your decisive actions, you dealt him a heavy blow, leaving him utterly humiliated and disgraced. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, an F-grade spiritual weapon, which has been delivered to the system space. Please check it at your convenience. Jiang Yi looked at the system's nonsensical task briefing, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth a few times. Where does all this drama come from? This system is completely written according to the most cliched, melodramatic script of a loser making a comeback and showing off to slap faces. It has absolutely nothing to do with the actual situation, as far apart as heaven and earth. However, complaints aside, Jiang Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with the system. Anyway, the task is completed, and the reward is in hand. As for the rest, let it be. He was already a bit impatient to see what the F-level spiritual weapon given by the system was. Jiang Yi shook his head, cast aside all kinds of thoughts, and with a thought, opened the system space. What comes into view is an extremely exaggerated giant sword. This sword, rather than being called a sword, is more like a massive chunk of iron forcibly shaped into the form of a sword. It is nearly 3 meters long, towering far above most ferocious beasts. The widest part of the blade is half a meter, and its thickness reaches an astonishing 10 centimeters. The overall appearance exudes a rough, unrefined, and primitive style. Entirely pitch black, without a trace of luster, it resembles a massive black rock crudely shaped into the form of a sword. What is this thing? Jiang Yi stared at the giant sword, momentarily bewildered. This design is just way too careless, isn't it? Calling it a spiritual weapon, it looks more like an unfinished rough prototype. He instinctively reached out his hand and touched the icon of the giant sword on the system interface. A brief message appeared before Jiang Ye's eyes. Jun Yuan. Heavy, simply heavy. That's it? 5 words, that's all? Jiang Yi looked at the overly simplistic introduction and was completely speechless. Heavy, just heavy. What kind of introduction is this? At least mention the material, origin, or any special abilities, right? This system is way too perfunctory. Jiang Yi couldn't help but complain in his heart. He even began to doubt whether this thing was really the F-grade spiritual weapon the system mentioned. This design, this description, no matter how you look at it, it seems like a defective product. Just as Jiang Yi was staring at the system interface, studying the giant sword named Jinyuan, he keenly noticed that something seemed off about the atmosphere around him. A few malicious gazes fell on him faintly, carrying a hint of greed and probing. After all, this was the black market, a place teeming with chaos, darkness, and sin. Rules? Morality? None of that exists here. Survival of the fittest is the only law of existence here. A seemingly unremarkable young man who had just walked out of the old knife shop, like a firefly glowing enticingly in the dark, always attracts some hidden predators lurking in the shadows. They had no idea how much benefit Jiang Yi had gained from the old knife, nor did they know Jiang Yi's exact strength, but none of that mattered. What mattered was that Jiang Yi looked very young, very naive, like a fledgling who had just stepped into this cruel world, a completely inexperienced and easy-to-target prey. People who mingle in the black market are mostly desperados, living a life on the edge. They don't care whether you're innocent or if you have connections. As long as there's profit to be made, they will pounce on you without hesitation and tear you to pieces. Let alone, Jiang Yi is also very handsome, and in the black market, it's inevitable that some, this kid looks pretty fat. Just came out from old Dao's place, must have quite a bit of loot on him. Look at his delicate skin and tender flesh. I bet he hasn't even seen many fierce beasts, has he? Want to pull off a job? Whispers echoed in the surrounding darkness, tinged with a hint of greed and bloodlust. Several figures began to slowly approach Jiang Yi, like hyenas catching the scent of blood, ready to launch an attack on a lone prey. Faced with the malice gradually closing in around him, Jiang Yi's face showed no trace of panic, not even the slightest flicker in his gaze. This kind of scene was all too familiar to him, so familiar that it was even a bit boring. He was no naive rookie who didn't know his limits. Don't be fooled by his harmless appearance now. In reality, he had been fighting and struggling outside the city with ferocious beasts since childhood, step by step to get to where he was today. It's just that he didn't expect that after a few years of absence, the people in the black market had completely forgotten about him. However, Jiang Yi did not rush to take action. He wanted to first see what this system-rewarded Grade F spirit weapon was all about. After all, he was too familiar with these guys from the black market. If they were really forced to act, they wouldn't dare to for the moment. With a single thought, the exaggeratedly shaped giant sword Jin Yuan instantly appeared in his hand. To be precise, it appeared on the ground in front of him. Boom! A loud noise, like a sudden clap of thunder on flat ground. The massive body of Jin Yuan, carrying its terrifying weight, slammed heavily onto the hard ground of the black market. In an instant, with the giant sword's impact point as the center, the ground cracked like a spider web, forming a large pit several meters in diameter. The entire black market was shaken by this sudden strike. The ground trembled slightly, and dust filled the air. Those who originally harbored ill intentions and were preparing to surround him were startled by this unexpected scene. One by one, they froze in place, their steps abruptly halted, not daring to approach any closer. Zhang Yeli, being the closest to Jin Yuan, naturally felt the tremor clearly. That feeling was just like when he faced the charge of the iron rhinoceros at the blazing furnace back then. The ground was trembling. This power. Jiang Yi secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. He hadn't expected that this seemingly unremarkable giant sword would possess such terrifying weight and destructive power. He steadied himself, reached out to grasp the hilt of Jin Yuan, and prepared to pull it out of the pit. Jiang Yi was slightly stunned for a moment, then immediately increased his strength, gripping the sword hilt tightly with both hands. The muscles on his arms bulged, and veins popped out. Still completely motionless, this giant sword seemed to be embedded in place. No matter how hard Jiang Yi tried, he couldn't move it an inch. Oh, interesting. Jiang Yi squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. It seems that this system wasn't lying. This Jin Yuan is indeed purely heavy. He carefully examined the giant sword, his heart filled with curiosity. What material is this thing made of? How can it be so heavy? Jiang Yi took a deep breath, held it, and focused his mind. The energy within his dantian surged wildly, flowing through his meridians like a raging river, converging onto his arms. Sky-splitting force. Jiang Yi uttered a low cry in his heart. This was the most explosive martial technique he had mastered so far. In an instant, Jiang Yi's entire aura underwent a drastic transformation, as if an ancient ferocious beast had awakened from slumber. A violent and domineering power erupted from within him. The ground shook again, even more violently than when Jin Yuan landed earlier. Centered on Jiang Yi's feet, cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Rise for me! With a furious roar, Jiang Yi suddenly exerted strength in his arms, and the previously immovable Jin Yuan was finally pulled out of the pit by him bit by bit. Phew phew phew. Though it was strenuous, Jiang Yi still succeeded. He gripped Jin Yuan and casually swung it a few times. There was no imagined sound of slicing through the air, nor any sharp sword energy. There was only the dull sound of the wind whooshing, and the bursts of dust stirred up from the ground by the sword's blade. This sword was simply too heavy, so heavy that it couldn't be wielded as flexibly as an ordinary weapon. But at the same time, Jiang Yi could also sense the terrifying power contained within this sword. He had no doubt that if this sword struck a person, even a martial artist would likely be smashed into pulp directly. Those who originally harbored ill intentions and planned to make a move against Jiang Yi were utterly terrified when they saw him actually pull out that exaggerated giant sword and even swing it a few times. One by one, they fled in panic, scared out of their wits. A bunch of cowards. Jiang Yi watched the fleeing figures with a contemptuous smile, then returned Jin Yuan to the system space. No way, he had no intention of carrying such a massive thing home. This thing is just too flashy, and it's also too heavy. Traveling with it is simply self-torture. future. However, unmoved. A brightly lit villa in the upper district of Cloud City. However, the crystal chandelier cast a luxurious glow, illuminating every detail of the spacious living room. Luxurious carpets, genuine leather sofas, and abstract oil paintings hanging on the walls, all of these unmistakably showcased the wealth and status of the villa's owner. The middle-aged man slammed the table abruptly, causing the surface of the expensive mahogany table to emit a muffled tremor. The porcelain teacup on the coffee table jumped up, producing a crisp clinking sound. Ding Yanbin, a well-known tycoon in Yun City, had his face contorted with rage, the muscles twitching as if his eyes were about to shoot flames. He stared intently at his daughter, Ding Ruanqi, who was sitting in the chair sobbing softly, filled with bitter disappointment. Ding Ruanqi sat on the intricately carved rosewood chair, her shoulders trembling as she cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Her delicate makeup was already smeared from crying, and tears clung to her long eyelashes, making her appear especially pitiful. The usually arrogant and domineering young lady now resembled a frightened kitten, curled up in the corner. She bit her lip, her shoulders trembling, but she dared not make too much noise, fearing she might further enrage her furious father. Cry, you dare to cry. Ding Yanbin, seeing his daughter's appearance, became even more furious, his voice rising by 8 degrees. Pointing at Ding Ruanqi's nose, he roared angrily, you've completely disgraced the Ding family. Look at the mess you've caused today. You've humiliated our family in front of the entire school. And you even got punched by a worthless F-grade talent. How am I supposed to hold my head high in Cloud City after this? A young woman gracefully walked over from the side, wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam that accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. Rumble. She gently patted Ding Yanbin's back with her hand and softly advised, Yanbin, calm down, don't let your anger harm your health. Ruanqi didn't do it on purpose. She's still young, and acting impulsively is understandable. Besides, that Zhang Yi is indeed unworthy of our Ruanqi. She glanced at the tear-streaked Ding Ruanqi, but a barely noticeable trace of contempt flickered in her eyes. Ding Ruanqi sobbed, speaking intermittently, Dad, I didn't know he would act. He used to, never dare. Never dared before? Ding Yanbin snorted coldly. That was because he still had some hope, still counted on clinging to our Ding family. Now that he's awakened an F-level talent and has completely become a useless person, he's naturally given up entirely. You fool, you can't even see that. Ding Ruanqi lowered her head even further after being scolded, tears continuously dripping onto the expensive carpet. She bit her lip tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palm. The pain made her slightly more clear-headed. Ding Yanbin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, but his face remained ashen. Of course, he knew Zhang Yi was unworthy of his daughter. How could his daughter, Ding Yanbin's daughter, marry a worthless man with F-level talent? F-level talent meant almost no potential for cultivation, destined to struggle at the bottom of society for a lifetime. Such a person wasn't even worthy of carrying shoes for the Ding family. That little bastard. Ding Yanbin gritted his teeth, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I will never let him go. He turned to the young woman beside him and said, You, call Steward Lee and tell him to find a clean and efficient third-tier martial artist. Tomorrow, I want that kid named Zhang Yi to have his limbs broken. I want him to understand the consequences of offending the Ding family. A third-tier martial artist dealing with an ordinary student who has just awakened an F-level talent, even if he is at the 9th tier of martial apprentice, is more than enough. The young woman smiled charmingly, obediently responded, and said softly, All right, I'll take care of it right away. She turned around and left, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing an almost imperceptible cold smile. Ding Ruanqi cried even louder upon hearing her father's words. She wasn't really worried about Zhang Yi, but felt that today's events had utterly humiliated her, leaving her no face to show at school in the future. Ding Yanbin looked at his crying daughter, feeling even more irritable. He waved his hand and said, All right, stop crying. What's the use of crying? Go back to your room and reflect on yourself. Ding Ruanqi wiped her tears, stood up, lowered her head, and walked up the stairs step by step, disappearing around the corner of the living room. Ding Yanbin sat on the sofa, rubbing his throbbing temples, and let out a long sigh. In another luxurious villa, the lights also remained on throughout the night. Unlike the oppressive atmosphere of the Ding family villa, this place was filled with a violent aura. In the spacious living room, a young man was reclining on a leather sofa. His right leg was encased in a thick plaster cast, wrapped with bandages, and he looked utterly disheveled. This man was none other than the eldest young master of the Chen family, Chen. His face was pale, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, and he clenched his teeth tightly, enduring immense pain. Even so, his eyes still burned with the flames of anger, occasionally letting out a few suppressed growls. Damn it, Zhang Yi, you useless piece of trash. I'll make sure to kill you. Chen slammed the sofa armrest hard, aggravating the wound on his leg, causing him to grimace in pain. Earlier today at school, he had intended to stand up for Ding Ruanqi, humiliate Zhang Yi harshly, and take the opportunity to impress the goddess. Who would have thought that useless Zhang Yi would dare to fight back, and with such ferocity kicking his right leg so hard it nearly crippled him. From childhood to adulthood, Chen had always been the center of attention, never having suffered such humiliation. He swore to make Zhang Yi pay a heavy price price. In the living room stood 7 or 8 young people, each with brightly colored hair and dressed in eccentric outfits. At a glance, it was clear they were not proper students but rather street thugs. They were all Chen Jin's lackeys, living off his rewards and obeying his every command. "Brother Jin, don't worry, we'll go cripple that Jang tomorrow," a small thug with dyed yellow hair said obsequiously, "daring to mess with you, Brother Jin, he must be tired of living." "That's right, Brother Jin, we'll make sure he kneels down and begs for forgiveness," another small thug with tattoos on his arm chimed in. Chen Jin's face darkened as he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Kneel and apologize? That's too easy on him. I want him to suffer 10 times worse than me. Beat him hard, beat him until he can't take care of himself, beat him until he regrets ever coming into this world." He paused for a moment and added, "Remember, don't kill him, leave him with one breath. I want him to live and suffer. And make sure to record a video for me. Don't worry, Brother Jin, we guarantee to complete the task." Huang Mao patted his chest and promised, while the other thugs nodded one after another. "Go, prepare now. Early tomorrow morning, block him at Jiang Ye's doorstep." Chen Jin waved his hand, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "I want him to know who he can't afford to mess with in Yun City." A group of thugs immediately left to carry out the order, leaving Chen Jin alone in the living room. He stared at his leg in a cast, his gaze growing increasingly sinister and venomous. "Jiang Yi, just you wait for me." Cloud City, Lower District. In a slightly old apartment building, dim moonlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, illuminating the room. Jiang Yi hummed a tuneless melody as he walked out of the steam-filled bathroom. He casually grabbed a towel draped over the back of a chair and roughly dried his damp hair, revealing his well-built upper body. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling on him and outlining the smooth and powerful muscle contours with exceptional clarity. "Ha!" Jiang Yi exhaled deeply, feeling utterly relaxed as every pore on his body opened up, greedily breathing in this rare sense of ease. It must be said, hunting ferocious beasts is indeed an excellent way to relieve stress. The frustration accumulated throughout the day had long dissipated during the battle with those ferocious monsters. Of course, the reason for the great mood was not simply due to venting. Jiang Yi grinned. It might also be because the materials from the fierce beasts sold for a lot of money, or because there was still a large pile of beast cores waiting to be devoured. It might also be because of the S-rank martial skill, or because of the giant sword, Jinyuan. TSK, life is getting more and more hopeful. Jiang Yi sighed, plopping down onto the slightly worn-out sofa. The sofa let out a soft creak. He casually stretched his muscles and joints, feeling completely refreshed. Not only did he not feel tired after a day of fierce battles, but he was also invigorated, brimming with endless energy. Jiang Yi reached out and lightly tapped the sensor area on his wrist. With a swish, a holographic projection interface unfolded in the air, the pale blue light reflecting on his face. "Should I scroll through some short videos to relax, or check out some shopping websites first? After all, I'm a rich man now." Jiang Yi muttered to himself, stroking his chin. 90 million. This is no small amount. You should know that even if Jiang Yi sold this shabby apartment, all his assets combined wouldn't add up to 90 million. Now, he finally experienced the thrill of getting rich overnight. Just as Jiang Yi was immersed in the joy of the upcoming shopping spree, his personal terminal suddenly started beeping. A new message notification popped up, displaying the familiar avatar of an anime-style girl. "What's Suda, the campus bell, doing looking for me so late?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, a little puzzled. He opened the message. "Lyle, are you there? Got any movies?" Jiang Yi was instantly dumbfounded, with 3 huge question marks popping up in his head. What's going on? Is the great campus bell Sue hacked? Took the wrong medicine again? He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the doubts in his heart, and his fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. "Lord of the Night?" The reply came instantly. "Lyle, just finished killing monsters, relaxing a bit." Jiang Yi saw this message and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This is way too straightforward. He did occasionally discuss some, rather private X-related matters with Lyle online before, but, at that time, he had no idea the person opposite was a woman. And, even if, it wouldn't have to be so blunt, right? How could he possibly handle this? Jiang Yi felt his cheeks heat up slightly and tapped on the keyboard again. "Li Lu, don't pretend, don't you have a collection?" Jiang Yi was speechless. "How did you know? What the hell? Lord of the Night? No. Do you need to see it?" "Li Lu, obviously." "Li Lu, or what? Lord of the Night? No. I mean, Li Lu, hurry up, I'm waiting." Jiang Yi was completely speechless. He stared at the message Lila sent on the screen, feeling utterly confused. Give or not give? This is a question. If I don't give, it makes me seem too stingy. After all, it's a request from a good brother. If I give, Jiang Yi felt uncomfortable all over at the thought of the other person being Su Yuli, experiencing an indescribable sense of oddity. Damn it, forget it. After all, it was the great campus belle Su herself who requested it. Besides, with something this good, wouldn't it be selfish not to share it with a good brother? Am I that kind of person? Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and made a decision. He opened a deeply hidden website on his personal terminal, which contained his carefully curated collection over the years. Jiang Yi's fingertips fingertip swiftly slid across the screen, meticulously selecting a few classic works, then copying the links and sending them to Li Lu. After sending it, Zhang Yi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Silence, a deathly silence. Zhang Yi felt as if time had frozen, and the air was filled with an unbearable awkwardness. He had even opened a short video app, ready to use some silly videos to ease his nervous mood. At this moment, the personal terminal beeped again, breaking the suffocating silence. Li Yu, I'm talking about the ferocious beast hunting video. Zhang Yi saw this message and felt his vision go dark, almost fainting on the spot. So it was this film. This film, of course he has it, and quite a lot of it. After all, as someone who has been dealing with ferocious beasts since childhood, how could Zhang Yi not pay attention to information in this area? Not only does he often go into the wild to hunt ferocious beasts and accumulate practical experience, but he also searches on the terminal for various information about ferocious beasts, such as their weaknesses, attack methods, distribution areas, and more. Those professional videos of ferocious beast hunts were an important resource for his learning and research. From the techniques for hunting low-level ferocious beasts, to the analysis of high-level beasts' weaknesses, and even the encirclement tactics of top warrior teams, Zhang Yi's personal terminal stored a large collection of categorized video materials. Moreover, ever since he met Li Lu online, during their duo leisure time, Zhang Yi often shared with Li Lu the ferocious beast hunting videos he found valuable or particularly exciting, so they could improve together. What the hell? Broken. Completely broken. This time, it's really a social death. Zhang Yi felt his heart pounding wildly. He frantically tried to recall the link he had just sent, only to find that the recall time had already passed. No, is this my fault? Zhang Yi was on the verge of tears. It's your question that's the problem, okay? Who would directly ask, do you have a film? Any normal person would think of that kind of film. He hadn't had time to type a reply, trying to explain this awkward misunderstanding. Li Lu, I didn't expect you to like this kind of thing. Zhang Yi was shattered. System, come out. System, I beg you, please give me a frustrating task. At least I have some psychological comfort. Where is the system at a time like this? Just as he was about to break down, the message sounded again. Li Lu, forget it. Lyle, this works too. Lyle, thanks. It took a long time for Zhang Yi to barely calm his restless heart. He let out a long sigh, forcing himself to shift his attention away from that graceful figure. Today, really is something. Zhang Yi shook his head with a wry smile, feeling his mind still a bit muddled. He instinctively touched the terminal on his wrist, his gaze somewhat complicated. At least, after learning her true identity, some things have indeed changed, Zhang Yi murmured to himself. He was well aware that the friendship between him and Li Lu had not been tainted by the revelation of this identity. In fact, it could be said that their first offline battle together today had made it even stronger and purer. It was a brotherhood that could entrust life and death, more genuine than gold. But some things, in the end, could never return. Zhang Yi smiled self-deprecatingly. At least on the terminal, they could no longer chat and joke around recklessly, teasing and bantering like before. Of course, it might also be that he couldn't do it for the time being. Su Yuli, that girl, is really wicked. Zhang Yi didn't believe that when she asked, do you have the clip, she herself didn't feel something was off. She was deliberately leading him to think the wrong way. Zhang Yi remembered this matter. Forget it, I won't think about this anymore. He shook his head vigorously, forcibly casting these messy thoughts out of his mind. Outside the window, the night was deep, and the dark blue sky was dotted with a few sparse stars. He still had to go to school tomorrow, and he definitely didn't want to face people with two dark circles under his eyes. Tonight, he had one important thing to do. Zhang Yi tapped the terminal on his wrist, and with a faint buzzing sound, the storage space opened. Dozens of beast cores of various colors and sizes poured out, refracting a mesmerizing luster under the dim light. Dozens of first-tier beast cores emitted a faint glow, flickering like fireflies. Over 10 second-tier beast cores shone brighter, faintly exuding a violent aura, but the most striking was the solitary third-tier beast core. It lay quietly amidst the pile of beast cores, about the size of a fist, its entire body a deep, mysterious blue, with arcs of electricity swirling around its surface, containing a power capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Just by looking, Zhang Yi felt the blood in his veins starting to boil. Struck it rich. Zhang Yi couldn't help rubbing his hands, his face showing an uncontrollable excitement. For ordinary martial artists, handling beast cores is an extremely troublesome task. It requires specialized equipment, tedious procedures, and meticulous care to prevent energy leakage. A slight mistake could lead to an energy rampage in the beast core, resulting in injuries at best or death at worst. But for Zhang Yi, this couldn't be easier. SSS talent, Eternal Devour. This talent seems to be tailor-made for him. Eternal Devour can absorb 100% of the energy from beast cores and perfectly convert it into Zhang Yi's own inner strength. This is not merely a simple energy transformation. More importantly, this transformation is seamless, without any side effects. You must know that ordinary martial artists absorbing external forces can easily lead to an unstable foundation, hollow cultivation levels, or even going berserk. But Zhang Yi doesn't need to worry about this problem at all. The internal energy transformed by Eternal Devour is as pure and flawless as if he had painstakingly cultivated it himself. If I had awakened this talent earlier, I wouldn't have had to train so miserably when I was a kid. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh, then grinned excitedly, but it's not too late now. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his hands. In an instant, a powerful suction force surged from his palms, forming two visible black vortices. Come on, my beauties, Zhang Yi roared, his eyes gleaming. The few first-tier beast cores closest to him immediately seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, trembling as they flew up and directly entered the black vortices in his palms. As soon as the beast core entered his body, Zhang Yi instantly felt a surge of immense energy explode within him, rushing through his meridians like a raging river. It wasn't just pure energy, but also the unique abilities contained within the beast core itself. A torrent of heat erupted in his dantian, accompanied by the sharp screeching of rodents ringing in his ears. Suddenly, a holographic projection of a sewer maze appeared before his eyes. The sound of the heartbeats of a group of mice lurking in a crack in the pipe 100 meters away was crystal clear. This was a far more intense sensory enhancement than recorded in textbooks. Zhang Yi suddenly realized that the true value of the so-called SSS-level talent might lie in breaking through conventional evolutionary paths. He clenched his teeth tightly, cold sweat spreading into dark stains on the ground. The moonlight outside the window suddenly twisted for a moment. When absorbing the sonic bone bat beast core, Zhang Yi's Adam's apple trembled uncontrollably. The glass cup on the coffee table emitted a faint hum, with ripples in the water frantically leaping inside. He tried humming a certain syllable, and the curtain 3 meters away tore in response, the cut as smooth as if sliced by a sharp blade. Zhang Yi exerted a little force with his palm, and the poisonous mist of the venomous fog spider sprayed out from his hand, but this deadly toxin now had absolutely no effect on him. The pile of beast cores diminished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Yi's body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. His muscles became firmer, his bones tougher, his meridians wider, and his inner strength more abundant. He could clearly feel his power increasing at an astonishing speed. Awesome! This feels amazing. Zhang Yi couldn't help but let out a long howl toward the sky. Black, sticky liquid mixed with blood suddenly sprayed out from all his pores. This was the phenomenon of cleansing the marrow that only occurred when a martial artist broke through. However, the anticipated ascension of power did not arrive. Instead, a strange vacuum formed in his dantian, and all his inner strength seemed to plunge into a black hole. Not enough, not enough. Zhang Yi's eyes gradually turned feverish. Just a little more, just a little more. He could feel that his realm was already infinitely close to the peak of a martial apprentice, and he had even long since touched the thin membrane to break through to a martial artist. However, the realm of the martial apprentice could never reach perfection. It was like a bucket that was almost full, yet always just a little short, unable to overflow. He suddenly increased the intensity of his devouring, and the remaining first-tier beast cores rushed into his body one after another. Energy rampaged wildly within his body. Zhang Yi's body began to tremble violently, veins bulged on his face, and beads of sweat the size of beans seeped from his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and held on firmly. He knew this was a sign of a breakthrough. However, the perfection he sought still had not arrived. The path of martial arts inherently has no such thing as perfection. Blindly pursuing perfection will only lead to obsession and stagnation. Zhang Yi's body trembled violently. Not perfect. I refuse to believe it. The energy within Zhang Yi's body surged like a runaway wild horse, frantically rushing forward. Those first-tier beast cores had long turned to dust, leaving not a trace behind. Immediately after, the second-tier beast cores followed suit, one after another flying into the vortex in Zhang Yi's palm, transforming into a scorching torrent that rampaged through his body. This violent energy was more than enough not only for a single breakthrough from martial apprentice to martial artist, but could likely support 10 people in achieving the same breakthrough. However, Zhang Yi forcibly suppressed this power, preventing it from directly breaking through that thin membrane. He was waiting for a perfect moment, a moment that would allow him to achieve true perfection. Only he, with the SSS-level talent Eternal Devour, dared to recklessly devour beast cores and pursue the so-called perfection so crazily. If it were any other warrior, even a prodigy with extraordinary talent, they would never dare to do such a thing. The reason is very simple. During the martial disciple stage, the ways to acquire energy and enhance inner strength are extremely limited, and the amount of energy that can be obtained each time is also very minimal. To devour such a massive amount of beast core energy in one go, like Zhang Yi did, is simply a pipe dream. Without the heaven-defying talent of Eternal Devour, Zhang Yi would likely need to spend hundreds or even thousands of years, accumulating bit by bit, to achieve his current absorption speed. As time passed second by second, the second-tier beast core was gradually devoured completely by Zhang Yi. However, that long-awaited sense of fulfillment still hadn't appeared. Just a little more, just a tiny bit more. Damn it, I'll give it my all. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed the solitary third-tier beast core, the beast core of an adult furnace iron rhinoceros. This beast core was as large as a fist, its entire surface displaying a deep, mysterious blue hue, with faint arcs of electricity swirling around it, containing a power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Compared to the first tier and second tier beast cores from before, the energy contained within this third tier beast core could only be described as terrifying. It was like a miniature nuclear bomb. Once it exploded, it would be enough to obliterate everything in its surroundings. Zhang Yi could clearly feel that the violent energy contained in this beast core far exceeded the total of all the previous beast cores combined. Come on, let me see just how strong you really are. Zhang Yi let out a low roar, his eyes turning completely crimson. Without hesitation, he threw the third tier beast core into the vortex in his palm. In that instant, Zhang Yi felt as if he were standing inside a volcano on the verge of eruption. Scalding lava, scorching flames, and raging energy instantly engulfed him. His body began to tremble violently, with wisps of steam seeping from the surface of his skin. Within his dantian, the already incredibly violent energy was now surging like a flood breaking through a dam, madly impacting his meridians. The intense pain made Zhang Yi let out low growls involuntarily, but he gritted his teeth tightly, not letting out a single scream of pain. He knew this was the final test, the most critical moment. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and Zhang Yi felt as if he had endured a century-long ordeal. Finally, just as he was about to collapse, a crisp sound echoed from the chi-si within his body. Click! That sound was like shattering glass, crisp and pleasant, yet full of power. A breakthrough. The shackles of the martial apprentice were finally broken. Zhang Yi felt an indescribable sense of comfort spreading throughout his body, with fatigue and pain vanishing without a trace. He was now a martial artist. However, it wasn't over yet. The energy accumulated within Zhang Yi was simply too much, far exceeded the limits that a first-level martial artist could endure. This immense energy, after breaking through the shackles of a martial apprentice, did not stop but continued to surge toward an even higher realm. In that case, might as well go all the way. Zhang Yi simply released his suppression of the energy within his body, allowing it to flow freely. Inside Zhang Yi's body, bursts of roaring sounds echoed continuously, like crashing waves against the shore. His cultivation level also began to rise at an astonishing speed. Martial artist second stage. Martial artist third stage. Boom, boom, boom. Martial artist 8th stage. Martial artist 9th stage. In just a few minutes, Zhang Yi astonishingly broke through 9 levels in one go, soaring directly from a newly advanced martial artist 1st stage to the peak of martial artist 9th stage. This is simply a miracle. You should know that for ordinary martial artists, it takes at least several years, or even decades, to cultivate from the 1st rank to the 9th rank, and that's only if their talent is good enough and resources are abundant. But Zhang Yi took only a few minutes. If this were to spread, it would probably leave countless people utterly shocked. When the last trace of energy was absorbed by Zhang Yi, he slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the dark clouds dispersed, and the bright moonlight streamed through the window, falling upon him. On the floor, the beast cores that had once piled up like a mountain had now all turned to dust, drifting away with the wind. Zhang Yi slowly stood up, stretched his muscles, and immediately felt an endless surge of power within his body. He looked down at his own body and saw faint traces of dark golden patterns on the surface of his skin. These patterns, like wandering dragons, flowed gently. This is a protective mechanism spontaneously formed due to the overwhelming energy within his body. Zhang Yi casually waved his hand, and an invisible force shot out from his palm, striking the wall. With a dull thud, a deep fist mark actually appeared on the solid wall. You must know, this was just a casual strike without any technique. If he went all out, Zhang Yi was even confident he could bring down this building with a single punch. This is the power of a 9th rank martial artist. Martial apprentice, refining the body as the foundation, drawing energy into the body. During the martial apprentice stage, the focus is primarily on tempering the body and strengthening the muscles and bones to lay a solid foundation for future cultivation. At this stage, martial artists mainly rely on their physical strength and their initial perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Through various techniques, they draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their bodies, converting it into faint internal energy. However, this internal energy is still very weak and scattered, unable to leave the body for long periods, let alone form effective means of attack. The internal energy of martial apprentices is primarily used to nourish the body, strengthen the physique, and enhance their reaction speed and resistance to blows. So, battles between martial apprentices rely more on hand-to-hand combat, weapon fighting, and some simple techniques. To put it bluntly, martial apprentices are just a bit stronger, more agile, more powerful, and recover faster than ordinary people. But essentially, they are still within the realm of mortals. Martial artists, on the other hand, can project internal energy and harm others with their aura. This is truly extraordinary. Breaking through to the warrior realm, the biggest hallmark is the ability to release inner strength externally. A warrior can condense the inner strength within their body into energy, using it through fists, weapons, or even directly launching it to attack enemies. This energy, invisible and intangible, possesses immense destructive power. It can easily tear through steel, shatter rocks, and even harm people from a distance. Moreover, the inner strength of a martial artist, once refined and concentrated enough, can operate outside the body body for extended periods, forming various attack techniques. For instance, the Sonic Howl Bone Bat Beast Core that Zhang Yi absorbed earlier granted him the ability to unleash sonic wave attacks. If he were at the martial disciple stage, even if he possessed this ability, he wouldn't be able to truly utilize it because his inner strength wouldn't be sufficient to sustain such a level of consumption. But now, he is already at martial artist 9th rank, with abundant inner strength in his body, fully capable of easily mastering this ability and even pushing it to its limits. Apart from the external release of inner strength, the physical qualities of a martial artist far surpass those of a martial disciple. Their muscles are tougher, their bones are harder, their meridians are wider, their senses are sharper, their reaction speed is faster, their resistance to impact is stronger, and their recovery speed is quicker. If martial apprentices are still lingering within the limits of human capabilities, then martial artists have already surpassed those limits, reaching an entirely new level. The gap between the two is a qualitative leap, an insurmountable chasm. If martial apprentices have just stepped through the door of martial arts, then martial artists can be said to have truly begun their journey in martial arts. Martial artist 9th rank, not bad. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction, a rare smile appearing on his face. He let out a long breath, slowly calming his mind, and began to attempt to gather the power within his body. As his thoughts moved, the inner energy in his dantian surged like a tide, quickly converging in the palm of his right hand. A ball of blazing flame slowly formed in his palm, growing larger and brighter, eventually becoming a massive fireball with a diameter of half a meter. On the surface of the fireball, fierce flames burned, constantly flickering and twisting. The dazzling red light illuminated the entire room in a fiery glow, as bright as daylight. This was precisely the signature ability of the third-tier ferocious beast, the furnace iron rhinoceros blazing heaven flames. Zhang Yi could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within this fireball, enough to incinerate any martial artist of the same tier into ashes. With just this move alone, it's probably enough to crush the vast majority of martial artists at the same tier. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a look of pride. You must know that for an ordinary martial artist to master such a powerful attack technique, they would need to train in at least a C-level martial skill and spend a significant amount of time and effort practicing. Yet Zhang Yi, simply by absorbing a third-tier beast core, effortlessly gained this ability. This is the power of the SSS-level talent Eternal Devour. It is not merely a simple energy conversion but can also perfectly replicate the special abilities contained within the Beast Core. In other words, Zhang Yi absorbed not only the energy of the Beast Core but also the skills of the Beast Core's owner during its lifetime. He turned former enemies into his own strength. This feeling is just too awesome. Zhang Yi couldn't help but grin. He instinctively touched the terminal on his wrist and activated the camera function. Zhang Yi took a selfie of himself along with the dazzling fireball in his palm. Good things like this should definitely be shared with my best buddy. Zhang Yi sent the photo to Li Lu without hesitation. Kidding, how could I miss such a chance to show off? I must let that girl see how impressive I am. Almost instantly, a reply came from the other side. Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Was this guy waiting on the terminal side? Why is it always an instant reply? However, when he saw the content of the message clearly, the smile on his face instantly froze. Li Lu, ex-harassment? 3 big question marks popped up above Zhang Yi's head. Ex-harassment? What the heck is this? He was momentarily stunned. Subconsciously, he glanced again at the photo he had just sent. With that glance, Zhang Yi suddenly realized that his upper body was actually bare. He hadn't put on any clothes after coming out of the shower. And, more importantly, he had subconsciously treated Li Lu as a man. This is utterly humiliating. Zhang Yi wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Before he could figure out how to respond, another message came from the other side. Li Lu? Or, do you want it? Damn it! Zhang Yi saw this message and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Wants it? What on earth is this girl thinking about? He felt the veins on his forehead starting to throb. The fireball in his palm became extremely unstable due to his emotional fluctuations, flickering on and off, and finally vanished completely with a poof. Su Yuli, pay attention to me. Zhang Yi furiously typed on the terminal, where the hell is your focus? The point is that I've broken through to become a warrior. A warrior. Do you understand? He almost gritted his teeth as he sent this message. The other side only replied with a simple word. Zhang Yi looked at this and felt like he had punched a pile of cotton, with no strength to exert. This girl, why is she so indifferent? Could it be that she's not surprised at all? I directly broke through 9 levels, skyrocketing from a martial disciple to the 9th rank of a martial artist. Such a thing, if it happened to any martial artist, would be enough to make them so excited they couldn't sleep for days and nights, right? Just as Zhang Yi was feeling extremely frustrated, another message came from the other side. Zhang Yi was completely speechless. What kind of reaction is this? Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. Zhang Yi was somewhat annoyed as he prepared to close the chat window. This guy was just too disgusting. However, just as he was about to close the chat window, a new message came through from the other side. Li Lu, it's getting late. Go to bed early. Lyle, don't be late for the martial arts selection tomorrow. Lyle, see you at school. The 3 consecutive messages gradually calmed Zhang Yi's originally irritable mood. Lord of the Night, see you at school. Zhang Yi lay relaxed on the soft bed. Outside the window, the bright moonlight gently spilled through the gaps in the curtains, softly falling on his body. The once raging energy within him gradually calmed down after the breakthrough, like a slumbering giant beast quietly lying dormant in his dantian. Zhang Yi slowly closed his eyes, feeling the powerful yet restrained force within him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward slightly. Warrior Knight stage. This is just the beginning. The road ahead is still long. With dreams of the future, Zhang Yi's consciousness gradually blurred as he drifted into slumber. That night, Zhang Yi slept exceptionally soundly. What Zhang Yi didn't know was that due to his overwhelming accumulation during the martial disciple stage and his breakthrough that shattered 9 levels in one go, the energy within his body had reached an unprecedented state of perfection in the martial disciple realm. This perfection was not merely an accumulation of quantity but also a transformation in quality. It made Zhang Yi's inner strength incomparably pure and restrained, like a treasure hidden deep underground, neither flaunting nor revealing itself. As a result, the aura emanating from his martial disciple realm completely overshadowed that of the martial artist realm. This state has a very unique advantage, which is concealment. If an outsider were standing in front of Zhang Yi at this moment and observing him closely, they would only sense that he was a martial disciple on the verge of breaking through to martial artist. They would be utterly unable to detect the terrifying power of the 9th stage of the martial artist realm hidden within him. It's like a peerless divine weapon, hidden within a plain and unadorned sheath, only revealing its earth-shattering sharpness the moment it is unsheathed. Dawn broke, and golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting streaks of light onto the wooden floor. Zhang Yi awoke from his slumber, his eyes drowsy, but with just a fleeting moment of daze, they became clear. Last night, he finally broke through the long-standing bottleneck and advanced to become a martial artist. A powerful sense of perception spread around him like a tide, capturing even the tiniest details: the dust floating in the air, the faint creak of the bed frame upstairs as the neighbor turned over, and even the sizzling sound of fried dough sticks being dropped into the oil at the breakfast shop downstairs. All were unmistakably clear to him. This feeling of controlling everything was simply amazing. Zhang Yi got up, walked to the sink, and looked at the slightly youthful yet resolute face in the mirror. He skillfully washed up, put on a clean white t-shirt and black sweatpants, everything appearing neat and orderly. On the dining table was a simple breakfast, a cup of hot milk, 2 slices of toast, and a small dish of pickles. Zhang Yi ate unhurriedly, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. In a sense, breaking up with Ding Ruanqi could be considered the start of a new chapter in my life, he mused to himself. Once, he thought he was just an ordinary transmigrator, without any golden finger or system, and could only rely on his own efforts to climb step by step in this cruel world of high martial arts. But now, he had awakened an SSS-level talent and even broke through as a martial artist last night. Relying on cheats to take it easy isn't so bad after all. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The feeling of suddenly possessing immense power brought him unprecedented joy. As for Ding Ruanqi's betrayal, Zhang Yi didn't feel much anger or sadness, but rather a sense of regret. He lamented that despite living 2 lives, he had been deceived by a hypocritical woman for so long without ever seeing her true colors. 2 lives, and I was actually fooled by a little girl. How embarrassing. Zhang Yi shook his head self-deprecatingly and drank the last sip of milk. Just as he was about to leave, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ha! Zhang Yi was slightly stunned. The sudden voice left him a bit puzzled. Why did the system show up at this moment? Did it suddenly malfunction? You have to know, when nothing was happening, this system was as good as dead, completely silent. Although the system wasn't very reliable before and mainly focused on avoiding hardship, at least it only appeared when events occurred to make its presence known. But now, he's just about to go out, and the system gets triggered? Do you want me, a loser, to make a comeback by smashing my own front door with 1 punch? Is this system here to harm me? Zhang Yi muttered in his heart. The next moment, a scarlet interface suddenly appeared before his eyes, exuding an unsettling aura. Death mission. 4 blood-red characters abruptly came into view, causing Zhang Yi's pupils to contract sharply. Whoa, how scary. Let me see what this is about. Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Host, you just gave that gold-digging, two-faced ex-girlfriend a resounding slap, forcing her to face the reality of her poor judgment. Then, without hesitation, you mercilessly humiliated the clown who dared to act up in front of you, leaving him utterly disgraced and a laughingstock. It was satisfying, no doubt, but the price of that satisfaction has now come due. The 2 people you humiliated so harshly are now consumed with rage, like rabid dogs, searching everywhere and vowing to make you pay a bloody price. They've spared no expense, recruiting a gang of desperados, including some ruthless fighters at the 9th stage of martial disciple, and even a formidable martial artist at the 3rd stage whose strength is unfathomable. At this moment, they are closing in on you from all directions, like a pack of wolves scenting blood. Host, your third-stage martial disciple physique is as weak as an ant in their eyes. Crushing you would take no effort at all. This is a hopeless deadlock, a desperate siege. Your chances of survival are 0. Release death mission, a narrow escape, defeat the invading enemies. Mission reward, S-class talent, brute force tempering, unconditional tenfold strength amplification. Death mission bonus, can coexist with original talent. Zhang Yi finished reading the mission content released by the system and was instantly speechless. This system, could it be an idiot? Does it even know exactly how strong I am? Martial Disciple Stage 3? What nonsense is Martial Disciple Stage 3? I'm a martial artist now. A genuine martial artist Stage 9. Even back then, when your system first arrived, I was already Martial Disciple Stage 9. Who on earth is this system supposed to bind to? Or is it that it arrived so many years late and it should have come when I was at Martial Disciple Level 3? Zhang Yi tried hard to recall. He remembered that when he was at Martial Disciple Level 3, he seemed to be just a little kid of 7 or 8. 7 or 8. Is this system here to be a joke? Zhang Yi was utterly speechless. Martial Disciple 9th Stage. Martial Artist 3rd Stage. Even if I hadn't broken through yesterday, with my previous strength at the Martial Disciple 9th Stage, combined with the heaven-opening force, dealing with this rabble would still be more than enough. What's more, I have an SSS-level talent to rely on. Even without the system, it would be completely sufficient. Ding Ruanqi and Chen Jin, are they really sending people to take revenge on me? Or are they just sending them to their deaths? That's it? And they call this a damn death mission? Scared the hell out of me. I thought it was going to be some big deal, but after all this fuss, it's just this? Zhang Yi sighed helplessly, feeling slightly disappointed, but on second thought, he felt relieved. He treated the system like an idiot, and the system treated him like a baby. Just completing these baby bus tasks and earning rewards, why not? Zhang Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly, his gaze falling on the dazzling task rewards flashing on the system interface. His previously slightly disappointed expression instantly turned sharp. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes, carefully examining the small line of text: S-level talent, brute force tempering, unconditional tenfold strength enhancement, death task bonus, can coexist with original talent. So, the system can actually grant me new talents? On Blue Star, the awakening of a martial artist's talent is a crucial step in life. Each person can only awaken one talent in their lifetime, and the quality of this talent almost determines a martial artist's future achievements and potential. The higher the talent level, the greater the potential, and the broader the path ahead. For this reason, when the system altered his talent awakening result, everyone believed he had awakened the lowest F-level talent, leading to ridicule and scorn. Even his childhood sweetheart, Ding Ruanqi, left him because of it. But my talent isn't F-level at all. I'm genuinely SSS level. Fortunately, this time it's a death mission with special rewards that allow my original SSS level talent to coexist with this new S-level talent. Otherwise, Zhang Yi couldn't imagine if the system had really overwritten his original SSS level talent with this S-level talent. System, I advise you to think twice before issuing such tasks next time. Otherwise, I would have flushed you down the toilet for sure. Zhang Yi walked along the streets of the lower district. The morning sunlight spilled onto the walls, reflecting a lazy warmth. The morning market in the lower district always wakes up especially early. The sizzling sound of frying dough sticks mixes with the fresh aroma of tofu pudding, weaving a web of bustling life in front of the steamy bun shop. Make way freshly steamed pork buns. As an elderly woman carrying a bamboo basket brushed past, Zhang Yi quietly shifted half a step to the right. He took a deep breath, savoring the unique vitality of the lower district. Suddenly, a warm and soft sensation wrapped around his right arm. Darling, didn't we agree to meet at the dessert shop? A sweet and slightly teasing voice carried a hint of playful charm, accompanied by a faint fragrance from the girl's hair. His muscles reflexively tensed, ready to pull his arm away, an instinct honed from years of living on the edge, but he froze abruptly upon seeing who it was. The fingers resting on the crook of his arm were as slender as carved jade, with nails tinted a delicate cherry blossom pink. Don't move. The girl's voice, as clear as a spring, carried a faint scent of gardenia. Let me borrow your shoulder for a moment. Turning his head, what came into view was a delicate face. The girl wore a pair of thin-framed glasses, and behind the lenses were a pair of bright, jet-black eyes, now filled with a hint of timidity and a plea for help. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, making her skin appear even fairer. She was wearing a blue and white dress, the hem gently swaying with her movements. The girl's voice was soft and trembling, like a frightened fawn. Could you help me? The young girl leaned half her body against his arm, her waist-length black hair brushing against the back of his hand, causing a faint tickling sensation. Not far away, a young man in a floral shirt with dyed yellow hair was sneakily following behind them. That guy looks sneaky, glancing over here from time to time. You can tell at a glance he's no good. He's been following me for a long time. The girl's voice grew even softer, almost inaudible. I am worried he might be a bad person. See, could you pretend to be my boyfriend and stay with me for a while? Zhang Yi suddenly laughed. What is this? A hero saving a damsel in distress? class? He suddenly found it amusing. This girl was quite vigilant. He looked at the girl in front of him with interest and smirked playfully. Little sister, you're pretty bold, huh? Randomly pulling a stranger and calling him your boyfriend? Aren't you afraid of jumping out of the tiger's den into the wolf's lair? The girl seemed to have anticipated his question long ago. She didn't panic. Instead, she smiled confidently, revealing two adorable little tiger teeth. You're not a bad person. Oh, Jang raised an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? The girl cleared her throat and began analyzing seriously. First, you're young, probably 19 or 20. Your steps are steady, your breathing is even, your stance is solid, and your energy is abundant, indicating at least a 9th-tier martial apprentice level. With such strength and waking up so early, it shows you're diligent and not the idle type. Jang Yi followed her gaze. If I'm not mistaken, you're a freshman at Cloud City Martial Arts University? Second, your eyes are clear, free of malice, and your face is kind, giving off a reliable impression. Moreover, there's a strong scent of blood on you, coming from ferocious beasts rather than humans, which means you're not a ruthless villain. With such strength, you mostly choose to fight beasts outside the city rather than causing trouble within. Either you're openly poor or frugally upright. Thirdly, the girl blinked mischievously. You saw me being followed and didn't choose to stand by idly. Instead, you stopped to listen to me, which shows that you have a kind heart and are willing to help others. Even as a boyfriend, you'd be a good choice. In conclusion, the girl summed up, you are definitely not a bad person, and you have the ability to protect me. Besides, a college student around my age, who has worked hard to become stronger since childhood, surely can't be more dangerous than a stalker, right? Jang Yi was left completely dumbfounded. It really sounds quite convincing. Apart from the mistake in judging the level, everything else is spot on. This girl is quite sharp, but her discernment still needs some improvement. Didn't see through his true level. No wonder. After all, the aura he exudes at first glance is that of a martial apprentice, and his true level is hard to detect unless one's level is higher than his. However, the girl's analysis did pique his interest in her a little. Alright, Jang Yi shrugged, as if agreeing, let's go, little girlfriend. He deliberately emphasized the words little girlfriend, with a hint of teasing in his tone. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still obediently held onto his arm and softly said, thank you. The two walked forward side by side. In the distance, the ringing of a bicycle bell could be heard. A milkman rode past them on an old-fashioned bicycle, the glass bottles in the basket clinking crisply. By the way, the girl seemed to remember something and asked, have you had breakfast? There's a breakfast shop around the corner that tastes pretty good. Shall I treat you? Jang Yi chuckled inwardly. This girl really knows how to seize an opportunity. Are you from Yun City? Jang Yi did not directly answer her question but asked in return. He had lived in this lower district for almost 20 years and knew every tree and blade of grass here like the back of his hand, yet he had never seen this girl before. The girl shook her head and explained, no, I came here with my family to take care of some matters and will be staying for a few days. Oh, Jang Yi asked in surprise, then how do you know there's a breakfast shop around the corner ahead? As far as I remember, you were walking the same route as me, so you shouldn't have come from that direction, right? There is indeed a breakfast shop around the corner, and the food there is quite good. It's a place Jang Yi frequents often. The girl was momentarily stunned by the question but showed no sign of panic. She cleared her throat and explained, isn't that simple? First of all, this street has a high foot traffic, which indicates there must be residential or commercial areas nearby. Where there are people, there are naturally places to eat. Secondly, I just observed that most of the shops on this street sell daily necessities and snacks, and quite a few have already opened. This indicates that the commercial atmosphere of this street has already taken shape. A breakfast shop, being a necessity, is definitely not lacking. Lastly, the girl pointed ahead, look, aren't there a few figures moving around the corner over there? And you can faintly smell the scent of cooking oil. Doesn't that indicate there's a breakfast shop there? Jang Yi chuckled helplessly. With such strong observational skills, can't you tell whether I've had breakfast or not? As soon as the words were spoken, Jang Yi suddenly came to his senses. This girl was doing it on purpose. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said irritably, you saw that I ate it and asked on purpose, didn't you? Basically, you just don't want to treat me. The girl, caught in her little scheme, was a bit embarrassed. She chuckled, playfully stuck out her tongue, revealing two cute little tiger teeth, and muttered softly, I got caught. Stingy. Jang Yi shook his head with a smile, but he wasn't really angry. He just thought that this girl was quite amusing. The two walked side by side, turned the corner, and old Wang's bun shop appeared in front of them. A rich aroma of buns wafted over. Several early risers were lining up, waiting for freshly steamed buns. The girl's eyes lit up, and she unconsciously quickened her pace, but soon slowed down again to keep in step with Jang Yi. She tilted her head, a slight smile on her face. Hey, do you believe I can guess your name? No. Jang Yi glanced at her, said nothing, and just shook his head lightly. He secretly found it amusing in his heart. This girl really had a lot of tricks up her sleeve. However, he was curious to see what she was up to this time. The girl, seeing that Jang Yi didn't believe her, wasn't annoyed. Instead, she smiled even more sweetly. How about this? You treat me to a bun, and I'll guess it right away. How does that sound? Jang Yi was both amused and exasperated by her confident tone. What on earth is this all about? Hey, little girl, Jang Yi said with his hands in his pockets. I helped you out so much, and not only are you not treating me, but now you actually want me to treat you? The way you're calculating, I can hear the sound of your abacus all the way from uptown. However, he wasn't short of money for a few buns right now. Ever since he came back from the hunt last night with an unexpected windfall, he was quite flush with cash. Besides, he was becoming more and more curious about this girl. He wanted to see what kind of skills she had to know his name. So, he didn't say anything more and headed straight to the bun shop. Boss, 2 red date and red bean paste buns, Jang Yi said skillfully to the bun shop owner. Got it, the owner responded, swiftly taking 2 steaming buns from the steamer, wrapping them in oiled paper, and handing them to Jang Yi. Jang Yi took the buns and casually handed one to the girl beside him. The girl took the bun, first placing it under her nose and taking a deep sniff. The sweet aroma of red dates and bean paste made her squint her eyes in satisfaction. She said with a look of contentment, wow, it smells so good. Thank you, Jang Yi said with a smile. Didn't you say you could guess my name? Hurry up and guess, don't just focus on eating. The girl took a bite of the bun, and the sweet red date and bean paste filling immediately spread in her mouth. She chewed while mumbling indistinctly, don't rush, let me think. She paused for a moment, then looked up and smiled at Jang Yi. Your last name is Jang. Oh, Jang Yi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. How did you guess that? The girl smiled smugly and pointed at Jang Yi's wrist. When you used the terminal to scan and pay just now, it showed Jang on the screen. Does that even need guessing? Jang Yi was instantly speechless. So, after all this time, this is what it was about. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. This girl, her observation skills are really sharp, but what kind of guess is this? Just the surname isn't enough, Jang Yi said helplessly. What about the first name? Didn't you say you'd guess it right away? He looked at the girl, waiting for her to continue her performance. The girl wasn't annoyed. While taking small bites of her bun, she stared at Jang Yi and muttered, Zhang Bai, Zhang Lin, Zhang Yi. None of them seemed quite right. She furrowed her brows slightly, deep in thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands sharply. Ah, I know. Your name is Zhang Yi, right? How did she guess that? He was certain that he had never revealed his full name anywhere. Seeing Zhang Yi's shocked expression, the girl laughed even more happily, revealing 2 adorable little tiger teeth. This time I really guessed it. She cleared her throat and said slowly, Zhang Yi, 19 years old, a local of Yun City, a freshman at Yun City Martial Arts University, martial disciple 9th stage, lives at. She paused here, glanced around, and then lowered her voice to say, it should be around here, right? Zhang Yi felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. This girl is way too scary. She had just met him, exchanged only a few words, yet she had already managed to gather almost all of his personal information. You do this every day. Zhang Yi carefully chose his words, unsure of how to describe the girl's observational skills. Keen observation, survival instinct. The girl mumbled indistinctly while biting into a bun. I was always locked in the study when I was little. As she said this, she suddenly paused, realizing she had let something slip. Quickly changing the subject, she smiled at Zhang Yi and said, let's not talk about that. But you, despite your aura being only at the martial disciple level, the feeling you give me is stronger than many martial artists I've met, huh? Zhang Yi's fingers trembled slightly for a moment, but quickly returned to calm. Zhang Yi? This girl, she actually figured it out? The girl propped her chin on her hand, curiously leaning closer to Zhang Yi, her nose almost touching his chin. She widened her eyes and carefully examined him. Let me guess, are you deliberately suppressing your level? Or, did you suffer some old injury that caused your level to drop? It couldn't be one of those legendary cases of pretending to be weak to catch the strong, could it? Zhang Yi felt a bit uncomfortable with her close-up inspection. He leaned back and said irritably, what's it got to do with you? You're being way too nosy. Zhang Yi glanced around and confirmed that the sneaky little blonde who had been following him was nowhere to be seen. He let out a slight sigh of relief, turned to the girl beside him, and said, alright, that's it. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. As he spoke, he tried to pull his arm back. Who would have thought that the girl seemed to have anticipated his move and instead hugged his arm even tighter? Hey, don't rush. The girl looked at him with a cheerful smile, her big eyes curving into crescent moons. You're heading to school, right? Perfect, we're going the same way. Take me along for a bit, will you? Zhang Yi was instantly speechless. What kind of situation is this? This girl, she really is a bit too overly familiar. However, on second thought, he figured that since he was just a single guy now, there was nothing to avoid anyway. When he had a girlfriend before, he had to be more mindful of appearances to avoid misunderstandings. Now, those who go barefoot aren't afraid of those wearing shoes, so whatever happens, happens. Thinking of this, he couldn't be bothered to say anything more, letting the girl hold his arm as they continued walking forward. The two turned out of the alley and stepped onto a relatively wide street. However, after only a few steps, Zhang Yi keenly sensed that something was off. Not far ahead, a few thugs squatting by the roadside smoking suddenly stood up after seeing the two of them. They stared at them with unfriendly eyes and then started walking toward them. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. This girl, what kind of constitution does she have? Why does she attract troublemakers wherever she goes? Just as he was thinking, the girl who had been tightly holding onto his arm suddenly let go. Zhang Yi was startled and instinctively looked at her. The girl distanced herself by about an arm's length, her eyes carrying a hint of apology and worry. She lowered her voice and quickly said, Zhang Yi, how about you hurry and run? What kind of move is this? They're not here for me. The girl, seeing Zhang Yi's confused expression, quickly explained. Oh, Zhang Yi smiled and asked with great interest, how did you figure that out? He was curious to hear what this girl could analyze. The girl frowned, looking anxious. This is complicated to explain, and there's no time. Anyway, you've helped me all this way, and I'm very grateful. As for the bun money today, I'll come find you in a couple of days to pay you back. For now, you need to run. These guys are all at Martial Disciple 9th stage, the same level as you. If they gang up on you, there's no way you can win. Zhang Yi seemed as if he hadn't heard her words, still walking forward unhurriedly. Zhang Yi walked while observing the few thugs approaching him. Indeed, just as the girl had said, the aura of these guys was around the 9th level of Martial Disciple, and each of them looked fierce and menacing, clearly not the kind to be trifled with. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. No wonder the journey had been so smooth, without encountering any system alerts about desperados. So, the ones courting death are waiting here. It seems that some people won't be able to avoid a beating today. A few thugs quickly walked up to Zhang Yi and surrounded him. The girl, seeing this, was so frightened that she took several steps back. However, she did not turn around and run away but stood not far away, watching Zhang Yi nervously. Zhang Yi noticed her actions and felt a slight warmth in his heart. This girl, though mischievous and fond of taking small advantages, at least still had a bit of conscience. The leader of the thugs, with striking red-dyed hair, had a ferocious scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his mouth, making him look even more menacing. He sized up Zhang Yi with a cold gaze and asked chillingly, "Are you Zhang Yi?" Zhang Yi nodded lightly and said, "I am." Had. The red-haired man sneered, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. "Don't blame us for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for crossing the wrong people." Speaking, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted to his men, "Do it." A few thugs immediately rolled up their sleeves and rubbed their hands together, grinning maliciously as they rushed toward Zhang Yi. "Wait!" Zhang Yi suddenly spoke, stopping their actions. Red Hair impatiently frowned and asked fiercely, "What? Any last words?" He thought Zhang Yi was scared. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, looked at Red Hair, and calmly asked, "Did Chen Jin send you?" Although he was asking, his tone carried a hint of certainty. Even though it wasn't just Chen Jin who became his enemy yesterday, but also Ding Ruanxi. But Zhang Yi knew that if it were the Ding family's revenge, they would never send these nobodies. The martial artist level 3 mentioned in the system's task was much more likely. The red-haired man was stunned at first, then his expression turned even darker. He hadn't expected Zhang Yi to guess the mastermind behind the scenes. "Kid, you sure know a lot." The red-haired man sneered, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Since you know, there's no way we can let you go." He suddenly waved his hand, and the few thugs behind him immediately stirred, tightening their encirclement around Zhang Yi. "What, planning to make a move?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Just the few of you? Kid, don't get too cocky." A yellow-haired thug next to the red-haired man shouted, "Don't think being a 9th rank martial apprentice makes you something special. Around here, who isn't a 9th rank martial apprentice?" "Exactly," another thug echoed, spitting on the ground. "Do you really think you're invincible? Today, we'll show you what it means to have someone stronger in skies beyond the skies." Enough talk. The red-haired man completely lost his patience and roared, "Guys, get him. Today, I'm going to cripple him." Before the words had even finished, several thugs simultaneously made their move, attacking Zhang Yi from all directions. The 6 thugs behind him simultaneously revealed their brass knuckles. The sunlight glinted off the sharp spikes made of special alloy deadly weapons capable of tearing through the iron armor of a second-tier ferocious beast. The scar-faced man on the far left took the lead, unleashing rock-shattering fist, with the earth-yellow energy unique to E-level martial techniques carrying fragments of stone straight ahead. The two on the right executed flowing wind kick, with grayish-blue afterimages blocking all escape routes. These individuals were clearly accustomed to coordinated hunts, as the attacks of the 3 9th-stage martial apprentices targeted the throat, chest center, and energy sea, while 2 others wielded alloy short blades to seal off both sides. Fist winds howled, leg shadows danced. Several 9th-stage martial apprentices struck simultaneously, creating a terrifying momentum. You should know, even outside the city, facing those ferocious Tier 2 beasts, such a lineup is more than enough to handle them. What's more, although these thugs seem unremarkable, they are actually using E-level martial techniques. E-level martial techniques are considered decent techniques in martial arts universities, and it's not easy for ordinary students to obtain them. Yet these thugs each have one. Obviously, they were all specially trained, far from comparable to ordinary street thugs. For a moment, fierce winds surged, and murderous intent filled the air. The girl standing to the side couldn't hold back anymore upon seeing this scene. She anxiously shouted, "Zhang Yi, be careful. Their fists carry force. Dodge first, don't fight head-on. They're kicks are very fast, watch your lower body. Also, be careful of that red-haired guy, Zhang Yi stood still in place without moving. The red-haired man let out a cold laugh, his gaze locking onto the girl nearby. Another nosy little chick? Once we finish him off, it'll be your turn. The girl's voice abruptly stopped. The threat from red hair was not yet finished. Seeing that the fists and kicks of several thugs were about to land on Zhang Yi, it was a critical moment. The crew-cut strong man who attacked first suddenly realized something was wrong. When his fist was 3 inches away from the opponent's throat, it felt as if it had hit an invisible quagmire. The martial techniques of the other two were even more bizarrely deflected, with 3 streams of energy canceling each other out in front of Zhang Yi. The red-haired man's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw Zhang Yi's right hand hanging by his side, faintly glowing, with dark red patterns flowing beneath the skin, resembling lava rushing through veins. Zhang Yi suddenly smiled. Then, he moved. He did not choose to dodge or block as the girl had said. He simply lifted his right leg lightly, then, gently brought it down. A deep, muffled boom, like thunder out of a clear sky, centered on Zhang Yi's landing point. The ground suddenly trembled, and cracks visible to the naked eye spread rapidly like a spider's web. The entire street let out a mournful cry. A shockwave visible to the naked eye struck like a giant rhinoceros stomping the ground. 6 thugs seemed to collide with an invisible wall of air, their brass knuckles shattered into metal fragments under the force of the rebound, and teeth mixed with blood spatter traced parabolic arcs through the air. An earthquake? The thugs, who had been brimming with aggression moments ago, suddenly turned pale. They felt a violent tremor beneath their feet, their bodies swaying uncontrollably. Forget attacking Zhang Yi, they couldn't even manage to stand steadily. Screams and cries of alarm echoed one after another. Several thugs were directly sent flying by the sudden tremor, each drawing a pathetic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The dull sound of impact, accompanied by the cracking of bones, made one's scalp tingle. Zhang Yi stood firmly in place, his face still wearing that calm and composed expression. He looked at the thugs lying on the ground, groaning in pain, and said indifferently, "Is this the extent of your strength?" His voice was not loud, but on the silent street, it sounded exceptionally clear. The power of the blazing furnace iron rhinoceros is truly extraordinary, Zhang Yi secretly marveled in his heart. Although it was just a very low-level ability, when combined with his 9th-rank martial artist physique, the power it unleashed was simply terrifying. An invisible force instantly enveloped the entire street. The few thugs who had been struggling to get up suddenly felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down on them. The immense pressure rendered them immobile, leaving them only able to let out painful groans. Gravity field, the girl murmured to herself as she looked at Zhang Yi. She had originally thought that Zhang Yi was just an ordinary 9th-rank martial apprentice, at most slightly stronger than the average 9th-rank martial apprentice. But now it seems that she might have been ridiculously wrong. Oh my goodness, what's going on? He seems a bit off. You, who the hell are you? The red-haired man struggled, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Zhang Yi did not answer him, only slowly increased the pressure of the gravitational field. My bones are going to break. Spare me, spare me. Several thugs let out piercing screams of agony. Under the pressure of the gravitational field, their bodies began to twist and deform, their bones emitting a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Why did Chen send you to deal with me? Zhang Yi asked slowly. I don't know. The red-haired man said painfully, he just told us to cripple you. Cripple me? Zhang Yi sneered. What big talk? He bent down and fished out a communicator from the red-haired man's pocket. The latest message displayed on the screen, Chen, record the video and come back. Zhang Yi sneered coldly as the gravitational field suddenly tripled in strength, pressing several people half a foot into the ground. Since the arrival of the ferocious beasts, the original order of Blue Star had long been overturned. The once prevailing laws and morals appeared feeble and powerless in the face of absolute strength. The control over martial artists was practically non-existent. What's more, there are surveillance cameras here, clearly recording that it was these little thugs who made the first move. In this situation, even if Zhang Yi killed them, it wouldn't violate the current laws of Blue Star. More importantly, what Zhang Yi saw in their eyes was not remorse, but deep resentment and malice. Letting them go would only leave hidden dangers for himself. No, don't. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Spare us, we were just following orders. A few thugs felt the murderous intent emanating from Zhang Yi, and they were instantly scared out of their wits. They desperately begged for mercy, trying to evoke Zhang Yi's sympathy. Zhang Yi gently shook his head. Knowing you're wrong and knowing you're about to die are two different things. His voice was soft, yet it plunged the thugs into utter despair. He slowly raised his hand, his palm aimed at the red-haired man. No! The red-haired man let out a desperate howl, but his voice was abruptly cut off. An invisible force instantly enveloped him. His body twisted and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood slowly flowed out from his 7 orifices, staining the ground red. With a dull thud, Red Hair's body fell heavily to the ground like a torn sack, completely devoid of life. The other thugs, witnessing this scene, were scared out of their wits. They wanted to run, but their bodies seemed nailed to the ground, unable to move. Zhang Yi slowly turned around. Don't kill kill me. Don't kill me. I won't dare anymore. The air was filled with a thick scent of blood. Zhang Yi slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his clothes spotless. He flicked his fingertips lightly, and a wisp of flame appeared out of thin air, landing on several corpses. The fire instantly consumed everything, burning the bodies and the bloodstains on the ground completely clean. The strong smell of charred remains filled the air but was quickly dispersed by the cool morning breeze. Zhang Yi had been struggling to survive in the lower city since childhood, witnessing too much of human treachery and the coldness of the world. The peaceful society of his previous life had long become a blurry shadow in his memory. On the blue planet now, the law of the jungle is the only rule. He had long grown accustomed to it all. The girl beside him, who had her mouth slightly open, still had a face full of surprise. Crunch, crunch. Zhang Yi's strength far exceeded her expectations. But soon, the girl's expression returned to calm. She didn't show any sign of fear. Instead, she developed a strong interest in Zhang Yi. She was just about to say something when a sudden round of applause interrupted her. The applause was deep and powerful. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows at the corner of the street. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Another expert? The man was tall and burly, over 2 meters in height, with muscles knotted all over his body, resembling an iron tower. Whoosh! Every step he took gave the impression of the ground shaking and mountains trembling. His entire being exuded a fierce aura, like a ferocious beast emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The girl's pupils contracted sharply, and alarm bells rang in her heart. Third-tier warrior. This is trouble. She instinctively took a few steps back, her mind racing as she began to think about escape routes. The girl silently moved behind Zhang Yi, gently tugged at his sleeve, and whispered in a low voice, "Hey, this guy is tough to deal with. How about we retreat for now?" Zhang Yi acted as if he hadn't heard her, merely waving his hand lightly to signal her to stay calm. The girl stared at Zhang Yi's back, feeling speechless in her heart. This guy, does he have a death wish? That burly man, although he's not with those useless ones from earlier, is clearly here for him. What kind of trouble has he gotten himself into? The burly man slowly walked up to Zhang Yi, sizing him up from head to toe. Not bad, not bad. So young, yet already this capable. No wonder those few brats earlier fell at your hands. The burly man's voice was rough and hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. My name is Xiong Yan. I've been hired to take your life. He paused for a moment before continuing. When I first took on this task, I thought you were just some kid barely out of his teens with no real skills. But after asking around at the black market, turns out you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Since childhood, you've been battling fierce beasts outside the city, struggling and surviving all these years. Your combat experience is rich, far surpassing your peers, and even much stronger than many martial apprentices of the same rank. What's even more surprising is that yesterday, you and your teammates actually hunted down a third-tier blazing furnace iron rhino. TSK. Truly impressive for someone so young. Smack, smack, smack. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, pondering to himself, the news spread so quickly? Indeed. The materials of the burning furnace iron rhino he sold to old Dao. As long as old Dao put them up for sale, it would be hard for people not to find out. He smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, since you know my strength, you still dare to come? Barry Yen burst into laughter upon hearing this, his laughter echoing like thunder. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're still too young. Do you think the gap between a martial apprentice and a martial artist can be bridged with just a little experience in fighting above your level? That is a chasm as vast as the heavens. You have no idea what kind of power a martial artist possesses. Barry Yan's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Surrender obediently now, and I can grant you a swift end. Otherwise, once I make my move, I'm afraid even your corpse won't remain intact. Zhang Yi still wore a faint smile on his face as he slowly asked, those thugs just now were sent by Chen Jin. Are you from the Ding family? Xiong Yan shook his head and replied in a muffled voice, in our line of work, there are rules. A client's information must never be disclosed. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. Kid, are you ready to die? A heavy atmosphere lingered between the two, suffocatingly oppressive. Tensions ran high, ready to explode at any moment. At that moment, a crisp voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Yi's mind. 3 inches below his right rib is his weak spot. There's an old wound there, it's his greatest vulnerability. Attack there with all your strength, then run diagonally opposite. There's a small alley there, with complex terrain, perfect for escaping. Telepathy? Zhang Yi was startled and blurted out. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the girl behind him. The burly man Xiong Yan was also taken aback, his gaze falling on the girl. The girl looked utterly confused, her eyes wide open. Why did you say it out loud? A trace of mockery flashed across Xiong Yan's face. He sneered coldly, stop pretending to be mysterious. The gap in strength is clear. No matter what tricks you play, it will all be futile. The girl looked at Zhang Yi, her delicate little face full of confusion. This person, is he really a fool? Does he not know how vast the gap is between a martial disciple and a martial artist? Even if he managed to take down a few ninth-stage martial apprentices, those people were clearly just street thugs with no formal training at all. They couldn't possibly compare to the the man in front of him, who was clearly battle-hardened and had killed countless people. Not to mention the gap in raw strength. The difference between a 9th-stage martial apprentice and a 3rd-stage martial artist might seem like just 3 minor levels, but in reality, it's a world of difference. You could say they are fundamentally not on the same level. A martial artist can easily slaughter a group of martial apprentices. This guy, where does his confidence even come from? Hey, Zhang Yi sized up Xiong Yan from head to toe, unexpectedly revealing a roguish smile as he slowly said, I heard that 3 inches below your right rib, there's an old wound. That's your weak spot, isn't it? Varian's forehead veins bulged, and his left shoulder trembled almost imperceptibly. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He instinctively took a step back but quickly forced himself to steady his stance. Immediately after, he took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and sneered, Kid, I didn't expect you to figure this out. But so what if you know? Do you think I would let you attack my weak spot without any defense? Do you think I'm some brainless fool? Wrong. Zhang Yi raised his index finger and waved it slightly, speaking calmly. It's not that I know, it's this young lady. Who told me? He pointed to the girl behind him. Xiong Yan's gaze fell on the girl once again. The girl was about to lose her mind. She glared fiercely at Zhang Yi, roaring inwardly, this idiot. What is he doing? Doesn't he know that the most important thing right now is to escape? And he's still here chatting with the enemy? Does he think he's not dying fast enough? She looked at Zhang Yi, already considering leaving him behind and running away on her own. Aren't you afraid? Zhang Yi heard this and laughed, his laughter relaxed and natural. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? He retorted, then turned his gaze to Xiong Yan, his eyes full of mockery. You should ask him if he's afraid of me. Xiong Yan was stunned for several seconds by Zhang Yi's words. Then, he burst into laughter, laughing so hard he bent over, even shedding tears. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, good, kid. I've roamed the battlefield for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered someone as reckless as you. But, you've successfully amused me. Just for that, I'll make sure to give you a swift death later. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, his gaze suddenly turning cold and cruel. Kid, have you finished your last words? If you have, then get ready to depart. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiong Yan stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to crack instantly, with countless shards of stone flying into the air. His right fist clenched tightly, enveloped in a violent aura, as he fiercely struck toward Zhang Yi. The unique energy of a warrior condensed into a faint red glow visible to the naked eye on Xiong Yan's fist. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this energy, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The howling fist wind roared like a mountain collapsing and the earth cracking. The air seemed to freeze. The buildings on both sides of the street trembled under the impact of this powerful energy, with fine cracks appearing on the walls. The ground exploded with cobweb-like cracks, and the fist wind, carrying a sulfurous scent, tore through the air, igniting crimson flames mid-air. The glass windows on both sides of the street shattered instantly, and the splintered shards refracted countless blood-red glimmers under the sunlight. D-level martial skill, the girl exclaimed in shock. She felt the terrifying power of the punch and quickly retreated several steps, seeking refuge in a relatively safe spot. She knew that she absolutely could not be caught in the aftermath of this punch, otherwise, even if she survived, she would be gravely injured. She desperately saw Zhang Yi still standing in place, his thin figure swaying like a withered leaf in the firelight. This idiot. I clearly reminded him to dodge. Facing this earth-shattering punch, Zhang Yi remained completely motionless, not even blinking an eye. Die! Xiong Yan roared furiously, the faint red glow on his fist surging like a burning meteor, smashing fiercely toward Zhang Yi's chest. However, at this critical moment, Zhang Yi moved. He simply raised his right hand lightly, fingers together, and casually sliced toward Xiong Yan's fist. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling brilliance, only a faint white stream of air flowing at Zhang Yi's fingertips. Overestimating yourself. Xiong Yan saw Zhang Yi's action, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He simply couldn't believe that Zhang Yi could block his full-force mountain-splitting fist with just one hand. A crisp sound, like the shattering of glass, echoed through the silent street. Xiong Yan's fist collided with Zhang Yi's palm. Time froze at that moment. The ferocious grin on Xiong Yan's face instantly froze. He only felt an indescribable sharp pain spreading from his fist throughout his entire body. His fist was actually caught bare-handed by Zhang Yi. Not only that, the faint red energy on his fist quickly disintegrated like melting snow under the cutting force of the white energy flow. This is impossible. Xiong Yan's heart surged with shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth lifted slightly. A martial artist? That's all? Before the words had even faded, Zhang Yi's palm suddenly exerted force. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-cracking sounds clearly reached Xiong Yan's ears. His fist, in Zhang Yi's palm, was like a fragile toy, breaking inch by inch. Xiong Yan let out a shrill scream. He tried to pull back his fist, only to find that his arm was firmly held by Zhang Yi, completely immobile. With another crisp sound, Xiong Yan's entire arm was forcibly crushed by Zhang Yi. The miserable scream of Xiong Yan rang out. At this moment, he knew that today, he was probably doomed. Zhang Yi slowly raised his other hand, his palm aimed at Xiong Yan's Yan's head. Crack! No! Xiong Yan let out a desperate roar, but his voice was abruptly cut off. An invisible force instantly enveloped him. His body twisted and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a dull thud, Xiong Yan's body crashed heavily to the ground, completely devoid of life. His head had already turned into a pile of mush, mixed with the bloodstains on the ground, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other. I told you! Zhang Yi brushed the dust off his clothes, turned around, and winked at the wide-eyed girl. The one who should be afraid is him. Zhang Yi hummed a little tune, walking briskly down the streets of Cloud City. The sunlight shone on him, making his already tall and upright figure appear even more vibrant and full of energy. Although the tune was so off-key it was unrecognizable, it didn't affect his good mood in the slightest. There was no helping it, he was simply in an exceptionally good mood. Early in the morning, he first stretched his muscles and bones, then beat up a few clueless guys until they were crawling on the ground looking for their teeth. Also received the reward for the death mission, even though it wasn't very realistic. This system may not be very smart, but it really does give good stuff. Unconditional tenfold power amplification. Last night, he skyrocketed from martial disciple 9th stage to martial artist 9th stage in just one night, which was already shocking enough. Now, with this tenfold power amplification added, Zhang Yi felt that he could now punch a third-tier ferocious beast to death with one blow. If he tried Chen Yuan again, he estimated that without even using the Sky Force, he could swing it up relying solely on brute strength. Hey, wait for me! A crisp yet anxious female voice came from behind. Zhang Yi didn't need to turn around to know who it was. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. The girl jogged to catch up, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her breathing slightly hurried. I say, are you just going to follow me like this? Zhang Yi stopped walking, turned around, and looked at the girl with a cheerful smile, pointing to the imposing building not far ahead. Yunqing Martial Arts University is right up ahead. I'm almost there. The girl felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze, her eyes darting away as her cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lip lightly and smiled helplessly. Thank you, and also for the bun money today. Forget it, don't mention it. Zhang Yi waved his hand, just consider it my treat, okay? After saying that, he turned around gracefully and strode toward the school. The girl stood in place, watching Zhang Yi's figure gradually fade into the distance, and called out a few more times. Hey, Zhang Yi, let's exchange contact info, okay? What's your terminal number? Zhang Yi didn't turn back, nor did he respond, only a faint reply could be heard. It's fine, I do good deeds without leaving my name. The girl was momentarily stunned, then suddenly burst into laughter. However, as she laughed, her smile gradually faded, becoming somewhat complicated. She gazed at Zhang Yi's back, her eyes growing deep and thoughtful. A freshman, SSS-level talent, 9th rank martial artist. In a small place like Yun City, such a prodigy is actually hidden? Interesting. Zhang Yi stepped into the gates of Yun City Martial Arts University, and a wave of bustling heat hit him in the face. Today's campus was even livelier than yesterday, with students gathered in groups of 3 or 5 everywhere, excitedly discussing something. Of course, it might also be because Zhang Yi was now all alone, making him more sensitive to his surroundings and thus feeling the noise even more acutely. Yesterday, almost all the freshmen had completed their talent awakening, and today, the school would open the library to the students and sell martial techniques. Yes, you heard it right. If you want to study the books in the library of Yun City Martial Arts University, you have to pay for it. Don't think that just because you've been admitted to this top-tier institution, you can freeload everything. Where in the world would you find such a good deal? On Blue Star, after the arrival of ferocious beasts, the value of martial techniques is beyond question. Powerful martial techniques are the fundamental guarantee for humans to fight against ferocious beasts. Mastering an advanced martial technique means having an extra hope of survival in life and death battles, and it can even allow you to challenge higher levels, defeating the strong while being weak. The cultivation of advanced martial techniques often requires specific talent and resources. Being able to acquire advanced martial techniques is itself a symbol of status and strength. In an era when ferocious beasts ran rampant, powerful warriors held higher social status and greater influence, and martial techniques were the necessary path to becoming strong. Therefore, even after being admitted to elite institutions like Cloud City Martial Arts University, students still need to pay to learn advanced martial techniques. Of course, while they are called advanced, they aren't particularly high-level. Most of them are merely D-level techniques. However, even D-level martial techniques are already precious enough for these freshmen who have just awakened their talents. The martial techniques in the library of Yun City Martial Arts University are much cheaper than those available through official channels or even the black market, but they still require payment. It is precisely because of this reason that the students not only have no complaints but are eagerly looking forward to it, wishing they could rush into the library immediately to select their desired martial techniques. After all, such a good opportunity doesn't come around every day, and outsiders wouldn't even have access to it. Of course, the school's teachers usually teach students some lower-level martial techniques, such as E or F level. After all, this is a university they were admitted to, so it's impossible to charge fees for everything again. As Jiang Yi stepped onto the campus, he keenly noticed many unusual glances cast his way. Look, isn't that Jiang Yi? It's him, the genius who awakened an F-level talent yesterday. Ha, you guys should have seen it. He was publicly humiliated by Ding Ruanqi on the playground. That scene, TSK, it was truly spectacular. F-level talent? That's it for his life. Why even bother coming to martial arts university? What a waste of resources. Who knows? Maybe his family owns a mine or something? Ha ha, sigh, what a pity. He's quite handsome, but unfortunately, he's a good for nothing. All kinds of discussions reached Jiang Yi's ears without any attempt to conceal them. Jiang Yi turned a deaf ear to these voices, not even lifting an eyelid. Wasting words on these people who only gossip behind others' backs is simply a waste of life. What's more, he was currently contemplating more important matters in his mind. He stepped forward, heading straight in the direction of the library, pondering as he walked, with the heaven opening force, in terms of explosive power, there shouldn't be a need for further improvement in the short term. What I need most now is a martial technique that can complement Jin Yuan. Jiang Yi still vividly remembered the suffocating sense of oppression when he first saw Jin Yuan yesterday. That heavy sword was simply not a weapon a human could wield, and its weight was so exaggerated it was beyond belief. Although he had now broken through to the warrior realm, with strength many times greater than when he was a martial apprentice, Jiang Yi still hadn't tried to pick up Jin Yuan again. There was no way around it. If that thing appeared at home, the floor would probably be smashed straight through. Jiang Yi strolled leisurely to the entrance of the library. Looking ahead, wow, the line was as long as a dragon, winding and twisting, with no end in sight. Tisk, it's so lively, just like a market. Jiang Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. The bustling scene at the library entrance wasn't just because the freshmen were here to pick martial arts techniques. There were also quite a few upperclassmen wandering around, their eyes gleaming as if searching for some treasure. Some of them were here for the excitement, curious to see if there were any promising newcomers this year, and perhaps to check if anyone picked out some decent martial arts techniques. Some came with the mindset of trying their luck, hoping that if any clueless freshman chose a martial skill they didn't want or made a mistake in their selection, they could buy it at a high price. After all, D-level martial skills aren't as common as cabbages that can be picked up anywhere. For these upperclassmen, this is a rare opportunity. Some seniors missed out on choosing suitable martial skills during their freshman year and are now trying their luck. Others are purely middlemen, scheming to buy low and sell high, planning to take the martial skills they acquire to the black market for a hefty profit. Jiang Yi stood still in the team, suddenly hearing a voice filled with surprise and venom. Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and turned his head to look. Oh, isn't this that kid Chen Jin? He was wrapped in several layers of gauze, looking like a mummy, with bruises and swelling all over his face, resembling a painter's palette. Jiang Yi grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, but his eyes gleamed with undisguised mockery and murderous intent. Chen Jin shuddered under his gaze, a chill surging from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Instinctively, he took a step back but accidentally tripped over his own foot, stumbling and falling flat on his face with a loud thud. Ow! Chen Jin let out a miserable cry, struggling to get up, but the pain made him grimace, and his awkward appearance was nothing short of comical. The surrounding crowd immediately burst into laughter, their gazes at Chen Jin full of mockery. Chen Jin was overwhelmed with shame and anger, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. He struggled to get up, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yi, gritting his teeth as he asked, You're fine? Jiang Yi pretended to look innocent, shrugged his shoulders, and replied with a puzzled expression, Me? What could possibly happen to me? But you, young Master Chen, seem to be quite badly hurt. Chen Jin trembled with rage, his chest heaving violently, veins bulging on his forehead. He stared fixedly at Jiang Yi, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Damn it, those useless fools, they clearly promised. Chen Jin gritted his teeth and squeezed out a vague curse through the gaps. His voice was very low, but Jiang Yi's hearing was extraordinary, and he heard it loud and clear. What? Jiang Yi deliberately pretended not to hear, leaned in closer, and asked with a smile, Young Master Chen, what are you saying? Speak up, I can't hear you. Nothing at all. Chen Jin was so infuriated by him that he almost spat blood. He abruptly turned his head, not daring to meet Jiang Yi's gaze again. Jiang Yi looked at Chen Jin's cowardly appearance, full of anger but not daring to speak, and sneered coldly in his heart, Coward. At that moment, a murmur of whispers came from the side. Ruanqi, look, isn't that Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi turned toward the sound and saw Ding Ruanqi standing not far away, whispering something to a heavily made-up female classmate. Ding Ruanqi also noticed Jiang Yi. Their gazes met in midair, sparks flying. Ding Ruanqi's face was full of hatred and resentment. Even with heavy makeup, she couldn't hide the clear slap mark on her cheek. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile as he fearlessly met her gaze. Ding Ruanqi's face turned ashen, and she glared fiercely at Jiang Yi before turning her head and snorting coldly at the female classmate beside her. Let him enjoy his moment of triumph. He won't be laughing tonight. Jiang Yi seemed fine, which didn't particularly surprise her. She thought it might be because the assassin her father hired hadn't encountered Jiang Yi, or perhaps Jiang Yi had managed to escape. That's why Jiang Yi was able to come to school safe and sound. As for a third-rank martial artist artist assassin being counter-killed by Zhang Yi? Ding Ruanqi never even considered this possibility. That's a martial artist. A genuine martial artist. The gap between a martial apprentice and a martial artist is simply worlds apart. There's no need to say more. A martial apprentice can never defeat a martial artist. This is an ironclad rule proven countless times over the many years of martial arts development on Blue Star. Beyond any doubt, the team slowly moved forward. At the entrance of the library stood an elderly teacher with graying hair, responsible for collecting fees. Students need to scan a QR code with their own devices and pay the corresponding fee before they can enter the library. Chen Jin and Ding Ruanqi exchanged a glance, both seeing the schadenfreude in each other's eyes. They knew that Zhang Yi was an orphan who had relied on part-time jobs and meager scholarships to get by since childhood. This was no secret. His pitiful savings had all been used to buy a rundown little house in the lower district, leaving him already strapped for cash. As Zhang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Ding Ruanqi knew his financial situation like the back of her hand. Penniless, this was Ding Ruanqi's evaluation of Zhang Yi. If it weren't for the faint hope she once held, believing that Zhang Yi would achieve something on the martial arts path, Ding Ruanqi would never have been with this pauper. Now, Zhang Yi awakened an F-level talent, completely severing his path in martial arts, and Ding Ruanqi despised him to the extreme. If it weren't for her father, that old man, being busy with business when she was a child, never home, and having no time to care for her, leaving her in that rundown elementary school near the lower district, how could she have possibly known trash like Zhang Yi? Ding Ruanqi secretly cursed her father in her heart. In Ding Ruanqi's view, she and Zhang Yi were people from completely different worlds. She is the lofty white swan, while Zhang Yi is nothing more than a stinking rat in the sewer. Thinking about it now, Ding Ruanqi felt disgusted, wishing she could completely erase that unbearable past from her memory. Chen Jin watched Zhang Yi slowly lining up in the queue, unable to hold back his impatience. He couldn't wait to see Zhang Yi make a fool of himself. I say, Zhang Yi, what, with an F-level talent, you think you can come to the library to pick martial techniques? Can you even afford it? Chen Jin sneered sarcastically, his tone dripping with mockery. His voice wasn't too loud or too soft, but it was enough for everyone around to hear clearly. Just kidding, he must vent this anger. Zhang Yi glanced at him sideways and smiled playfully. What's this? Is young Master Chen concerned about my financial situation? Rest assured, no matter how poor I am, I'm still better than someone like you who only relies on his family. With just one sentence, Chen Jin was rendered speechless. His face turned bright red, as if he had been slapped hard. There's no way around it. If it were any other time, he would have already lost his temper and started a fight. But he couldn't beat Zhang Yi. He could only swallow this humiliation. Ding Ruanqi saw Chen Jin suffer a setback, let out a cold laugh, then turned to the female classmate behind her in line and said, Shaoli, today it's my treat. Pick any martial skill you like, no need to hold back. She deliberately raised her voice, clearly showing off to Zhang Yi. Oh my, Ruanqi, you're just so wonderful. Unlike some people who are poor themselves and still drag others down. That female classmate chimed in. Ding Ruanqi smiled smugly and said, well, there's nothing I can do. Now that there's no burden, I naturally have a lot more money to spare. Her words were clearly meant to imply something. Zhang Yi listened and did not get angry. He simply smiled faintly and said, since Miss Ding is so wealthy, that's perfect. When will you pay back the money I lent you? Upon hearing this, Ding Ruanqi's face immediately darkened. She widened her eyes and shrieked, when did I ever owe you money? Zhang Yi, stop slandering me. Zhang Yi chuckled and said unhurriedly, Miss Ding, we've known each other for so many years. Every time you wanted to buy something, didn't you always say borrow money to me? The chat records are all saved on my terminal. Over the years, I seem to only see records of me transferring money to you, but I've never seen a single cent transferred back from you. As Zhang Yi spoke, he even pretended to flip through his terminal. Ding Ruanqi's face turned pale and then flushed. She never expected Zhang Yi to bring up these old grievances in front of so many people. That was all voluntary on your part. Ding Ruanqi argued unreasonably. Zhang Yi let out an "oh," raised an eyebrow, and said, really? But that's not what you said in the chat logs. Should I pull them up and read them out for everyone? Ding Ruanqi's face completely changed, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed for a moment. She hadn't expected Zhang Yi to be so disrespectful to her. Zhang Yi, you don't know what's good for you. Ding Ruanqi shouted furiously, being able to spend money on me is your blessing. If it weren't for, with someone as poor as you, in this lifetime. Before she could finish saying in this lifetime, Zhang Yi suddenly raised his hand. Ding Ruanqi saw Zhang Yi raise his hand and was immediately startled into a stress reaction. She recalled Zhang Yi's merciless slap from yesterday, along with that powerful punch, and her body instinctively reacted. Ding Ruanqi let out a piercing scream, her whole body like a frightened rabbit, suddenly jumping several steps back and directly bumping into the crowd lining up behind her. Ouch! What are you doing? Are you crazy? The people around her were knocked off balance, voicing their displeased complaints. For a moment, the entrance of the library was in complete chaos. All eyes were focused on Ding Ruanqi. As for Zhang Yi, he simply raised his hand slightly, scratched his cheek, and then revealed an innocent smile. smile. Sorry, my face itches a bit. Zhang Yi shrugged, looking completely nonchalant. Ding Ruanqi looked at Zhang Yi, feeling the strange gazes around her, and a strong sense of humiliation surged in her heart. She bit her lip hard, so hard that it broke and oozed traces of blood, yet she seemed completely unaware. Zhang Yi, you wait. Ding Ruanqi said in a trembling voice, forcing herself to suppress the fear and humiliation in her heart. She had originally wanted to say something harsh to regain some dignity for herself. However, before she could finish her words, Zhang Yi glanced at her lightly. Just one look was enough to make Ding Ruanqi feel as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. That gaze was cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion, like a towering mountain pressing heavily on Ding Ruanqi's heart. Ding Ruanqi felt a chill surge from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head, leaving her entire body stiff and unable to move. She opened her mouth but found herself unable to make any sound. The harsh words she had prepared were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. A moment of silence. Chen Jin and Ding Ruanqi were both somewhat thrown off by Zhang Yi. For the moment, they didn't dare to provoke him further, merely standing silently in place, gritting their teeth and glaring at Zhang Yi's back, waiting to see his downfall. In their eyes, no matter how sharp Zhang Yi's words were, they were useless. Without money, he can't even step through the library's front door. When the time comes, let's see how arrogant he can still be. A pauper is just a pauper. What's the point of pretending to be something you're not? Chen Jin cursed inwardly. Just wait until he can't get into the library, then watch how I humiliate him. Ding Ruanqi thought viciously to herself. The team moved forward slowly, and it was finally Zhang Yi's turn. The old teacher in charge of collecting fees glanced at Zhang Yi expressionlessly, pointed to the QR code beside him, and signaled him to scan and pay. Zhang Yi calmly opened his terminal and lightly scanned the QR code. A 50,000 credit point admission ticket. For ordinary families, it is indeed not cheap. But for Zhang Yi now, this amount of money is no longer a concern. Beep. A crisp notification sound rang out. The terminal screen displayed. Payment successful. Authorized to enter Cloud City Martial Arts University Library. The old teacher nodded, signaling Zhang Yi to proceed. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and stepped into the library. This scene, falling into the eyes of Chen Jin and Ding Ruanqi, was like a bolt from the blue. How is this possible? Chen Jin's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open. Zhang Yi actually paid the money, and it was a full 50,000 credit points. Ding Ruanqi also had a look as if she'd seen a ghost. She rubbed her eyes hard and looked at the screen again, where the words payment successful were clearly displayed. How does he have so much money? Ding Ruanqi's voice was trembling slightly. She simply couldn't figure it out. How could Zhang Yi, that penniless guy, suddenly come up with 50,000 credit points? Hey, don't just stand there in front. Are you going in or not? If not, move aside already. The classmates waiting in line behind started to complain one after another. Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to deal with those two clown-like fools behind him. The reason he hadn't seriously confronted them was purely out of a fishing mentality, waiting to see if his system, which usually played dead but became particularly active at critical moments, might pop out a few more tasks because of these two idiots' antics. After all, ever since he acquired the system, no matter how much he called for it, the system remained as lifeless as a corpse. Yet, oddly enough, of the few times the system had issued tasks, 2 out of 4 were related to these two reckless fools. Having tasted the benefits, he naturally didn't want to miss any opportunity that might trigger a task. Although the system doesn't have much awareness of the actual situation, it really does give good stuff. Moreover, for him, rather than wasting precious time and energy on boring disputes with this kind of guy, it was better to focus on improving his own strength. Strength reigns supreme, and the strong are kings. This was Zhang Yi's deepest realization after crossing into this world dominated by ferocious beasts and martial arts. He stepped into the library. As soon as he entered, a faint scent of ink mixed with the smell of some special preservative wafted toward him. Unlike the usual hustle and bustle of libraries, this place was so quiet that he could almost hear his own breathing. Towering bookshelves stretched neatly into the distance, with no end in sight. Sunlight streams through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the polished marble floor. The air seems to be filled with tiny specks of dust, slowly dancing within the beams of light. A few students sit quietly at the reading tables, engrossed in the books in their hands. Occasionally, the faint sound of pages turning echoes, further accentuating the tranquility of the place. But Zhang Yi knew that martial techniques were not stored on this floor. He followed a few classmates who were also there to select martial techniques and entered the elevator. The library of Yun City Martial Arts University was the largest repository of books in the entire Yun City and even the surrounding areas, towering nearly 100 floors high. Since the arrival of the ferocious beasts, human civilization had suffered severe damage, and traditional paper books had almost disappeared, let alone regular libraries. So, this library almost carries the entire knowledge heritage of the Cloud City region. It's worth noting that although Cloud City is nominally just a small city, in reality, its vast area far exceeds ordinary imagination. This is mainly because Blue Star itself is hundreds of times larger than Earth, and Cloud City is even more exaggerated, with an area comparable to some small countries on Earth. The elevator ascended slowly, slowly, emitting a faint buzzing sound. As the altitude increases, the ground gradually recedes, and the view becomes increasingly expansive. Through the glass window of the elevator, Zhang Yi can overlook the entire campus and even see scenes beyond it. He noticed that a large crowd had gathered on the street near the school gate, with various luxury vehicles lining both sides of the road, and even some that were clearly military or official vehicles. Zhang Yi merely glanced casually and didn't pay much attention. It was the students beside him who had already started excitedly chattering and discussing. Hey, did you see that? Over by the school gate, it looks like some big shot has arrived. Of course I saw it. I'm not blind. So many luxury cars, and those people in uniforms clearly not ordinary folks. I heard it's the young lady of a super family from Longcheng, coming to Yun City for some kind of project. Dragon City? Really? I heard that even an average family there is more powerful than the top families in our Cloud City. TCH, what's so great about that? They're just relying on their wealth and influence. Dragon City is one of the first cities where human civilization on Blue Star established a stable defense amidst the rampage of ferocious beasts. It can be said that Dragon City is truly a colossal entity. If a city were compared to a human body, then Cloud City would at most be a finger, while Dragon City is undoubtedly the heart. Not only does it possess the most advanced technology and the most abundant resources, but it also gathers the top forces and the most powerful warriors of the entire alliance. Compared to Dragon City, Cloud City, even its so-called affluent upper district appears particularly shabby and desolate. In Dragon City, ancient aristocratic families with intricate connections, martial arts sects with long-standing traditions, and super conglomerates as wealthy as nations are as numerous as fish crossing a river, countless beyond measure. Any random faction picked out would possess a foundation and strength that could make the top families in Cloud City look up in awe, not to mention those strong individuals standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. In Cloud City, a martial arts master is already enough to dominate a region and earn widespread reverence. In Dragon City, grandmasters can only be considered the backbone. Those who truly hold the power are the unparalleled experts at the realm of unity between man and nature. It is said that, just among the known and active experts at the realm of unity between man and nature in Dragon City, there are no fewer than 10,000. And this is only what is on the surface. The hidden ones in the shadows are even harder to estimate. Even more astonishing is the fact that in Dragon City, there are even rumored to be legendary figures at the level of martial gods and martial saints. Those who have transcended the realm of mortals, existing almost like deities, can move mountains and fill seas, change the heavens and reshape the earth with a mere gesture. However, Jiang Yi did not show much concern for these things. After all, no matter how formidable Dragon City was or how many powerful individuals it had, what did it have to do with him? He understood deeply that in this world where strength reigns supreme, only one's own power is the most reliable guarantee. So, Jiang Yi just glanced briefly and no longer cared about what was happening outside the school. What does the young lady from Longcheng have to do with him? Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and the crisp chime pulled Jiang Yi back to reality from his thoughts. The 77th floor arrived. Stepping out of the elevator, the scene before them was not much different from the lobby of the first-floor library. It was the same spacious and bright area, neatly arranged bookshelves, and a strong scholarly atmosphere. However, the bookshelves here no longer held ordinary books but were instead filled with manuals documenting various martial arts techniques. At the entrance, a massive electronic screen stood out prominently, clearly displaying the classifications of various martial arts techniques and their specific locations. Attack martial skills, defense martial skills, life martial skills, support and healing martial skills. Different areas are distinguished by different colors, making it clear at a glance. At the bottom of the screen, an elderly man dressed simply, with graying hair but a spirited demeanor, is sitting behind the management desk, leisurely flipping through an ancient book in his hands. Beside him is an automatic security gate, emitting a faint blue glow. Jiang Yi knew that this was to prevent anyone from privately hoarding martial arts manuals. Yunqing Martial Arts University is extremely strict in managing martial arts. Freshmen who pay the tuition can freely choose one martial art to study, but it is strictly limited to one and absolutely forbidden to take out more privately. Even spending more money cannot break this ironclad rule. Of course, if the amount offered is truly substantial, that's another matter. Most freshmen tend to choose offensive martial techniques. After all, teenagers at this age are full of vigor and competitiveness. Who wouldn't want to learn a few cool moves to show off in front of their classmates? In comparison, defensive, practical, or auxiliary healing martial techniques seem less appealing. Only those who can't find a suitable offensive martial technique or whose awakened talents don't match the offensive techniques will consider other types. For Jiang Yi, his first choice was naturally offensive martial techniques. He stepped forward, ready to pass through the security gate and enter the martial techniques area. Good morning. A cool and clear voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Jiang Yi was startled and turned his head to look. It was Su Yuli. She still had that cold and indifferent demeanor, her long, jet-black, shiny hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her fair face showed no expression, and her pitch-black eyes were as calm as a bottomless lake. But one had to admit, yet she was truly beautiful, as stunning as a delicate painting, making it hard for people not to take a few more glances. Good morning. Zhang Yi came back to his senses and responded with a smile. Su Yuli tilted her head slightly. This subtle movement added a touch of liveliness to her cool demeanor. She suddenly reached out and gently pinched Zhang Yi's cheek. Her fingertips were icy cold, with a delicate texture. Zhang Yi was caught off guard, a bit stunned by her sudden action. Before he could react, Su Yuli reached out her finger again, gently poking him a few times, as if trying to confirm something. Seemingly still unsatisfied, she actually leaned forward slightly and gently rested her head against Zhang Yi's chest. He instinctively took a step back and asked with a puzzled expression, "What are you doing?" Su Yuli raised her head, her cold and clear eyes still calm and unruffled, and said lightly, "I didn't expect that you really became a martial artist." Zhang Yi was speechless for a moment. "Didn't I send you a photo yesterday?" he explained helplessly. Su Yuli blinked, still indifferent. "Oh, so that wasn't harassment?" Su Yuli seemed oblivious to Zhang Yi's speechlessness and said to herself, "Choose your martial skills carefully. This afternoon, we continue." Only then did Zhang Yi snap back to reality and hurriedly asked, "Continue? Continue going out of the city to hunt fierce beasts?" Su Yuli nodded slightly and asked in return, "Otherwise? Would you prefer to start an online match? If you want, that's fine too." She paused, pondering the feasibility. No, let's do it offline." Zhang Yi quickly waved his hand to refuse. "Are you kidding?" He now possessed Eternal Devour, and couldn't wait to spend every day outside the city, frantically hunting fierce beasts, devouring their energy, and rapidly enhancing his strength. "Then it's the usual time, see you at the entrance of the teleportation hall." After Su Yuli finished speaking, she didn't wait for Zhang Yi's response and directly turned around, heading toward the martial arts area. Zhang Yi watched as Su Yuli walked straight toward the auxiliary martial arts section, his steps pausing slightly. He originally thought that, given Su Yuli's personality, even if she didn't choose the most direct offensive martial arts techniques, she would at least pick some combat techniques leaning towards speed or skill. Unexpectedly, she directly chose a support type. "Have you decided which martial arts technique you want to choose?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask. Su Yuli stopped in her tracks upon hearing his voice and turned her head. Her face, originally calm and expressionless, seemed to undergo a slight change. The corners of her mouth gently lifted, forming a very subtle curve. Rather than a smile, it seemed more like a habitual upward motion of her lips. It wasn't a genuine smile, more like an imitation of one, or perhaps an indescribable expression hovering between smiling and not smiling. "Since you've already reached the 9th rank of a martial artist and also have an SSS-level talent," Su Yuli spoke slowly, her voice still cold, but her pace of speech was slightly faster than usual. "If we team up, it will definitely be me who gets dragged along by you. In that case, there's no point in me choosing offensive martial techniques." She paused for a moment and continued, "Rather than choosing an offensive martial technique that I won't use, it's better to pick some martial techniques with supportive functions. No matter what problems we encounter or if something happens to you, I can at least help you and not hold you back." As Su Yuli spoke, she unexpectedly walked back again, drawing closer to Zhang Yi. The distance between the two instantly shortened, almost to the point where they could feel each other's breath. Su Yuli carried a faint, cool aura, reminiscent of an ice lotus on a snowy mountain, which perfectly matched the impression she gave others. Zhang Yi was slightly stunned, not expecting Su Yuli to think this way. "This girl, is she thinking about me?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. The two exchanged glances. Su Yuli's eyes remained indifferent, revealing no emotion. Or perhaps, her voice sounded again, unclear whether it was a joke or sincere. "You plan to leave me behind? Throw you away?" Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned, then chuckled softly. Shaking his head, he replied firmly, "Of course not. I, Zhang Yi, am not the kind of person who abandons someone after they've served their purpose." He looked earnestly into Su Yuli's eyes and added, "Besides, having a powerful ally by my side makes me happy. Why would I ever throw you away?" Upon hearing this, the strange curve at the corner of Su Yuli's mouth deepened slightly. Although her expression still revealed no joy or anger, Zhang Yi felt as though she seemed a little happier. "That's good." After saying this, Su Yuli paused for a moment but did not leave immediately. She turned slightly, her gaze lingering on Zhang Yi's face for a few seconds. Those cold, clear eyes shimmered faintly. Zhang Yi felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and couldn't help but clear his throat. "What's wrong?" he asked. Su Yuli didn't answer immediately, she just quietly looked at him. After a moment, she slowly spoke, "Nothing. Just wanted to see what's so special about someone with an SSS-level talent." Zhang Yi was a bit puzzled by her sudden scrutiny. Just as he was about to say something, Su Yuli suddenly withdrew her gaze. "Choose wisely. Don't get too carried away, and don't pick some flashy but useless skills that look good but are impractical. You'll end up embarrassing yourself." Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, almost unable to tell whether this was concern or sarcasm. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Do I look like someone who would choose showy stuff?" He pretended to frown in dissatisfaction, but he couldn't help feeling amused inside. This girl, clearly she's concerned, but she insists on expressing it in such an awkward way. Su Yuli's eyelashes trembled slightly, somewhat surprised by Zhang Yi's reaction, yet it it seemed perfectly natural. Who knows? Men all seem to like those things that look impressive but are actually useless. Zhang Yi was momentarily stumped by her remark, left speechless. Hey, that's a blanket attack. I'm not that kind of person. He couldn't help but retort, only to realize he actually cared about Su Yuli's opinion. This is really strange. Su Yuli looked at his slightly flushed face, her eyes constantly darting around. It better be like this. After she finished speaking, she reached out her hand and gently patted Jiang Yi's shoulder. The force was so light it was almost imperceptible. Remember, don't push yourself. If you ever face any difficulties in the future, I'm here. Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned and looked at Su Yuli with some surprise. Even though I chose to be a support, Su Yuli continued, with an unmistakable hint of pride in her tone, I can still protect you in the future. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. The way you say that, it sounds like I'm some weakling who needs your protection. Su Yuli glanced at him. Can't help it. Ever since I met you, every time we do simulated battles, you end up crying for mercy. That was online. How is that the same? Jiang Yi protested. And since when did you become the older sister? Then should I be your daddy? By the way, Jiang Yi, are you interested in taking a job as a bodyguard for a beautiful girl? Su Yuli seemed to suddenly remember something and asked. Bodyguard? Jiang Yi was stunned, a little puzzled. A bodyguard for a beautiful girl? For whom? For you? Upon hearing this, Su Yuli slightly raised her head, her chin lifting slightly. The corners of her mouth twitched as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. After a few seconds of silence, Su Yuli slowly spoke. I am indeed a beautiful girl, that's true. She paused for a moment and added, but it's not me, and I don't need someone like you to be my bodyguard. Don't forget, you still owe me 28 times. Jiang Yi was instantly speechless. This girl, how does she still remember so clearly? Su Yuli continued, it's a friend of mine, from out of town to Yun City. She said, she's worried about encountering an assassination, so she wants to find a high-level martial artist as a bodyguard for a while. Assassination? Jiang Yi was even more puzzled. What kind of friend is this? How could she encounter an assassination? Is she shooting a movie? He felt this matter was a bit far-fetched. After all, although Yun City isn't a big city, its public security is still quite good. Su Yuli shrugged and made a gesture of spreading her hands. We knew each other when we were kids. As for the specifics, I'm not too sure. Jiang Yi thought for a moment. Since it was Su Yuli's friend and the situation sounded quite urgent, he figured he might as well help if he could. If you want me to help, I can do that, Jiang Yi said sincerely. After all, apart from cultivating and going out of the city to hunt fierce beasts, he didn't have anything particularly important to do. Su Yuli shook her head and said calmly, it has nothing to do with me, it's just, she said the price offered is very high. Very high price? Jiang Yi smiled. He really wasn't short of money right now. She promised to give energy crystals as payment, Su Yuli added indifferently. Energy crystals? Jiang Yi's breathing instantly became heavy. This is not an ordinary reward, but a hard currency that could drive any warrior mad. If the beast core within a ferocious beast is a naturally formed energy crystal containing violent and chaotic energy that requires purification and refinement to be absorbed by the human body, with certain risks and losses during the absorption process, then energy crystals are artificially manufactured, pure, stable, and can be directly absorbed energy crystals. If the beast core is likened to unprocessed crude oil, then energy crystals are high-purity gasoline refined with precision. The difference between the two can be described as worlds apart. The value of energy crystals far exceeds that of beast cores of the same volume. If a low-grade beast core can still be purchased on the market with money, then energy crystals are almost entirely a priceless strategic resource. A single low-grade energy crystal contains energy equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of beast cores of the same grade, with higher absorption efficiency and fewer side effects. High-grade energy crystals are even more precious, with each one capable of sparking a bloody battle for possession. Jiang Yi. It can be said that energy crystals are the hardest currency in the martial artist world, their value even surpassing some rare treasures and divine weapons. Isn't this way too much? Jiang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. He originally thought that when Su Yuli said the price is very high, it would at most mean some money or precious herbs, but he never expected it to be energy crystals. This generosity is truly extraordinary. Can I have her contact information? Jiang Yi immediately perked up and asked with a smile. Su Yuli did not answer directly but said, I'll take you to meet her tomorrow. Alright, Jiang Yi agreed without hesitation. After bidding farewell to Su Yuli, Jiang Yi's figure disappeared among the vast sea of bookshelves. This is the area for combat-type martial techniques, where D-level techniques are abundant, attracting countless students to stop and browse. The students either bow their heads to read or concentrate in deep thought, their faces filled with a yearning for power, all hoping to find the strongest martial technique that could propel them to greatness. However, Jiang Yi's mind was as clear as a mirror. D-grade martial techniques, limited by their rank, lack a true distinction between high and low quality. The so-called strength or weakness depends more on personal understanding and application. He walked slowly, his gaze sweeping over the martial technique manuals one by one, Ruan, while pondering his own choices in his heart. Having acquired the S-grade martial technique Heaven-Splitting Force, he had already reached perfection in explosive power and force application techniques. Choosing another martial technique of the same type would not only be unhelpful but might even cause a conflict between the two force application methods, leading to inefficient power flow and backfiring. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but inwardly marvel at Su Yuli's S-grade talent Heavenly Heart mystical method. The feeling of being able to control every ounce of power within oneself at will is truly enviable. If the system could be a bit more generous in the future and grant him a similar talent. However, he quickly composed himself and brought his attention back to reality. Of course, the current eternal devouring is irreplaceable, and if he had to choose, he definitely wouldn't replace it. Since the technique of exerting force no longer needs elaboration, what he requires is purely a move capable of perfectly unleashing the terrifying power accumulated by Heaven-Splitting Force. His gaze wandered among the bookshelves, his mind quickly filtering through options. Short weapons, while agile, do not match the heavy and steady Linguizhen Yuan in his hands. Small weapons, though versatile, cannot bear the overwhelming power of Heaven-Splitting Force. As for ranged weapons, they are completely incompatible with his combat style. As for fist and kick techniques, although they have their merits, they are ultimately not the best choice. What he wanted was a martial technique that could complement Linguizhen Yuan and bring the power of the heavy sword to its peak. One martial technique after another was picked up by him, only to be gently put down again. Xian Zhong emphasizes overwhelming opponents with force, with grand and sweeping movements, but it is too rigid and lacks variation, making it unsuitable. He continued forward and picked up a book titled Xuanwu Peak. This martial technique focuses primarily on defense and counterattacks, leveraging strength against strength, with a hint of the concept of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. However, Zhang Yi's pursuit was the ultimate offense, and such a counterattack-focused martial technique clearly did not meet his needs. Analyzing pros and cons, weighing gains and losses, Zhang Yi was neither hurried nor impatient, flipping through one book after another. Finally, in an unremarkable corner, a nearly forgotten book caught his eye. The spine of this martial arts manual had already turned yellow, and the cover was speckled with some dust, clearly untouched for a long time. Many had once picked it up, only to hastily put it down again, showing no interest in it. However, Zhang Yi keenly captured the extraordinary nature of this martial technique manual. Heavens overturn. Just these 2 words exuded an overwhelming dominance, as if to overturn the entire firmament. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth lifted slightly as he reached out to take down this long-sealed manual, gently brushing off the dust on its surface. Opening the book, lines of ancient and unadorned text leap off the page, exuding a desolate yet domineering aura between the lines. Heaven's descent, consisting of 3 forms. The first form, mountains and rivers shattered. Harness the power of heaven and earth with momentum, strike once, and as mountains and rivers collapse, all things perish. The second form, stars fall. Channel the power of the stars from the 9 heavens, and where the blade points, like falling stars, nothing remains unbroken. Third move, heaven overturns. Zhang Yi's gaze grew brighter and brighter, and his breathing gradually became rapid. This heaven overturns was practically tailor-made for him. Whether it was the description of the moves or the application of power, it perfectly matched his needs. More importantly, it was that unstoppable and unparalleled aura. At the same time, Zhang Yi gradually understood why so many people picked up this heaven's collapse, but ultimately gave up on it. This martial technique is centered around one core concept from beginning to end: power. Pure power. Ultimate power. It has no fancy techniques, no complex variations, only absolute strength to destroy all obstacles. For most martial artists, they tend to prefer martial skills that are more technique-oriented, focusing on body movements, footwork, and various intricate changes. Because these martial skills can, to some extent, compensate for their lack of strength, using techniques and strategies to overcome the strong with the weak. And Heaven's Collapse is a completely different path. It requires the user to possess strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Only by honing one's strength to the extreme can the true power of this martial technique be unleashed. It's like a high-stakes gamble, placing all the chips on strength. Win, and it's a crushing victory; unstoppable; lose, and it's a total defeat, with no chance to fight back. For martial artists accustomed to meticulous planning and advancing step by step, Heaven's Collapse carries too much risk and offers too little value for its cost. They would rather choose martial techniques that are safer and easier to master. However, for Zhang Yi, this Heaven's Collapse is simply perfect. He possesses the Eternal Devour, allowing him to continuously devour and fuse various energies to enhance his own power. His power has no limits. He possesses the S-rank martial skill, Heaven-Splitting Force, capable of unleashing power far beyond his own limits in an instant. In his hand, he wields the spirit weapon Jinyuan. This heavy sword was born to bear immense power. All of this perfectly aligns with the philosophy of Heaven's Fall. A gleam of excitement sparkled in Zhang Yi's eyes. He slowly closed Heaven's Fall, gripping it tightly in his hand, silently thinking to himself, "It's you." Zhang Yi didn't look any further. Biting off more than one can chew, and making choices is never easy. Instead of hesitating among multiple choices, it's better to directly pick one as the final result. Regretting later and developing psychological issues will only affect your own martial path. He did not head toward the exit but walked deeper into this floor of the library. The farther in he went, the fewer people there were. Most students are still hesitating about what to choose at this time. After all, they can only pick one, so they need to make a careful decision. On this floor, in addition to storing martial techniques, part of the space is used as training rooms. After all, once they've chosen a martial technique, they need to find a place to test it out. In that case, rather than going through the trouble of running elsewhere, it's better to solve it on the spot. So, from the very beginning of the design, this concept was adopted. Not only were the floors and walls specially reinforced, but different test rooms were also prepared for various situations. Pushing open the door to the innermost room, Jang entered the testing hall. The hall is quite spacious, about the size of a football field, with a ceiling height of 10 meters. The dome is embedded with massive crystals, illuminating the entire space as bright as daylight. The floor is covered with dark energy-absorbing material, effectively absorbing impact and preventing damage caused by training. On both sides of the hall, rows of test dummies of various shapes and forms stand. Some are entirely black, made of a certain tough metal, with surfaces covered in dense scratches and dents. Others exhibit a texture resembling muscles, seemingly made of some special biological material, making them closer to a real human body. On one side of the hall was a row of enclosed rooms, with doors labeled with different numbers and levels. Strength testing room, speed testing room, reaction testing room, combat simulation room, all kinds of functions were fully equipped. At this moment, a few students were sparsely scattered in the hall, either punching and kicking at dummies or waiting in line at the doors of the testing rooms. Jang walked straight to a counter in the corner of the hall. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man with a bloated figure. He was wearing a uniform that was obviously one size too small, with buttons almost ready to burst. He was engrossed in playing an old handheld console from an ancient civilization, its screen flickering with colorful lights. His fingers moved swiftly over the buttons, muttering to himself, completely oblivious to Jang's arrival. Jang gently knocked on the counter. Knock, knock. The middle-aged man didn't even look up and said impatiently, "What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? If you want a test, go get in line." Jang calmly said, "Teacher, I would like to apply for a testing room to test the martial skill I just learned." The middle-aged man finally raised his head, using his cloudy little eyes to size up Jang from head to toe, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain and impatience. "A newly learned martial skill? What's there to test about a D-level martial skill? Just find a dummy and hit it a couple of times, isn't that enough?" Jang patiently explained, "What I learned is an offensive martial skill, and I want to test the damage output within half a minute." The man impatiently pulled out a thick registration book and asked without looking up, "What type of test?" "State your name." Jang replied calmly, "Offensive martial arts test." Jang. The middle-aged man raised his head and casually glanced at Jang. He had seen too many arrogant freshmen who thought choosing an advanced martial art would allow them to soar to great heights, only to be brought back to reality during the test. "Offensive martial arts," he muttered as he wrote Jang's name and student ID in the registry. "The testing room is divided into different levels, corresponding to varying strengths of dummies. Since it's an offensive martial arts test, we'll use dummies. The higher the damage caused within half a minute, the higher the evaluation." He pointed to the different rooms along the wall. First-class dummies correspond to martial disciples to martial artists, second-class dummies correspond to martial masters to grandmasters, third-class dummies correspond to, forget it, it's pointless to explain to you. "Which class do you want?" Jang answered without hesitation, "Second class." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, showing a look of surprise. He had originally thought Jang would choose first class, as most newcomers would only opt for the most basic first-class dummies for testing. "Second class?" he confirmed again, with a hint of sarcasm. "Are you sure? Second-class dummies aren't that easy to deal with. Don't embarrass yourself by failing to even scratch their surface." Jang ignored his sarcasm and simply repeated calmly, "Second class." The middle-aged man curled his lips, finding Jang's overconfidence somewhat amusing. He took a key out of the drawer and tossed it to Jang, but it was clearly marked with the words first class. "All right, stop wasting time. Just use the first-class testing room." He waved his hand impatiently and said, "The first-class dummy is already sufficient for you. Don't aim too high, focus on building a solid foundation first." He didn't believe at all that Jang had the ability to inflict effective damage on a second-class dummy, assuming he was just a reckless novice trying to show off. Rather than letting him waste time in the second-class testing room, it was better to give him a first-class one and let him face reality sooner. He was even too lazy to get up and lead Jang to the testing room, merely pointing to a metal door marked with the number 1. "There, that's the one. Go in yourself. The test results will automatically display on the screen outside the door in half a minute." After speaking, he lowered his head again and continued playing his game. "Teacher, I need a second-class dummy testing room," Jang repeated once more. "Second-class dummy? Who do you think you are? Do you even know what a second-class dummy means?" "It's meant for senior students who are about to break through to martial master level. You're just a freshman who just enrolled, using a second-class dummy? What a waste of resources. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, trying his best to stay calm. Teacher, the martial technique I want to test is quite powerful, and a first-class dummy can't withstand it. Can't handle it? The middle-aged man sneered. What kind of martial skill did you learn? So powerful? A D-level martial skill can blow up a dummy? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Pointing at the heavens collapse in Zhang Yi's hand, he said disdainfully, heavens collapse? Who would choose this junk? It's obviously trash martial skill that nobody wants. Powerful? That's hilarious. Hurry up and leave, don't waste my time. Zhang Yi's face darkened. He knew that although a first-class dummy was said to be able to withstand any attack below a martial master, that was only its theoretical limit. With his current strength combined with heaven-splitting force and the support of heaven's collapse, a full-force outburst would absolutely overwhelm a first-class dummy. If it gets damaged, he would have to compensate for intentionally breaking academy equipment. Although Zhang Yi is not short of money now, he still doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Teacher, please give me the key to the second-class testing room. This is my paid entitlement, allowing me to freely choose the testing room. The middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. He slammed the table fiercely and shouted angrily, Kid, can't you understand human language? I said I'll give you a first-class testing room, and that's a first-class testing room. You're just a brat, and you still want to use a second-class testing room? Who do you think you are? A martial master? His voice was loud, attracting the attention of some students nearby who were waiting for their tests. Some students recognized Zhang Yi and began whispering, Isn't that Zhang Yi? Why is he arguing with the tester? I don't know. It seems like he wants to use the second-class testing room, but the tester won't allow it. Second-class testing room? Is he crazy? How long has he been enrolled? And he already wants to use the second-class testing room. Exactly, he really doesn't know his own limits. Zhang Yi looked at the furious middle-aged man and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He knew that reasoning with someone like this was pointless. He calmly looked at the middle-aged man and said, My martial skills are too much for the dummy in the first-class testing room to handle. If it gets damaged, the academy will ask me to compensate, and I can't afford that. The middle-aged man was infuriated by Zhang Yi's words and laughed angrily. Pointing at Zhang Yi's nose, he sneered, Can't handle it? What arrogance! Who do you think you are? The dummy in the first-class testing room can withstand any attack below the level of a martial master. You're just a freshman who just enrolled, and you dare claim it can't handle your attacks? I think you're just looking for trouble. He paused, his tone becoming even harsher. Fine, if you can really break the dummy in the first-class testing room, not only will I not make you pay, but I'll personally apologize to you. But if you can't break it, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Your credits for this year will be completely wiped out. The surrounding students were in an uproar. Having credits wiped out is no joke. This would mean Zhang Yi's entire year of study would be wasted, not only squandering the expensive tuition fees but also missing out on the opportunity to learn valuable courses on dealing with ferocious beasts. What's more serious is that this will leave a stain on his resume, greatly impacting his future development. Everyone believed that faced with such a severe punishment, Zhang Yi would definitely back down and apologize. After all, no one would joke around with their own future. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yi smugly, feeling that victory was already in his grasp. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Yi actually nodded and calmly said, Alright, I agree. The middle-aged man was stunned. He doubted his ears. What did you say? Zhang Yi repeated, I said, I agree to your terms. But, he changed his tone and said, words alone are not enough. Let's draft a written agreement or sign a terminal contract. That would be more secure. You say I don't need to compensate, but if the academy pursues the matter later, I can't bear the responsibility. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Zhang Yi to be so ungrateful. He had originally just wanted to scare Zhang Yi a little, to make him back off, but he hadn't expected this kid to take it seriously. Just as the middle-aged man was caught in a dilemma, a stern voice suddenly rang out. What's going on here? All this noise, what kind of behavior is this? Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a tall, imposing man with glasses walking over. He was dressed in a neatly pressed uniform, exuding the unique sense of simplicity and authenticity characteristic of a master. He was the dean of the first-year students. Good day, Dean. The middle-aged man and the surrounding students all saluted the newcomer. The dean nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally landing on the middle-aged man. He asked, Mr. Li, what happened? The middle-aged man, who was Teacher Li, quickly stepped forward and exaggeratedly recounted the course of events. Of course, he concealed the fact that he had looked down on Zhang Yi, only emphasizing that Zhang Yi insisted on using the second-class testing room and even arrogantly claimed he could damage the dummy in the first-class testing room. After listening to Teacher Li's account, the grade director frowned slightly. He turned to Zhang Yi and asked in a relatively calm tone, Student, what is your name? Zhang Yi answered truthfully, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi? The grade director softly repeated the name. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had remembered something, and he said with a hint of surprise, Are you this year's new student Zhang Yi? The Zhang Yi who scored Martial Disciple 9th stage in the entrance test? It's me, Zhang Yi calmly admitted. The grade director director's face broke into a smile, and his attitude became much more amiable. So it's you, Zhang Yi. I have a deep impression of you. Reaching martial disciple 9th stage upon entering the academy is truly rare. Moreover, I remember your admission file mentioned that the academy holds you in high regard, saying you have great potential. Although the talent you awakened yesterday isn't very impressive, if you train diligently, you might just become the first freshman this year to break through to martial artist. Teacher Lee, upon hearing the grade director's words, immediately became even more amused and couldn't help but interject sarcastically, "Director, you really know how to joke." Potential? If he truly had potential, why did he only awaken an F-level talent? F-level talent, what's the use of trying hard with that? The first to break through? I think it'll be hard for him to break through in this lifetime. After speaking, he deliberately let out a mocking laugh. The grade director's face instantly darkened, and his sharp gaze swept toward Teacher Lee. Teacher Lee, sensing the grade director's anger, immediately clammed up like a duck with its neck grabbed. He awkwardly shut his mouth and dared not utter another word. The grade director turned his head and looked at Zhang Yi again. The anger on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a kind smile. He said gently to Zhang Yi, "Student Zhang Yi, talent is certainly important, but hard work is even more crucial. The academy has high hopes for you and hopes you won't disappoint everyone's expectations. As for the testing room, for students below the level of martial artist, the dummy in the first-class testing room is indeed sufficient for use. You don't need to worry about breaking it." Zhang Yi looked at the grade director and said calmly, "Director, the martial technique I chose has rather special power. I'm afraid the dummy in the first-class testing room really won't be able to withstand it. If it gets damaged and the academy asks me to compensate, I won't be able to afford it." The grade director looked at Zhang Yi's resolute gaze and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He has taught countless students, but this is the first time he has encountered such a confident freshman. He pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, since you're insistent, let's use the first-class testing room for the test. If you really break the dummy, I guarantee the academy will absolutely not hold you accountable, nor will you need to compensate." My words carry some weight. Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Thank you, director." He knew that since the grade director had said so, there shouldn't be any problem. Teacher Lee pursed his lips. Since the grade director had already spoken, he had nothing more to say. However, he still didn't believe that Zhang Yi could do anything to the dummy in the first-class testing room. Lowering his voice, with a hint of sarcasm, he said to the grade director beside him, "Director, do you really believe him? A freshman who just enrolled, talking big as if he's a genius? The dummy in the first-class testing room, even a peak martial disciple's full-force strike might not leave a mark, and he thinks he can break it? I think he's just trying to show off." The grade director smiled but didn't directly respond to Teacher Lee's mockery. Instead, he said meaningfully, "It's good for young people to have confidence. Let's wait and see. I'm curious too about what kind of confidence this Zhang Yi has." The three of them walked side by side toward the first-class testing room. Although Teacher Lee spoke disdainfully, he couldn't help but feel curious and wanted to see what Zhang Yi could come up with. Pushing open the door of the testing room, Teacher Lee and the grade director also walked in. The interior space of the testing room appears more spacious than it does from the outside. All four walls are made of a special energy-absorbing material, presenting a deep black color, while the floor is covered with thick padding to absorb impact. In the center of the room, the test target known as the dummy stands silently. Rather than calling it a dummy, it would be more accurate to describe it as a high-tech combat robot. It has a human-like physique, with metal skeletons covered by a layer of bionic skin, and even its joints reveal intricate mechanical structures. Its eyes are two red points of light, flickering slightly. Mr. Lee curled his lips and continued speaking sarcastically, "This is no ordinary wooden stake. This is the Academy's most advanced combat simulation dummy, equipped with an intelligent chip that can respond to the tester's attacks and simulate real combat scenarios. In actual combat, this dummy can also simulate various martial techniques, cultivating students' combat awareness. It's practically the most realistic combat simulation." He paused and added, "Of course, while it's called a combat simulation, it's still just a simulation. The most impressive feature of this dummy is its defense capability, able to withstand any attack below the level of a martial master. As for its offensive power, well, don't expect much. After all, it's meant for testing, not for injuring people. At most, it will dodge attacks and make a couple of token counterattacks without exerting much force, so as not to harm our delicate students." When Teacher Lee spoke, his eyes kept glancing at Zhang Yi, and his words were full of disdain toward him. Zhang Yi listened to Teacher Lee's sarcastic tone and felt a bit speechless. He had originally thought the test dummy would be impressive, but after hearing Teacher Lee's remarks, it seemed like it was just a slightly more advanced punching bag. He thought about the Lingwu Jinyuan stored in the system space at the moment, then looked at the dummy in front of him, feeling that Jinyuan wouldn't even be necessary to deal with this thing, right? What a waste of emotions. I originally thought I could test the power of the weapon. The great director ignored Teacher Li, walked up to Zhang Yi, patted him on the shoulder, and encouraged him. Student Zhang Yi, are you ready? Go ahead, let me see how powerful the martial skill you chose really is. Although the great director's tone was kind, his demeanor revealed more of a mindset of enjoying the spectacle. Obviously, he didn't really believe that Zhang Yi could actually damage the dummy in the first-class testing room. He was more curious to see what kind of performance this overly confident freshman could deliver. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. After just a couple of steps, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved into a playful smirk. That Teacher Li earlier, looking down on people with dog eyes and making things difficult at every turn, does he really think I'm made of clay? An idea was born in his heart. With a single thought, he connected to the system space, and in the next second, a heavy, ancient greatsword suddenly appeared before his eyes. Zhang Yi deliberately planted Jinyuan heavily into the ground, producing a deep, muffled boom. The sound was like a heavy hammer, fiercely striking the hearts of everyone present. The entire testing hall trembled slightly, and even the air seemed to freeze for a moment. It should be noted that the floor of this testing hall is made of special alloy materials, exceptionally sturdy, and ordinary impacts could not possibly leave the slightest mark. For the entire hall to shake, it is evident that the weight of this sword is extraordinary. The great director and Teacher Li, standing nearby, were startled by the sudden commotion and instinctively took half a step back. But immediately, their eyes were firmly drawn to the Jinyuan in Zhang Yi's hand. Rather than calling it a sword, it might be more accurate to describe it as a long, lumpy piece of metal, completely dark, without any decorative patterns, nor a sharp blade, only a heavy and oppressive aura slowly emanating from the sword's body. This is... Teacher Li's eyes instantly widened like copper bells, his Adam's apple moved, and his voice trembled slightly. The great director was also shocked, instinctively rubbing his eyes. Spiritual martial? The great director's voice carried a sharp tone of disbelief. Both of them were teachers at Yun City Martial Arts University, naturally possessing extraordinary insight. Although Jinyuan's appearance looks extremely simple, that unique aura instantly made them determine that this is definitely a spiritual weapon. How is this possible? This is just a martial arts test for freshmen. Teacher Li felt his worldview collapsing. Where did Zhang Yi get a spiritual weapon? You have to know, Yun City Martial Arts University isn't without those wealthy second-generation students from prominent families, but no one has ever been heard of pulling out a spiritual weapon in their freshman year. When did spiritual weapons become so worthless? The two of them swallowed hard, their throats unbearably dry. At this moment, they finally understood why Zhang Yi had previously said that he might break the test dummy. The test dummy could indeed withstand attacks below the level of a martial master, but that was based on the premise of not using spiritual weapons. If the boost from spiritual weapons was included, Mr. Li's face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat started to drip. He felt a wave of panic in his heart. Oh no, this is a big mess. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? Zhang Yi didn't say from the beginning that he was going to use a spiritual weapon for the test. He secretly cursed himself for being careless, while also harboring more resentment toward Zhang Yi. This kid is definitely doing it on purpose. He just wants to see me make a fool of myself. Teacher Li thought through gritted teeth. If Zhang Yi had mentioned earlier that he was going to use a spiritual weapon for the test, he would have directly taken Zhang Yi to the second-class testing room, where there are more advanced test dummies capable of withstanding attacks from spiritual weapons. How about now? If the dummy in the first-class testing room gets damaged by this Lingwu, how is he going to explain it? Thinking of this, Teacher Li panicked. He quickly stepped forward, blocking Zhang Yi, who was about to pick up Jinyuan, and firmly said, "Wait, this can't be used." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, paused his action, and revealed a teasing smile on his face as he asked back, "Oh, Teacher Li, why is that?" "As far as I remember, the testing rules don't prohibit the use of weapons, do they?" Teacher Li was immediately at a loss for words by Zhang Yi's question. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to refute. Indeed, the test rules did not explicitly state that weapons couldn't be used. But this is a spiritual weapon. Who uses a spiritual weapon in a freshman test? Mr. Li's face turned pale and then flushed. He argued forcefully, "Anyway, it's not allowed. I'm the teacher, and what I say goes. The test rules are set by me." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Jinyuan from Zhang Yi's hand, muttering, "This sword, I'll hold on to it for you." However, before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly stopped, because he realized that he couldn't lift Jinyuan at all. Teacher Li's hand gripped tightly on the hilt of Jinyuan's sword, but no matter how hard he tried, the sword didn't budge an inch. Heavy, too heavy. The weight of this sword was simply beyond his imagination. How is this possible? Mr. Li's heart surged with waves of shock as he lowered his head in disbelief, staring intently at the seemingly ordinary giant sword. He was at the 8th rank of a martial artist. How could he not even lift a sword? Unwilling to accept this, he tried again, exerting all his strength, even using every ounce of power power in his body. The aura of a level 8 warrior erupted completely, and the powerful energy even caused the surrounding air to distort slightly. The veins on his forehead bulged, his face turned bright red, and the blood vessels on his neck were clearly visible. However, Jin Yuan still stood there quietly, without the slightest hint of wavering. Teacher Li. He felt like a clown, trying his best under the gaze of the two, yet unable to even lift a sword. This was even more unbearable than killing him. The great director standing nearby looked utterly confused and asked, Mr. Li, what's wrong with you? It's just a sword, isn't it? What are you doing? Mr. Li was on the verge of tears. He wanted to say, how is this just a sword? This is practically a mountain. He was furious, feeling utterly humiliated, but he couldn't really lose his temper, as he was the one at fault in the first place. Zhang Yi looked at Teacher Li's exasperated expression and sneered inwardly. He spoke slowly, his voice cold. Teacher Li, what are you doing? Hey, you little brat, do you really think you're that important? Let me tell you, today this. Teacher Li was just about to continue his outburst when the grade director interrupted him. Teacher Li. The grade director stepped forward, stopping the agitated Teacher Li and signaling him to calm down. Then, he turned to Zhang Yi and said gently, Zhang Yi, don't get worked up. Teacher Li is just concerned about the fairness and impartiality of the test. As he spoke, he reached out to take Xin Yuan. The first time, he just grabbed it casually. He didn't lift it. The grade director was slightly stunned, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He had originally thought that this was just an ordinary heavy sword. Although it was a bit heavy, with his strength, he should have been able to lift it easily. I didn't expect to fail. Interesting. The grade director thought to himself, putting away his disdain and beginning to take it seriously. He took a deep breath and reached out again. This time, he used 70% of his strength. Rise! The grade director let out a low shout, the muscles on his arms suddenly bulging as a powerful force erupted from his body. Jin Yuan was finally lifted by him. The grade director held Jin Yuan and casually swung it a few times. Apart from feeling particularly heavy, he didn't notice anything else special about the sword. This is just an ordinary greatsword, nothing special about it. The grade director was puzzled. He even tried injecting internal energy into Jin Yuan, but Jin Yuan showed no reaction, like a stubborn stone completely uninterested in his energy. Strange. The grade director grew even more perplexed. He put down Jin Yuan, furrowing his brows as he fell into deep thought. He turned around, looked at Zhang Yi, and asked gently, Student Zhang Yi, are you planning to use this sword to test your martial skills? Zhang Yi nodded, his expression calm. The grade director's gaze swept back and forth between Zhang Yi and Jin Yuan several times. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked again, if I remember correctly, the martial skill you want to test is Heaven's Collapse? Zhang Yi nodded again. After the grade director confirmed, he pondered briefly and understood Zhang Yi's intention. He smiled slightly and said, the characteristics of this sword truly complement the martial art Heaven's Descent. You could say they are a perfect match. He paused for a moment and added, your eye for selecting martial arts is quite unique. Although Heaven's Descent is immensely powerful, its high difficulty in cultivation and stringent strength requirements for the user have made it relatively unpopular, with few choosing to practice it. I didn't expect you to not only discover this martial art but also select it as your primary discipline. The grade director recalled reviewing Zhang Yi's file earlier, where he had seen records of Zhang Yi's multiple ventures outside the city to battle fierce beasts. His evaluation of Zhang Yi rose even higher. This kid is indeed a promising talent with courage, determination, and potential. The grade director silently praised him in his heart. However, despite his admiration, the grade director still had a question in his mind. He looked at Zhang Yi and asked politely, with a hint of curiosity, Zhang Yi, are you sure you can handle the weight of this sword? The grade director didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. He didn't believe Zhang Yi had the ability to wield Jin Yuan. It should be noted that he was a genuine martial arts master, and if he hadn't gone all out, he almost couldn't lift the sword just now. As for Zhang Yi, he was merely a 9th-rank martial apprentice. The gap in strength between the two needs no further explanation. The grade director found it hard to believe that Zhang Yi could rely on his own strength to lift this giant sword weighing 1,000 pounds. At this moment, Teacher Li, standing nearby, finally recovered from the shock and embarrassment he had just experienced. That's right. He suddenly realized that, despite being an 8th-level martial artist, he had exerted all his strength and still failed to lift this sword. A mere martial apprentice like Zhang Yi, how could he possibly lift it? This kid is clearly doing it on purpose. He wants to make me look bad. Thinking of this, the anger in Teacher Li's heart flared up again. He looked at Zhang Yi, his face showing undisguised mockery. Ha, lift it? I think some people are just full of hot air, aren't they? The grade director is a master-level expert, and even he struggled a bit to lift this sword just now. And you, a mere martial apprentice, dare to boast that you can lift it? What a joke. Don't end up straining your back instead of lifting the sword. That would really be a laughingstock. Zhang Yi glanced at Teacher Li, the corner of his mouth curling up. Finally took the bait. This is my weapon. Of course I can lift it. Teacher Li was both amused and annoyed by Zhang Yi's confident demeanor. Pointing at Zhang Yi, he sneered, Good. What's the use of talking without action? I could say I can punch a third-tier beast to death. Would you believe me? Go ahead, lift it and show me. Zhang Yi looked at Teacher Li, his smile growing even wider. He said calmly, Teacher Li, since you're so confident, why don't we add a little wager, shall we? When Teacher Li heard this, he immediately perked up and burst into laughter. A bet? Great. What do you want to bet on? Say whatever you like. As long as you can lift the sword, I'll do whatever you ask. Come on, I want to see how you're going to lift this sword. The great director frowned. He initially wanted to stop this meaningless bet as he believed there was no way Jiang Yi could lift Chen Yuan, but on second thought he was also curious about what gave Jiang Yi the confidence to boast so boldly. Could it be that this kid really has some unknown secret? So, the great director swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He decided to wait and see what Jiang Yi was up to. Jiang Yi looked at Teacher Li's smug expression and his smile grew even wider. He said slowly, Teacher Li, let's not bet too big, so as not to hurt our relationship. How about this? If I can lift this sword, you just need to kneel before the director, bow your head, and apologize to me. But if I can't lift it, I'll kneel before you, bow my head, and apologize. How about that? Sure, no problem. Teacher Li agreed without a second thought. In his view, it was absolutely impossible for Jiang Yi to lift Chen Yuan. This bet was as good as won. Don't just talk about one kowtow. Even if you ask me to kowtow 10,000 times, I can handle it. Go ahead, student Jiang Yi. Please begin your performance. Teacher Li said smugly. Jiang Yi shook his head and ignored Teacher Li's taunts. He slowly walked up to Jin Yuan, took a deep breath, and then extended both hands to gently grasp the hilt of Jin Yuan's sword. Then, he closed his eyes. Seeing Jiang Yi's pretentious behavior, Teacher Li's face showed even more disdain. He curled his lips and sneered, playing tricks. Let's see how long you can keep this up. The great director's eyes also revealed a hint of doubt. He originally thought that Jiang Yi, being so confident, must have some special martial arts technique at his disposal, such as a burst-type technique capable of instantly enhancing strength or some secret method to improve physical fitness. Such martial arts techniques would have to be at least B-level or even A-level. Although the great director did not believe that Jiang Yi, a student from an ordinary family, could possess such advanced martial arts techniques, considering that Jiang Yi had already taken out a spiritual weapon, owning a B-level martial arts technique didn't seem entirely impossible. However, it now appears that Jiang Yi doesn't seem to have any intention of using any martial arts techniques. Planning to lift Chen Yuan purely with physical strength? How is that possible? The physical strength of a 9th rank martial apprentice, how could it possibly move this giant sword weighing 1,000 Jun? Warriors are not enough. At least a martial master is required. The director gave his professional judgment. Jiang Yi's breathing was steady and long. He is adjusting his state, bringing his body and mind to their best condition. Of course, he could use Kai Tianjin to easily lift Jin Yuan. That explosive power is enough for him to disregard Jin Yuan's weight. However, he doesn't want to do that today. He wants to test his pure strength limit without using Kai Tianjin. Although Jin Yuan is a spiritual weapon, it has no special functions, no sharp blade, no dazzling effects, and even the system's description of it consists of just a few simple words. Purely heavy. Apart from its weight, Jin Yuan has nothing else. The martial technique he chose, Heaven's Collapse, is similarly a straightforward and forceful technique, consisting of only 3 simple and brutal sword moves. No fancy tricks, just pure clashes of power and extreme numerical dominance. This is simply a match made in heaven with Jin Yuan's characteristics. What's more, this morning, he had just completed that somewhat unreliable death mission and gained a new talent that also purely boosts stats. S-level talent, brute force tempering, unconditional tenfold strength amplification. This talent has no fancy effects, it simply and brutally increases his strength tenfold. Now, his true level has reached Warrior Tier 9, far surpassing the Warrior Apprentice Tier 9 he had just achieved last night when he obtained Jin Yuan. With this S-level talent, he is now confident that in a pure contest of strength he is not inferior to any low-tier martial master. Jiang Yi tightly gripped the hilt of Jin Yuan with both hands, feeling its heavy weight as a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Jiang Yi let out a low shout, his entire body tensing up instantly. A powerful force erupted from within him, channeling through his arms and into Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan emitted a deep, resonant hum. Rise! In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of Teacher Li and the great director, that incredibly heavy giant sword was actually lifted slowly by Jiang Yi. Teacher Li's mouth opened wider and wider, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. The great director was also dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at everything he was seeing. How is this possible? Teacher Li's voice trembled. How did he do it? The great director was equally parched, feeling his mind go blank, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before him. This was a giant sword that even a grandmaster level expert like him had to handle with care to lift. How could Jiang Yi, a mere 9th rank martial apprentice, possibly rely on sheer strength to raise it? This completely overturned their understanding of martial arts. They felt as if all their years of martial arts experience had been learned in vain. Jiang Yi looked at the two's shocked expressions, the corners of his mouth slightly curved curving upward. He slowly raised Jin Yuan above his head, then looked at Teacher Li and calmly said, "Teacher Li, please." Teacher Li's face instantly turned deathly pale. Make him kneel and apologize to a student? This is even more unbearable than killing him. He is a teacher at the martial arts university, a powerful warrior of the 8th rank. How could he do something so disgraceful? He turned his head slightly and secretly glanced at the grade director, casting a pleading look. However, the grade director merely shook his head slightly, signaling him to accept the consequences of his bet. Mr. Li cursed inwardly, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He knew that today his dignity was completely lost. Filled with rage but with nowhere to vent it, he could only endure the humiliation in his heart, perfunctorily kneeling before Jiang Yi, barely lowering his head, and then immediately standing up. The whole action was just for show. Jiang Yi looked at Teacher Li's perfunctory attitude, the smile on his face growing even wider. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. "Teacher Li, the apology?" Teacher Li glared at Jiang Yi through gritted teeth, forcing out a few words. "I'm sorry." Jiang Yi nodded and did not delve further. After all, this is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. The great director pondered for a long time, unable to figure out how Jiang Yi managed to lift Jin Yuan. He felt that his many years of martial arts beliefs had been strongly shaken. "Can't understand, completely can't understand." He sighed and said, "Jiang Yi, since you have already proven that you can use this sword, you may proceed with your test." Teacher Li immediately panicked upon hearing this and quickly said, "Director, are we really letting him use this sword for the test? If he damages the test dummy, the school will hold us accountable." The great director glanced at Teacher Li, somewhat helplessly. "Teacher Li, wasn't it you who assigned Jiang Yi to the first-class testing room? Why are you afraid now?" Teacher Li was left speechless by the great director's words. He stammered, I didn't know he had a spiritual weapon at first. Who would have thought he'd pull out something like that?" Seeing Jiang Yi about to take the sword for testing, Teacher Li finally panicked. He resorted to being unreasonable, stubbornly saying, "No way, absolutely not. This sword is too dangerous and cannot be used in a first-class testing room." The grade director looked at Teacher Li's unreasonable behavior and sighed helplessly, feeling as if his own face had been completely disgraced by Teacher Li. Not the slightest bit of a teacher's demeanor. What kind of person is this? If you can't afford to lose, then don't gamble. Now look at this, losing and then acting shamelessly. It's simply tarnishing the reputation of the teaching staff at Yuncheng Martial Arts University. The director couldn't bear to watch anymore and stepped in to mediate, saying, all right, let's stop arguing. Jiang Yi, Mr. Li, let's not waste any more time. How about this? I'll make the decision to assign Jiang Yi to a second-class testing room. Will that work?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Li immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since the director had spoken, this matter was no longer his concern. "Director, you're truly wise," Teacher Li quickly flattered. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Yi shook his head and said, "No need, Director, there's no need to change the testing room." When Teacher Li heard this, he immediately became anxious. Pointing at Jiang Yi, he angrily said, "Jiang Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately trying to damage the school's property? Let me tell you, if you dare to break the testing dummy, you'll have to pay for it." Jiang Yi looked at Teacher Li's exasperated expression and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Teacher Li, don't get so worked up. I haven't finished speaking yet." Speaking of which, he focused his mind and retrieved Jin Yuan back into the system space. The great director saw this scene, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Jiang Yi had put the sword away again. Jiang Yi looked at the two of them and said slowly, "I can take the test without using this sword. In that case, without using a spiritual weapon, I can just use a level 1 testing room, right?" "Of course, that's fine," Teacher Li said impatiently. He smiled smugly. This kid, as expected, is still scared, putting on an act, bluffing. Now it's clear, I exposed him, and he finally knows fear. He doesn't dare to use that sword anymore. Competing with me? You're still too inexperienced. In his view, Jiang Yi's actions were nothing more than an admission of defeat, ultimately fearing the authority of his teacher. However, Jiang Yi's next words instantly froze the smile on his face. "But if I don't use Lingwu, it puts me at a bit of a disadvantage." So, Jiang Yi paused, looked at Teacher Li, and slowly said, "I want to add a condition." The great director thought for a moment and asked, "Oh, what condition? Let's hear it." Jiang Yi smiled and said, "It's very simple." He turned his head to look at Teacher Li and asked, "Teacher Li, do you still remember our previous bet?" Teacher Li frowned and said impatiently, "What bet? Didn't I already apologize to you? What more do you want?" Jiang Yi shook his head and said, "Teacher Li, I'm not talking about the bet involving the sword. I'm talking about the one before that." "Before that?" Teacher Li tried to recall. "Are you talking about?" Jiang Yi nodded and said, "Yes, the words you said in the testing hall before the director arrived." Teacher Li's face instantly turned red with anger, and he shouted, "You brat, you want me to kneel to you again? Dream on." Jiang Yi shook his head with a smile and said, "Teacher Li, you've misunderstood. Didn't I say that I won't use spiritual weapons anymore? Since that's the case, the previous bet naturally needs to be adjusted." Only then did Teacher Li realize, paused for a moment, and then nodded. "That's right, you don't use spiritual weapons." Mr. Teacher Lee muttered to himself. The anger on his face gradually faded, replaced by a look of smug satisfaction. Alright then, you want the bet to continue? No problem, Mr. Lee said with a cold laugh. Since Jiang Yi wasn't using spiritual martial arts, he didn't have to worry about Jiang Yi breaking the test dummy. The previous bet posed no threat to him at all. Jiang Yi looked at Teacher Lee and said slowly, "It's not that simple. Since I agreed not to use spiritual martial arts, shouldn't you add a little more to the bet, Teacher Lee?" Teacher Lee's expression froze instantly. He felt as if he had been tricked by Jiang Yi once again. Suppressing the unease in his heart, he asked, what do you want to do?" Jiang Yi smiled and said, "It's nothing much. If I lose, all my credits for this year will be reset to 0. On the other hand, if I win, your salary for this year will be reset to 0. With the director here as a witness, what do you think?" Teacher Lee's eye began twitching uncontrollably. He felt that something was off. This kid, why is he so confident? Could it be he's really confident that he can break the test dummy without using a spiritual weapon? Teacher Lee was frantically denying it in his heart. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how Jiang Yi, a mere 9th-rank martial apprentice, could possibly break a test dummy capable of withstanding attacks below the level of a martial master without using a spiritual weapon. This completely defies logic. But this kid, why does he dare to propose such a bet? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Having credits reset to 0 is indeed a very serious punishment for a student. But having the salary reset to 0 for a teacher, that's a life-threatening matter. This kid, bluffing. Teacher Lee felt like he had figured it out. Alright, I agree. Teacher Lee gritted his teeth and said he decided to take a gamble. He didn't believe Jiang Yi could really do it. He just didn't believe that without using spiritual martial arts, Jiang Yi could still turn the tables. Anyway, with the grade director here as a witness, he couldn't cheat. The grade director looked at the two tense individuals in front of him, sighed helplessly, and slowly stepped aside. At this point, he was powerless to stop this absurd gamble. Moreover, for some reason, he had a faint premonition in his heart that Jiang Yi might actually be able to pull it off. Although it sounded incredible, Jiang Yi had displayed far too many extraordinary things from the very beginning. What a pity! The grade director secretly lamented in his heart. Such a promising talent. If it weren't for awakening an F-level ability, his future achievements would have been limitless. Jiang Yi walked up to the test dummy, ready to begin the test. However, Teacher Lee jumped out again, interrupting Jiang Yi. "Wait a moment." Teacher Lee pointed at Jiang Yi and said mockingly, "Student Jiang Yi, I must remind you that the designated test time is half a minute, which means 30 seconds. If you exceed this time, even if you smash the test dummy into pieces, the responsibility will be entirely yours." As he spoke, he deliberately raised his wrist to look at his watch, a hint of schadenfreude appearing on his face. Now, 5 seconds have already passed. Teacher Lee's little thoughts were naturally crystal clear to Jiang Yi. He wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. Such little tricks were completely meaningless to him. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions. With a sudden push of his feet, his whole body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow, charging straight at the test dummy. Jiang Yi, who had entered combat mode, underwent a complete transformation in his aura. Teacher Lee couldn't help but be stunned. He felt as if he was facing not a student, but a ferocious beast that had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A strong stench of blood rushed toward him, almost suffocating him. How is this possible? A student, how could they have such a terrifying aura? Teacher Lee was overwhelmed with shock, feeling as though his body had stiffened. That powerful aura, almost tangible, pressed against his nerves, causing waves of palpitations in his heart. The test dummy also sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Jiang Yi, and its limited intelligence was frantically sounding the alarm. Danger! Danger! Extremely dangerous. For the first time, the dummy did not choose to confront Jiang Yi's attack head-on, as it would with other students during tests, nor did it attempt to use any techniques to neutralize the attack. Instead, it directly chose to retreat. Its limited intelligence was frantically calculating, and finally reached a conclusion. If it takes this hit head-on, it will die. It will definitely die. Jiang Yi's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the test dummy. His right fist clenched tightly, and all the strength in his body surged into his fist like a flood breaking through a dam. Heaven collapses. Jiang Yi roared furiously, his right fist crashing down like a meteor falling to the ground, smashing toward the test dummy. This punch carried no fancy techniques, only pure strength and ultimate explosiveness. The force of the punch was like a mountain crumbling, like a tsunami, like the sky falling. The entire world seemed to press down on the test dummy with this punch. The surrounding air was compressed by the punch, producing a piercing explosive sound. Dust on the ground was swept up by the force of the punch, forming visible waves of air. The entire testing hall trembled under the might of this punch. What a terrifying punch! Mr. Lee, who was the closest, had already been scared pale by the power of this punch, drenched in cold sweat. He felt like a lone boat in a storm, surrounded by raging winds and rain, ready to be swallowed by giant waves at any moment. No, no good! Mr. Lee exclaimed in terror, feeling as though his heart was about to leap out of his throat. The grade director watched Jiang Yi's punch, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. Although he had long guessed that Zhang Yi's strength was extraordinary, he hadn't expected Zhang Yi to deliver such a terrifying punch. The power of this punch had already far exceeded the scope of a 9th-level martial apprentice. A martial artist? I'm afraid that's not all. How on earth did this kid manage to do it? However, just when everyone thought the test dummy would be smashed into pieces by Zhang Yi's punch, the test dummy made a move that no one could have expected. It actually twisted and wrapped its limbs together in a bizarre manner, then curled up into a ball. Its extremely faint intelligence, at the critical moment between life and death, ultimately chose survival. Zhang Yi's fist struck heavily into empty space. The violent force of the punch directly deformed the wall, causing the entire testing room to shake violently. The head of the test dummy was just 5 inches below Zhang Yi's fist. If it hadn't curled up in time, it might have been blown apart by Zhang Yi's punch. Missed. Teacher Lee watched the scene and let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at his watch. 25 seconds had already passed, leaving only the final 5 seconds until the test ended. Ha ha ha. Teacher Lee couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Yi, your test time is almost up. Even if you strike again and break the test dummy, it's already too late. Your test result is 0. See, this is the consequence of not choosing technical martial arts. Teacher Lee said smugly. Those fast and precise martial arts are the real deal. What's the use of your clumsy martial arts? It's completely useless except for wasting time. I've told you before, you don't need the second-class testing room. However, standing in front of the test dummy, Zhang Yi's face showed no trace of frustration. He smiled, a calm and composed smile, as if everything was under his control. The grade director standing at the door of the testing room seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp glint flashed in his gaze. Zhang Yi did not withdraw his fist. Not only did he not hold back, but he also followed the momentum of the punch and increased the output of his strength. Heaven-splitting force, activate. Zhang Yi let out a low shout in his heart, and a surge of violent power erupted from his dantian, instantly spreading throughout his limbs. One strike, splitting the heavens. Accompanied by Zhang Yi's furious roar, the terrifying power enhanced by the heaven-splitting force surged into his right fist like a flood breaking through a dam. The already formidable punch's momentum skyrocketed once again at this moment. Heavens collapse, first form, mountains and rivers break. Zhang Yi went with the flow, unleashing all this violent power in one go. This punch was no longer a simple swing but carried the momentum of splitting heaven and earth, with the determination to sever mountains and rivers. Draw the blade to cut the water, yet the water flows even more? With this strike, I shall shatter mountains and sever rivers. Give me. Break. Space collapses. Zhang Yi's fist slammed heavily onto the ground. No resistance, no obstruction. The previously indestructible test dummy, which could even withstand attacks below the level of a martial artist, shattered instantly under this punch, as fragile as tofu. The test dummy turned into countless fragments, scattering everywhere and landing in every corner of the testing hall. The entire testing room fell into a dead silence. Boom! Everyone was stunned by the scene before them, their mouths agape, eyes wide open, completely losing the ability to think. Mr. Lee was even more like he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen on the spot. His mind went blank, leaving only a buzzing roar. How is this possible? Zhang Yi slowly withdrew his fist and let out a long breath. Exactly half a minute. He turned around, his expression changing in an instant. He glanced somewhat regretfully at the shattered pieces of the test dummies on the ground, then turned to look at the grade director with an innocent expression on his face and said, "Director, this really wasn't on purpose." The grade director's mouth twitched. Yes, you didn't do it on purpose. So unintentional. What else could he say? The facts were right in front of him. Zhang Yi had indeed damaged the test dummy within half a minute. Moreover, it was without using spiritual martial arts. This kid is simply a monster. Zhang Yi looked at the grade director, a proud smile appearing on his face. He turned to look at Teacher Lee and said, "See, Teacher Lee, I told you so. I asked you from the start to assign me to a second-class testing room, but you just wouldn't listen. Now look, the school's precious property. Sigh, what a pity. TSK. He shook his head, sighing as he spoke, looking quite regretful. I did warn you in advance that the martial skill I want to test is very special. If I go all out, I will definitely break the first-class test dummy. So, what do you think? I wasn't bragging or exaggerating, was I? I've already held back a lot. I didn't even use my spiritual weapon. You can't blame me for this." Zhang Yi spread his hands, looking as if to say, "I'm really innocent." Teacher Lee looked at Zhang Yi, who was acting smug after taking advantage, trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth and glared at Zhang Yi, but couldn't say a single word. The grade director, seeing Teacher Lee's exasperated appearance, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He stepped forward, patted Teacher Lee on the shoulder, and said, "Teacher Lee, a bet is a bet. Your salary, bonus, performance pay this year." "No, director." Teacher Lee panicked as soon as he heard this. He quickly said, This is just a first-class test dummy, right? I'll pay. Isn't that enough? Please don't deduct all my salary. You have to know, the teachers at Yun City Martial Arts University have extremely high salaries. That would be an enormous fortune. Countless martial martial artists have tried everything to get into martial arts university to teach, all for the high salary and generous benefits. Teacher Lee also relied on numerous connections and exerted tremendous effort to finally secure a position at martial arts university. If his entire salary for this year gets deducted because of this matter, he would suffer a huge loss. Don't even mention compensating for one first-class test dummy. Even compensating for 10 wouldn't match his annual salary. The great director shook his head and said, "Mr. Lee, you just agreed with student Zhang Yi. A man must honor his word. Once spoken, it cannot be taken back. How can you go back on your word?" Mr. Lee's expression was as unpleasant as it could get. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He knew that today, he was definitely going to take this loss. The great director looked at Zhang Yi, appreciating him more and more. He was the great director for the freshmen, and among this year's students, Zhang Yi was the one he had favored the most from the beginning. Yesterday, upon hearing that Zhang Yi had awakened an F-level talent, he felt as if the sky had fallen. He smiled and said, "Zhang Yi, since you've already demonstrated such powerful strength, why not try the second-level testing room again? Haven't you used your spiritual weapon yet? I feel that if you wield that sword, you might achieve an astonishing result, perhaps even leave an unparalleled mark on the martial artist record board of Yun City Martial Arts University." The great director's words left Teacher Lee stunned. He widened his eyes, looking at Zhang Yi with an incredulous expression, stammering, What? Martial artist? Isn't he a martial apprentice?" The great director looked at Teacher Lee, smiling without saying a word. He did not directly answer Teacher Lee's question but instead turned his gaze back to Zhang Yi. As a grandmaster-level expert, the great director's sharp eyes were incredibly discerning. The moment Zhang Yi threw his punch earlier, he had already detected Zhang Yi's true strength martial artist 9th tier. This left the great director extremely shocked. It's just, he couldn't quite figure out when exactly Zhang Yi had broken through to this level, because if Zhang Yi hadn't completely erupted and gone all out just now, even the great director, who was so close earlier, wouldn't have immediately discovered Zhang Yi's true level. Therefore, it is understandable that everyone, including Teacher Lee, previously thought Zhang Yi was only at martial disciple 9th stage. He must have broken through to martial artist long ago but had simply never revealed his strength. Moreover, a martial artist 9th stage at such a young age is truly rare, especially under the circumstances of having an F-level talent. Reaching the 9th rank of a martial artist makes it hard to imagine how much more effort and sweat Zhang Yi must have put in compared to ordinary people. This child is too hardworking. But at the same time, the great director was also filled with doubt. He was somewhat puzzled. What exactly was going on with Zhang Yi? Clearly possessing the strength of a 9th rank warrior, why did he always display the aura of a 9th rank martial apprentice? Such a thing, not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. However, ever since he encountered Zhang Yi today, all kinds of bizarre events had been happening one after another, endlessly. The great director felt his nerves were almost numbed by the shock. Therefore, regarding this strange phenomenon happening to Zhang Yi, although he was puzzled, he did not delve too deeply into it. Zhang Yi looked at the great director and Teacher Lee, shook his head, and said, "Director, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need to take the test again." The great director was somewhat surprised. He thought Zhang Yi was still angry because of the earlier conflict with Teacher Lee, so he quickly said, "Zhang Yi, don't misunderstand. Teacher Lee was just momentarily confused, and I have already criticized him. Rest assured, I will personally supervise this test, and there will absolutely be no issues this time. Please give it another try." While speaking, the great director turned and glared at Teacher Lee, sternly saying, "Teacher Lee, hurry up and apologize to Zhang Yi." Although Teacher Lee felt indignant, he did not dare to disobey the great director's orders and reluctantly said, "Zhang Yi, I'm sorry." Zhang Yi looked at their reactions and smiled, saying, "Director, you've misunderstood. I really don't need to be tested again. The reason I refused isn't because of Teacher Lee, but because I have to go out of town this afternoon, so I want to save some energy." Zhang Yi wasn't lying. He indeed planned to go out of town this afternoon. As for why he was unwilling to go to the second-level testing room again, the real reason was that he already understood the upper limit of his strength. That punch just now, although it didn't use spiritual martial arts, had already given him a rough assessment of his strength. The reason he came here to test in the first place was to figure out the extent of his current strength. Since the goal had been achieved, there was naturally no need to waste any more time. Moreover, there were still the great director and Teacher Lee here after all. He didn't want to expose the true limits of his abilities in front of two people he wasn't very familiar with. The great director, seeing Zhang Yi's firm attitude, decided not to insist further. He nodded and said, "Alright, since you say so, I won't push you. Zhang Yi, I hope you can continue to work hard and maintain this momentum. I have high hopes for you. The multi-school joint exam is coming up soon, and I look forward to seeing your outstanding performance in the exam." Zhang Yi listened to the great director's words and merely nodded slightly, responding perfunctorily, I will." His mind was clearly no longer here. He bid farewell to the great director and Teacher Lee, then turned and left the testing hall. Teacher Lee watched Zhang Yi's departing figure, a trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes. eyes. He snorted coldly and said, this kid is way too arrogant. So what if he broke a testing dummy? What's so impressive about that? The grade director, hearing Teacher Lee's words, turned and gave him a glare. Then, he too left, leaving Teacher Lee standing alone in place, his face alternating between green and pale. Walking out of the testing room, Zhang Yi felt a wave of noise rushing toward him. Because too much time had been delayed by Teacher Lee's pulling, this was no longer the sparsely populated environment Zhang Yi had encountered when he first arrived. The corridor outside had already turned into a bustling marketplace filled with students who had just finished their tests. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chattering incessantly. I chose Gale Tornado. Its power seems decent, but it's a bit hard to master. I wonder if I can get the hang of it within a month. Hey, I got lucky and snagged a copy of Mountain Shatter. They say once you master it, you can smash a mountain with a single strike. TCH, what's there to brag about? I picked a super cool flowing cloud sword technique. Its movements are graceful, and its attacks are fierce, absolutely unbeatable among peers of the same level. Similar discussions arose one after another, filled with excitement and enthusiasm, permeating the entire space. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping through the crowd as he searched for Su Yuli's figure. He did not deliberately listen to those discussions. To him, martial techniques themselves were not important. What mattered was how to use them and his own strength. Not seeing Su Yuli, Zhang Yi shrugged. Forget it, she probably has her own plans. It's almost mealtime now, so I should fill my stomach first. I still have to go out of the city to hunt beasts this afternoon, and I can't do that on an empty stomach. Just as Zhang Yi was about to step away, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a large crowd gathered by the wall on the other side, faintly hearing bursts of exclamations and discussions. Hiss, is that even human? A 6th rank martial apprentice dealing such terrifying damage? That's too exaggerated. This data probably can't even be achieved by some 9th rank martial apprentices. Look quickly, the first place on the 8th rank martial apprentice leaderboard has changed hands. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yi also walked over. Squeezing into the crowd, he looked up and saw that it was the test record board of Cloud City University. This massive leaderboard, made of a special material, is densely packed with countless names and data. Any student who conducts a half-minute damage test using a dummy in the Yun City University testing room will have their data precisely recorded and updated in real time on this leaderboard. To inspire students to strive for excellence, Yun City University specifically set up this public leaderboard. All students who have tested here, regardless of grade or cohort, will have their records permanently preserved. The rankings are arranged separately for testers at different levels, such as martial apprentices, martial artists, and martial masters, with the top 100 selected for each stage. This design not only avoids higher-level martial artists overwhelming lower-level ones, ensuring the fairness of the rankings, but also provides a more intuitive display of the upper limits of strength at different stages. After all, the damage output in half a minute is a comprehensive reflection of talent, strength, and martial techniques combined. Some geniuses, with extraordinary talent and exquisite martial techniques, can demonstrate astonishing explosiveness in the early stages, but as time goes on, they may fade into mediocrity for various reasons. Some students, initially inconspicuous, accumulate knowledge over time and achieve rapid progress later, ultimately securing a spot on the rankings. All this information is clearly displayed on this ranking list. As for the pros and cons, it is left to the students viewing the rankings to think and judge for themselves. This is exactly what the grade director previously told Zhang Yi, asking him to try the second-tier testing room, suggesting he might leave behind an unbeatable record. However, Zhang Yi was not particularly interested in this. His gaze casually swept across the rankings, and he quickly found his name on the martial artist 9th rank list. First place, Zhang Yi, prominently at the top of the list. The data at the back is a glaring 99999. This is the upper limit of what a first-class test dummy can withstand. Zhang Yi slightly raised his eyebrows, understanding in his heart. A first-class test dummy can withstand any attack below the level of a martial master. Ordinary martial artists, even peak-level 9th rank martial artists, would find it extremely difficult to destroy it with full force. Not to mention, delivering such terrifying damage continuously in just half a minute. Moreover, the dummy's capacity to withstand damage has its limits. The power of Zhang Yi's punch had already far exceeded this value, but ultimately, it could only record this maximum limit. Zhang Yi glanced around and noticed that few people were paying attention to the warrior rankings. Everyone's focus was concentrated on the martial apprentice rankings. After all, so far among this year's freshmen, the highest cultivation level belongs to Zhang Yi martial disciple 9th stage. As for Su Yuli, she chose a support-type martial skill, so her name probably wouldn't appear on this ranking list based on attack power. Zhang Yi shook his head lightly and prepared to turn and leave. At this moment, he heard an even more intense discussion coming from behind him. Look at the martial disciple 9th rank leaderboard. First place, 19,857. Oh my god, this data is insane. 19,857? This is a whole digit higher in damage than the second place. Can a martial disciple even deal this kind of damage? damage? Who is this? Why haven't I heard of them before? Seems like a senior from a few years ago. Sigh, all these years, no one has ever surpassed him. Nearly 20,000 damage. Jang estimated that when he was at the 9th stage of martial disciple, if he hadn't relied on Eternal Devour to absorb some of the ferocious beast's power, and if he didn't have the heaven-opening force, it seems about the same? That's indeed quite impressive. He shook his head and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Young Master Chen, you're truly amazing. Achieving such high damage at martial disciple level 7, you're definitely one of the top freshmen in our class. Of course, young Master Chen's talent is incomparable to those mediocrities. I believe it won't be long before, in the next test, young Master Chen will break into the top 10, or even claim the top spot. Ah, young Master Chen is mighty. Young Master Chen is impressive. Amidst a wave of flattering praise, Zhang Yi turned his head and saw Chen Jin walking out of a testing room, surrounded by a group of underlings. His face was brimming with a smug smile, his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of arrogance. They surrounded Chen Jin as they approached the ranking board for the 7th level of martial apprentice. Chen Jin's gaze quickly scanned the ranking board and finally settled on the 25th position. Chen Jin, damage value 3258. Wow, young Master Chen, look, you're ranked 25th. That's incredible. A lackey immediately pointed at the leaderboard, shouting loudly as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Exactly, young Master Chen, it's your first test and you can already rank 25th. Your strength is simply out of this world. Another lackey quickly chimed in. Oomph, what's this worth? Chen Jin feigned disdain, curling his lips, though the pride in his eyes and expression was impossible to hide. With my talent, if it weren't for this poor performance, breaking into the top 10 would have been a piece of cake. Young Master Chen is absolutely right. It must be the test dummy that's faulty, affecting young Master Chen's performance. Yes, that's definitely it. Young Master Chen, next time you go for the test, you'll surely crush those guys beneath your feet. Watching this group's clumsy performance, Zhang Yi couldn't help but gently shake his head. How utterly boring. He turned around to leave, unwilling to watch this farce any longer. However, at that moment, Chen Jin's gaze fell on Zhang Yi. He was stunned at first, then a mocking smile appeared on his face. After being humiliated by Zhang Yi at the door just now, he had finally found his chance. Well, isn't this our genius, Zhang Yi? Chen Jin's voice rose by several octaves, deliberately stretching his tone. What, are you here to check the rankings too? Want to see what position you're in? He paused for a moment, then pretended to have a sudden realization and said, oh, I almost forgot. Your awakened F-level talent doesn't add anything to your combat power at all. You can only rely on your cultivation level to suppress others. I guess your name can't even be found on this ranking list, right? Ha ha ha. Chen Jin laughed recklessly, and the lackeys around him joined in, erupting into waves of ear-piercing laughter. Their gazes toward Zhang Yi were full of contempt, with an undisguised sense of superiority in their eyes. Faced with Chen Jin's provocation, Zhang Yi merely glanced at him indifferently, calm as still water, without the slightest ripple. He didn't even bother to say a word in rebuttal, simply turned around and left without looking back. This scene left Chen Jin stunned. Zhang Yi's indifference made Chen Jin feel like he had punched cotton, all his strength dissipated, leaving his chest filled with frustration. Originally, he had hoped that Zhang Yi would jump up in a fit of rage or at least throw back a few harsh words, giving him the chance to continue humiliating him and venting his anger by stepping on him. But what about Zhang Yi? He didn't even spare him a glance and just walked away. This is even more unbearable for him than being slapped in the face. Stop! Chen Jin shouted furiously, his voice trembling slightly with anger. Zhang Yi, stop right there. Zhang Yi's steps paused slightly, but he didn't turn around. He simply uttered two cold words. What is it? Those two indifferent words only added fuel to the fire, completely igniting Chen Jin's rage. You dare to ignore me? Chen Jin almost gnashed his teeth, quickly striding up to Zhang Yi and blocking his path. His eyes glared at the other as if he wanted to tear him apart and swallow him whole. What do you mean by ignoring you? Zhang Yi finally turned around, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting into a meaningful sneer. Chen Jin, are you taking yourself too seriously? Why would I waste my time on a defeated opponent? The words defeated opponent pierced straight into Chen Jin's heart. What he prided himself on most was his strength, yet now Zhang Yi had effortlessly trampled on it. This was more painful than killing him. You're talking nonsense. Chen Jin shouted furiously, last time on the playground, I just didn't perform well. If we go again, I can definitely beat you to the ground. Oh, really? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of mockery. How about we try now? Perfect timing. Let's have another match. What do you say? Chen Jin was instantly at a loss for words. Although he refused to admit defeat verbally, he knew deep down that he was no match for Zhang Yi. Last time on the playground, he lost miserably, without even a chance to fight back. Competing again would just be asking for humiliation. What? Afraid now? Zhang Yi pressed step by step, his tone dripping with mockery. Chen Jin, this is all you've got. All talk, good at bullying the weak, but the moment you meet someone tough, you immediately back down. Who said I'm afraid? Chen Jin was completely enraged by Zhang Yi's words. He swung his hand fiercely quickly and shouted loudly, "Let's compete! Who's afraid of who?" The words had just left his mouth when Chen Jin regretted it. It was nothing more than an impulsive remark made in the heat of the moment. Reason told him he had no chance of winning. However, the words had already been spoken, and there was no taking them back. With so many people watching, if he backs out now, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Chen Jin's mind was racing. He knew that in a head-on confrontation, he was absolutely no match for Zhang Yi. The power of that kick still made him shudder whenever he thought about it, as if he had been hit head-on by a raging beast, completely unable to defend himself. He had to think of a way. Suddenly, Chen Jin had a flash of inspiration and came up with a brilliant idea. He cleared his throat and said, "Zhang Yi, directly competing with physical moves is a bit too crude. We're university students, after all, and should strive for some civility, shouldn't we? How about this, we compete, based on the rankings on this leaderboard? How does that sound?" The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile, as he secretly felt pleased with himself. This test record leaderboard tracks the total damage dealt within 30 seconds. The attacks Zhang Yi used to defeat him on the playground earlier were indeed powerful, but they were ultimately just simple brawling. To continuously deal high damage within a mere 30 seconds requires more than brute strength. It also demands refined martial skills and the support of innate talent. And Zhang Yi? He's nothing more than a useless F-grade talent. An F-grade talent means there are almost no compatible advanced martial skills available. What good is raw strength alone? The martial arts experts of the 9th stage of martial apprentices from Yun City Martial Arts University over the years are as numerous as fish in a river. What makes Zhang Yi qualified to make it onto the rankings? Looking at himself, he is proudly ranked 25th in the 7th stage of martial apprentices, with solid results to back it up. He was certain to win this competition. Chen Jin glanced at Zhang Yi smugly and taunted, "So, Zhang Yi, do you dare to compete?" Zhang Yi's face still bore that expression of calm indifference. "How about we raise the stakes?" Chen Jin, seeing his silence, became even more aggressive and said viciously, "If you lose, you have to kneel before me in public, knock your head 3 times, and shout 3 times, 'I am a loser.'" A trace of vengeful pleasure flashed in his eyes, as if he could already see the humiliating scene of Zhang Yi kneeling, filling his heart with delight. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, clearly uninterested in such a pointless wager. Chen Jin's relentless pressure made him a little impatient. "Chen Jin, are you out of your mind?" Zhang Yi said indifferently, "Why would I play such a childish game with you? If you win, what do I gain? If I lose, apart from satisfying your ridiculous self-esteem, what meaning does it have? You're scared." Chen Jin was momentarily stunned by the retort, then shouted in anger and embarrassment, "You're just afraid of losing to me, that's why you don't dare to accept the challenge." "Afraid?" Zhang Yi sneered. "Chen Jin, you're overestimating yourself." "Me, afraid of you? What a colossal joke. Then why don't you dare to agree?" Chen Jin pressed on relentlessly, trying to provoke him. "I just think this kind of competition is meaningless." Zhang Yi replied calmly, with obvious disdain, "If you really want to prove you're better than me, then show your true skills and defeat me in actual combat, not by playing word games and engaging in these boring tricks." Stop with those high-sounding excuses." Chen Jin snorted coldly. "You're just scared. You're afraid of losing. Provocation doesn't work on me." Zhang Yi shook his head. "Chen Jin, you might as well save your energy. However, if you insist on competing with me, then let's make it something interesting." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Yi's mind. Zhang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he didn't just turn around and leave, or slap Chen Jin so hard that he couldn't move, was because he had been waiting for the system's response all along. Sure enough, he guessed it right. "Little punk." The host was originally an F-level student with average talent at Yun City Martial Arts University. Outside the testing room, the host encountered provocation from the genius student Chen Jin. Chen Jin, relying on his martial skills most suited to his talent and his 7th-stage martial disciple cultivation, humiliated the host in every possible way and proposed a bet based on the test record rankings, attempting to embarrass the host in public. Release the underdog comeback mission, train hard, improve your strength, and surpass Chen Jin's current ranking on the Yun City Martial Arts University test leaderboard. Mission reward, determined by the final ranking. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. After hearing this series of prompts from the system, Zhang Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. This familiar formula, this familiar taste. This system is really persistent. Here it comes. However, this time, the system's script seems quite reliable. This made Zhang Yi feel a bit emotional. How rare. The system finally got the plot right this time. At least, judging from the current situation, the plot is indeed unfolding according to the system's underdog's comeback and face-slapping formula. Chen Jin's provocation, the crowd's mockery, and the upcoming competition. All of this aligns closely with the abstract script of the system. In a sense, sense, this could be considered the result of Zhang Yi's own deliberate guidance. He felt that he had somewhat figured out the rules of this system. Got it. However, in the next second, Zhang Yi suddenly realized a problem. Wait, the task issued by the system is for him to surpass Chen Jin's current ranking on the test leaderboard? But the problem is, his ranking has already left Chen Jin far behind. He's the one with the higher rank. Chen Jin is only at martial disciple level 7, and even within that level, he's only ranked 25th. And he, Zhang Yi, previously in the first class testing room, directly achieved a damage value of 99,999, ranking first on the 9th rank warrior list. Although the warrior list and the martial disciple list are separate, whether in terms of level or damage value, he had already completely crushed Chen Jin. Rebelling against the heavens, is that it? How is he supposed to surpass that? The task hasn't even started and it's already completed? What about my reward? Why hasn't the system settled it yet? Zhang Yi felt like his CPU was about to burn out. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, system, isn't there something wrong with this task? I mean, this should count as completed, right? His gaze shifted to the test record board nearby, and the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Forget it. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said calmly, let's compete with this. I knew you wouldn't dare, Zhang. What? What did you say? Compete? Compete with this? Chen Jin was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Zhang Yi to take the initiative to propose it. What? Afraid? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Who said I'm afraid? Chen Jin immediately retorted, let's compete. Bring it on. He secretly felt smug. He knew Zhang Yi was at the 9th rank of martial disciple, and with only an F-level talent awakened, Zhang Yi definitely couldn't appear on the 9th rank martial disciple leaderboard now. As for himself, he was solidly ranked 25th at the 7th rank of martial disciple. He's bound to win. Chen Jin sneered and added, the punishment for the loser will still be as I just mentioned. How about that? What is this? Since young Master Chen is so interested, I'll play along with you, Zhang Yi said calmly. Hearing Zhang Yi accept the challenge, Chen Jin was overjoyed and immediately called out to everyone, come, everyone, gather around and take a look. Let's see where our genius Zhang Yi ranks on the martial disciple 9th stage leaderboard. A group of people immediately swarmed over, surrounding the list of 9th rank martial apprentices so tightly that not even water could pass through. Everyone craned their necks, staring at the list as if watching a show. First place, not it. Second place, still not it. Third place, still not it. Everyone looked down one by one, from the first place all the way to the 100th, but they still couldn't find Zhang Yi's name. Ha 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 ha. Chen Jin could no longer hold back and burst into an unrestrained laugh. Zhang Yi, where's your name? He laughed uproariously, pointing at Zhang Yi, mocking him to the extreme. This is killing me with laughter. I thought he was some kind of amazing genius, but it turns out he's just a worthless nobody. Exactly, and he dares to compare himself to young Master Chen? Truly overestimating himself. I think he's nothing more than a clown seeking attention. The surrounding lackeys also joined in the commotion, spewing all kinds of unpleasant words without restraint. However, in the face of overwhelming humiliation, Zhang Yi acted as if nothing had happened, merely curling his lips into a faint, cold smile. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Who said, my name is on the 9th rank of the martial disciple list? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a giant stone had been thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves upon waves. What? Not at the 9th stage of martial disciple? Could it be that he has broken through? Impossible. He has an F-grade talent. How could he possibly break through to martial artist so quickly? Exactly, with an F-level talent, reaching the 9th stage of martial disciple is already the limit. How could it be possible to break through? But, what if he really breaks through? The crowd buzzed with discussions. F-level talent, universally acknowledged as a useless talent, with a cultivation speed as slow as a snail. Reaching the 9th stage of martial disciple would already be considered a miracle. Wanting to break through to a martial artist is simply a fool's dream. But, what did Zhang Yi mean by what he just said? He was so confident in saying that his name isn't on the martial disciple 9th rank list. Could it be he really broke through? Did he really achieve the impossible? As soon as this thought emerged, it immediately made everyone feel a jolt of shock and unease. If Zhang Yi truly broke through to become a martial artist with an F-level talent, it would completely shatter the historical records of Yun City Martial Arts University, and even the entire Yun City. Once this spreads, it would undoubtedly be explosive news capable of shaking the entire city. The smile on Chen Jin's face froze. He had been certain that Zhang Yi hadn't even mastered any decent martial techniques, let alone how a so-called F-grade talent like him could break through to become a martial artist. He was confident of his victory in this duel. But now, a casual remark from Zhang Yi felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of unease. Could it be Zhang Yi had really broken through? Chen Jin frantically denied this idea in his heart, but he couldn't help feeling a wave of panic. He forced himself to stay calm and squeezed out a cold sneer. What are you pretending for? So what if you've broken through? It's just a breakthrough to the first level of a martial artist. What's there to be proud of? Although he said this, this, Chen Jin's voice was noticeably trembling. We're competing for rankings, not realms. Even if you're a martial artist, so what? Senior martial artists are only stronger than student martial apprentices. You can't even reach the 9th level of a martial apprentice, and you think you can make it onto the martial artist rankings? That's right, everyone. Why don't we take a look at the warrior first rank leaderboard to find out? A lackey suddenly suggested. This sentence immediately reminded everyone. That's right, just take a look at the warrior first rank leaderboard to find out. Everyone's eyes lit up, and their gazes all turned to the test record board for first rank martial artists. Chen Jin couldn't help but follow, his heartbeat accelerating and his throat tightening. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the board, scanning each name from top to bottom. First place, not it. Second place, still not it. Third place, still not it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Jin's heart sank bit by bit. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became, the more frightened he felt. If Zhang Yi really appears on the first tier martial artist ranking, even if it's just the last place, it would carry much more weight than his 7th tier martial apprentice ranking. Once Zhang Yi truly breaks through to become a martial artist, what chance does he have of winning this competition? Chen Jin dared not think further. He could only pray that Zhang Yi's name would never appear on the ranking list. Fortunately, fate seems to be on his side. When he saw the 99th name, he still didn't see Zhang Yi's name. Chen Jin let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. His tense nerves relaxed slightly. Only the last spot was left. As long as the 100th name isn't Zhang Yi, he wins. A glimmer of hope ignited in Chen Jin's heart. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the last name on the list, almost holding his breath. The 100th name. Zhang. Chen Jin's lips began to tremble. He tried hard to see the name clearly, but his vision became increasingly blurry. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and finally saw the full picture. Rank 100, Zhang Han. Damage, 10,235. It wasn't Zhang Yi. It's really not Zhang Yi. Chen Jin seemed to have all the strength drained from his body. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Immediately after, he came to his senses and burst into a fit of hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yi, do you see this? Your name isn't even on the first tier warrior rankings. You didn't break through. You're still that useless trash. You lost. Ha ha ha. Chen Jin laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. He pointed at Zhang Yi and shouted hoarsely. The underlings around also joined in, with all kinds of mocking and humiliating voices echoing through the entire corridor once again. I knew it. How could someone with an F-level talent possibly break through to become a warrior? This is killing me with laughter. I thought he was so impressive. Just wait to see him kneel and beg for mercy. Everyone thought that Zhang Yi had lost. However, Zhang Yi's face still bore that same calm expression. He slowly shook his head, sighed, and said, Chen Jin, are you celebrating too early? The crowd was stunned, their gazes all turning to Zhang Yi in unison, their faces full of confusion. This guy has clearly been slapped hard by reality. His name doesn't even appear on the first tier martial artist rankings, yet he still manages to put on this calm and collected facade. Could it be that he's still stubbornly holding onto his pride, refusing to admit defeat? Chen Jin stared at Zhang Yi's eerily calm face, feeling a surge of irritation in his heart. He snorted coldly and mocked. What's the matter, Zhang Yi? Are you still trying to weasel your way out? The rankings are right here, black and white, crystal clear. Your name doesn't even come close. What are you pretending for? Still think you can turn the tables? Stop dreaming. Admit it, Zhang Yi, you lost. The underlings around also burst into laughter, each pointing at Zhang Yi. Exactly, you've already lost all face, yet you're still pretending here. How shameless. A useless F-level talent, and you really think you're something? Just wait and see. Let's see how he keeps pretending when he's begging on his knees. Mocking laughter rose and fell, like countless flies buzzing noisily around the ears. Chen Jin, Zhang Yi finally spoke, his voice as calm as a serene lake in spring, yet inexplicably oppressive. When did I lose? Chen Jin was stunned for a moment, then burst into furious laughter, pointing at Zhang Yi's nose and shouting, you didn't lose? Ha ha, Zhang Yi, are you blind or just brain damaged? The first tier martial artist rankings are right here, and your name isn't even on it. And you still dare to say you didn't lose? Are you planning to cheat your way out of this? Zhang Yi shrugged lightly, spread his hands, and innocently asked, did I ever say I was a first level martial artist? As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately after, uproarious laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha, what did he say? He never said he was a first level martial artist? Isn't he just a first level martial artist? Or does he want to claim he's a 10th level martial apprentice? That's hilarious. A worthless F-grade talent, even reaching the 9th level of martial apprentice would be a miracle. Yet here he is pretending to be something he's not. He must be delusional. The crowd burst into laughter, some even clutching their stomachs, tears almost streaming down their faces. In their eyes, Zhang Yi was clearly just being stubborn, refusing to admit defeat and desperately trying to save face. But these steps, aren't they just too ridiculous? Chen Jin laughed particularly exaggeratedly. He crossed his arms and looked coldly at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, oh Zhang Yi, you really know how to flatter yourself. yourself. If you're not a first-level martial artist, then what are you? Or do you want to claim that you broke through to the second level overnight? No, with your useless talent, you probably can't even touch the threshold of the first level. The surrounding lackeys chimed in, their laughter growing increasingly grating. However, Zhang Yi remained unmoved. He simply stood there quietly, his gaze slowly sweeping across each person's face. Finally, as the mocking laughter of the crowd gradually subsided, Zhang Yi spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it forcibly silenced the bustling corridor. Is there a possibility? Zhang Yi paused, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward, that I am a 9th-rank martial artist? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Immediately, an even more exaggerated laughter, 10 times louder than before, erupted. Ha 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 ha, martial artist 9th rank? Is he crazy? A trash with an F-level talent, martial artist 9th rank? Not even in his wildest dreams. Zhang Yi, did you not sleep well last night? Did you burn out your brain? Everyone laughed so hard that tears streamed down their faces, and they couldn't even straighten their backs. What does the 9th rank of a martial artist signify? It represents the pinnacle of the martial artist realm. In the entire academy, even among the senior students, the number of geniuses who can reach this level is extremely rare. Every single one of them is a monster born of extraordinary talent and immense resources. Yet Zhang Yi, a universally acknowledged F-grade talent waste who hasn't even touched the threshold of the first rank of a martial artist, dares to boast shamelessly that he is at the 9th rank? This is simply the funniest joke in the world. Chen Ji laughed so hard he could hardly breathe, pointing at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you really dare to say that? Warrior 9th rank? With your F-level talent, even reaching martial disciple 9th rank was pure luck, and now you're talking about warrior 9th rank? I think you've lost your mind. Ha ha ha. However, in the face of the overwhelming ridicule, Zhang Yi remained as composed as ever. He neither refuted nor got angry, merely looked at Chen Jin quietly, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing deeper. Whether it is or isn't, Zhang Yi said softly, won't you know by taking a look? These words were like pouring a ladle of cold water into a boiling oil pot, instantly cutting off Chen Jin's laughter. He stared at Zhang Yi's calm and composed face, a sudden inexplicable unease surging in his heart. Why is Zhang Yi still so confident? Could it be he really has some kind of trump card? No, impossible. Chen Jin shook his head vigorously, trying to dismiss this absurd idea. F-grade talent, 9th stage martial artist? This is simply a fantasy. Zhang Yi must be bluffing, just trying to scare him. But even so, Chen Jin's gaze still flickered involuntarily, and his attitude became less arrogant than before. What are you looking at? Stop putting on airs here, Zhang Yi. If you lost, you lost. Don't try to play tricks. The underlings around also joined in the commotion, but their voices were clearly not as confident as before. Zhang Yi's casual, you'll know if you take a look, seemed to weigh like an invisible stone on everyone's hearts. Zhang Yi said no more. He simply smiled faintly and turned to walk toward the test rankings. Chen Jin clenched his teeth tightly, his fists unconsciously tightening. He suddenly realized that he was somewhat afraid to look directly into Zhang Yi's eyes. That inexplicable unease was like a thorn, piercing deeply into his heart. He took a deep breath and then sneered, martial artist 9th rank? You really dare to say that, Zhang Yi? I'd like to see where your confidence comes from to act so mysterious here. He took the lead and stepped forward, a hint of disdain and pride on his face, walking toward the martial artist 9th rank leaderboard hanging high above. The surrounding underlings also followed suit, each with an expression of anticipation, eager to witness Zhang Yi's embarrassment. Whispers rose and fell among the crowd, with mockery and doubt surging like a tide. Martial artist 9th rank? If he can make it onto the list, I'll eat this test dummy. A useless F-grade talent? He probably can't even touch the edge of martial artist 1st rank, let alone 9th rank. Even bragging shouldn't be this ridiculous. Just wait and see. Brother Chen will definitely make him kneel and beg for mercy this time. Zhang Yi simply stood in place, arms crossed, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, having long anticipated the reaction of this group. He neither rushed to explain nor showed the slightest panic, merely watching quietly as the crowd surged toward the rankings. Chen Jin walked up to the rankings, head held high, chest puffed out, casting a somewhat provocative glance at Zhang Yi before starting to look from the 100th place. His voice was deliberately amplified, as if afraid Zhang Yi couldn't hear. Ranked 100th, Li Haoren, damage value 38,912. TSK, not bad, but unfortunately, it's not you, Zhang Yi. The surrounding lackeys burst into laughter, and someone even deliberately mocked in a sarcastic tone. Zhang Yi, where's your name? Could it be written at 101st place? Ha ha ha. Chen Jin continued reading, becoming even more arrogant. Ranked 99th, Zhao Tianyang, damage value 39,567. Oh, still not you. Zhang Yi, didn't you say you're a 9th level martial artist? How come you can't even squeeze into the second to last spot? The laughter grew louder and louder. However, Zhang Yi remained motionless. He just sighed softly and said in a low voice, keep watching, don't rush. Chen Jin snorted coldly and continued to move his gaze upward. With each name he read, his mocking tone grew heavier. 90th place, Wang Zhe, damage value 41,230. 34. 80th place, Sun Yao, damage value 43,589. 70th place, 50th place, 30th place. Ha, Zhang Yi, where's your name? Aren't you a 9th rank martial artist? Where's your name? The names on the leaderboard flashed by one, with everyone's damage values steadily increasing. By the time it reached the top 20, the numbers had started to become astonishing. The 15th place had a damage value as high as 59,876. The 10th place directly broke through 65,000. These numbers gradually silenced the onlooking crowd. After all, anyone who could make it onto the martial artist 9th rank leaderboard was undoubtedly a top genius at Cloud City Martial Arts University. Each name represented an accumulation of countless resources, talent, and hard work. Chen Jin's voice also started to sound a bit unnatural. These damage numbers were still too astonishing. 5th place, Su Fei, damage value 68,943. 4th place, Lin Ruoshi, damage value 71,258. Zhang Yi, you're not going to say you're in the top 3, are you? Ah, that's hilarious. 2nd place, Morong Lu, damage value 74,593. As soon as this number was announced, the entire audience was in an uproar. 74,593. This is no longer ordinary terror, but astonishing data worthy of being recorded in the history of Cloud City Martial Arts University. Morong Lu, a name known to everyone present, is one of the most brilliant geniuses in the Academy's history. With an S-level talent, she broke through the martial disciple stage at the age of 16 to reach the martial artist realm. Now, she firmly holds the 2nd spot on the martial artist 9th rank list with an overwhelming presence. Rumor has it that she might even challenge the martial master realm before graduation. 74593. This data is simply insane. Someone gasped in shock. Morong Lu truly lives up to her reputation as a legend in the school's history. Even as a 9th rank martial artist, she can deliver such damage. How can Zhang Yi possibly compare to her? Exactly. Zhang Yi, that useless guy, can't even catch up to her heels, yet he dares to call himself a 9th rank martial artist? What a thick-skinned liar. Chen Jin seemed to have grabbed onto a lifeline. He suddenly turned around, pointed at Zhang Yi, and burst into laughter. Ha, Zhang Yi, did you see that? 2nd place, Morong Lu, 74,593. And you? Where's your name? Oh, wait, you're not even on the leaderboard. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was unrestrained, filled with the pleasure of revenge. However, just as he was laughing most wildly, he suddenly realized that the laughter around him had stopped at some point. In its place was an eerie silence. Chen Jin was taken aback, frowned, and glanced at the underlings beside him, only to find that their expressions had all frozen. Each of them had their eyes wide open, mouths slightly agape, as if they had seen something unbelievable. He followed everyone's gaze and turned around, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, suddenly frozen in place. The first name on the leaderboard was strikingly written with 2 characters: Zhang Yi. Damage value, 99,999. This number was like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts, leaving them so shocked they could hardly breathe. That's not an ordinary number, but the highest limit that a top-tier test dummy can record. Once this value is reached, it means the damage has already exceeded the measurement range of the instrument, and the actual power might be far beyond this. How is this possible? Chen Jin's voice trembled, sounding sharp and almost grating, as if his throat had been constricted. He rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again forcefully, afraid he might have seen it wrong. But those 2 characters, those 5 nines, were still clearly engraved on the leaderboard, like a resounding slap fiercely hitting his face. The surrounding crowd completely erupted. Zhang Yi, 1st place, 99,999? Am I seeing this right? An F-level talent. How could it possibly deal this kind of damage? This is unscientific. The dummy must be broken, right? It has to be broken. Otherwise, someone must be cheating. Some murmured to themselves, some gasped in shock, and others collapsed directly to the ground. The Zhang Yi, who had always been mocked as trash by them, had actually stood at the pinnacle of the 9th rank of martial artists, and in an overwhelming manner, crushed all the geniuses beneath his feet. Chen Jin's face turned from red to white, then from white to green. His lips trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Pointing at Zhang Yi, his voice was hoarse like a broken bellows. You cheated. You must have cheated. An F-level talent. How could you reach the 9th rank of a warrior and even score 99,999? This is impossible. Zhang Yi finally moved. He slowly stepped forward, stopping in front of Chen Jin, looking down at him. Impossible? Chen Jin, haven't you always enjoyed looking at the rankings? Now that you've seen it, you refuse to believe it? Chen Jin felt a chill in his heart under that gaze. He instinctively took a step back, but his legs gave way, and he almost fell. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand firm and shouted, I don't believe it. This must be fake. How could a useless person like you surpass Morong Lu? Zhang Yi chuckled softly and shook his head. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But the facts are here, and the rankings don't lie. You lost, Chen Jin. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if the last bit of strength was drained from Chen Jin. His legs gave gave out, and he collapsed to his knees on the ground. He stared at the name Jiang Yi on the leaderboard, his mind completely blank. The damage value of 99,999 felt like an insurmountable mountain, crushing him to the point of suffocation. The underlings around him had long fallen silent, each lowering their heads, not daring to even breathe heavily. The mocking and clamorous voices from earlier now seemed like smoke blown away by the wind, disappearing without a trace. Their gaze toward Jiang Yi changed from initial disdain to deep fear and awe. Jiang Yi did not spare Chen Jin another glance. He simply turned around, his back to the crowd, and said indifferently, "Did anyone miss it? Tell me, who won?" No one responded. The entire corridor was so quiet that only the sound of the wind remained. 99,999. This number hung at the very top of the 9th rank martial artists leaderboard. After a brief moment of dead silence, whispers began to spread among the crowd. The murmurs gradually turned into exclamations, and all eyes were fixed on Jiang Yi. This is impossible. A frail student's voice trembled, as if trying to convince himself a 99999? That's damage no martial artist could possibly deal. Not just in our Cloud City, but even in Dragon City, where experts are as common as clouds and prodigies are everywhere. I've never heard of any martial artist achieving such numbers. Yeah, another voice chimed in, 80,000 damage. That's already a chasm between a warrior and a martial master. I've heard that even many experts who have just entered the martial master realm might not be able to break through a first-class test dummy, let alone deal close to 100,000 damage. Is this machine broken? Yes, the machine must be malfunctioning. Someone, as if grasping at a lifeline, nodded hurriedly, or maybe the data is wrong. How could Jiang Yi, with an F-level talent, possibly achieve something like this? The murmurs of the crowd grew louder and louder, as everyone tried to find a reasonable explanation to overturn the reality that was shattering their understanding. After all, the maximum damage value of a 9th rank warrior in the history of Cloud City barely broke 70,000. Morong Lu's terrifying 74,593 was already a once-in-a-century miracle. And 99,999? This is no longer a miracle, it's a bizarre tale that completely defies common sense. Chen Jin knelt on the ground, his face pale as paper, his lips trembling, and his vacant eyes fixed on the numbers on the leaderboard. He had originally wanted to mock a few more words, but it was as if something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't make a sound. No, impossible. Chen Jin finally squeezed out a sentence. This can't be true. Jiang Yi, you're a worthless nobody. How could you possibly score 99,999? You cheated. You must have cheated. He suddenly stood up, pointing at Jiang Yi and roaring, yes, you cheated. You must have tampered with the test dummy, otherwise how could a useless F-grade talent have such power? I refuse to accept this. I don't acknowledge it. This match doesn't count. Chen Jin's hysteria brought his lackeys back to their senses, and they quickly chimed in, trying to regain some confidence. Yeah, Brother Chen is right. These numbers are too outrageous. They must be fake. Jiang Yi, if you're really capable, do it again right in front of us. If you don't dare, it means you're guilty. Exactly, 99999. Who would believe that? Even cheating has its limits. However, facing the clamor of this group, Jiang Yi simply gave a faint smile, turned around, and calmly swept his gaze over Chen Jin. That gaze carried not a trace of anger, yet it held a kind of oppressive force that sent chills down one's spine. He slowly opened his mouth and said, Chen Jin, you lost, and that's that. What's the point of cheating? The rankings are right here, black and white, anyone can see them. If you're not convinced, you can try it yourself and see if you can break this impossible. Jiang Yi's words were like a heavy blow, leaving Chen Jin's face stiff. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but it felt like a stone was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. Try it? He's just a 7th rank martial apprentice, not even close to the threshold of a 1st rank martial artist. How could he possibly break 99,999? But admitting defeat like this? He couldn't swallow his pride. Chen Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes darting around as his mind raced frantically, trying to find a reason to turn the tables. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he slapped his thigh and glared at Jiang Yi, shouting, I know it. You've already seen this ranking before, haven't you? The first place isn't you at all. Yes, it must be. This isn't the same Jiang Yi. It's another guy who just happens to have the same name, Jiang Yi. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd was initially stunned, then quickly seemed to grasp at the last straw of hope, nodding in agreement. Yes, Brother Chen makes sense. The name Jiang Yi isn't uncommon. It must be a duplicate. Exactly. Yun City is so big, there must be another Jiang Yi, incredibly powerful, who just happens to have the same name. How could an F-level talent Jiang Yi possibly be ranked first on the list? This is clearly another genius Jiang Yi. Chen Jin spoke with increasing conviction, straightening his back as if regaining some confidence. Pointing at Jiang Yi, he sneered coldly, stop pretending here, Jiang Yi. You're just relying on having the same name to fool us. The real top scorer isn't you. You're still that useless nobody. I'm not afraid of you. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Yi merely shook his head lightly. He took a step forward, slowly walking toward Chen Jin, causing his aura to crumble bit by bit. Same name? Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks, standing standing in front of Chen Jin, looking down at him with a slight smirk. Chen Jin, do you think this explanation can fool anyone? How many Jiang Yes are there in Yun City Martial Arts University? Go ahead, tell me besides me, which other Jiang Yi could score 99,999? Chen Jin was rendered speechless, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but his mind was completely blank. Jiang Ye's aura was too overpowering, an invisible pressure weighing on him like a mountain, making even breathing difficult. Most importantly, he was genuinely afraid of Jiang Yi. Yesterday, he was beaten so badly that he completely lost his spirit. Jiang Yi saw that Chen Jin remained silent, chuckled softly again, and continued, if you really don't believe me, you can go check. The test records have numbers, timestamps, and footage. If you want to prove whether it was me, you'll know with just one look. However, I advise you to save your energy. Resorting to such shameless tactics if you're not embarrassed, I feel second-hand embarrassment for you. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Jin's face completely fell. His lips trembled, and all his anger and unwillingness turned into deep fear at this moment. The man in front of him was terrifying. You. Chen Jin took a step back, his legs weak, his voice tinged with sobs. Don't come any closer. I won't compete with you anymore. I admit defeat, okay? Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks, quietly looking at him. Admit defeat? Why didn't you do that earlier? Well, it's better this way, saves me the trouble. He turned around, his back to the crowd. Anyone else unconvinced? No one responded. Chen Jin slumped to the ground, staring at Jiang Yi's back, a trace of icy coldness gradually surfacing in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, his hands unconsciously forming fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing a trace of blood. Lost? How could Chen Jin possibly be willing to admit defeat just like that? That useless man who once stole the woman he loved now stood at a height he could never reach. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. The underlings around him lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly, as an oppressive silence filled the air. However, Chen Jin seemed to have made some kind of decision, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sinister smile. He slowly pulled out a dagger from his chest, its cold gleam flashing briefly in the dim corridor, stinging the eyes. The dagger was entirely jet black, with a faintly flowing layer of eerie dark red luster on the blade, clearly not an ordinary item. Upon closer inspection, the blade was engraved with intricate patterns, a distinctive feature of materials from ferocious beasts. Although this dagger has not reached the level of spiritual weaponry, its sharpness and durability far surpass ordinary blades. It is extremely costly, enough to bankrupt some small and medium-sized families to acquire it. Such a deadly weapon, if used to strike unexpectedly, could spell doom not only for peak martial artists but even for ordinary martial masters who are slightly careless. The younger men noticed Chen Jin's movements, raised their heads one after another, their eyes flashing with a hint of astonishment, but they tacitly chose to remain silent. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly, and some even revealed a cold sneer of schadenfreude, clearly having already guessed Chen Jin's intentions. So what if Jiang Yi is strong? He is now facing away from everyone, completely unguarded. This is the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Chen Jin slowly stood up, his movements as light as a prowling leopard. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Yi's back, murderous intent surging in his eyes, gripping the dagger in his hand even tighter. He took a deep breath, suppressing a trace of hesitation in his heart, and the smile on his lips grew even more sinister. Jiang Yi, aren't you so arrogant? Then go to hell for me. Chen Jin roared in his heart, and in the next instant, he moved. As fast as lightning. Chen Jin's figure was like a shadow, his feet suddenly exerting force, his whole body almost turning into a blur, the dagger in his hand aimed straight at Jiang Yi's back. This strike, he exerted all his strength, reaching in extreme speed, even causing a faint sonic boom in the air. Although he wasn't as powerful as Jiang Yi, his strength at the 7th stage of martial apprentice was undeniably solid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it onto the test's record list. The dagger's cold gleam traced a chilling arc in midair, exuding a murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. Jiang Yi is doomed this time. The corners of Chen Jin's mouth curled up completely, revealing an almost crazed smile. The tip of the dagger was already within reach, less than half a foot away from Jiang Yi's back. He seemed to already see the scene of Jiang Yi being pierced through, that arrogant waist collapsing in a pool of blood, with no way to beg for mercy. At this moment, the humiliation and anger in his heart seemed to be released, so exhilarating that he almost wanted to howl at the sky. He slowly turned around, his movements as leisurely as a stroll in the courtyard. That calm and unruffled face still carried a faint smile. He didn't even make any particularly large movements, merely raised his right hand gently and held up one finger. A crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, echoing through the entire corridor. Chen Jin's smile froze on his face. The dagger in his hand, a weapon sharp enough to pierce through a martial artist, was unexpectedly stopped by Jiang Yi's single finger, as if it had struck an invisible steel wall. The tip of the blade hovered less than an inch from Jiang Yi's chest, but it could no longer advance even a fraction. The force of the rebound traveled through the dagger, and Chen Jin felt his arm go numb, his palm throb with pain, and he almost lost his grip on the dagger. How is this possible? Chen Jin's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. He exerted all his strength to push it forward even a little, but that single finger was like an insurmountable chasm, completely motionless, without even the slightest tremor. The little brothers' laughter came to an abrupt halt, each of them looking as if their throats had been gripped, staring wide-eyed at the scene before them, their mouths agape enough to fit a fist. Zhang Yi lowered his head and glanced at the dagger, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He gently shook his head, his calm tone laced with an undeniable chill. Chen Jin, you really won't give up until you hit the wall, huh? This thing is nice, but unfortunately, it's used in the wrong place. Before the words had fully landed, Zhang Yi's fingers flicked lightly. With a crisp sound, the dagger forged from ferocious beast materials broke as if it were made of paper. The blade shattered, fragments scattering through the air and clinking as they fell to the ground. It's done! Chen Jin felt an immense force surge toward him, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Staggering back several steps, he fell to the ground with a thud. The broken hilt slipped from his hand and rolled into a corner. You. Chen Jin slumped to the ground, his face pale as paper, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. He stared at Zhang Yi's still-raised finger, his eyes filled with terror. At this moment, he finally understood what a terrifying existence he had provoked. However, at this critical moment, Zhang Yi moved. Zhang Yi withdrew his hand, glanced at Chen Jin indifferently, and said nonchalantly, "Do you have any other tricks? Use them all at once, so I don't get bored waiting." Chen Jin swallowed nervously, his gaze flickering, with no trace of the earlier malice. You stay back. He lowered his head, propping himself up with both hands on the ground, his body instinctively retreating. The surrounding lackeys were even more silent, each bowing their heads and holding their breath, not daring to spare Zhang Yi a single glance. The corridor fell into dead silence once again, leaving only Chen Jin's heavy breathing and the cold glint reflected from the broken dagger fragments. Zhang Yi let out a light chuckle, stepping forward, approaching Chen Jin step by step. Chen Jin raised his head to look at the figure gradually closing in, a strong sense of unease surging in his heart. He instinctively moved back, but his back was already against the cold wall, leaving no way to retreat. Zhang Yi stopped in front of him, lowered his head, and looked down at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Today, I'll just cripple one of your hands first." Zhang Yi's words sent cold sweat running down the backs of all the students present. Cripple a hand? Is Zhang Yi crazy? How dare he make a move in school? Exactly. No matter what, Chen Jin is still the only young master of the Chen family. Yesterday, Zhang Yi beat him up on the playground, and the Chen family already tolerated it. If he really cripples him today, will the Chen family let him off? Impossible. Our school's rules are clear. Who dares to cripple someone here? No matter how arrogant Zhang Yi is, he wouldn't really go that far, right? He's just trying to scare Chen Jin. Relax, he won't dare. Everyone was abuzz with discussion, their gazes shifting back and forth between Zhang Yi and Chen Jin, both shocked by Zhang Yi's arrogance and faintly anticipating what would happen next. The Chen family, though not considered a top-tier noble family in Yun City, was still a reputable martial arts clan with no shortage of skilled experts. Chen Jin, as the only direct heir, had been pampered and cherished since childhood. Yesterday, Zhang Yi had taught him a lesson on the training ground. The Chen family, concerned about their reputation, didn't act immediately, but if Zhang Yi truly dared to go all out today, the Chen family would never let it slide. At that time, don't say that Zhang Yi is just useless with F-level talent. Even if he truly has extraordinary abilities, he might not be able to withstand the Chen family's revenge. Chen Jin listened to Zhang Yi's words, first stunned, then a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and forced out a cold smile. Zhang Yi, you dare. If you really touch me, my family will never let you go. You beat me up yesterday, and I haven't settled that score with you yet. If you dare to lay a finger on me today, my father will make you wish you were dead. As he spoke, he struggled to stand up, using both his hands and feet to retreat backward, as if trying to muster some courage. However, his trembling voice and pale complexion had already exposed the fear in his heart. Zhang Yi looked at Chen Jin's appearance and stopped in his tracks. He didn't act immediately but simply stood there quietly, his gaze sharp as a blade, firmly locking onto Chen Jin. At that moment, Chen Jin's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. He gasped for air, his eyes flickering, and suddenly felt that Zhang Yi might really just be trying to scare him. Yes, he wouldn't dare. Chen Jin's heart leapt with joy, and a smug expression reappeared on his face. Zhang Yi, you're just bluffing. If you have the guts, go ahead and make a move. If you dare touch me, I guarantee you won't leave Yun City alive. As he spoke, he straightened his posture, trying to regain some dignity. The lackeys around him saw this and also breathed a sigh of relief. See, I told you Zhang Yi wouldn't dare make a move. The Chen family is not to be trifled with. No matter how strong Zhang Yi is, he's just a student. Where does he get the nerve? He's just bluffing. Don't be afraid, brother Chen. He's just putting on a show. However, just as Chen Jin began to relax, Zhang Yi suddenly smiled. That smile carried no warmth, but rather the mockery of a hunter eyeing its prey. Chen Jin felt a chill in his heart under that gaze, but he knew he absolutely couldn't back down at this moment. He gritted his teeth fiercely, suppressing the fear in his heart, and charged toward Zhang Yi, his right fist clenched tightly, smashing hard toward Zhang Yi's face. With this punch, he used all his strength, even stirring up a gust of wind from his fist, clearly intending to seize seized the initiative by exploiting Jiang Yi's hesitation to fight back. Die! Chen Jin growled lowly, his eyes filled with madness. He simply didn't believe that Jiang Yi would really dare to cripple him in front of everyone. However, in the next second, Jiang Yi moved. His movements were so fast they were almost imperceptible. With just a slight sidestep, he easily dodged Chen Jin's punch. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, firmly gripping Chen Jin's wrist. That seemingly casual grab was like an iron clamp, rendering Chen Jin completely immobile. What? Chen Jin's expression changed, a trace of terror flashing in his eyes. He struggled desperately, trying to pull back his arm, but that force was like a towering mountain, pressing down on him so firmly that he had no room for even the slightest resistance. Jiang Yi, you let go of me. Chen Jin gritted his teeth. You can't do this to me. My father won't let you off. You'll regret this. Jiang Yi lowered his head to look at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Regret? Chen Jin, do you think I would care about the Chen family's retaliation? Yesterday on the field, I already went easy on you. Today, you came to me on your own, so don't blame me. Before the words had even fallen, Jiang Yi's hand suddenly exerted force. A light crack sounded from Chen Jin's right arm as the bone was squeezed out of shape, on the verge of completely breaking. Chen Jin let out a heart-wrenching scream, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, his face pale as if he were a corpse. He struggled with all his might, but in front of Jiang Yi, his resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Stop! Jiang Yi, stop! Chen Jin finally couldn't take it anymore, his voice full of terror. I was wrong. I admit defeat. Please let me go. I won't dare again. Hearing this wail, Jiang Yi's hand suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and looked at Chen Jin's face, twisted in fear, with a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. The surrounding lackeys, seeing this, all breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Jiang Yi was ultimately still afraid of the Chen family's retaliation and dared not truly go all out. Chen Jin also noticed Jiang Yi stopping, overjoyed, and quickly forced a flattering smile. Jiang Yi, I know I was wrong. You're magnanimous. Spare me this time. I promise I won't dare to provoke you again in the future. However, just as he thought he had escaped disaster, Jiang Yi suddenly smiled. That smile was bright yet eerie, like a cat toying with a mouse. Just kidding. Jiang Yi said softly, apologies are the most meaningless thing. You're just regretting your lack of strength and the failure of your sneak attack. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking suddenly echoed, resounding throughout the entire corridor. Jiang Yi's wrist twisted slightly, and Chen Jin's right arm was forcibly twisted like a pretzel, with blood spurting out instantly. Chen Jin didn't even have time to react, only feeling a heart-wrenching pain coming from his arm. His entire body seemed drained of strength, and before he could even scream, he fainted from the pain. It wasn't until he fell to the ground that his underlings snapped out of their shock, letting out a series of terrified screams. It's broken. It's really broken. Is he crazy? Chen Jin's hand is just ruined like that? Isn't he afraid of the Chen family's revenge? Jiang Yi let go of his hand and glanced indifferently at Chen Jin on the ground. He clapped his hands, turned to look at the group of stunned underlings, and said in a calm yet chilling voice, anyone else want to try? No one dared to respond. The younger men seemed to be frozen, each lowering their heads, not even daring to breathe too loudly. At this moment, they finally understood that Jiang Yi was not afraid. He simply didn't care. Whether it was the Chen family or revenge, in this man's eyes, it was nothing at all. Jiang Yi did not spare them another glance, turning around and striding away. In the corridor, only a deathly silence remained, accompanied by the heavy and panicked breathing of the crowd. Jiang Yi walked with unhurried steps, making his way out of the gates of Yun City Martial Arts University. The sun overhead was blazing, it was midday, and the scorching rays poured onto the ground. He glanced down at the watch on his wrist, and the hands pointed exactly to 11:30. The sunlight was dazzling, so he squinted slightly, but his heart was calm, even tinged with a faint sense of joy. Just a moment ago, when he finished showing Chen Jin the warrior 9th rank leaderboard, that familiar ding sound had already echoed in his mind. It is a system prompt. It was just that the scene was chaotic at the time, and Chen Jin was still trying to play tricks, so he didn't have the chance to check. Now that he had left the school gate and the surroundings had quieted down, he finally remembered this matter. Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks, standing under the shade of the trees at the school gate. He closed his eyes, focused his thoughts, and brought up the system interface. A crisp mechanical sound immediately echoed in his mind. The host was originally an F-level student with average talent at Yun City Martial Arts University. Outside the testing room, he encountered provocation from the genius student Chen Jin. Relying on martial techniques most suited to his talent and his 7th-stage martial disciple cultivation, Chen Jin humiliated the host in every possible way and proposed a wager based on the test record rankings, intending to disgrace the host publicly. The host refused to yield to fate, worked hard, and ultimately achieved a stunning result as the first-ranked 9th-stage martial artist with a damage score of 99,999, crushing Chen Jin and completing a dramatic reversal. Congratulations to the host for completing the underdog reversal mission and earning the reward. Given the host's ranking as the first on the 9th-stage martial artist leaderboard, the reward has been upgraded to the highest level Supreme Beast Taming Pills ×3. Hearing this prompt, Jiang Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself with a hint of self-mockery, TSK, this brain-dead system really knows how to mess around. He opened his eyes, looked up at the blazing sun overhead, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Thinking back to when he first encountered this so-called loser comeback system, he was genuinely annoyed. An F-level talent loser. Some genius provocations. This plot was as cliché as the opening of a third-rate web novel. Forcing a living, breathing person like him into such a hackneyed template was downright disgusting. But now, looking at these great things obtained from the system, he suddenly felt this plot seems quite intriguing, so irresistible. Loser makes a comeback, haha. Zhang Yi chuckled softly and shook his head. However, the reward is quite generous, so it's not a loss. He realized that he was no longer as resistant, and even felt a faint sense of joy. Is this being puayed by the system? Zhang Yi shook his head, and with a thought, he opened the system backpack, his gaze falling on the 3 Supreme Beast Taming pills. The item icon flickers with a faint golden glow, accompanied by a line of detailed explanatory text. Supreme Beast Taming Pill. Effect: after consumption, it can 100% tame any ferocious beast, ignoring the target's strength and will, directly establishing an absolute loyalty contract. Limited to 1 beast per use. Note: extremely rare, a treasure coveted by beast tamers. Use with caution. Zhang Yi stared at the description, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but whistle. 100% taming? Ignoring strength and willpower? This thing is way too overpowered. A scene involuntarily appeared in his mind, casually picking one of those top-tier ferocious beasts outside the city that dominate the area, giving it a pill, and instantly turning it into his loyal follower. Just thinking about it felt thrilling. The premise is surviving the terrifying city-destroying AoE firepower. Tisk, good stuff. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, the smile on his face growing wider. 3 top-grade beast taming pills, enough for me to accomplish quite a few big things. If I run into any troublesome guys in the future, I'll just tame them directly, saves time and effort. He closed the system interface, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and looked up at the sky. The scorching sun hung high, while a gentle breeze passed by, bringing a rare touch of coolness. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, feeling much more relaxed all over. Chen Jin's provocation or the school's rumors were nothing more than a farce in his eyes. Now that the task was completed and the reward was in hand, the path ahead was entirely up to him to decide. A loser making a comeback? Zhang Yi murmured softly, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. I think I might actually like this script. He turned around and continued walking along the main road at the school gate. As for Chen Jin, he was nothing more than a stepping stone, not even qualified to make him look back. For Zhang Yi, the greatest significance of Chen Jin was, reaping the reward sure feels great. He stopped in his tracks, squinting into the distance, and Chen Jin's face, full of fear and unwillingness, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. From the initial provocation on the playground to now being crushed by him under the 9th rank martial artist leaderboard, this so-called genius young master had almost become his exclusive cash machine for completing system tasks. One task after another, all triggered by Chen Jin's sheer unwillingness to admit defeat. He shook his head, hands in his pockets, and continued walking forward. Although Chen Jin is as arrogant as a jumping monkey, it must be said that it is precisely because he repeatedly comes to seek abuse that Zhang Yi's strength and rewards have risen significantly. Reluctant to play him to death, it's not because Zhang Yi is soft-hearted, but because this guy still has value to exploit. Keeping Chen Jin alive might allow for a few more rounds of profit in the future, why not? After all, such a useful mission trigger isn't something you can easily find. Of course, besides Chen Jin, another name quietly surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind, Ding Ruanqi. Thinking of this name, the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and his smile carried a hint of coldness. Heh, she can wait too. Zhang Yi never holds grudges, because he prefers to make his enemies pay directly through actions. Ding Ruanqi's debt will be settled sooner or later. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and his face once again showed that carefree smile. With the system in hand, his strength keeps growing, and rewards come endlessly. This feeling is indeed satisfying. As for those who once looked down on him, Zhang Yi is in no hurry after all. With chives, you have to let them grow fat before harvesting. That's when the taste is truly satisfying. Zhang Yi walked steadily forward, passing through the bustling streets and stepping firmly into the lower town. The air was filled with a mix of cooking smoke and the clamor of voices. He pushed open the door of a small restaurant. Though the storefront was modest, the slightly yellowed sign exuded a comforting sense of familiarity. Inside, the lighting was soft, and the wooden tables and chairs bore the marks of time. A few hanging lamps cast a warm, yellow glow. Yo, Zhang Yi, you're here again. The boss was a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble, and when he smiled, deep wrinkles gathered at the corners of his eyes. While wiping the water off his hands, he leaned out from behind the counter to greet him. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and nodded in response. He walked up to the counter with practiced ease. Boss, a bowl of meat sauce noodles, and please add 10 credit points worth of beef. Got it, the usual. The boss responded cheerfully, swiftly turning around to the kitchen to get busy. Zhang Yi ordering this bowl of extra topping meat sauce noodles had long become a habit. While flipping the water walk, the boss glanced sideways at Zhang Yi and teased, "Hey, why didn't you bring your girlfriend over today? Where's that young lady from last time?" Zhang Yi lowered his head, fiddling with the chopsticks on the table. Upon hearing this, he simply shook his head lightly and replied in a faint voice, "We broke up." The boss's hand paused for a moment, then he laughed heartily to cover up the brief awkwardness. "It's good that you broke up. That girl was clearly not an easy one to deal with, such a fiery temper. You're so honest, not a good match for her." Zhang Yi merely chuckled lightly at these words, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes, but he didn't respond. Unwilling to dwell on the past, he lowered his head and chose a seat by the window, his gaze drifting outside. On the street, people came and went, their footsteps hurried, and occasionally a few hovering cars hummed softly as they passed by, stirring up a gentle breeze. At that moment, the chair opposite him creaked as someone pulled it out, breaking his train of thought. Zhang Yi instinctively looked up, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long, fair legs. Following that, a slender yet energetic figure slowly took a seat. He was slightly startled, then raised an eyebrow and unconsciously curled his lips into a faint smile. "It's you." Zhang Yi spoke softly, with a hint of surprise, but without any rejection. The girl sitting across from him rested her chin in her hand with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She was the same girl Zhang Yi had encountered earlier that morning. She had been followed by a small thug and, in her panic, sought Zhang Yi's help. He had merely lent a hand casually. "I didn't expect her to appear here again." "Boss, whatever he ordered, give me the same," the girl called out crisply toward the kitchen, her voice clear and full of spirit. "Got it," the boss responded from afar. As soon as the words were spoken, the boss came over carrying a steaming bowl of meat sauce noodles. The bowl was piled high with slices of beef. The aroma of the sauce was mouth-watering, instantly whetting one's appetite. He put down the bowl, winked at Zhang Yi, and turned to get busy again. The girl looked down at the noodles in front of her, then raised her head to look at Zhang Yi, her face beaming with a bright smile. "I forgot to introduce myself this morning. My name is Yun Chinshu." Zhang Yi nodded, stirred the bowl with his chopsticks, looked up at her, and asked calmly, "Is there something you need?" Yun Chinshu blinked, her smile growing even brighter. "It's nothing major. I just wanted to thank you for your help this morning." "Thank me?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, shook his head, and replied somewhat meaningfully, "Did I really help you?" Yun Chinshu tilted her head, her expression a bit puzzled, yet carrying a hint of adorable confusion. She didn't rush to answer, seemingly pondering over his words. Zhang Yi wasn't in a hurry either. He ate his noodles leisurely and said while eating, "I think, judging by the observational skills you later displayed, you wouldn't have panicked just because a small-time thug was tailing you and randomly sought help from a man on the street, hoping he turned out to be a good person, right?" Yun Chinshu was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, surprisingly not denying it. She nodded and said frankly, "What you said makes sense." Zhang Yi swallowed a mouthful of noodles and continued, "Besides, you clearly have the strength of a 9th-level martial apprentice. How could you possibly be afraid of a guy with a weak aura, not even at the 3rd level of a martial apprentice, plotting against you?" As soon as he said this, the chopsticks in Yun Chinshu's hand paused, and her mouth slightly opened. She obviously hadn't expected Zhang Yi to see through her, but she quickly masked her surprise and laughed even more cheerfully. "Aren't you the same? Clearly a 9th-rank martial artist, yet pretending to be a martial apprentice. You're hiding pretty deep." Zhang Yi paused upon hearing this, his chopsticks stopping mid-air. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment, but he didn't refute her. He lowered his head and continued eating his noodles, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, tacitly acknowledging her guess. At this moment, the owner came over with Yun Chinshu's bowl of meat sauce noodles. The rising steam carried the aroma of beef slices, filling the air. She took the bowl, lowered her head to take a bite, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "So delicious. You have good taste." Zhang Yi smiled without saying a word, simply watching her quietly. After a moment, he spoke, "So, why exactly did you come to find me?" Yun Chinshu had picked up a slice of beef, stuffed it into her mouth, chewing as her cheeks puffed out. She mumbled indistinctly, "Nothing much, just thought you were very special and wanted to get to know you." "Special?" Zhang Yi frowned slightly. "How am I special? Don't you think you're special yourself?" Yun Chinshu paused for a moment, a hint of playfulness in her expression. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. She gently waved the chopsticks in her hand, pointing at the air as if gesturing toward Zhang Yi. "Look at you." Before she could finish her sentence, her smile suddenly froze, and her whole body became motionless on the spot. Her gaze fell directly on Zhang Yi, her pupils slightly contracting, and an incredulous light flashed in her eyes. Zhang Yi was lowering his head, picking up noodles from his bowl. Noticing her unusual reaction, he raised his head in confusion. What greeted him was Yun Chinshu's face, filled with shock. He couldn't help but frown, lowering his head to examine himself following her gaze. "The clothes aren't torn, the shoes aren't dirty, and there's nothing strange on his hands. Everything seems normal, nothing out of the ordinary. He scratched the back of his head, looked up at Yun Chinshu, and tentatively asked, "What's wrong?" Yun Chinshu snapped out of it, but her brows furrowed even deeper. She put down her chopsticks, crossed her arms, and slightly narrowed her eyes. She remained silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "Why do I feel, after you fought those people this morning, you've become much stronger, and also," she paused, her gaze sweeping back and forth over him before finally settling on his face, "is there something extra on you?" Zhang Yi was startled upon hearing this, his heart jolting, and he almost lost his grip on the chopsticks in his hand. He suppressed the astonishment in his heart, but outwardly remained calm, feigning a look of confusion. She could figure this out? The system's reward, brute force tempering, is an extremely secretive talent that increases strength tenfold without causing any changes to body size. Usually, even he could hardly sense the power hidden deep within his muscles and bones, let alone outsiders. Could Yun Chinshu actually noticed it at a glance? Isn't this observational skill a bit too terrifying? As for what she said about something extra on your body, a thought instantly flashed through Jiang Yi's mind: the 3 top-grade beast taming pills in the system space. Only these 3 are newly added, but this thing was clearly hidden by him in the system space. There's no way outsiders could perceive it. She can even figure this out? No way. Jiang Yi only felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to his back, a bit creepy. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. Despite the turmoil in his heart, his face remained calm and composed. He chuckled softly and pretended to ask casually, "Really?" Yun Chinshu, however, wasn't buying it. She nodded seriously and said firmly, "Absolutely. At least much stronger than when you fought that third-rank martial artist this morning." She paused, quickly sorting through clues in her mind, frowned, and murmured, "Did you go to choose martial techniques today? But that's not right. The changes in you are more than just martial techniques." Zhang Yi lowered his head and took a bite of noodles, gently stirring them in the bowl with his chopsticks, showing no sign of anything unusual. However, his heart was already in turmoil. This woman is too sharp. From the first meeting in the morning, Zhang Yi noticed that Yun Chinshu seemed a bit off. She clearly had an innocent face, adorable and sweet, with eyes as clear as a college student's. But her observational skills and thinking ability, now it seems his intuition was indeed correct. This woman's insight is simply terrifying. He even had an illusion like he was completely seen through by the other party. He hadn't had time to speak when Yun Chinshu suddenly pursed her lips, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. She leaned in slightly and asked softly, "These changes in you, did they start after you broke up with Ding Ruanqi?" Zhang Yi froze, his movements coming to a halt. He looked up in astonishment, meeting Yun Chinshu's bright, sparkling eyes. For a while, he suddenly laughed. Yun Chinshu, however, didn't give him a chance to speak. She extended a slender finger and gently waved it, taking the lead to say, "Don't speak yet." She paused, squinted her eyes as if she had already made up her mind. There shouldn't be any other possibilities. After speaking, she didn't wait for Zhang Yi to respond and began analyzing on her own. "You lost your parents at a young age, yet you are exceptionally strong-willed. To be honest, even though children born after the arrival of the killers tend to mature earlier than those from the old civilization era, it's rare to see someone like you." She tilted her head slightly, her gaze lingering on his face. "From the moment you gained the ability to fight beasts, you started venturing out of the city to hunt, frequently visiting the black market. That place is a mix of good and bad, or a single misstep could lead to death without a trace. Yet, not only did you survive, you thrived. In just a few years, you managed to save enough for your tuition and living expenses, and even bought a house in the lower district. In today's Blue Star, anyone who can stand firm relying solely on themselves is undoubtedly a tough character." She chuckled softly. "Then, 2 years ago, you suddenly decided to quit. On one hand, your pursuits were mostly fulfilled. On the other hand, you had fully solidified your relationship with Ding Ruanqi." Zhang Yi listened to her words, his gaze darkening slightly, and his fingers unconsciously tightened around the chopsticks. Every word she said was terrifyingly precise, almost as if she had personally witnessed the first half of his life. Yun Chinshu, however, was completely unaware of his change in demeanor and continued speaking eloquently. "With the Ding family as your backing, you thought you would no longer have financial pressures in the future. Naturally, you wouldn't need to risk your life leaving the city and could focus on cultivating martial arts. Unfortunately, you wasted quite a bit of time on Ding Ruanqi's martial arts. What you didn't expect was that just because you awakened an F-level talent, Ding Ruanqi broke up with you without any hesitation." At this point, she paused slightly, narrowing her eyes. At that moment, something must have happened, right? Zhang Yi's heartbeat skipped a beat at that moment. He tried to maintain the calmness on his face, even keeping a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, but the shock in his heart surged like a tidal wave. He put down his chopsticks, his gaze slightly focused, and stared at Yun Chinshu across from him. "How do you know about these things?" Yun Chinshu chuckled softly at his words and, taking advantage of Zhang Yi's unawareness, secretly reached out with her chopsticks to grab the glossy piece of beef in his bowl. The tip of the chopsticks had just touched the edge of the beef when Zhang Yi swiftly tapped them lightly with his own chopsticks. With a crisp snap, her wrist recoiled and the beef safely returned to the bowl. Ah! Yun Chinshu pouted, glaring at him with a somewhat sulky expression. She rubbed the back of her hand, which had turned red from the tap, muttering, "Stingy, it's just a piece of beef." However, her mood shifted as quickly as it came. She soon adjusted herself, and that signature smile reappeared on her face. She cleared her throat, lazily leaned back against the chair, and spoke slowly. The genius from Yun City Martial Arts University entered as a 9th-rank martial apprentice but awakened an F-level talent, which led to his girlfriend Ding Ruan publicly breaking up with him. TSK. This matter has been widely spread in Yun City for ages. You can pull anyone off the street, and they'd be able to say a few words about it. Why would I need to deliberately inquire? She paused, her gaze sweeping over Jiang's calm expression, carrying a hint of smugness. As for your other information, even that 3rd-rank martial artist this morning could obtain it through certain channels. Naturally, I have my own methods. And with just a little. She extended her hand, making a small gesture, a tiny bit of personal analysis. It's almost all pieced together. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi frowned slightly. With just this information, you can deduce what happened after Ding Ruanqi and I broke up? He obviously didn't quite believe it. Those so-called street rumors and channel information could at most piece together his past experiences, but Yun Chinshu precisely pointed to the changes after his breakup, which was a bit too exaggerated. Yun Chinshu chuckled softly. She wiped the corner of her mouth, glanced sideways at Zhang Yi with a hint of confidence. The afternoon of the day you broke up with Ding Ruanqi, you teamed up with someone and left the city. Not only did you hunt countless low-level ferocious beasts, but you even took down a 3rd-tier big one, that kind of monster, with scales as hard as iron, claws and teeth that can tear through steel plates, and ordinary 9th-tier martial artists can't even scratch its skin. She paused here to observe Jiang Ye's reaction. Seeing that he was just quietly listening, his face calm and unruffled, she continued, for someone like you, a 9th-rank martial apprentice from a poor background with no family backing, to achieve something like this is inherently unreasonable. Not to mention, the next morning you suddenly transformed into a 9th-rank martial artist. This speed is practically like riding a rocket. Tell me, who would believe there's nothing fishy going on here? Jiang Ye's mouth twitched slightly after hearing this. He picked up a piece of beef, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed slowly and methodically. After a while, he countered with a question. Couldn't it be that I had already broken through to the 9th rank of martial artist during the 3 years I was out of the city? Yun Chinshu, however, remained completely unflustered. She shook her head, her gaze sweeping over him, and said with great certainty, I think, judging by the personality you're showing now, you don't seem like someone who could endure for 3 years. You're strong-willed, ambitious, and deep down, you have a spirit that refuses to admit defeat. Zhang Yi was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to refute, but found himself unable to come up with a suitable argument. Although Yun Chinshu's words were blunt, they hit the truth about him with every sentence. Seeing him remain silent, Yun Chinshu snorted triumphantly and lowered her head to eat the noodles in big bites. She ate without any concern for appearances, her chopsticks swiftly darting around the bowl. Even when some sauce smeared the corner of her mouth, she paid no attention, finishing the entire bowl in just a few moments. Afterward, she let out a small, satisfied burp, licked her lips, and raised her head to look at Zhang Yi. Speaking of which, was your talent awakening yesterday really F-level? She tilted her head. Or was it truly F-level at first, but later? Zhang Yi paused slightly with his chopsticks upon hearing this. He raised his eyes and looked at her quietly, saying nothing, but revealing a faint, ambiguous smile. Yun Chinshu, however, seemed to have discerned something from his subtle reaction. Her eyes lit up, and she tapped the table lightly, speaking softly, oh, so, it seems something has altered your test results? Zhang Yi remained silent, simply lowering his head to continue eating his noodles. That calm composure only made Yun Chinshu even more curious. She frowned slightly, resting her chin on her hand as she murmured to herself, the awakening crystals nowadays have been refined countless times, and the talent detection is almost error-free. Even to alter the results, one would need extremely powerful means. But your talent shouldn't have anything to do with that, right? How exactly did you do it? Zhang Yi swallowed the last bite of noodles, put down his chopsticks, and looked up at her. Aren't you good at analyzing? Figure it out yourself. After speaking, he picked up the bowl and continued eating, catching a glimpse of Yun Chinshu pouting with a defiant expression out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yun Chinshu glared at him and muttered, I'm not omniscient, you know. I can only analyze based on the information I have. How could I possibly guess anything more? Zhang Yi was bowing his head, eating noodles, when he heard Yun Chinshu's words. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curved into a faintly mocking smile. Just as he was about to say something, the terminal on his wrist suddenly beeped twice, interrupting his thoughts. He frowned slightly, raised his hand, and tapped his wrist lightly. A translucent light screen instantly appeared, floating in midair. On the light screen, the words Li Lu were prominently displayed, followed by a newly sent photo. Li Lu, image. Zhang Yi casually clicked it open, and the screen displayed a meticulously composed image. Su Yuli in the photo had shed her usual aloof demeanor, the corners of her lips slightly curved upward, carrying a rare hint of pride. Her bright eyes sparkled under the light, her delicate features as if finely sculpted by an artisan, exuding a unique charm that made it impossible to look away. The other half of the photo, however, was a blazing fireball, its crimson flames distorting the surrounding air with their intensity, radiating an imposing aura. Jang stared at the photo, his chopsticks still holding a piece of beef suspended in midair, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. This composition, why does it look so familiar? A flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly pulled out the photo he had sent to Su Yuli last night, half a face and half a fireball, with almost identical angles. It was practically an exact replica. What does this even mean? Jiang Ye's mouth twitched, his face full of speechlessness. He quickly typed a few words on the light screen, his fingers dancing on the virtual keyboard. Immediately after, he added another sentence. Lord of the Night, damn, bro, you're so pale. On the light screen, Su Yuli's reply came almost instantly. Lyle, otherwise? Did you think everyone is as dark as coal like you? Poof. Jiang Yi had just taken a bite of noodles when he was suddenly choked by these words, his throat surging, almost coughing to death on the spot. He glared at the screen, fingers gripping his chopsticks tightly, gritting his teeth as he typed a line. Lord of the Night, bro, your hands are so small. Lyle, small? Jiang Ye's eyes darted around, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as his fingers quickly tapped on the light screen. Lord of the Night, bro, you smell so good. Lyle, you can smell it through the screen? Did you evolve a dog's nose? But isn't your focus a bit off? Key point? Jiang Yi was taken aback, his finger hovering in midair as he stared at the dialogue on the light screen, frowning. He lowered his head and glanced at the photo again, scrutinizing it several times, but his mind was still a foggy mess. Where is the key point? Why couldn't he see it? What exactly is Su Yuli trying to do by posting this photo? He subconsciously glanced at the time on the terminal. 12:30 stood out clearly. Jiang Yi was startled. Damn, it's already 12:30. Could it be that Su Yuli is urging him to hurry to the teleportation hall together? But upon closer thought, he felt something was off. He frowned, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the table twice, unable to figure out the meaning behind the photo. At that moment, he suddenly realized that if anyone here could help him unravel the mystery, he couldn't help but lift his head, his gaze falling on Yun Chinshu across from him. Yun Chinshu rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she looked at him. Her lively eyes narrowed slightly, as if she were enjoying a good show. She blinked, the curve of her lips carrying a hint of mockery. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched, and he decisively abandoned the idea of asking her for help. This woman is terrifying. He would rather hold it in himself. After thinking it over, he still decided to ask the person involved directly. He swiped his finger across the light screen and typed 2 more question marks. Lilu, take a closer look. Besides white, what else is there? Seriously, I still have to remind you. An anime-style eye-rolling emoji. Jiang Yi was utterly confused by these words and had no choice but to obediently focus on studying the photo again. Lord of the Night? He squinted his eyes and scrutinized it up and down several times. Indeed, the skin was dazzlingly fair, the face was excessively attractive, and the small hands were indeed white, tender, and delicate. But other than that, what else? It seemed like the only difference from yesterday was, it was Su Yuli putting on clothes. Could it be this? His gaze finally fell on the blazing fireball. The crimson flames leaped in the photo, and the heat waves seemed almost ready to burst out of the screen. He frowned, and a sudden thought popped into his mind. He quickly scrolled up through last night's chat history. The photo he had sent to Su Yuli came into view, half a face, half a fireball. Jiang Ye's eyelid twitched, and he suddenly realized something. His fingers quickly typed out a line of text. Lord of the Night, damn, you've also broken through to become a warrior? The screen remained silent for 2 seconds, then a reply popped up. Lyle, otherwise, what do you think I posted this photo for? To be your wallpaper? Jiang Yi stared at this sentence, was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head with a helpless laugh. He put down his chopsticks, propped his elbow on the table, rubbed his brow, his face full of helplessness. This guy, going through such a big roundabout just to imitate his breakthrough show from last night? He had to figure it out on his own. Unbelievable. He looked up and met Yun Chinshu's curious eyes. She had obviously been sneaking glances at his terminal. Although she couldn't see the specific content from his series of changing expressions, it seemed she had already sensed something. What's wrong? Yun Chinshu asked with a cheerful smile. Jiang Yi glanced at her and said indifferently, nothing, a friend made a breakthrough and wanted to show off. After speaking, he lowered his head and continued eating his noodles. In the restaurant, the steaming aroma of meat sauce noodles still lingered. The light screen of the terminal gradually dimmed, leaving behind a meaningful silence. Jiang Yi lowered his head, slurping the noodles in his bowl. The broth was rich, and the aroma of beef blossomed on his tongue. He ate while recalling Su Yuli's breakthrough in his mind, but he didn't feel too surprised. After all, Su Yuli's talent was evident. An S-level talent was extremely rare at Yun City Martial Arts University, and her astonishing cultivation speed was almost to be expected. When she enrolled, she was already at the 8th stage of martial disciple, with a solid foundation that made others envious. Coupled with her unyielding determination, breaking through to martial artist was simply a natural progression. Moreover, although he himself had an SSS-level talent, over the past 3 years, he had devoted almost all of his cultivation time to Ding Wanshi. That woman spoke sweetly, saying she wanted him to accompany her in progressing together, but in the end, she turned out to be a vampire who only cared about her own breakthroughs. He helped her gather resources, study martial techniques, and even shouldered the risks of venturing out of the city to hunt fierce beasts, yet he himself hadn't even touched the edge of a breakthrough. In contrast, Su Yuli devoted herself wholeheartedly to martial arts from the moment she enrolled, without any burdens holding her back or distractions pulling her away. With resources, talent, and effort all in place, becoming a martial artist was merely a matter of time. Lord of the Night? His SSS-level talent, full of potential, had been dragged down for 3 whole years. How could he possibly keep up with her progress? Moreover, Zhang Yi never pursued mere breakthroughs. What he sought was a perfect breakthrough, tempering each stage to the extreme, building an unshakable foundation. This cultivation method was far more challenging than the straightforward advancement of ordinary martial artists. The 9th stage of martial apprentice to the 1st stage of martial artist may seem like just a single step, but he forcibly broke this step into countless small steps, meticulously honing every ounce of strength and every trace of breath, leaving no room for the slightest flaw. Although Su Yuli's S-level talent is strong, she follows the conventional path, breaking through quickly and efficiently. However, when it comes to the depth of foundation, he is confident that he won't lose to anyone. This almost obsessive pursuit makes the time and effort he expends several times that of an ordinary person. How could it be something easily compared? Zhang Yi drained the last noodle from the bowl, gently placed the chopsticks on the edge of the bowl, producing a soft tap sound. He licked the sauce off the corner of his mouth, leaned back in his chair, and couldn't help but imagine Su Yuli's mood when she posted that photo. Could it be? She's probably feeling quite smug right now, considering how rare it is for someone her age to break through as a martial artist. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking that his recent performance might have been a bit too strong, causing her quite a bit of pressure. Just like the sense of pride he felt when he broke through last night, wanting to let her know immediately, young people, who doesn't have a little desire to show off. However, the light and casual tone in Su Yuli's message was definitely an act. Zhang Yi knew her too well. This person might appear calm and indifferent on the surface, but behind the scenes, she was a training fanatic. To break through to the warrior level so quickly, the effort she put in was certainly no less than his. At Yun City Martial Arts University, even a 7th stage martial apprentice could be hailed as a genius, while a 9th stage martial apprentice was exceedingly rare. As for warriors, Su Yuli even went out of her way to choose a support-type martial skill for him. Although it's unclear what was chosen specifically, this type of martial skill often requires sacrificing one's own attack power and independent development, focusing more on teamwork in battle. Her choice clearly showed that she had him in her heart. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart, though his mind was in complete chaos. While he was lost in his thoughts, Yun Chinshu suddenly spoke from across, her voice crisp and carrying a hint of teasing. Is she your girlfriend? Zhang Yi choked violently upon hearing this, his throat surging as if he was about to cough up a lung. He suddenly raised his head, glaring at Yun Chinshu's grinning face. Flustered, he grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth and snapped, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yun Chinshu, however, was unfazed. Propping her chin with her hand, she blinked playfully. "Oh my, just one day after breaking up with Ding Ruanqi, and you've already found someone new? Was this premeditated, or are you just so lucky with romance that you can casually charm someone?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with her, and muttered under his breath, "Utter nonsense." Yun Chinshu clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. Seeing that he didn't respond, she let out a surprised "huh?" and exaggeratedly dragged out the sound. "Not a girlfriend? Then, a boyfriend?" Zhang Yi finally couldn't hold it in. He widened his eyes and gave her a fierce glare, speechless as he said, "It's my buddy." "Buddy?" Yun Chinshu tilted her head, as if she didn't understand. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. "Brother." "Brother?" Yun Chinshu still had the doubtful look, but the smile at the corner of her mouth grew even wider. He couldn't be bothered to argue with her any longer. He simply stood up, patted his clothes, and prepared to leave. "This woman talks too much. If I stay any longer, who knows what strange topic she'll drag me into." "Hey, wait!" Yun Chinshu saw him about to leave and quickly reached out to stop him. Zhang Yi stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at her with a frown, his voice carrying a hint of impatience. "What else do you want?" Yun Chinshu stood up, leisurely took 2 steps closer, her face still adorned with that meaningful smile. She narrowed her eyes slightly and lowered her voice, saying, "Don't you want to know what the Ding family will do next after failing to find someone to teach you a lesson? And the Chen family, you crippled Chen Jin's arm. Aren't you curious about what they'll do afterward?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Chen Jin's arm was crippled by him just this morning, and calculating the time, it hasn't even been 2 hours. Although this matter isn't trivial, it's still circulating within the circle of Cloud City Martial Arts University, and even the students might not all know about it yet. How does she know? He stared at Yun Chinshu's smiling face, and a chill surged in his heart. Whoosh! Who exactly is this woman? Her sources of information are simply too terrifying. Jang Yi frowned, fixed his gaze on Yun Chinshu's carefree smiling face, and asked in a low voice, "Where did you learn about Chen Jin's matter?" Yun Chinshu stuck out her tongue playfully, her eyes curving into crescents as she grinned and said, "Not telling you." Jang Yi's mouth twitched, his face full of speechlessness. This woman was so mysterious, it was truly baffling. He couldn't be bothered to ask further and turned around, ready to leave. "Hey, just say whether you want to know or not." Yun Chinshu saw him about to leave and quickly called out behind him, her voice carrying a hint of urgency, yet still unable to hide the trace of amusement. Jang Yi paused in his steps, glanced back at her, and shook his head, calm yet resolute, not interested. After saying that, he lifted his foot to continue walking. It wasn't just a perfunctory response, he truly wasn't interested. Chen Jin had one of his arms crippled by him, so what? The Ding family tried to find someone to teach him a lesson but failed, so what? He was no longer the same as before and was confident he could smash any provocateur with a single punch. Deep down, he even hoped the Chen and Ding families would stir up more trouble. Who knows, maybe the system might go haywire again and reward him with some great treasures. This confidence made him completely disdain paying attention to those so-called follow-up actions. Hey, my price isn't high." Yun Chinshu saw that he was really about to leave and hurriedly called out again, her voice carrying a hint of coaxing. Jang Yi was amused by her words, stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at her with a half-smile. "What do you want?" Yun Chinshu's smile grew even brighter, her eyes slightly lifting at the corners. She extended a slender finger, pointed at the two empty bowls on the table, and said confidently, "You'll treat for these bowls of noodles, right?" Jang Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He widened his eyes, staring at her in disbelief, and after a long moment, managed to squeeze out, "Just this? This bowl of meat sauce noodles is indeed not expensive. Even with the addition of 10 credit points worth of beef, it only costs a few dozen credit points, which is nothing compared to his current wealth." Jang Yi was completely speechless. But the problem is, Yun Chinshu's request is way too cheap. He had thought she would make an outrageous demand or propose some strange and peculiar conditions, but this is it? He even started to suspect whether he was being played by this woman. Jang Yi rubbed his temples, glanced down at the two empty bowls on the table, then looked up at Yun Chinshu's smiling face. Suddenly, he felt a slight itch in his heart. If her request were even slightly excessive, he would have turned and left without a second thought. But this small amount of money was practically like giving it away for free to him. He was genuinely curious and wanted to hear what she had to say. Damn it! He stared at Yun Chinshu's bright, sparkling eyes and secretly cursed in his heart. This woman's smile, no matter how you look at it, seems like she had it all planned out. He even suspected that his little scheme had already been anticipated by her. This guy still owes me money for breakfast. Yun Chinshu was startled for a moment, then as if reminded of something, clapped her hands and smiled even more sweetly. "Alright, perfect. You can reimburse today's breakfast money too." Jang Yi was full of question marks. This woman really knows how to take advantage of the situation. "Wait a minute. Why did you suddenly think of breakfast? Are you a mind reader or something?" Yun Chinshu quickly waved her hand, smiling innocently. "Nope, I can't read minds." Jang Yi's mouth twitched. He hadn't said that out loud just now, it was all in his head. This woman can really read minds, right? Yun Chinshu, however, smiled even more happily, covering her mouth and saying softly, "Everything on your mind is written all over your face. There's no need for mind reading to see it clearly." As she spoke, she even imitated the way he frowned just now, mimicking it vividly. Jang Yi's expression stiffened upon hearing this, and he fell completely silent. He lowered his head and touched his face, feeling speechless inside. Could he really be that easy to read? Yun Chinshu saw him staying silent, her face slightly flushed, and muttered, "You were just staring here and there at me earlier." Three big question marks popped up over Jang Yi's head, and he instantly bristled. "Don't slander me. Where did I look around? Ha ha." Yun Chinshu chuckled softly at his reaction and quickly waved her hand, saying, Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Just tell me, will you invite me or not?" Jang Yi let out a long sigh, rubbed his temples, and said helplessly, "It's not impossible." He paused, his gaze sharpening as he stared at her and asked, "But how do you know what the Ding family and the Chen family will do next?" Yun Chinshu, hearing this, proudly placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and said with a cheeky grin, "I know everything." Jang Yi rolled his eyes, too lazy to comment on her narcissistic attitude, and said directly, "Go ahead." Seeing him compromise, Yun Chinshu smiled even more brightly. She cleared her throat and lowered her voice mysteriously, "Just listen, don't worry about how I figured it out. The process is too messy and complicated for you to understand." She paused for a moment, and seeing that Jang Yi didn't refute, she slowly began to speak. "The Ding family won't trouble you anymore. On the contrary, Ding Ruanqi will start reaching out to you again, even trying to please you and reconcile with you." Jang Yi frowned and instinctively wanted to argue, but before he could open his mouth, Yun Chinshu quickly added, "However, Ding Ruanqi won't approach you until sometime later. For now, she will probably avoid you." After finishing, she crossed her arms and looked at Jang Yi with a cheerful smile. Jang Yi stared at her smug little face, a wave of emotion surging in his heart. He stood in place, hands in his pockets, his brows slightly furrowed, his mind quickly analyzing Yun Chinshu's earlier words. Ding Ruanqi would reconnect with him? Even try to please him? This woman just publicly dumped him, and now she wants to come back and pick up where they left off? Based on what he knew about Ding Ruanqi, this woman was proud and arrogant, holding herself in high regard. Even if she regretted it now, there was no way she would lower herself so quickly. Not to mention the vague phrase "after some time," which made no logical sense at all. Oh, right. The more he thought about it, the more Yun Chinshu's words felt like a castle in the air, completely lacking any sense of reality. Forget it. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Zhang Yi gently shook his head, giving up on continuing to overthink. He had always believed in the principle of strength above all. Whatever tricks the Ding family might play, he would counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. Yun Chinshu saw his silence, clicked her tongue lightly, and continued speaking. Her voice was crisp but carried a hint of seriousness. As for the Chen family, they might be the ones you need to focus on guarding against next. They won't let you off easily, so you need to be careful. She paused, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment, her voice growing heavier. What you might face could be martial artists, or even masters. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's eyelids twitched slightly. Masters? This did stir a ripple in his heart. He could still rely on his current strength to fight against martial artists, but masters, they were truly the ones standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in Cloud City. However, he remained calm on the surface, merely nodding and saying indifferently, "Thank you." After speaking, he turned and walked toward the counter. Walking up to the owner, he tapped the table, pointed to Yun Chinshu behind him, and said calmly, "I'll pay for hers as well." The owner was wiping a bowl and paused upon hearing this. He looked up to size up Zhang Yi, then glanced at Yun Chinshu not far away, a trace of understanding flashing in his eyes. He grinned, showing a hint of an I-get-it expression, and said in a low voice, "Scan here to pay." After speaking, he didn't forget to wink, as if hinting at something. The terminal on Zhang Ye's wrist beeped, indicating the payment was successful. The cost of the 2 bowls of noodles was just over 50 credit points, which was nothing to him. The owner took the money, smiling even more cheerfully, patted the counter, and joked, "Young man, you've got good taste. This time, make sure to cherish it well. Don't let it end up like that girl last time who ran off. What a pity that was." A few question marks popped up on Zhang Ye's forehead, almost leaving him unable to react. He stared at the boss, somewhat helpless. "She and I aren't in that kind of relationship." But the boss just smiled without saying a word, lowering his head to continue wiping the bowl. "That you don't need to explain, I already understand." Look made Zhang Yi feel a headache coming on. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue a bit more, but upon seeing the boss's smiling face, he immediately felt that saying more would be pointless. Forget it, too lazy to explain. He shook his head, turned around, and walked out the door, his steps stirring up a gust of wind, carrying a hint of fleeing in panic. "Hey, wait for me. Let's exchange contact information." Yun Chinshu saw him trying to slip away, hurriedly jumped up from her chair, shouted, and chased after him. She jogged a couple of steps, pushed open the wooden door of the restaurant, and peeked outside, but the bustling street was already devoid of Zhang Ye's figure. On the street, hover cars hummed softly as they glided past, pedestrians hurried along, and the air was filled with the smell of grease and the clamor of the lower district. Only that upright figure seemed to blend into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Yun Chinshu stood at the doorway, sighed softly, and muttered, "That guy sure runs fast." She lowered her head, her finger lightly swiping across the terminal on her wrist. A faint glow flashed, and a small black notebook appeared out of thin air in her palm. The notebook was small, its cover smooth as ink, but the edges bore signs of wear, as if it had been flipped through countless times. She casually flipped it open, revealing a page filled with dense handwriting and doodles. Holding a slender pen between her fingers, she scribbled a few strokes on it, her brows slightly furrowed. A moment later, she closed the notebook, her fingers loosening as the small notebook disappeared back into the storage space of the terminal. She lifted her head, gazing in the direction where Zhang Yi had left, the corners of her mouth slightly curving upward as she murmured to herself, "If it's that guy, it might disrupt my plans a little, but that's fine too. If everything went exactly as I planned, it would be a bit too boring. Variables, huh?" After speaking, she clasped her hands behind her back, hummed a tuneless melody, and turned to walk into the crowd. Zhang Yi got out of the taxi and stepped briskly into the teleportation hall. The time was just right at 1 o'clock. Luckily, he wasn't late. He pushed open the glass door, and a gust of cool air rushed toward him, mixed with the faint smell of disinfectant and metal in the hall. He instinctively pulled his coat tighter and glanced around. The hall was bustling with people coming and going, and the glow of the teleportation array flickered from time to time, accompanied by a low humming sound. Zhang Ye's gaze wandered through the crowd and finally settled on the lounge area in the corner of the hall. Su Yuli was already sitting there, casually leaning against a single-seater chair, with a bottle of mineral water placed beside her, its cap still unopened. She had her head lowered, seemingly lost in thought, her long hair slightly falling and covering half of her profile. Zhang Ye's gaze lingered for a few extra seconds. Compared to when they first met in the morning, she had changed into a different outfit. The morning outfit made her appear cold and distant, like an unattainable ice queen of the campus. But now, she was wearing a light gray shirt paired with jeans, topped with a beige trench coat. Simple yet warm, resembling the girl next door. The cuffs of the shirt were slightly rolled up, revealing a fair wrist, slender yet exuding a subtle resilience. It seems that breaking through as a martial artist caused quite a bit of sweating, and the previous clothes were soaked with sweat, necessitating a change. Jiang Yi speculated silently. However, this outfit, paired with Su Yuli's cold face and indifferent demeanor, unexpectedly created a unique charm, a blend of softness and sharpness, like a ray of warm sunlight in winter, yet tinged with a hint of aloofness that keeps people at a distance. Jiang Yi unknowingly became entranced, his steps unconsciously slowing down. At this moment, Su Yuli seemed to sense something and slowly raised her head. Her gaze was frighteningly precise. Without much searching, she locked onto Jiang Yi amidst the bustling crowd. Their eyes met, and the air froze for a moment. Su Yuli tilted her head slightly, the corners of her lips curling into a faint, ambiguous smile. That expression carried a hint of mockery, yet seemed to hide a trace of curiosity, making Jiang Yi's heart skip a beat. He awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, let out a dry laugh, and quickly quickened his pace to walk over, trying to cover up his earlier loss of composure. What were you looking at just now? Su Yuli's voice was clear and low, like a mountain stream flowing over stones, carrying a touch of coolness. She sat there motionless, merely looking up at him, with an indistinct glimmer flashing in her eyes. Jiang Yi stopped beside her, his mind spinning quickly before he slowly spoke. I'm just here to see if you've really become a martial artist. He deliberately made his tone light, as if he were speaking casually. Su Yuli scoffed lightly at his words, clearly unconvinced. She narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Jiang Yi. Do you really need to look at this? Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned by her question, then retorted confidently, of course. Didn't you stare at me for a long time this morning too? Su Yuli shook her head lightly upon hearing this, but her gaze didn't shift away. She said calmly, I saw it at first glance. After a pause, she glanced at Jiang Yi, her voice lowered slightly with a hint of teasing. The ones in the back are all looking at you. She spoke calmly, but her gaze was observing Jiang Yi's reaction. So, what about you? She added another sentence, her tone cool yet tinged with a trace of playfulness. Jiang Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, his throat feeling as if something was stuck. He hadn't expected Su Yuli to retort so bluntly, and his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. How could someone play it so straight? He secretly grumbled to himself, but on the surface, he could only muster the courage to squeeze out a reply. I'm looking at you too, alright? Su Yuli listened to these words and gently nodded, as if very satisfied with the answer. She stood up, her movements so graceful that she didn't seem like someone who had just broken through as a martial artist. She wasn't very tall, her head barely reaching Jiang Yi's shoulder, yet when standing in front of him, her aura was in no way inferior. The oppressive feeling belonging to a first-tier martial artist emanated without restraint, like an invisible veil enveloping her entire being. Alright, I allow it, she said lightly, with a hint of casual indifference. Jiang Yi was just about to say something when he was interrupted by a gesture from Su Yuli. She suddenly said two words, her voice a bit lower. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, he saw Su Yuli take a step closer. That cold and aloof face was almost pressed against his chest. She slightly tilted her head up and sniffed him. What are you doing? Jiang Yi froze completely, his face full of confusion, and instinctively took half a step back. Are you a dog or something? Su Yuli ignored his remark, pulled back a little, and squinted her eyes as she sized him up. Those clear and bright eyes slightly tilted upward, as if she had discovered something interesting. She spoke slowly, bro, you smell really good. What? Jiang Yi's mind went blank, completely unable to keep up with her pace. What are you talking about? Su Yuli raised her hand, pointed at his chest, and said calmly yet with a hint of certainty, you smell like women's perfume. Me? Jiang Yi was stunned. He looked down at himself, instinctively grabbed his collar, and leaned in to sniff. There was indeed a faint fragrance. Where did this woman? He stopped halfway through his sentence, his face suddenly turning pale as a name flashed through his mind. Yun Chinshu. Could it be that girl? Jiang Yi's heart tightened as he recalled his brief encounter with Yun Chinshu earlier today. That girl had a lively personality and always lacked a sense of propriety when speaking up close, but he remembered clearly they hadn't had any physical contact at all. How did this perfume scent get on? He frowned, utterly puzzled. Su Yuli stood to the side, quietly watching him. Jiang Yi opened his mouth, just about to explain the inexplicable perfume scent, but before he could speak, Su Yuli's cool voice interrupted him. Changed girlfriends? Her tone was indifferent, as if it were a casual question, but her gaze was fixed squarely on his face. Jiang Yi almost choked on his own blood, staring at her with wide eyes, his throat feeling like it was stuffed with a hard bun that he couldn't swallow for a long time. He quickly waved his hand. No, don't talk nonsense. Su Yuli gently raised an eyebrow, the corners of her lips slightly curving upward. She leisurely sized him up for a few seconds, adding a hint of teasing. TSK, Jiang Yi, your luck with women isn't bad, huh? There's always a crowd of women around you. Back when we used to chat online, didn't you brag to me about that junior who sent you a whole dozen love letters? And that other one, the senior from somewhere, who insisted on making you bento? She spoke unhurriedly, as if recalling some amusing memory, her bright eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Yi's face was full of black lines as he stared at her speechlessly. That was so long ago. Why are are you still remembering it? Besides, was I showing off? I was venting to you, okay. He paused for a moment, his voice dropping a few tones, and this time, it really isn't what you think. I have no idea where the perfume smell came from, I swear. Su Yuli tilted her head slightly upon hearing this, her gaze wandering across his face for a while before finally nodding, though it was clearly perfunctory. Alright, I'll just pretend it wasn't you. She sighed softly, as if feeling a bit regretful. I had spent quite some time thinking about how to comfort your wounded little heart. Zhang Yi was taken aback and subconsciously muttered softly, you didn't comfort me yesterday either. Although his voice was low, it didn't escape Su Yuli's ears. She suddenly raised her head, a hint of defiance flashing across her cold face. Didn't I? Do I? Zhang Yi frowned, questioning in confusion. He tilted his head, seriously recalling yesterday's events, both of them together at the Bone Cry cargo port, ambushed halfway, narrowly escaping danger, and finally managing to get away. Yet, the atmosphere inexplicably turned a bit ambiguous. Wait, especially later. That sudden kiss, like igniting a fuse, left him still unable to recover even now. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi's face unconsciously turned a few shades redder, and his lowered eyelashes trembled slightly. He secretly glanced at Su Yuli, afraid she might notice something. Su Yuli, however, didn't catch on to his little thoughts. She just tilted her head, staring at the suspicious blush on his face, her brows slightly furrowed, with a hint of confusion. Why are you blushing? Zhang Yi suddenly coughed, as if he had choked, and hurriedly changed the subject roughly. By the way, why did you come so early? He deliberately raised his voice a few notches, trying to hide his embarrassment. He had clearly arrived just on time, but judging by Su Yuli's demeanor, she had obviously been waiting here for quite a while. Su Yuli didn't rush to answer, she simply looked at him quietly, her cool, clear eyes seeming to see right through him. She paused for a few seconds before speaking slowly. It was too boring at home. I wanted to see you, so I came early. Zhang Yi was suddenly at a loss for words, his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't squeeze out a single sentence for a long time. Her words were too straightforward, yet they carried her usual cool and aloof demeanor. He stared at her blankly, his mind completely blank. Su Yuli said no more, turned, and walked toward the teleportation array. Her long hair swayed gently with her movements. She said without turning her head, let's go, leave the city early, or the risks will increase after dark. Zhang Yi snapped out of it, nodded, and quickly followed. As he walked, he asked, where are we going today? The rotten swamp maze forest. Su Yuli replied decisively, paused, and then added, originally, there were other plans, but since both of us have broken through as warriors, going to places similar to Bone Chime cargo port won't be very effective for training. Unless. She turned her head slightly and glanced at him. You want to go? Zhang Yi quickly shook his head. No, I'll listen to you. His mind had already started rapidly searching for information about the rotten swamp maze forest. That place was no ordinary gathering spot for ferocious beasts. During the era of the old civilization before the arrival of ferocious beasts, the corrupted swamp forest was just an ordinary wetland forest, lush with vegetation and full of vitality. But after the arrival of the ferocious beasts, everything changed. With the resurgence of spiritual energy and the mutation of the terrain, the area became shrouded in dense fog and covered in swamps, turning into a paradise for ferocious beasts and mutated creatures. The current corrupted swamp forest hosts a wide variety of ferocious beasts, ranging from low-tier bloodthirsty wolves to high-tier thousand-tentacle poison dragons, offering everything imaginable. In addition to ferocious beasts, many of the original wild animals have been affected by spiritual energy, mutating into dangerous entities. The entire area covers an extremely vast expanse, more than 10 times the size of Bone Chime cargo port, with difficulty levels clearly stratified from martial apprentices to master-level opponents. Everyone can find a suitable match. Zhang Yi's thoughts made his heart race faster, and he couldn't help but glance at Su Yuli again. He suddenly felt a bit curious about how this girl had developed such a personality. What are you standing there for? Su Yuli seemed to notice his gaze and threw out a sentence without turning her head. If you don't hurry up, I won't wait for you. Coming. Zhang Yi quickly quickened his pace. The two walked side by side toward the registration window in the teleportation hall. The glow of the teleportation array flickered not far away, accompanied by a low humming sound, and the air was filled with a faint energy fluctuation. The hall wasn't crowded, but it wasn't empty either. Small groups were scattered in front of several windows, and occasional whispers about tasks and destinations could be heard. Su Yuli stopped in her tracks and stood in front of a window, while Zhang Yi naturally stood beside her. Inside the window sat a middle-aged staff member wearing a pair of old-fashioned glasses, with a hint of professional fatigue on his face. He glanced up at the two of them, his gaze sweeping over them as if habitually sizing up every applicant. Name, destination. The staff member's tone was flat, his fingers already tapping on the keyboard, though his eyes never left the screen. Su Yuli, destination, Decayed Swamp Maze Forest. Su Yuli's voice was cold and crisp, reporting the information without the slightest hesitation. She took an ID card out of her pocket and handed it over, her movements so swift it seemed like she'd done it countless times. Zhang Yi, destination, also Decayed Swamp Maze Forest. Zhang Yi immediately followed up with his own information. The staff took the two 2 cards, swiped them on the machine, and their basic information instantly appeared on the screen. He lowered his head and glanced briefly, his brows slightly furrowed, then looked up at the two of them again. He adjusted his glasses, his tone carrying a hint of probing. You two are still college students, right? You look quite young. Zhang Yi nodded and said with a smile, yes, just started freshman year. Su Yuli remained silent, only giving a slight nod as a tacit acknowledgement. She stood there, her demeanor so cool and detached that it seemed completely out of place amidst the surrounding hustle and bustle. Even the staff couldn't help but glance at her twice. The staff's fingers paused on the keyboard, their gaze shifting back and forth between the two. He cleared his throat, his tone becoming a bit more serious. Young folks, I need to warn you about something. The situation in the corrupted swamp forest has been quite unstable lately. Beast activity has been frequent, and just a few days ago, a team suffered a major loss there, coming back short 2 members. That place isn't like other low-level areas. The danger level is significantly higher. Are you sure you want to go? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi instinctively glanced at Su Yuli, noticing her expression remained calm, as if she hadn't taken the warning to heart. He scratched his head and replied with a smile, thanks for the reminder, we're prepared, no problem. The staff member frowned even deeper upon hearing this. He glanced at Su Yuli, then lowered his head to scan the information on the screen, muttering under his breath, martial artist level 1, just broke through not long ago, huh? He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the two of them before finally resting on Su Yuli's face, with a touch of elder-like concern. Young lady, your strength is sufficient, but your boyfriend, he pointed at Zhang Yi, with his level, a 9th-rank martial apprentice, he'd better be cautious in the decayed swamp maze forest. Don't overdo it. Boyfriend? Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, almost failing to react. He turned to look at Su Yuli, noticing that she was also slightly taken aback, a faint trace of surprise flashing across her cold face. Su Yuli frowned slightly and spoke calmly. Her words came to an abrupt halt as her eyes unconsciously glanced at Zhang Yi, as if observing his reaction. Zhang Yi quickly shook his head. We're not a couple, just classmates, only going outside the city for some training. As he spoke, he waved his hand, afraid the staff might misunderstand further. The staff member let out an "oh," but his expression clearly showed some disbelief. He adjusted his glasses and said slowly, alright, if it's not, then it's not. But I still have to give you a word of advice. The corrupted swamp forest has been really unsafe lately, especially for young people like you with little experience. Don't think you're invincible just because you've recently made a breakthrough. The teleportation fee is non-refundable, so don't blame me if something happens and I didn't warn you. Su Yuli ignored his rambling and simply nodded. We've considered it. Please proceed with the registration. Zhang Yi chimed in, yes, register us. We know what we're doing. The staff member sighed, as if helpless against these two naive college students. He lowered his head and tapped on the keyboard a few times. 2 ID cards popped out with a beep. He handed the cards back to them and casually took out an application form, pushing it to the window. Sign here, and take responsibility if anything happens. Su Yuli took the pen and swiftly signed her name. Zhang Yi did the same. The staff took the form, glanced at the two of them, and muttered, young people these days, really, never mind, good luck to you. He pressed the confirmation button, and a line of green text reading, registration successful, appeared on the screen, accompanied by a faint notification sound. Let's go. The two left the registration window and headed toward the nearby teleportation array. The teleportation array was embedded in the ground, a complex circle of metal rings with intricate runes carved along the edges. The center of the array faintly glowed with a ghostly blue light, resembling a bottomless lake. The surrounding air trembled slightly, and a low humming sound faintly reached the ears. Su Yuli walked ahead, stepping directly into the teleportation array. She stood at the center and turned to glance at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, however, instinctively stopped outside the array, habitually waiting for her to teleport first. After all, he had always traveled alone before, and even when teaming up with others as a child, they would teleport one by one. What are you standing there for? Su Yuli slightly furrowed her brows, a bit puzzled. She stood in the light, the hem of her trench coat gently swayed by the breeze stirred up by the formation, her whole figure seemingly enveloped in a faint glow. She extended her hand, her slender wrist emerging from the cuff, dazzlingly pale. Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure and instinctively grabbed her hand. When his palm touched her slightly cool fingertips, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Su Yuli gave a gentle tug, her strength not great but irresistible, directly pulling him into the teleportation array. The two stood side by side at the center of the array, so close that he could catch a faint whiff of her light fragrance. Stand firm, she softly reminded, her voice as calm as if it were a routine matter. The next second, the light of the teleportation array suddenly flared up. A bluish glow rose from beneath their feet, enveloping the two like flowing water. Zhang Yi only felt a sudden dizziness, a faint buzz sound in his ears, and his consciousness briefly blurred. In the distance, the staff at the registration window watched the scene from afar, shook their head helplessly, and muttered, still claiming they're not a couple, really. He adjusted his glasses, lowered his head, and continued typing on the keyboard, though the corners of his mouth carried a faint, ambiguous smile. As his consciousness gradually cleared, Zhang Yi felt solid ground beneath his his feet. He opened his eyes, and what greeted him was an unfamiliar sight. The swamp of decay has been reached. The teleportation array's exit is built on a slightly elevated stone platform, surrounded by dense fog. The air is filled with a damp and decayed smell, like rotting wood mixed with the earthy stench of mud, so pungent it makes one uncomfortable. The edges of the stone platform beneath the feet are covered with moss, wet and slippery. Faintly, the low growls of beasts can be heard from afar, like warnings seeping out of the mist. The surrounding vegetation displays an eerie deep green, with tree trunks twisted and gnarled, and sticky dewdrops hanging between the branches and leaves. Scattered green light spots floated in the air, resembling fireflies, yet exuding an ominous aura. As these light spots approached the two, they instantly extinguished with a hiss upon touching the surface of their bodies, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. Zhang Yi lowered his head and glanced at the back of his hand, where a faint residual warmth remained from a recently extinguished light spot. He frowned slightly and murmured, if it were a martial apprentice, they'd probably be poisoned by now. Su Yuli stood beside him, her gaze sweeping around calmly as she added, the poisonous mist of the corrupted swamp. Anyone below the first rank of a warrior will disintegrate upon contact. We've broken through to the first rank, with inner strength protecting us. These little things can't hurt us. She paused, turned her head to look at Zhang Yi, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. But you? Zhang Yi was taken aback by her gaze and scratched his head. What about me? Su Yuli narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him for a few seconds. Her voice lowered slightly. You're clearly at the 9th rank of a warrior, so why does your aura seem like that of a 9th rank apprentice? Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned, then grinned. Oh, it's a long story. He was just about to brush it off when he saw Su Yuli gently shake her head, interrupting him. Not interested. She was straightforward, as if she had no interest in his long-winded explanation. But then her tone shifted. Talent SSS, yet it shows as F. Strength at martial artist 9th rank, but your aura feels like martial disciple 9th rank TSK, a natural wolf in sheep's clothing physique. Your character setting is just too absurd, isn't it? Zhang Yi, with a head full of black lines, stared at her speechlessly. Do you think I want to? Su Yuli didn't respond further, simply pulling out a slightly yellowed map from the pocket of her trench coat and spreading it out in front of them. Zhang Yi's gaze lingered for a few extra seconds. The map's paper was somewhat coarse, its edges worn and frayed, with even a few small tears, clearly having passed through many hands. The surface of the map was outlined in black ink, depicting the general contours of the corrupted swamp maze forest. Though the lines were somewhat blurred, they carried an air of antiquity. The surface is densely marked with various symbols and annotations, some written in fine handwriting, others in hasty scrawls, showing traces left by different people at different times. Su Yuli lightly tapped her fingertip on the map, her cool voice slowly sounding. I got this from the black market. The seller said it was scavenged from an old mercenary team, so it should be fairly reliable. Zhang Yi leaned in closer, squinting as he examined the annotations. In addition to the main routes, the map was marked with numerous scattered symbols, red crosses, blue circles, black triangles, and even several areas outlined with bold strokes, accompanied by hasty handwriting. He pointed at a red cross and asked, what does this mean? Su Yuli followed his finger and looked over, her brows slightly furrowed as if recalling something. Before speaking, the red cross is a danger marker, usually indicating the nest or frequent activity area of high-level ferocious beasts. This location. Her fingertip slid to a line of small text next to the red cross and read aloud, Swamp Blood Jiao, suspected to be 5th tier, highly irritable, extremely toxic. It should be a warning left by predecessors. Zhang Yi clicked his tongue and grinned. 5th tier? Huh? That's a big one. We'd better steer clear of it. Su Yuli didn't respond to Zhang Yi's words but continued sliding her fingertip, pointing to a blue circle. This is a water source. Clean water is scarce in the corrupted swamp forest. Most of it has been contaminated by poisonous mist. This kind of marker usually indicates a safe supply point, but it might also be guarded by fierce beasts. She then pointed to several black triangular markers on the map. These are trap zones, mostly naturally formed swamp pits or areas where poisonous miasma gathers. The person who marked them wrote very sloppily, probably while running and recording at the same time. The exact level of danger is unclear, so we need to be cautious. Zhang Yi stared at those triangles, his brows slightly furrowed. This place looks sinister. No wonder the staff said it's been unsafe recently. He looked up at Su Yuli with a hint of teasing. Your map is reliable, sure, but it does look a bit creepy. Su Yuli ignored his jest and continued moving her fingertip. Before I came, I roughly planned 3 routes. The first one skirts the edge of the swamp, with flat terrain and mainly low-level ferocious beasts like bloodthirsty wolves or mutant lizards. It's good for warming up but lacks any real challenge. The second one goes through the poison mist forest, where vegetation is dense, visibility is poor, mutant creatures are abundant, and the terrain is complex. It's good for practicing agility and reaction, but it drains stamina. As she spoke, her fingertip stopped at the third route, which twisted and turned, delving deep into the map's innermost area. At the end, she had circled it with a red pen. She raised her eyes, her voice lowered slightly. The third route goes straight into the core area. It's said that high-level ferocious beasts appear there, but the information is unclear. On the map, it says. She squinted to make out the small text nearby, suspected to be above level 6, unpredictable movements, avoidance recommended, but it doesn't specify exactly what it is. Jang stared at the red circle, his brows slightly furrowed, then shook his head. It's not said to be, it's definitely there. At least a level 6 big one. Su Yuli was stunned for a moment, then raised her eyes to look at him, reacting quickly. You've been here before? She paused, as if recalling something. Last time at Bonechime Cargo Port, you were already a veteran, weren't you? Jiang Yi scratched the back of his head and chuckled, sort of. I've done a few field missions, so I have some experience. Su Yuli looked at Jiang Yi's smug little expression, let out a soft snort, and her face showed a hint of speechlessness. She casually rolled the map into a ball and handed it over. Since you're so familiar, it's all yours. Don't lead us the wrong way. Jiang Yi gave an awkward smile, took the slightly yellowed map, and when his fingertips touched her cool hand, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He quickly withdrew his hand, stuffed the map into his jacket pocket, and pretended to be nonchalant as he said, Don't worry, can I possibly lead us the wrong way? We can take a route with more fierce beasts and collect more beast cores. Su Yuli raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing this, her gaze lingering on his face for a few seconds before asking in confusion, Are you short on money? Jiang Yi shook his head, grinned, and revealed a row of white teeth. It's not about money, I have other uses for it. He deliberately kept it mysterious, not intending to explain further. Su Yuli saw that he didn't speak and didn't press further, just nodded and said calmly, Alright, I'll listen to you. She turned and took a step into the depths of the mist, her long hair clinging to her shoulders in the damp air, the hem of her trench coat swaying lightly, exuding a sense of coolness and composure. Jiang Yi was just about to step forward to follow when Su Yuli suddenly turned back and called out, Wait, He paused his steps and turned to look at her, his face full of questions. Su Yuli raised her wrist, and a blue light as thin as a strand of hair extended from her sleeve, like a nimble thread, trembling slightly in the air and emitting a faint glow. She glanced at Jiang Yi and calmly explained, This is the martial skill I chose this morning. After pausing for a moment, her gaze locked onto him, her voice dropping slightly, Don't resist. Resist? What do you mean? Jiang Yi was completely baffled, staring wide-eyed at the blue thread as it slowly approached. That thing seemed like a living creature, carrying a strange sense of sentience, heading straight for his chest. He instinctively wanted to take half a step back, but then heard Su Yuli's voice grow firmer. Stand still. All right. Jiang Yi forcibly suppressed the urge to retreat, watching as the blue thread climbed to the position of his heart. The next second, the thread suddenly contracted, piercing into his skin like the tip of a needle. Hiss! Jiang Yi shuddered all over, as if struck by electricity, his muscles instinctively tensing. He almost sprang up to counterattack, but remembering Su Yuli's words, he forcibly suppressed that instinct. Immediately after, a strange sensation spread from his chest, as if something had taken root inside him, both unfamiliar and subtle. This is... He looked down at his chest. The blue thread had completely disappeared, leaving only a faint glimmer that flickered briefly on the surface of his clothes. Su Yuli stood in front of him, arms crossed. This martial technique is called Spirit Thread Symbiosis, which can connect you and me. I can provide you with inner strength support, equivalent to adding my power on top of your own. It's not a backup energy source, rather, when you exert force naturally, my portion will be directly added. She paused, her gaze sweeping across his face. Moreover, the injuries you sustain and the physical exhaustion you experience will also be shared with me. If necessary, we can even share vision to prevent accidents. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he couldn't help but exclaim, That's amazing. He lowered his head and touched his chest, as if he could feel the invisible thread pulsating within him, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. Su Yuli heard this, the corners of her lips slightly curved upward, revealing a trace of imperceptible pride. She said lightly, There's something even more impressive. She lifted her chin slightly, signaling him to give it a try. Go all out and see. Now. Jiang Yi was stunned, pointing to the misty surroundings with a face full of confusion. Now. Su Yuli nodded. Jiang Yi scratched his head. Although he was a bit confused, he still chose to trust her. After all, he and Su Yuli were already partners who could entrust their lives to each other. Such tacit understanding needed no words. He took a deep breath, turned around, and walked toward a giant tree not far away. That tree is at least 20 meters tall, with a trunk so thick that 4 or 5 people might not be able to encircle it. Its bark is covered with fierce cracks, resembling a silent giant. He stood before the tree, closed his eyes, and held his breath as the spiritual energy within him slowly circulated. A faint crackling sound came from his muscles and bones, like flames bursting in a furnace. He suddenly opened his eyes and let out a low shout. In the next instant, he clenched his right fist tightly, and inner strength surged toward his fist like a torrent, causing his entire aura to soar. The air seemed to be compressed by an invisible force, faintly emitting a buzzing vibration. Sky-splitting stunning force. He stepped forward, his fist whistling through the air as it smashed fiercely toward the giant tree. A loud bang, like a thunderclap exploding. The moment the fist landed, the space seemed to distort for an instant. Boom! A visible shockwave spread out from him as the center. The giant tree was uprooted and instantly turned into countless fragments, along with the grove behind it being leveled to the ground. Dust flew, and the mist was torn open, revealing the deep darkness in the distance. Jiang Yi stood frozen in place, looking down at his fist, his face full of disbelief. Although he was at the 9th stage of martial arts, with the power boost from the blazing furnace Iron Rhinoceros, combined with the tenfold enhancement of brute force tempering, and supplemented by the top-tier martial skill, heaven-opening force, the power of this punch still far exceeded his expectations, at least more than double what he had imagined. He turned to look at Su Yuli, his eyes filled with shock. How did you do it? Jiang Yi subconsciously glanced at Su Yuli beside him, his mind still replaying the shock of that earth-shattering punch. Su Yuli noticed his gaze and spoke calmly. Do you still remember my talent? Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up, as if he had suddenly grasped something crucial. He nodded and said softly, I remember, heavenly heart art, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a smile, as if he had understood something. Su Yuli responded with a soft which could be taken as confirmation of his guess. She stopped in her tracks, her fingertips lightly touching the faintly glowing blue thread. My talent allows me to freely manipulate any energy within my body. Now that we're connected through spirit thread symbiosis, while I can't directly control your power for you, I can assist in adjusting and concentrating it when you exert force. She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over his face. That punch you just threw while powerful was dispersed throughout your body and couldn't fully converge in one spot. I helped you sort it out, twisting the scattered inner energy into a single force, naturally doubling the explosive power. Jiang Yi finished listening, took a deep breath, his eyes full of amazement. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, grinning as he said, awesome. Your martial skill is just too insane. As he spoke, he patted his chest, as if he could still feel the lingering surge of that power within him. Su Yuli snorted lightly at his words, glanced at him, and the corners of her lips curved slightly upward. Aren't you the insane one? A 9th-rank martial artist still hiding and pretending to be a martial apprentice, playing the pig to eat the tiger so skillfully. She paused, but this martial skill really suits you, a perfect match. Jiang Yi was speechless, glaring at her with a head full of black lines, yet couldn't help but laugh at her words. This girl, sharp-tongued but so meticulous that no one could find fault with her. He patted the dust off his hands and grinned. Alright then, since my partner is so impressive, I better perform well and not let you look down on me. Su Yuli didn't respond, just nodded, and turned to continue walking deeper into the mist. Jiang Yi was about to lift his foot to follow, but suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Looking down, he saw the blue thread move slightly, trembling faintly as if it were alive. He looked up and met Su Yuli's figure standing a few steps ahead. Her expression was cold, but her fingers gently tugged at the thread, as if testing its strength. A blue glow flashed through the mist, carrying an inexplicable sense of pull. Why does something feel off? He frowned, took 2 steps forward, and the thread in his chest tugged lightly again, as if urging him to hurry. He paused, and a ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his mind. Isn't this walking the dog? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something sarcastic, but looking at Su Yuli's cold face, as if untouched by the mundane world, he forcibly swallowed his words. Frustrating, so frustrating. Is this girl doing it on purpose or not? He glared at her retreating figure, his heart in turmoil, yet he couldn't find the right words to retaliate. At that moment, a sudden ding echoed crisply in his mind, like the sound of a broken bell being struck. Jiang Yi's heart sank, cursing inwardly, stupid system, here we go again. The host unexpectedly gets bound to a mission with the proud and aloof campus belle, Su Yuli, and has no choice but to accompany her. However, Su Yuli looks at the host coldly, full of disdain. With your level of skill, you think you're worthy of teaming up with me? The blue thread in her hand flicks, and the host, like a leashed puppy, stumbles along behind her, humbly begging for her guidance. Su Yuli sneered, trash should have the self-awareness of trash. Stand aside and stop being an eyesore. The host gritted their teeth, secretly vowing in their heart to one day make her see them in a new light. Jiang Yi's face darkened. This lousy system was making up random plots again. He stood in place, his heart churning like a stormy sea. Goodness, what on earth is all this about? When did he ever act so obsequiously? When did Su Yuli ever look down on him? Is this system so bored that it has to add some inexplicable drama for him? Ding! The system's voice rang out again, sounding a bit cheekily excited, issuing the underdog comeback mission, slapped the aloof school beauty in the face. Mission objective: make Su Yuli voluntarily hug and stick to you for 1 minute. Mission reward: 1 opportunity to comprehend the rules of time and space. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. What a cringe-worthy system. Is this even something a person can do? The image of himself bracing himself to ask for a hug surfaced in his mind, and he instantly felt utterly mortified. Did he even have any dignity left? He glared fiercely at the air, as if he wanted to drag out this lousy system and give it a good beating. This trashy system, always coming up with these low-grade tasks tasks every day, couldn't it have some proper aspirations? No way, this task is absolutely unacceptable. I can't afford to lose face like this. But on second thought, the reward of one opportunity to comprehend the rules of time and space made him a bit tempted. The rules of time and space, that is the legendary supreme power. Not to mention 9th level warriors, even martial masters, grandmasters, or even higher level great grandmasters might not be able to reach that realm. To break through to the grandmaster level and achieve unity with heaven and earth, one's understanding of the mysteries of the universe, time, and space must reach an extremely high level. Those who master the rules of time and space can freeze time in an instant, traverse billions of miles in a single step, and even reverse causality and reshape destiny. Such power has already surpassed the realm of strength and is entirely akin to a divine miracle. An opportunity for enlightenment. Zhang Yi murmured to himself, a trace of fervent light flashing in his eyes. Even just a moment of insight could allow him to take a crucial step forward in martial arts. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, forget it, I'll leave it for now. Anyway, there's no time limit mentioned. I'll decide based on the situation later. This damn system, it must be doing this on purpose. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the frustration in his heart, and quickly caught up with Su Yuli, pretending that nothing had happened just now. Su Yuli turned her head to glance at him, noticing his unusual expression, and frowned, saying, what's wrong with you? You look like you just swallowed a fly. Zhang Yi forced a couple of dry laughs, waved his hand, and said, nothing, it's just, that punch earlier was too strong. I scared myself. As he spoke, he cursed inwardly, this lousy system, if it messes around again next time, I'll directly apply for a refund. The two walked side by side as the mist in the corrupted swamp forest grew thicker. The damp, soft soil beneath their feet occasionally made a squelch sound, as if something was secretly watching them. The stench of decay in the air was mixed with a faint smell of blood. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and murmured, this place feels a bit off. Su Yuli remained silent, only narrowing her eyes slightly as her gaze swept over the twisted shadows of the trees around them. Her hand unconsciously rested on the side pocket of her trench coat, ready to respond at any moment. The two had just taken a few steps when the mist ahead suddenly churned. Accompanied by a low whimpering sound, pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness, like small lanterns igniting, densely packed and exuding a chilling intent to kill. Bloodthirsty wolves, Su Yuli softly uttered 3 words, her cool face showing no trace of panic. She turned her head to look at Zhang Yi. The two exchanged a glance, their tacit understanding as if they shared a telepathic connection. No words were needed. The rhythm of the battle was already decided in their eyes. The next second, the wolf pack moved. Dozens of bloodthirsty wolves leaped out from the mist. Sharp claws tore through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. These first-tier ferocious beasts were incredibly fast, their fangs gleaming coldly as they charged straight at the two. Zhang Yi grinned, flexing his wrists as his knuckles cracked, a hint of excitement igniting in his eyes. Perfect timing. Let's warm up. Su Yuli flipped her wrist, and a uniquely shaped weapon appeared in her hand. It was a short blade resembling a scythe, its surface glimmering with a cold metallic sheen, the curve elegant yet exuding a deadly sharpness. Zhang Yi glanced at it, his eyes lighting up as he blurted out, the scythe of the steel mantis shrimp? When did you get your hands on this thing? Yesterday, effortlessly. Su Yuli spoke indifferently, her wrist flicking as the scythe drew a cold gleam, aiming straight at the first bloodthirsty wolf charging forward. The blade precisely cut into the wolf's neck, blood splattering. The wolf didn't even have time to howl before collapsing dead. Zhang Yi clicked his tongue twice, facing a charging bloodthirsty wolf barehanded, relying solely on his physical strength to withstand it. Now at the 9th rank of a martial artist, with brute force amplified tenfold through body tempering, his strength rivaled that of a furnace iron ox. He had no need for martial techniques. With a single punch, the air vibrated with a buzz, and the wolf was directly blasted away, the crisp sound of shattered bones echoing through the mist. Don't be careless. Su Yuli coldly left a remark, her figure flashed, and with consecutive slashes of her scythe, 3 bloodthirsty wolves fell to the ground. She tapped the ground with her toes, using the force to leap up and evade a wolf's sneak attack. As she landed, she smoothly slashed with her blade, causing blood to splatter. She glanced at Zhang Yi, seeing him punch one after another like smashing watermelons, her brows furrowed slightly. Can you not make it so bloody? You almost splattered me. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, casually flicking the blood off his fist, grinning as he said, isn't this more efficient? Before he finished speaking, another bloodthirsty wolf lunged at him. He sidestepped, grabbed the wolf by the neck, and flung it away as if it were a chick, directly hitting another wolf. Instantly, the 2 wolves rolled into a heap, howling briefly before falling silent. Su Yuli rolled her eyes, but the sickle in her hand didn't stop. The blade flashed like a rainbow, swiftly claiming the lives of 2 more wolves. Alright, but I have to admit, violence does have its advantages. It's efficient. Hey, are you complimenting me? Zhang Yi kicked a wolf flying with 1 foot while turning back to wink at her. Under the tenfold power amplification, these first-tier ferocious beasts were no different from paper in his hands. Yesterday, he and Su Yuli were still at the peak of martial apprentice level. Facing such a bloodthirsty wolf pack might have required some effort, but now both of them had broken through to martial artist level. The qualitative change in their strength made this battle feel feel like a complete crush. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes, and the corpses of the wolf pack were scattered all over the ground, the stench of blood so strong it was suffocating. Jang clapped his hands, stretched his shoulders, and grinned, saying, "Easy, much easier than yesterday." He turned to look at Su Yuli, seeing her bowing her head to wipe the bloodstains off the scythe. Her focused demeanor, paired with her cool temperament, unexpectedly carried an indescribable beauty. "What are you looking at?" Su Yuli noticed his gaze and asked coldly without even lifting her head. Jang chuckled, squatted down, and casually dug out a fist-sized beast core from a wolf's corpse, pocketing it. "Watching you clean your blade. I mean, if you sold that scythe, it would definitely fetch a good price. Split steel mantis shrimp are rare goods." Su Yuli glanced at him. "Sell it? I'm counting on it to chop down a few more wolves." She stood up, twirled the sickle in her hand, and swiftly tucked it back into her sleeve. She paused for a moment, then teased, "And you, smashing wolves with your bare hands like they're moles, doesn't it hurt?" "Hurt?" Jang spread his palm and looked at it. His skin was rough and thick, without even a hint of redness. He grinned, patted his chest, and said, "This body of mine is tough. If you're jealous, I'll take you to train with me next time. I guarantee you'll be able to take them down with one punch too." "Forget it." Su Yuli rejected mercilessly, her gaze sweeping over the wolf carcass on the ground as she said indifferently, "Clean it up and let's go. Don't waste time here." Jang squatted on the ground, holding a short blade he had pulled from his waist, skillfully dissecting the bloodthirsty wolf's corpse. The short blade flipped nimbly between his fingers, emitting a faint swoosh sound as it sliced through the wolf's skin, as smooth as cutting fabric. The bloodthirsty wolf was quickly skinned by him, its pelt removed intact, while the damp, bloody scent spread in the air. He casually tossed the pelt aside, then lowered his head to extract the fist-sized beast core from the wolf's body, crystal clear, and glowing with a faint red hue. "Wolf pelts can fetch a good price, and the beast core will be useful," Jang muttered to himself as he continued working. His fingers moved deftly, the short blade precisely slicing open the wolf's abdomen. He pulled out a bundle of foul-smelling entrails, then carved out a tough piece of muscle from the wolf's leg and tossed it into the storage space of his terminal. Alright, he didn't overlook the wolf's fangs and claws either. Skillfully, he knocked out several sharp teeth while the claws were directly chopped off. The ground quickly became a mess, blood mixed with dirt, scattered wolf fur clumped together by the mist, and the thick stench in the air made one frown. Jang, however, was used to such scenes. He kept his head down, busy and thoroughly enjoying himself, humming an off-key tune like an old farmer working the fields, exuding an inexplicable sense of leisure. Su Yuli stood a few steps away, initially just watching quietly. Seeing the mess he had made, her brows furrowed slightly. She hesitated for a moment but eventually walked over, squatted beside him, and spoke in a cool voice tinged with disdain. "You've turned this place into a slaughterhouse. Can you be a bit cleaner?" Jang looked up and glanced at her, his hands not stopping as he grinned and said, "Clean? Where's clean on the battlefield? This is a skillful job. You wouldn't understand." As he spoke, he tossed a freshly skinned wolf pelt to her. "Here, catch. Don't say I didn't give you something to do." Su Yuli caught the wolf pelt, glanced at the blood-streaked fur, and said calmly, "I'm not here to take your stuff." She paused, then took a clean handkerchief out of her coat pocket, wiped her clothes, and skillfully sliced open the wolf pelt with a sickle. Her movements, though not as practiced as Jang's, carried a certain decisiveness. "What are you doing?" Jang stopped what he was doing, frowned, and looked at her. "I can handle this myself. Go rest. Don't get your clothes dirty." Su Yuli didn't even lift her head, her hands still busy. "We'll have to rely on you for battles in the future. For these chores, I'll help if I can." She paused, glanced at him, and added, "So you don't get overwhelmed and complain to me about being tired later. We're teammates, aren't we?" Jang was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Oh, why does that sound so considerate?" As he spoke, he deliberately tossed a bloody wolf tendon in front of her, winking mischievously, "Here, give me a hand. This thing is tough, how about I make you a belt out of it later?" Su Yuli's eye twitched as she looked down at the bloody wolf tendon, her tone icy enough to freeze. "If you throw it over again, I'll use it to strangle you." Though she said that, her hands didn't idle. She took the wolf tendon, cleaned it, and casually stuffed it into her storage space. Jang laughed heartily, clapping the blood off his hands, and leaned closer to her, whispering, all right, I won't tease you anymore. But seriously, with your delicate skin and tender flesh, doing this kind of rough work feels a bit out of place." Su Yuli snorted lightly upon hearing this, glanced at him, and said, "Stop talking nonsense, focus. Since you need beast cores, take a bit more." Jang grinned and said, "Got it, partners are always considerate." He lowered his head and continued working, but deliberately slowed his movements, sneaking glances at Su Yuli's profile. The mist cast a thin veil over her face, and her cool demeanor paired with those focused eyes had an indescribable charm. He couldn't help but mutter softly, "This girl, cold as she is, her heart is quite warm." In just 2 days of interaction, the sense of distance he felt when he first met Su Yuli had diminished significantly, and it seemed like they had returned to the way they cooperated online. "What did you say?" Su Yuli's sharp ears caught it, and she suddenly looked up, staring at him coldly. "Nothing." Jang quickly waved his hand, letting out an awkward laugh. "I was saying this wolf pelt is of good quality, worth a lot." got?" he spoke while quickening his movements. Suyuli glanced at him without asking further, her lips slightly curved, revealing a barely noticeable smile. In the depths of the misty and murky swamp forest, within a muddy marshland, the water's surface rippled with a dark green hue, occasionally bubbling with a few murky bursts. The air was filled with the stench of rotting plants and damp soil, and a low hum of insects echoed from afar, seemingly the only sign of life in this desolate land. In the center of the swamp, a massive figure lay silently in wait, half submerged in the muddy water, with only a pair of murky yellow eyes exposed, coldly staring ahead. It was a mudrot giant toad, a formidable beast among third-tier ferocious creatures. Its body measured a full 5 meters in length, its skin covered in a thick layer of gray-green mucus, resembling a coat of slimy mud. The surface was riddled with bumpy protrusions, faintly oozing a foul-smelling toxic liquid. Several thick fleshy spines protrude from its back, resembling a row of twisted vertebrae, faintly visible in the mist. Its massive mouth occupies half of its head, with viscous drool dripping from the corners, revealing 2 rows of jagged sharp teeth between which remnants of flesh and blood from its last hunt still linger. Its limbs are short and stout, with webbing between its toes. The edges of the webbing are covered in tiny barbs, capable of easily tearing through the skin and flesh of prey. The rotmud giant toad is a notorious predator in the fetid swamp maze, renowned for its potent venom and astonishing jumping ability. The venom it secretes not only corrodes flesh and blood but also volatilizes in the air, forming a low-concentration toxic mist sufficient to make a Tier 1 ferocious beast collapse unknowingly. Even more terrifying is its tongue, a 10-meter-long scarlet strip of flesh covered with barbs, capable of instantly wrapping around prey and dragging it directly into its gaping maw. At this moment, the corrosive mud giant toad is crouched in the muddy water, patiently waiting for prey to approach. Its eyes are half open and half closed, as if asleep, yet its pupils remain fixed on the water's surface not far away. An unlucky mutated creature, a water rat, had just emerged from the water, shaking its wet fur, completely unaware of the approaching danger. It had just climbed onto a piece of floating driftwood, preparing to gnaw on the moss growing on it, when the tongue of a giant swamp toad shot out like lightning. The crimson tongue sliced through the water's surface, sending up a spray, and accurately ensnared the water rat. The little creature didn't even have time to struggle before its body was pierced by barbs, blood dripping down the tongue. It was dragged back to the giant toad's mouth, letting out only a short, sharp scream before being swallowed whole. The giant toad smacked its lips, emitting a low gurgle from its throat, seemingly unsatisfied with the small portion of food. It shook its head, mucus dripping from the corners of its mouth, spreading dark green ripples across the water's surface. At that moment, an unusual fragrance wafted from afar, mingling with the stench of the swamp yet standing out distinctly. It was a sweet and greasy scent with a hint of meat, like the tempting aroma released when fresh flesh is torn apart. The nostrils of the rotting mud giant toad slightly flared as it sniffed, its murky eyes shifting as if its interest had been piqued. It slowly moved its heavy body, propping itself up with its short, stout limbs, stirring up a surge of muddy water as it crawled toward the source of the scent. Leaving the water's surface, the rotting mud giant toad's movements appeared somewhat clumsy, with mucus dripping onto the ground, leaving a trail of slippery marks. It passed through a patch of low shrubs, snapping countless dry branches, and finally came to a stop on a raised muddy bank. The source of the aroma was right in front of it, a bloody chunk of meat scattered in the dirt, its surface still stained with fresh blood. The swamp mud toad moved closer to sniff and discovered that it was actually the meat of a Tier 2 ferocious beast, the swamp alligator turtle. The swamp alligator turtle was quite well known in this swamp, capable of holding its own against Tier 3 ferocious beasts with its tough shell and ferocious bite force. Its flesh is firm, with a faintly fishy sweetness, making it a favorite of many predators. Yet the piece of meat before it was casually discarded, as if it were the leftover scraps abandoned after being torn apart by something even more powerful. The giant sludge toad tilted its head, a hint of confusion flashing through its tiny brain. Who would throw away such good food here? However, its underdeveloped little brain was clearly incapable of pondering such complex questions. The doubt lasted only for a moment before being suppressed by primal hunger. It opened its large mouth, rolled its tongue, and swept the piece of snapping turtle meat into its mouth. Its teeth made a crisp crunch sound as it chewed, with blood mixed with meat juices seeping from the corners of its mouth and dripping onto the ground. The piece of meat wasn't large, but it was enough to make it squint its eyes in satisfaction, letting out a low, guttural murmur from its throat. After finishing, the giant mud toad licked the bloodstains at the corner of its mouth. Its massive body sprawled on the ground, seemingly intending to take a short rest. But before long, another aroma wafted from ahead, even richer than the scent of the swamp snapping turtle meat earlier. It suddenly opened its eyes wide, its nostrils flaring as it greedily inhaled the air. This time, it didn't hesitate. With a powerful push of its limbs, its enormous body leapt directly into the air, tracing a clumsy arc before landing heavily on the ground several meters away, sending dirt flying. Following the scent, it quickly discovered a new target, another piece of meat, also a severed limb of the alligator snapping turtle. This time it was larger, half a meter long, with the flesh still faintly quivering, clearly torn off not long ago. The eyes of the giant mud toad lit up, as if it had found a treasure. It let out a low low growl, its tongue shooting out once again to roll the chunk of meat back into its mouth, chewing it in large bites. This time the portion was more substantial, the meat juices bursting in its mouth, mixed with the taste of blood, causing it to let out a satisfied low hum. After finishing this piece, it shook its head, flinging droplets of slime that landed on the surrounding grass, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. Although its small head wasn't very bright, it vaguely sensed that something was off. Why were so many delicious pieces of meat being delivered one after another? But this doubt was quickly interrupted by a new aroma. Not far ahead, another enticing scent wafted over, even stronger than the previous two, as if deliberately luring it forward. The decayed sludge toad opened its mouth, revealing a set of sharp teeth, and let out a low growl from its throat. It hesitated no longer, its massive body leaping once more, pouncing toward the source of the scent. The soil churned beneath its feet, and the mist was torn apart by its movements, revealing a deep, eerie darkness. The decayed sludge toad advanced relentlessly, devouring everything in its path. Its clumsy yet powerful body leaped through the muddy swamp, splashing a series of murky water droplets. Whenever it followed the scent to find a piece of the mud swamp snapping turtle's remains, it eagerly opened its large mouth, rolled its tongue, and swallowed the blood-scented, sweet meat into its belly. The first piece, the second piece, the third piece. Although the small head of the rotting mud giant toad was not particularly clever, it vaguely sensed that the placement of these meat chunks seemed to follow a strange pattern, like an invisible line drawing it deeper into the maze-like forest. But this vague confusion was quickly suppressed by appetite. It licked the corner of its mouth, its murky yellow eyes shifted, let out a low growl, and pounced toward the next source of the enticing aroma. The shrubs along the way were crushed by its massive body, and the soil was trampled into a mess. It had already eaten 5 pieces of swamp snapping turtle meat, each piece larger and fresher than the last, the bloody scent so strong that it made a satisfied gurgle in its throat. By the 6th piece, it was too lazy to chew carefully and swallowed it whole, along with a few leftover bones. Its stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, greedily digesting these unexpected delicacies, while the ferocity in its eyes grew even more intense. Finally, after swallowing the 7th piece of meat, the rotting sludge giant toad came to a halt. Its nostrils flared suddenly, catching a completely different scent, something fresher and more enticing than the meat of a snapping turtle. It was the smell of a living creature, carrying the aroma of warm flesh and blood, mixed with faint traces of spiritual energy. Its eyes shifted, and through the thick fog, it vaguely spotted 2 moving figures not far away. A man and a woman, walking briskly, were heading toward the forest ahead. The man was tall and upright, while the woman was slender yet equally imposing. The pupils of the rotten mud giant toad suddenly contracted, almost leaping out of its sockets in excitement. Warriors. Humans. A deep growl emanated from its throat, saliva uncontrollably dripping down and sizzling as it hit the ground. Humans were a rare delicacy for it. Compared to the coarse flesh of ferocious beasts, human blood and flesh were tender and fresh, brimming with spiritual energy. Especially these young warriors, they were simply a heavenly feast. However, usually, human warriors either traveled in groups or were cunning and hard to catch, leaving it with few opportunities to savor them. But these two in front of it looked so young, their aura not particularly strong, like novices who had just recently broken through. Though the little brain of the corrosive mud giant toad wasn't clever, it still understood that such delivered delicacies couldn't be missed. Glurp! It let out a low growl, its limbs suddenly exerting force as its massive body leapt like a cannonball, directly pouncing toward the 2 figures. The air was torn apart by its momentum, carrying a foul wind. Its crimson tongue was already poised, ready to drag its prey into its mouth for a feast. However, just as it pounced, the man and woman moved. Their reactions were astonishingly quick. Almost at the same moment the giant toad leaped, the two had already split apart like arrows leaving the bowstring. The man darted to the left, while the woman shifted her figure and charged forward first. A cold gleam flashed in her hand as a side sliced through the mist, aiming straight for the tongue of the decayed giant toad. The blade was as swift as a silver arc, carrying a fierce killing intent. The giant rotting toad was caught off guard. Its tongue had just extended halfway when it was ruthlessly slashed by the scythe. It let out an angry roar, the tip of its tongue severed, blood spraying everywhere. The pain made it flip in the air and crash heavily to the ground, sending dirt flying. These two were none other than Zhang Yi and Su Yuli. At this moment, they had already been exploring the corrupted swamp forest for over an hour. The two worked with great efficiency and seamless coordination, clearing out numerous low-level ferocious beasts along the way. The beast cores and materials they collected had already filled more than half of their storage space. Compared to the results of a busy afternoon at Bonehowl Harbor yesterday, today's achievements in just 1 hour were nearly double. However, the corrupted swamp forest was simply too vast, with a wide variety of ferocious beasts. Though the two were strong, their storage space was limited. Beast cores, beast hides, and tendons filled the storage space to the brim. Trying to stuff more in might cause it to burst. An hour ago, Zhang Yi squatted beside the corpse of a recently defeated swamp snapping turtle, stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He turned to Su Yuli and said, "I have an idea." "Speak," Su Yuli replied coldly, without even lifting her head as she wiped the blood off her scythe. Zhang Yi grinned, patted the corpse of the swamp snapping turtle, and said, "This guy has a lot of meat. Let's use its remains as bait to lure out some big prey." Materials from third-tier ferocious beasts are much more valuable than these first and second-tier ones. Killing one is worth 10, saving us time here. Su Yuli heard this, glanced at him, and nodded. "Alright, let's give it a try." She put away the scythe and, together with Zhang Yi, began to dismember the corpse of the swamp snapping turtle into several pieces, throwing them out along a specific route. Sure enough, it didn't take long for their plan to pay off. The giant decayed mud toad that had been following the trail of meat chunks was precisely the prey that had fallen into their trap. Zhang Yi looked at the giant toad that had fallen to the ground, clapped his hands, and chuckled. "Look at that, a third-tier big guy delivered right to us." Su Yuli snorted coldly, twirling the scythe in her hand, her gaze locked on the giant toad's neck, brimming with killing intent. "Then don't let it escape." Her figure flashed, already lunging toward the giant toad. The corrosive mud toad shook itself, jolting up from the ground, and followed with a sweeping motion of its tongue, forcing Su Yuli to retreat directly. On the muddy swamp ground, the massive body of the rotting mire toad crashed down, creating a shallow pit. The splattered mud mixed with the fresh blood spraying from the severed tip of its tongue, painting the area crimson. Its roar was deep and furious, causing the surrounding mist to tremble faintly. The tongue that Su Yuli had sliced off with a single strike retracted into its mouth, with blood still gushing from the wound. Yet, instead of retreating, the pain only ignited the ferocity deep within its bones. Its murky yellow eyes locked firmly onto the slender figure ahead, and a guttural gurgle sounded from its throat. Su Yuli stood a few meters away, holding the scythe slightly tilted in her hand, with the blood of the giant toad still dripping from its blade. Her cold face showed no trace of panic, only a slight frown as her gaze locked onto the third-tier ferocious beast. The hem of her trench coat was lifted by the impact just now, and her long hair swayed gently in the mist. She murmured, "Third tier, indeed a bit troublesome." The corrosive sludge giant toad clearly had no intention of giving her a chance to catch her breath. Its short, stout limbs suddenly pushed off the ground, and its massive body leaped up once more, bringing a foul wind as it lunged straight at Su Yuli. This time, it had gotten smarter. Its scarlet tongue no longer recklessly shot out. Instead, it opened its gaping maw, and the mucus at the corners of its mouth splattered outward, transforming into a dark green poisonous mist that enveloped her. The poisonous mist carried a pungent stench and could corrode flesh. If a low-level warrior inhaled it, they would collapse to the ground in an instant. Su Yuli's eyes narrowed, her figure flickered, and with a light tap of her toes on the ground, she leapt sideways like a swallow, narrowly avoiding the range of the poisonous mist. The poisonous mist landed on the ground behind her, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. Several shrubs instantly withered, turning into a puddle of black liquid. As she landed, the scythe in her hand swung naturally, the blade tracing a cold gleam as it aimed directly at the giant toad's left forelimb, the key limb supporting its jumps. If she could sever it, its mobility would be greatly weakened. Slash! The blade cut into the flesh, leaving a deep bone-revealing wound on the giant toad's forelimb. Green mucus mixed with blood spurted out. It roared in pain, its massive body losing balance in midair and crashing heavily to the ground, causing dirt to splatter. But the vitality of this third-tier ferocious beast far exceeded expectations. It rolled over once and quickly got up, with the mucus from its wound solidifying rapidly, seemingly forcing the bleeding to stop. Su Yuli frowned, underestimating this creature's resilience. Just as she was about to seize the opportunity to attack, the giant toad suddenly opened its mouth wide, spewing out an even denser poisonous mist. This time, the range was larger, almost completely blocking her retreat ahead. Su Yuli had no choice but to retreat, her figure flickering several steps back in the mist. She used her inner strength to protect herself, isolating the toxins attempting to corrode her. But just as she steadied herself, the giant toad's attack came again. It kicked with its four limbs, its massive body charging directly at her like a mountain of flesh. Su Yuli raised her blade to block, the scythe clashing with the giant toad's fleshy spikes, producing a dull thud. The soil beneath her feet sank under pressure, her arms trembled, and she was forced back 2 steps by the immense force. Although the giant toad was not as unstoppable as the furnace iron rhinoceros from yesterday, the size and strength of a third-tier ferocious beast still held an absolute advantage, especially with its thick mucous membrane skin, like a natural suit of armor, making it difficult for her scythe to penetrate deeply. Compared to a third-tier ferocious beast, a first-tier martial artist was ultimately still far too inferior. "A bit hard," Su Yuli murmured softly to herself. Although there was no emotional fluctuation, a trace of seriousness flashed in her eyes. She adjusted her posture, lowered her body to dodge the giant toad's sweeping forelimb, then rolled to its side. The scythe traced an arc of light, stabbing directly at the softer part of its abdomen. That strike was as fast as lightning. Seeing that it was about to hit, the giant toad suddenly swung its tail fiercely, the thick tail whipping up a gust of wind and striking at her viciously. Su Yuli reacted extremely quickly. The blade turned, blocking the tail's attack, but the force still sent her retreating several meters. Her feet carved 2 long marks in the muddy ground. She steadied herself, her breathing slightly rapid, with a few drops of the giant toad's mucus staining her trench coat, emitting a pungent stench. She glanced down and frowned even more deeply. Disgusting. The giant toad paid paid no heed to her disdain. Seeing her forced to retreat, it let out a low roar, exerted its limbs once more, and leapt straight at her. This time, its goal was to crush her directly with its body. The massive shadow descended, pressing the air into a low hum. Su Yuli gritted her teeth, her inner strength rapidly circulating within her body. With a tap of her toes, she leaped backward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, simultaneously hurling the scythe, its blade spinning as it flew toward the giant toad's eye, one of the few weak points on its body. The scythe, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, hit its mark precisely. The giant toad let out a pained howl as its left eye was pierced and blinded, green pus mixed with blood streaming down. It lost control in midair, crashing to the ground and rolling several times, crushing a patch of shrubs. Yet even with such severe injuries, it still did not fall. Instead, it became even more frenzied. The blinded left eye drove it into a complete rage, and poisonous mist spewed from its mouth, covering an even larger area than before, almost enveloping a 10-meter radius. Su Yuli was forced to retreat. Although her internal energy shield could resist the poisonous mist, she could feel her strength rapidly draining. The giant toad, though injured, still exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. After all, it was a Tier 3 ferocious beast. She clenched her fists, her gaze coldly fixed on the giant toad writhing in the poisonous mist, and murmured, "It's far weaker than that iron rhino from yesterday, but still a bit tricky." This guy's mucus-covered skin was too thick, and the poisonous mist was limiting her movements. If this dragged on, she feared she might be at a disadvantage. "I can't beat it," she muttered to herself, a rare hint of helplessness in her tone, then suddenly looked up and shouted toward the distance, "Zhang Yi, your turn. Do you think I'm a yellow electric mouse?" He didn't have time to think much, his body had already sprung into action. As soon as the words fell, a figure swept past like a gust of wind, carrying a fierce momentum, directly blocking in front of Su Yuli. "Here I come." Zhang Yi grinned, standing barehanded at the edge of the poisonous mist, his tall figure seemingly blocking the giant toad's view. He glanced at Su Yuli and said in a low voice, "Take a rest, I'll handle this guy." Su Yuli frowned and was about to say something when the giant toad suddenly made its move. It opened its blood-red mouth, its scarlet tongue shooting out like a blood arrow. Though part of it was severed, its speed was still astonishing, barbed and aimed straight at Zhang Yi's chest. Su Yuli's eyes tightened, and she instinctively wanted to warn him, but she saw Zhang Yi neither dodge nor evade, directly reaching out to grab that slimy tongue. "Heh, looking for death, aren't you?" Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, exerting force with his hand. Under the tenfold power amplification, a crisp crackling sound erupted from his muscles and bones. He grabbed the tongue and swung it fiercely. Like cracking a whip, the massive 5-meter-long body of the giant mud toad was directly yanked into the air, swung in a half-circle, and then violently flung away. "Forget it!" The giant toad smashed into a massive tree, breaking the trunk with a loud crack. Dust flew everywhere as it rolled several times on the ground before stopping, letting out an angry roar. Zhang Yi landed, clapped his hands, and with a stomp of his foot, shot up like a cannonball. The air was torn apart by his speed, producing a piercing sonic boom, and a visible shockwave spread outward from him as the center. He was midair, fists clenched, and his inner strength surged like a torrent toward his fist, aiming straight at the giant putrid mud toad on the ground. The giant putrid mud toad had just gotten up, burning with rage, and it showed no sign of backing down as it opened its mouth to shoot out its tongue once more. This time, it used all its strength, with the barbs on the surface of its tongue fully extended, forming a blood whip of countless sharp spikes that emitted a low whoosh as it tore through the air. If this strike were to land on an ordinary martial artist, even one at the 9th rank, they would at least lose a chunk of flesh if not die. If it were Su Yuli, faced with such a ferocious attack, she would have no choice but to dodge. Taking it head-on would likely result in her chest being pierced through, leaving her severely injured. But who is Zhang Yi? He didn't even blink. The corner of his mouth lifted as he charged straight at the tongue. He threw out his right fist, the force of the punch like thunder, compressing the air to the extreme, producing a muffled boom. The tongue had just touched his fist when it seemed to collide with an invisible iron wall, shattering inch by inch, flesh and blood splattering. Zhang Yi forcibly smashed the giant toad's attack to pieces, stomping the ground with one foot, causing the soil to sink as he closed in on the giant toad. He let out a mocking laugh, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. The corrupted sludge giant toad roared in pain repeatedly, and seeing its tongue destroyed, it completely descended into madness. It opened its massive mouth, spewing forth a dense, unyielding poisonous mist, like a dark green tide, instantly enveloping a 10-meter radius. This poisonous mist was more terrifying than ever before, with the air emitting a sizzling sound of corrosion. Even the soil on the ground was melted into pits and hollows. Yet Zhang Yi remained utterly fearless. He took a deep breath, the power within him circulating. His chest sank, as if transforming into an invisible black hole. As soon as the poisonous mist approached him, it was drawn into his body by a strange force, as if completely devoured without leaving a trace. Zhang Yi grinned, feeling the slight expansion of his spiritual energy within due to the absorption of the poisonous mist. A warm current surged through his muscles and bones, and his strength grew even more. Poison? Just what I need to replenish myself. He moved his shoulders, the fighting spirit in his eyes growing even stronger. After absorbing the poisonous mist, mist, his body underwent a round of tempering. A faint sheen emerged under his skin, as if it had been coated with an invisible layer of armor. The corrupted mud giant toad was completely panicked. That's it? Blinded in one eye, its tongue crippled, and its poisonous mist ineffective, it could only unleash its ultimate move in a mix of rage and fear. Its forelimbs suddenly pressed against the ground, and its massive body leaped high into the air, like a mountain of flesh crashing down toward Zhang Yi. This strike carried the full power of a third-tier ferocious beast, causing the ground to crack under its momentum. If it landed on an ordinary martial artist, even one at the peak of 9th-tier martial arts, they would be crushed into pulp. But Zhang Yi stood motionless in place, looking up at the shadow that blotted out the sky. The corners of his mouth lifted as he let out a low shout. He clenched his fists tightly, and the spiritual energy within him erupted like a volcano. With tenfold strength amplification and a body reinforced by poisonous mist, he seemed to transform into a war god. He took a step forward, his fist smashing toward the giant toad. The air was compressed to the extreme, producing a deafening boom. Eternal Devour. The fist collided with the giant toad's abdomen, and a visible shockwave spread in all directions, tearing apart the surrounding mist. The massive body, as if struck by a heavy hammer, momentarily froze in mid-air before being blasted away, crashing to the ground and rolling over 10 meters, crushing a patch of bushes. It struggled to get up, but its abdomen had been smashed into a bloody dent, with green mucus mixed with internal organs spilling all over the ground. Its roars grew weak and powerless. The poisonous mist gradually dissipated, and the roars of the corrosive swamp toad had grown weak. One of its eyes was blind, its tongue crippled, its abdomen sunken, and green mucus mixed with blood pooled on the ground, as if it could collapse at any moment. Yet even so, this tier 3 ferocious beast still struggled to rise. Its murky single eye stared fixedly at Zhang Yi, emitting a low gurgling sound from its throat, like a final act of defiance. Zhang Yi stood before it, clapped his hands, and grinned, saying, "Still pretty stubborn, huh? Then let me send you off for good." Su Yuli stood a few steps away, with a few drops of slime on her trench coat, her brows slightly furrowed. She looked at Zhang Yi's relaxed demeanor, snorted coldly, stepped forward, and said in a low voice, "Don't waste time, finish this quickly." She raised her wrist, and the blue thread extended from her sleeve, glowing faintly, trembling as if it were alive. "Good timing." She glanced at Zhang Yi. "Go all out. I'll support you." Zhang Yi was taken aback for a moment, then grinned and said, "Okay." He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and the inner strength within him surged like a raging river, his muscles and bones crackling audibly. Su Yuli's fingers moved slightly, and the blue thread suddenly lit up, following the invisible connection between them and drilling into Zhang Yi's body. He only felt a cool energy rushing into his chest, like a torrent, merging and colliding with his own strength, instantly igniting every inch of his flesh and blood. Su Yuli's power was precisely channeled into Zhang Yi's body through the threads, smoothing out his chaotic yet immense strength, twisting every bit of inner force into a single strand tough as steel wire, yet blazing like a fierce flame. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened as he felt the explosive doubling of power within him. A faint golden glow emerged beneath his skin, as if his body had been tempered into an indestructible form. He let out a low shout, heaven-splitting force. In that instant, his aura surged dramatically. Clenching his fists tightly, his inner force concentrated at the tips of his fists. The air was compressed to the extreme, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Su Yuli stood behind him, blue threads trembling slightly at her fingertips. Her inner strength surged like a tide, continuously pouring in, pushing Zhang Yi's power to its peak. His figure seemed to transform into a star on the verge of exploding, with faint arcs of lightning-like energy leaping around him. Zhang Yi suddenly stepped forward, the soil beneath his feet cracking inch by inch, his entire body shooting toward the giant corrosive mud toad like a cannonball. He thrust out his right fist, and before it even touched the target, the air was compressed into visible ripples, as if the space itself was distorted by the strike. Su Yuli's amplification pushed the power of this punch to a terrifying extreme. Wherever the fist passed, the mist was torn apart, the ground was plowed into a deep trench, and even the surrounding trees swayed precariously in the raging wind. The fist struck the giant toad's head directly, unleashing a thunderous explosion as if a nuclear bomb had detonated. In an instant, a blinding white light burst forth from the point of impact, resembling a miniature sun rising and illuminating the darkness within a 100-meter radius. Immediately afterward, a devastating shockwave swept across the area. The ground was lifted into waves of mud several meters high, and trees were uprooted, reduced to powder and scattered into the air. The massive body of the corrupted slime toad was utterly powerless against this force. Its head exploded instantly, with blood and flesh mixed with mucus splattering everywhere. The entire body was blasted into countless fragments, as if crushed into dust by an invisible power. At the core of the explosion, a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Gray-black smoke mixed with green toxic mist billowed upward, shooting straight into the sky, reaching tens of meters high. The edges of the cloud were illuminated by white light, creating a golden-red halo, resembling an apocalyptic scene. A rumbling aftershock echoed through the air, while the ground cracked into radial fissures, as if struck by a meteor. The aftermath of the explosion even caused waves to rise on the distant swamp surface, with a deep rumbling echoing through the misty forest, lingering for a long time. Zhang Yi landed, his feet stepping onto the cracked ground, his fist still maintaining the posture of a strike. His chest rose and fell slightly, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head to look at his hand, then turned to glance at the mushroom cloud behind him, unable to resist grinning. This power is a bit over the top, isn't it? Go to hell. Su Yuli retracted the blue thread and slowly stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the ruins that had been leveled to the ground. Her usually cold face showed rare signs of emotion. She glanced at Zhang Yi and said coldly, "Not bad." She paused, her tone carrying a hint of mockery, "But your commotion was a bit too much. Can you tone it down next time?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily and scratched his head. "Tone it down? That'd be boring. This is called a one-hit kill, cool and stylish." He patted his chest, turned to look at the mushroom cloud that had yet to dissipate, his eyes full of pride. "What do you think? Was that strike cool or not?" Su Yuli rolled her eyes, speechless. Zhang Yi chuckled, walked over to the remains of the rotten mud giant toad, and flexed his wrist. "This guy is finally quiet. Let's see if we can dig out something good." He pulled out the short blade from his waist, crouched down, and began dissecting the corpse of the third-tier ferocious beast. Su Yuli stood to the side, holding a scythe. Her gaze swept over the flesh and blood on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed, but she didn't stay idle, occasionally helping to handle some of the finer details. This time, they really hit the jackpot. With just the remains of a second-tier ferocious beast, they managed to hook such a big catch. This is a business with a 1,000-fold return. The short blade slid into the gap between the flesh spines, peeling off the thick, gray-green mucous membrane skin in one complete piece. The skin was 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, its surface uneven yet extraordinarily tough, so much so that Su Yuli's scythe could only leave shallow marks on it. When peeled off, the skin still had some mucus clinging to it, emitting a pungent, fishy stench. Don't be fooled by how ugly this thing looks. Its toughness surpasses the height of a second-tier ferocious beast and can be used to make high-grade armor. Zhang Yi casually shook the skin, flinging mucus everywhere. On the black market, a complete piece of third-tier giant toad skin like this could easily sell for 2 million credit points. If you find a skilled craftsman to turn it into soft armor, it could fetch double that price or more. Su Yuli glanced at the sticky skin and snorted coldly. Valuable it may be, but the smell is strong enough. Zhang Yi then cut open the giant toad's head and found a pair of fist-sized venom glands beneath its throat. They were two dark green sac-like structures, glistening with an oily sheen. With a gentle squeeze, venom seeped out, making a sizzling corrosive sound as it dripped onto the ground. This is premium stuff. Zhang Yi carefully extracted the venom glands with a short blade. Venom glands from a tier 3 ferocious beast can be refined into high-concentration toxins, highly sought after by assassins and alchemists. A pair of these glands is conservatively worth 1.5 million credit points. If sold to the military, the price could increase by another 30%. Su Yuli nodded calmly and said, "I'll keep half of this and try to see if I can concoct some poison later." When dissecting to the abdomen, Zhang Yi finally extracted the beast core of the giant toad. It was a crystal the size of an egg, dark green in color, with a faint poisonous mist flowing inside. It was several times larger than the beast core of the bloodthirsty wolf, and its spiritual energy fluctuations were much stronger. Tier 3 beast core, high energy purity. Zhang Yi weighed the beast core in his hand and grinned. "Not bad, really not bad." Su Yuli took the beast core, looked at it, and said coldly, "You keep this one.